studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Wood with the pass. Luka able to chase it down. They got him trapped on the sideline. They fouled in a situation like that before. How on earth did he find Hardy? He found him, and more importantly, Hardy hit the shot after they did find him.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. And feels like I've been out for about 3 weeks.
Does it?
Yeah.
That's a good 4-day weekend.
Well, yeah and no. My dad gets bored. All right, that's why everyone's like, oh, short stay. Thursday to Tuesday, because he just expires. He's one of these guys, probably like you, can't just sit around and chill. Got to do this. So got to do dinners, got to do real estate shopping, got to do this, got to do that. So I've been on the road and I've been traveling around the entire Metroplex for about 3 straight days.
Favorite spot that you toured this weekend?
Well, I may be following Gavin Dawson again in terms of not drinking, even though I should mimic you. You followed Dawson in terms of no drinking
during the week.
During the week. Oh, so we're going back to weekend drinking.
Yeah, just weekends.
You said you were going. No, what happened? You already not drinking too much during the week and just going all in on the weekend.
Yeah, well, it turns out that I'm a weak man, Sean. I am a weak man.
I saw the Tennessee Volunteer video, and
you did?
Certainly, they got passed along to me. We're supposed to have some drops from that.
Yeah, I've been told you need to post that. It's going to be viral, and I'm like, man, I don't like kids to see me like that. I don't know.
What did you do? You just decided to get hammered on Thursday night.
Yeah, well, I didn't decide that. We went out to like a ramen, like a wabi kind of place. And I had a couple of things of sake, however you want to pronounce it. And then, came home and I was like, all right, I'm just going to keep drinking a little bit. I literally only had like 1 or 2 whiskey on the rocks. But I think the mixture of the two, coupled with not eating a ton, just, and got to me. Just got to me. So I was like, ooh, I did not drink as much as that video shows I did.
Was that the most drunk that you've been on the air for a show?
The next morning? I don't think I was. Look at that photo.
Yeah, you were drunk. There's no doubt about it. People told me you said you were admittedly drunk.
Yeah, I think I may have been. No, Super Bowl New York still the number 1 seed.
Yeah,
but that was you and I. We got done. We got home 2.5 hours before the show started.
Yeah,
so that was number 1.
But you were hurting on Friday.
I was hurting about 6:30. Once 6:30 hit, I was fine.
Yeah.
I had.
No, I heard the energy level was good. You were trying to overcompensate, but you were definitely.
Yeah, I was definitely feeling it.
And I think in this video that we're talking about, you like chugged the end of some liquor in it.
I did. Yeah, I did. I had it right out of the bottle. Right out of the bottle.
Okay.
But there was you gotta really juice it up a little bit. So.
Got to enjoy your team.
You got to enjoy your team.
Got to enjoy the moment. So I may be a Gavin Dawson neighbor again in old Sunnyvale, Texas. We'll wait and see, but it's just a whirlwind. So the parents were here. How are things with Roberto? How are things with Bobby?
Bobby was fine. Bobby was not as trolly on certain aspects this week, and on Friday. So it was a great couple of days.
All right, good. The pass that everyone is talking about in the NBA, Luka Doncic on the baseline last night, as this team finally stops the bleeding of the season-long 4-game losing streak by beating the no-name Indiana Pacers. I challenge you to name 2 people in that starting lineup. But the Mavs win 127-104, and that is the biggest thing that I missed while I was out for the last 2 days, the complete and absolute downfall of the Dallas Mavericks. This whole thing, your coaching career may be dying, J Kidd, not sure, but this whole thing just completely crumbled. And last night they got a win, a controlling, easy win to finally stop the bleeding.
Yeah, this was a very controlling, easy win. This is the last What's 4 days? Is that 72 hours? Is that what that is? No, less than
a little longer.
96 hours. The last 96 hours of this basketball team has been a disaster, and it's been beyond that. But it was just tough. Look, they either don't like each other as a team, they can't be coached right. One of the stars is the problem. There's so many little ins and outs because there's no reason that you have Luka, Kyrie, and then you have Jaden Hardy coming into this, Josh Howard-like stardom, and you're struggling to beat the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah.
Like, that shouldn't happen. That just shouldn't happen.
Did you guys have talks on, have you reached the basic side of things where you're just rooting for them to miss and try to get a draft pick, a miracle ping pong ball bouncing to you in the lottery?
A miracle ball would be great. A miracle ping pong ball would be great. But no, I mean, I still think the West is so wide open, and when you have stars, just give you the chance. But let's be fair. I mean, what's this team? What do we think this team is going to do in the postseason? Not much.
Yeah.
So, but dude, like, they've got two legitimate stars and a guy coming into having a breakout. Like, that's kind of the recipe for success.
So where do things stand in the West now after the win over Indiana last night? Well, the Mavs are the 11.
No.
Half a game back of the Lakers and Oklahoma City. Denver's the 1 by 3.5 games over Memphis. Sacramento's the 3. They're 5 games clear of Phoenix. So Sacramento has the 3 locked up. The Suns are the 4. The Clippers are the 5. And then you have Minnesota, the 6. They've won 4 in a row. Golden State 7. New Orleans has won 5 in a row at the 8th spot. The Lakers with LeBron back are at 9. Oklahoma City is 10. And the Mavs are on the outside of the play-in looking in, a game and a half up on the Utah Jazz. So an ugly, ugly place to be. We may look back at those Charlotte losses and say that was the end of their season right there.
Yeah, it really may be. It really may be the end of the season. I mean, those are 2 crushing defeats. We thought the Lakers lost to when they sat Anthony Davis. I can't remember who they played that day. We thought that was like, oh man, that's a crushing defeat. Like, you're not going to recover from this one. Well, Mavs were with a hold my beer moment, and they showed that you can.
So obviously the big question is what's going on with Luka Doncic personally. It's one of those stories where you got to tiptoe around. I'll get into some of the things I've been kind of hearing at 6:20. It's still a very personal matter, it sounds like, but the media, of course, is going to turn this into Kyrie. Is Luka already sick of Kyrie? Is Kyrie the problem? Well, if what I'm hearing is true, the worry, which we never would have thought when Kyrie got traded here, Kyrie may want to leave Luka, not the other way around. If what I'm hearing is true, it may be Kyrie saying, this is not the right guy to go ahead and team up with. And that is something I never would have been able to fathom when they made this move. It would be, does Luka want Kyrie here? Luka's like, okay, I've seen enough. He's talented, but he's a nut job. No, it may be the other way around, in which Kyrie Irving says, I can't team up with this cat. Crazy, crazy development. Nuts.
Yeah. Or maybe he says this is the exact way to go because, this will come out and sooner or later everybody will be on, against Luka and on my side for once.
That's a healthy way.
It's a healthy way to do it.
That's a healthy way to have your team. Truckwreck.com text line is wide open at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We have Sean, RJ, Peyton, and Ryan. Bobby will be in about 20 minutes. A lot of news and developments from the NFL owners' meetings. And the NFL has scheduled this out just right so that every single week there's something going on. This meeting, coaches talking. This meeting, owners talking. This meeting, you got the draft prospects talking. We'll get into all of that at 6 a.m. But it appears like Texas has made a decision. The brother of Aaron Hernandez is making some news. And just how much has everyone been watching the NCAA tournament and the NBA mess on the court in the Metroplex? That's next. It's the Tolo Tuesday edition. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us. Good to be back on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
see the smile. Okay.
Look at that. Oh, I had some yellows. Yellow teeth, man. 20 years of smoking. Thank God I haven't had one in, let's see, December 21st, 2021.
Nice.
And
years of 4 a.m. coffee.
And then years of 5 to 6 cups of coffee a day.
Okay.
We'll do it.
See, they don't look too white.
No, I didn't want them to look fake. You know, you don't want that fake white.
Yeah, teeth whitening, one of those things. No one ever wants to admit to any cosmetic stuff. It's like we can tell. Like Larsa Pippen, I don't have a fake butt. What are you talking about? These are my natural lips. What do you mean? And people even get so worked up that they don't want to admit to teeth whitening, which RJ Choppy had done yesterday.
I have no problem. Sarah and I went to a place to go get our teeth whitened. Went to We Whiten. And, they like just hour and a half, 2 hours in the chair, and you're done.
How did this conversation come about?
About the teeth whitening?
Yeah.
Honestly.
You decided to do a couple's teeth whitening?
No, they sent me a DM on social media and was like, hey,
we've seen your pictures. We see you smiling on the fan. You need to get in here.
I don't know. I guess they followed me on social media, and then they said Bobby one too. And they said, we'll give you like a little bit of a rate. And come on in and post some photos, and we'll give you a special promo code. So like people who use you as a referral get like $20 off. So we came in and we each did it, and it was great.
So painless process, quick, easy.
Well, it wasn't quick. It was like 2 hours.
Oh, okay.
Painless. Yeah, it was painless. They were sensitive for like 2 hours after. Like if I breathed in and the air hit my teeth in the right spot, I will get like a little pain, but it went away in seconds. But you saw my teeth before. You saw that before and after.
I didn't notice anything where it was like, oh, that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, I mean,
if I didn't know, I never would look at you and be like, you got your teeth whitened.
Good. I mean, I don't want to be like, oh my God, what happened there?
Right.
But yeah, if you saw it the before, I posted the before and after on my Instagram, and it's pretty drastic. My teeth were kind of yellow.
Okay.
So I was happy with it.
All right.
But I cannot have coffee today.
You cannot.
I cannot have any food that is dark enough to stain a white shirt.
Oh, my Lord. These were your teeth?
Those were my teeth.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, we've never made out, so you wouldn't see the up close and personal.
I can't believe you're sitting here as a tooth spokesman.
I'm a tooth spokesman.
With
I know.
the same shirt on this morning as yesterday.
It is. Yeah, I showered and I showered after the gym, and then I go and I get dressed, and then I just wear the same shirt the next day to the gym. So it's a 24-hour. It's a 24-hour shirt wear. I think that's normal.
All right.
But yeah, so I can't drink coffee this morning. I can't have like my beef jerky. I have to have like anything. Only it's got to be white or light colored foods.
The Texas Longhorns are removing the interim tag from head coach Rodney Terry. So after the great run in the tournament, disappointing loss to the Hurricanes, Rodney Terry is your official replacement for Chris Beard.
So he has got a lot of boots on the ground in Austin. He went to St. Edward's College, and that is in Austin. He went to high school. It's just south of Austin. He coached at Lamar High School in Austin. It was Bowie High School in Austin. And then obviously he's been around Texas, UTEP, assistant at Texas, assistant at Baylor. I was surprised they went down this road because, we don't know what kind of a recruiter that he is. And this is a Ferrari. University of Texas is a Ferrari, man. It is a dynamite program.
What's a car that thinks they're a Ferrari? Is that what Texas is? Are you still driving around? You think you're a Ferrari, or are they a legit Ferrari?
I mean, they're legit. I mean, there's a lot of talent in the state. There is a lot of talent in the state. Go look at all these programs, and they're loaded with Texas talent. Duke won titles based on it, with Texas talent. We've seen UConn do the same thing. So there's tons of talent in the state, and you got to just keep it walled up. And I don't know what kind of, Chris Beard was an amazing recruiter. Shaka didn't really work here. Shaka's doing well in Marquette. They were a 2-seed at Marquette. He never came close to a 2-seed. Maybe he was a 3-seed once at Texas. I can't remember. But the point is that, Chris Beard, this is Chris Beard's team, I wonder how much of this is like going off how they responded. And he did keep the ship afloat. There is no doubt about it.
Best and deepest tournament run for the Longhorns since 2008. And he's going to get about $3 million a year, 5 for 15, according to CBS Sports. So congratulations to Coach Terry. How are you going to recruit, and how are you going to keep the kids here? How about some of the ratings in the Metroplex?
All right. Well, let's go to Saturday. The Elite Eight. UConn.
Because you tweeted out something disturbing about the Mavericks last night that got some run.
I did. I'll get that in a second. So UConn Gonzaga was the most watched sporting event on Saturday. And they're just giving numbers of homes. So 168,000 homes watched that game. 153,000 watched K-State and Florida Atlantic. The third highest, most watched sporting event that day was Ohio State UConn Women's Sweet 16. That beat out the PGA Tour WGC Dell. Beat out the XFL. It beat out the Stars Canucks. 24. They had 24,000. Then you had women's figure skate, world figure skating, UFC Fight Night. UFC Fight Night only had 20,000 homes watching that thing. So that is your Saturday.
And is that good?
Yes, 168,000 homes is good for the tournament. Now, it's not as good as what we saw on Sunday. The Miami-Texas game, holy cow, 297,000 homes. So basically, take that number and divide by 23,000, and that's your rating. So 297, Bobby, get in your calculator. 297,000 divided by 23,000, there's your rating. The next highest rated that day was 149,000 homes, Creighton, San Diego State. Then you get NASCAR and the PGA Tour. And then you get the XFL, San Antonio against Arlington. And then you get the Women's Elite Eight, Iowa and Louisville. And then you get the Mavs Hornets. The Mavs Hornets had 27,000 homes watch, which is the equivalent of what the Stars got the day before. All right, so that Texas game is a 12.9. That's an NFL.
Wow.
That's an NFL game right there.
13% of the Metroplex.
Yeah. The Mavs Hornets got 27,000 homes. Iowa Louisville, Women's Elite Eight. By the way, the closest team is 835 miles away. Had 34,000 homes. If that does not get the attention of Mark Cuban.
Oh, my.
If that doesn't get the attention of Mark Cuban, nothing will.
A college women's Elite Eight game.
Yeah, with no local connection.
Yeah.
Maybe Caitlin Clark's from here. I don't know. But no local connection. That cannot happen. That cannot happen. It barely beat the Women's Elite Eight Miami LSU, which had 25,000 homes. Like, it got doubled up by the PGA Tour. It got tripled up by NASCAR's Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix. Where is that? Do you know where that is? You know where that is?
Echo Park.
Echo Park. Yeah, I don't know where that is, but whatever. That's not good. Not good.
Crazy story connected to Aaron Hernandez. It's been almost how many years since Aaron Hernandez was found guilty of murder? How many years do you think it's been?
7?
8. Good guess. Seems like it's been even longer than that. So Aaron Hernandez, who of course killed himself in prison. Well, his older brother, DJ, is in trouble. According to TMZ, arrested last week on charges. Did you ever watch any of the Aaron Hernandez documentaries, by the way?
One of them I watched. Yeah, maybe was there a 30 for 30? Is that what it was?
I can't even remember who did it, but they were fantastic. So the older brother now, not happy with the 4-letter in Bristol, Connecticut. Charged with throwing a brick at ESPN's headquarters. Happened around 3 p.m. on the famous campus there in Bristol, Connecticut. He had allegedly said he wanted to smash out windows at the state capitol and at ESPN. He came up in an Uber, went to one of the gates. He was first turned away, got out of the car, threw something onto the grounds, got back into the vehicle, and left. So it was a white plastic bag with a large brick in it with a handwritten note. Here's the note. To all media outlets, it's about time you all realize, REALEYES, realize.
Oh, yeah. I love it. That's how I'm spelling it from now on, Peyton.
Realize the effect media has on all family members. Since you're a worldwide leader, maybe you could lead how media and messages are delivered brick by brick. There's the message. Clean it up. Yours truly. And then the dumbass signed his name to it. So that was very, very smart. Dennis J. Hernandez. So arrested on charges of misdemeanor breach of peace. So you think you dislike ESPN? You think you're not happy with their fake narratives? There you go. You got something in common with Aaron Hernandez's older brother, who has officially been banned from campus.
He's been banned. Okay. I was surprised he was allowed on there in the first place. Wow. What a message.
And left his name.
Come on, man. Come on. You can't leave your name.
Yes.
Yeah, you leave Realize enough. You got to
Realize.
I am 100% spelling Realize like that from now on.
Live on
all my emails, that's how I'm spelling it.
Live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and on YouTube. Did the Dallas Cowboys just tick off one of their starting players? Is there a real possibility that Zeke is back? And Lamar Jackson has officially requested a trade out of Baltimore. Headlines, everything you need to know to get you ready for the 6 a.m. club as Bobby Belt joins us on Sean and RJ next.
Keep the volume turned up all day and night. And thanks for being DefWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Got the entire squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Good morning, Robert.
What's
How
up?
are you?
I'm great. How are you? That's the question. How you adjusting?
It just sucks to wake up at 4 a.m. again.
What time do you wake up? Like, can you stay asleep through there? Like through that time?
Well, this morning, something's happening with my phone charger. I didn't want to pull a Bobby and be late. So last night I had a hard time getting it to charge. And then I woke up at like 3 a.m. Glad I did. And it was still in the red. It was still low battery. So I was like, uh-oh. So basically I've been up since like 3:15. So that's not great.
So quit whining.
Yeah.
Actually, that's basically, given how recently daylight savings time was, you probably feel like it was 2.
Well,
we're way over that.
You guys adjust that quick? I do not.
What?
I was adjusted by Monday.
I adjust. It takes the entire summer for me to adjust.
Robert, you're no.
That's why I hate it. That's why I hate it.
The entire summer for me to
You'll be fine.
Screw 7 o'clock sunlight. Everybody's wrong about that.
All right.
I'd rather 7 o'clock evening sunlight.
So the owners' meetings are taking place. Let's get you some Cowboys news that's coming out of there with all the reporters, including Nick Eatman, who will join us in the final hour of the show. Apparently, the market kind of chilly out there for Zeke Elliott as he went ahead and put out his list of teams that he was willing to play for. Stephen Jones spoke later last night, and he was asked, why didn't you guys offer him a significant pay cut to come back? And he's like, well, sometimes these players need to go feel the market, and someone of Zeke's magnitude, you don't want to insult him. So if he comes back, he can come back, but you want him to go out there and feel the market. And really, the truth is, it just made the most financial sense for the team. But Eagles, Bengals, and Jets were apparently on that list. Well, Zach Taylor in Cincinnati seemed to cross that out, that they don't have an interest. Robert Saleh, while talking about Aaron Rodgers, who he does not have, says he likes his running backs room. So then Jerry was asked, is it possible that everyone's new favorite running back in DFW, everyone loves Zeke so much now that he's actually gone, could he return?
I don't want to ever, and I don't want to leave him hanging, or fans hanging, or anybody, but I wouldn't take any possibility off the table. Well, Zeke gave us everything he had and more, and we gave him everything we had.
So, Bobby, that's what Jerry said about a possible Zeke return after the market has apparently, seemingly, been a little bit chilly. Seemingly.
Yeah. See, this better just be ultra deference, ultra, respect for the guy and everything. I mean, it's... You've ripped that Band-Aid off. Walk away. Just walk away. Don't play with this anymore. You finally got out from under that awful contract. I know there have been a bunch of people taking offense to it because they look and they just see 17 carries and they haven't watched the tape. But I'm telling you, Ronald Jones is a better football player than Ezekiel Elliott at this point. You've got Tony Pollard, who's better. I think that at times last year, Malik Davis could have been more effective than Ezekiel Elliott. So you've gotten away from it. You finally did it. You ripped off the Band-Aid. Don't go back. Don't start picking at the scab.
Yes, do not go back. Don't go back.
Well, I'd like to think that the Cowboys would proceed like that after there was some quiet confirmation, reading between the leaves. Well, where did reading between the tea leaves come from anyway?
It's between the lines. And then reading the tea leaves,
reading
not between the tea leaves.
Yeah, but reading the tea leaves, what is that even about?
Got to be some kind of psychic medium kind of thing. I don't know.
I thought that the Cowboys, I was getting ready to applaud them because Tyler Smith was going to be the left tackle and Tyron Smith was going to be the swing tackle. Well, hang on a second. Jerry said yesterday that Terrence Steele is actually going to be the swing tackle with Tyron and Tyler. So this looks like Tyler Smith at left tackle, Tyron Smith at right tackle. Bobby, amongst the three, I think you could have made an argument. You may make the argument that Terrence Steele was the most locked into his position at right tackle. What is this about?
I don't know. This is funny, and you may have heard it there on Snacks leading into 5:30. We had Gelkin on yesterday, and Gelkin made some reference to Steele being the backup. And I'm like kind of like looking over at RJ like, wait, what did he just say? What? And because Michael's very plugged in, and so when I stopped down, I was like, wait, explain this to me. They're trying to get a deal done with him this offseason, but they're telling him they're going to try and negotiate some sort of deal while he's a backup. It doesn't make a lot of sense. This feels like I kind of wonder if they know Tyron's not starting next year. And instead, what they're doing here is they're playing a little negotiation hardball because they know they got a lot of deals coming up. And so that they're getting cute with it. And I hope it's not an instance of what we've seen in the past from this front office, which is a emotional deference to these long tenured veterans.
That's a good phrase.
And then in the process, you basically commit personnel malpractice and you don't have your roster stacked to its fullest strength because you're getting cute. And this team has a history of getting really cute on negotiating contract extensions. We saw it with D-Law, how much it cost them. The one they didn't get cute on is Ezekiel Elliott, which they just finally were able to get out of. They got cute with Dak. It cost them more money. This is if there's one wish I could have for the way the Cowboys do business, if it could change. If you like a player and you want them here, just get it done. If you don't like a player and you don't want to get it done, don't even entertain it. Just make up your mind. Don't do this cutesy, let's wait around, let's do this, let's do that, let's try and get the best deal possible. You're not in Canton at the flea market with Chop here.
Yeah.
Like,
good spot, though.
You need to be paying name brand prices if you want name brand items. And this just feels like they're getting a little too cute with Terrence Steele. And my concern would be that they offend him in the process. You're playing a dangerous game here, talking about him like, well, he's the swing tackle. You know, we got two tackles that we really like a lot better. Careful. What you did with Randy Gregory, which I know y'all don't care about the Randy Gregory deal, but what you did with Randy Gregory in the process, the point is they wanted him back, and they got this cute little, well, let's try and knock a little, the bumper here, it's got a little scuff on it. But they did that, and they played themselves and lost the deal. I would be really concerned they'd do that with Terrence Steele here.
Terrence Steele had the highest PFF grade amongst the three tackles that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
He had a 74. Tyler had a 71. Tyron had a 58. And it's just, why?
And by the way, Tyler will probably be better next year.
Yeah.
Right? I assume.
Than Terrence? I don't know that. I mean,
he'll take a step.
I think Terrence Steele and Tyler Smith, the way they've shown their work ethic and the way that their skill set and everything else, I think both of them have the chance to be really, really good tackles and cornerstones for you for a long time. That's why I don't know, why are you playing with a guy who it feels like his back at this point is made out of like dental floss and twigs?
You're just already predetermining that you're going to have a lineup shuffle change at some point in time in the year. That's my biggest problem. Do I think Tyron Smith could play at a high level for stretches? Yeah. But you are already predetermining lineup shuffling and moving guys around and insulting people at the same time. Is Tyron, I don't know their personalities behind the scenes. Is Tyron going to be less offended than Terrence Steele that he's the swing tackle off the bench? It seems like he's willing to play that team role. This is why are you setting yourself? It's like taking the beaten down broken car for the little road trip to Austin. Like, why? Why would you do that? Just go ahead and take the car that you know you're going to get there and back. You know you're going to break down. Yeah, it may be a better looking vehicle. It may catch some more eyeballs on the highway, but you know that you're going to have to stop and steam is going to come out of the hood. Why? Why would you ever want to do that?
You're leaving Dallas with the check engine light on.
Yes.
Like, it's already it's already telling you, I'm breaking down. I'm not going to be able to make it. And you go, well, you can get there some of the way. We'll figure it out from there.
As for left guard, Choppy, Jerry said the draft is probably the best spot to address that, but did not rule out using someone from within. Also said progress is being made to re-sign Jonathan Hankins. We are working to get something done there. So those are the Cowboys speaking yesterday at the owners' meeting.
The draft is the best spot to pick up a lot of these guys. Doesn't matter what position it is. It's probably a really good spot. It's cheap. Are they going to go guard the first round, though?
They might. They might. I mean, look, if we're assessing this as your tackles are your tackles and Tyler Smith isn't playing inside, then it kills a lot of our assumptions and basically makes you say, by far, the biggest hole on this team right now is they don't have a starting left guard. And they have starters everywhere else, but they don't have a starting left guard, and that becomes number one for you.
But they fixed it last year, which none of us thought. One of the biggest... The most underrated storylines is Biotish and McGovern last year. We thought it was disastrous. We thought it was an awful pairing next to each other. No one thought Connor McGovern was going to get another team paying him like the Buffalo Bills did. So they plugged that hole. They glued that up, and we didn't think that they were going to be as good as they were with Biotish and McGovern. We were ready to run bye Dez.
Bye Dez.
Bye Dez. Two bye Dez.
I think Biotish was better than we expected. I don't think that we all thought Biotish was a black hole at center, though. Like, I think we all thought that's a comfortable starter. And when the year first entered, I think we all thought Tyler Smith at left guard, Tyron Smith at left tackle. And so you didn't enter training camp feeling like you had just a black hole. And so that's why I feel like right now you're talking about this deep into free agency ahead of the draft. It's very rare for them to just have a spot where it's like, we do not have a starter there right now.
New numbers for your Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, let me hear this.
In case you're interested in jersey shopping.
69.
Brandon Cooks is going to wear number 3.
Ugh.
RJ, big fan of the single digits for the wideouts. Stephon Gilmore, number 21.
Ooh, don't care for that.
21.
Ronald Jones, number 31. And Chuma Idoga, the new offensive lineman that he big dog y'all? He ghost y'all?
I don't know.
He retweeted the interview.
He retweeted the
It
interview.
didn't come on?
As we're sitting there like, we're waiting for him to call in, he retweeted it, which makes me think somebody runs his social and was like, oh, he must be doing an interview right now. I'll retweet this. But
Idoga has someone running his social?
a lot of these agencies, when they sign players.
There's a lot of these no-names.
No. Part of their agency representative is, we will control your social media.
Okay.
And so, like, it's very possible that, and he's with, Chuma's with Clutch Sports, wow. LeBron and Rich Paul's thing.
Oh.
And so it's the football division. And so it's very, very possible that part of that giant agency is, hey, you're social media people and you need to have access to their accounts.
So basically, LeBron nixed the interview. Another reason to hate.
Another reason to hate LeBron.
King James. So Idoga is number 71. So Choppy, your number review?
Well, I'm not a fan of Gilmore using 21. 21 should be off limits. So should 8, 22, 88.
Respect for Zeke. Is that what you got there?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, you're giving it up real quick. Now, obviously, you can't bring Zeke back now.
I don't have to get rid of the jersey, though.
Darn.
Huh? Yeah, you have to get rid of the jersey.
You're going to do that.
You're going to put the duct tape on the back and just put Gilmore.
But, that's the whole thing where it says the Cowboys have not ruled out bringing Zeke back. Well, yes, they have. They already gave us
No, because Zeke tweeted, I want my 15 back.
Is he going to go to 15?
Oh,
he did. Tebow?
He tweeted that last week. By the way, does anybody think it's odd? And maybe it's because he is leaving the door open. I saw somebody say this on Reddit the other day, and it had been sticking out to me. Anybody think it's odd he hasn't done one of these like Instagram goodbye letters, like on a picture with like some long text of like, to Cowboys fans, I've enjoyed my 7 years. Like, is that showing the doors open, or does that show he's bitter?
Maybe he didn't enjoy his 7 years here.
And that's possible.
Maybe his social media person hasn't written it yet.
Right.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text sign to always hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We're live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube as we have you set with the merch store. Yesterday, Bobby wore his. I got the Year Appreciated sweatshirt, 105throughthefan.com/merch. All right. Why Kyrie Irving may want to actually leave Luka, not the other way around. The Mavs finally stop some of the bleeding. Do you wish that they would have actually lost last night for Mike Bassick's team tank? And Lamar Jackson has officially requested his trade. That's next on The Fan. But what is next for you in terms of that new vehicle? I know that
Other ingredients produce a tasty recipe tonight. A Maverick win, 127-104 is your official final score.
That was the call from Bally as the Mavs stopped the 4-game losing streak. They're still out of the play-in in the Western Conference. Number 11 right now, a half a game behind Oklahoma City and the LA Lakers. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. By the way, thank you, Adam Silver. We appreciate the absolute obvious gift of rescinding Luka's technical foul that would have kept him out of last night's game. What an obvious, transparent gift that was. Wow.
That was an instance of the league saying, we know he deserved it. Don't take one of our stars off the court in the stretch run to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Do not do that.
But now the thing is, you happens you get a technical in the playoffs, like they did with Draymond. Remember that?
It resets though
in the NBA final. Oh, remember they gave him the technical in the NBA finals.
But I think it becomes the numbers 8. So if you get 8 technicals in the playoffs,
Yeah, it doesn't carry over.
so Draymond picked up 8 on the way to the finals is what happened.
That's a lot.
You know, your point guard shouldn't be getting 15 technicals anyway. 15 technicals is reserved for Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green, like enforcers.
You want to simp? You want to simp at point guard? Chop, is that what you're telling me?
Right.
Don't you want some edge?
You know what I want? I don't want somebody who's a whiny little crybaby.
Oh my god.
That's what I want.
We're going to have to do a segment on how Choppy has turned on Dak and Luka and do a little compare and contrast side by side. But look, this was a perfect setup for the league. It was Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
They need to lose anyway. Go ahead and improve your draft position. They're not playing for anything. If I was a contender, if I was a serious team on the other side last night, I would have been livid and furious because this was a gift. They gave the Mavericks a gift with Luka playing. He cussed at the official, cussed, whatever you want to say. He deserved the tech, and then all of a sudden it got rescinded.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you. Thank you to the league. Unless you are part of Team Tank. Unless you are on Basic's side saying, just lose and try to get whatever shot you can at a higher draft selection. And for the message to be sent to Cuban and Nico that this is more of a mess than they probably think. So I don't know what side you're on. I would still like to get in and take your shot because your draft pick. What do you have a better chance of? Getting a top blank draft pick or making a little bit of noise in the first round?
No noise in the first round.
Agreed.
You have if they are like the 11 in the West, which means that there's 4 or 5 teams ahead of them in the 4 teams in the West ahead of them, and then 4 in the East, because they would have the best record. You know, they would have a very, very small chance of getting the 1, 2, or 3 pick.
And I'm looking at the best possibility for keeping Kyrie as well. I don't know how likely it is or probable, but it's better for you to make the playoffs if you want to keep him versus miss the playoffs.
I would think so.
And want to keep him.
Yeah, I would think so. I think Kyrie, the last thing you want to do is miss the postseason with him.
Yeah.
You want to go on a little bit of a run.
Yeah. Give him hope. Give him some optimism.
Unless you already know that he's gone.
Or what if Kyrie knows he's, as we've heard some of these reports from front office executives, Kyrie knows he's coming back here. And I don't think that we can take that to the bank, but I'm just saying if those reports are right.
And others in the building have said, no, there's no way he's coming back. Mike Bassick.
If those reports are right that he would be back here long term, maybe Kyrie, after playing in this for a little bit, goes, this is broken and we're not going anywhere this year to begin with. And so let's add some more talent. The only way we can do it, given this roster construction, the salary cap, everything else, is if we lose. Which, by the way, you say, which is the better chance of them making noise or them getting a top whatever pick? What would you qualify as noise in the first round? Like winning a series?
Winning at least a series.
Okay. So the currently on Tankathon, and they could lose a little bit and drive that number more. On Tankathon, their chances of getting the top 4 are 9.4%. This basketball team,
top 4, 9%?
It's a 9% chance. And if they lose more, those odds would go up.
Right.
But is there better than a 9% chance of them beating Denver or Memphis?
Well, let's just say they'd be the 7, right? They'd be the 7. Well, no, they couldn't. If they're in the 9-10 game, the best they could be is the 8.
So that'd be Denver.
That'd be Denver. And I don't think they have a.
Yeah, do you have a better than 9% chance to beat Denver?
Yes.
No.
Yes, absolutely. Vegas would tell you absolutely have a better than 9% chance. It wouldn't even be close.
No. That Denver team would sweep them right now.
It would be in the 30s in Vegas. It would be in the 30% in Vegas. It wouldn't even be close to 9.
What's better for keeping Kyrie?
I mean, that's something where it depends on what his mindset is. Does he want to be here?
Mindset should be, I want to play with a good team.
But I know, but does he view it as, is he such a competitor that he says, no, I want to play for it right now, and that would be off-putting to him? Or does he view it in a more long-term sense and say, I'm going to be here for a little while. Let's get the talent here because this particular team's not going anywhere. I guess it's just, I haven't seen him enough. I haven't gotten a good enough sense of his thought process to know. I don't think anybody's gotten a good enough sense of his thought process on a lot of things. I've gotten a good enough sense to figure out if he's too competitive to do that.
I just never would have thought that Luka would be the problem here over Kyrie. And it's the problem on the floor when one of them is out there playing, and it could be the problem off the floor with the personal stuff that Luka is going through. According to some conversations I had over the past couple days, it would not shock me if Kyrie was thinking, this is not the dude I need to attach myself with what he's possibly going through. That's all I can really say about it. At this point in time, I like Luka to speak for himself with the personal issues, but that's a very real thought in my mind after what I was told could be happening. And I'm like,
if that's the case, I mean, that is a stark difference from what it was 6 weeks ago, 6 months ago.
Yeah.
I mean, 6 days ago, for that matter.
Chop, did you see, I know Sean saw, did you see in my prep the statistics of Luka on the floor, Kyrie on the floor, all that?
I did not.
Okay, so heading into last night, since the trade happened and they were both active in games, with Luka and Kyrie on the floor, their net rating is plus 1.86. So that's the offensive rating is higher than the defensive rating. With just Kyrie on the floor, the net rating is plus 8.98. With just Luka on the floor, the net rating is negative 16.26.
Oh, you mean having a ball hogs on a good thing? Cool. A flow killer.
Brutal. And look, I feel like it's becoming, there's this, sort of simmering sense around the Metroplex right now of, feels like we're just close to like rounding the corner on people starting to turn on Luka.
I can't wait till he's gone, and I have to stop having to pretend that he makes players better.
I am still a huge Luka fan. I would not want to run him out. I want to figure out a way to make it work because I love the infectious energy he typically plays with, the childlike excitement he usually plays with. The ability is insane, everything like that. But it has proven extremely difficult to find the right style pairing for him. It doesn't feel like it should be this difficult to find other players to play with him.
Well, there's only been 2 candidates.
No, but I mean, they would look at it and say,
let's remember. They did make the Western Conference Finals with nobody except
Brunson.
The one guy that showed he could play with him and play. I could either be ball dominant or when he's off the floor, I can run the show. That guy they walked away from.
Yeah, Brunson, KP, and now Kyrie.
I mean, they tried with Dennis Smith.
I'm not gonna blame Luka for.
I'm not blaming Luka. I'm just saying they tried with Dennis Smith.
Yeah. Okay. Lamar Jackson went on social media again, and he let the world know yesterday he has requested a trade from the Baltimore Ravens. I love the game of football. My dream is to help a team win the Super Bowl. The Ravens have not been interested in meeting my value. And then he did his goodbyes. I'll continue to be close to my fans of Baltimore Flock Nation and the entire state of Maryland. You will see me again. He tweets this as John Harbaugh is sitting down at the owners' meetings in Phoenix. Here's Harbaugh's instant reaction.
I haven't seen the tweet. It's an ongoing process. I'm following it very closely, just like everybody else is here, and looking forward to a resolution. I'm excited, thinking about Lamar all the time, thinking about him as our quarterback. We're building our offense around that idea, and I'm just looking forward to getting back to football. I'm confident that's going to happen.
Do you believe, do you know that Lamar deep down is going to be your quarterback for the upcoming season?
I do. You got to you got to plan for all the contingencies for sure. But I'm pretty fired up about Lamar Jackson. I mean, Lamar Jackson is a great player. Lamar came back in great shape last year. He's fired up to play. That's the Lamar that I'm looking forward to seeing. Can't wait to get back on the grass and go to work, and I'm confident that's going to happen.
Bobby with a couple of interesting additions to this story. Lamar's the 5th homegrown player to request a trade from the Ravens in 4 years. Interesting. And then Chris Mortensen with 2 concerns that NFL teams apparently have. This is hilarious. One is the number of practices, snaps, and games he's missed due to injury. Okay, that's fine. Fair. Injury. But number 2, a little Kyler Murray worry whether his sleep habits and his nutrition are contributing to his absences. So someone got in Mortensen's cell phone, someone got in Mort's ear, and relayed for them that they're worried about what Lamar eats and how he sleeps.
What? Okay. Now listen.
Sleeps too much or too little?
A good question.
Like, does he sleep in, and that's the sleep habit they're concerned about, or is he up all night?
Is he up all night, sleeps too little, or just can't sleep, got insomnia?
Is he on the sticks?
And yeah, I mean, his diet for sure. I mean, look at him. He's 300 pounds. I know. He's a terrible athlete.
Were we concerned about the diet when he weighed 150, or were we concerned about the diet when he put on the extra weight for the hits and pounding?
Yeah, I mean, what is it? Is he gone like full on pescatarian? Is that a problem for some of these NFL types? I mean,
too many crab cakes.
Yep, too many crab cakes. What's the issue there? Those are very odd and oddly specific things to be worried about. But, Harbaugh's like, yeah, he's my guy. Well, no, he ain't your guy. He ain't your guy anymore because he doesn't want to be around you.
Not your guy, pal. Now, this is interesting because they are clearly bending over backwards right now, this league, to do everything they can to say it's anything but collusion. Like, yeah, hey, Mort, Lamar Jackson, he sleeps in a little bit, and I saw him eat some McDonald's once, and we're kind of concerned about it.
Yeah.
It's such a ridiculous, and I'm not even a big Lamar Jackson fan. Like, I think he's a great weapon. I think he's a great athlete, whatever else. I wouldn't necessarily want to bring him in as my quarterback, but these are ridiculous excuses.
Robert Kraft let everyone know that his buddy Meek Mill knows firsthand that Lamar would like to play for the Patriots. The Indianapolis Colts are now saying to be doing their homework. And Michael Lombardi, former NFL GM, was just saying the Colts make all the sense in the world. Do you want to gamble with the 3rd or 4th quarterback? Or do you want to get the known thing with a team that everyone thinks has had a decent roster? So we'll get into Lamar Fitz later on. How about the Packers and Aaron Rodgers drama? Robert Saleh saying, yes, I can't talk about it too much. He's still with another team, but I'm very confident that Aaron Rodgers will be a Jet. Odell Beckham is on our radar as well. And then the Packers general manager, who Aaron Rodgers hates, gave us an A-Rod update yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't really take his comments like that, and it's certainly not true. I mean, I think, as we got out of the offseason or after the season, and we had a good conversation, and then, we're going to have some follow-up conversations. And our inability to reach him or for him to respond in any way, I think at that point, then we just kind of I had to do my job and kind of reach out and understanding that a trade could be possible and see who was interested. But that shopping was never really part of that.
So when you gave him that contract extension, you've said publicly your intention was for him to not just play last season, to play beyond that. At what point did it shift to, okay, we need to move on?
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously it was a disappointing season, right? And you come out of the season, you have a lot of conversations, not only with Aaron, but with the rest of the team, coaches, and everybody. And as you go through that process, you kind of get an idea of where you're going to move to, as a team, how you're going to go forward. And I think I was really looking forward to the conversations with Aaron to see how he fit into that. Those never transpired. So, there came a time where we kind of had to make some, decisions. So we went through his representatives to try to kind of talk to him where we were going with our team. And at that point, they informed us they would like to be traded to the Jets.
But you just said you did try and reach out to have those conversations, what you said.
So Aaron Rodgers leaving the Packers on read, RJ.
On red, baby. This is par for the course for him, isn't it? It's what he does. He marches to his own beat. Look, I mean, he is if he is still an MVP caliber type player, then you sign him. But holy cow, it's a sign at your own risk.
I agree that Aaron Rodgers does some quirky things and brings a lot of it on himself and everything else. I don't just buy this line that, well, this is all Aaron and we wanted it. Like, it seemed pretty clear at the end of the year, the moves that they were making and the things you heard coming out of Green Bay, it would seem pretty clear they were ready to move on.
Yes.
And so
and
I
Aaron
think
would say, I came out of the cave and people were telling me on my cell phone you wanted to trade me. Why would I call you back? That's what Aaron would say.
Which, you know, it's probably, they are, I would guess it's line season and they're looking at it from the perspective of, we're still trying to get trade capital back, so we got to act like we still want him.
We have a date and we have a schedule for RJ Choppy becoming an intern. We'll tell you about it next. But let me tell you about Trajan. Hello Tuesday, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell back together again. Glad you're waking up with us here on DFW Sports Station. Is that the Carlton that you were doing?
It was some kind of form. It was a little bit of a, what do they call it when it's a remix? It was kind of a remix of the Carlton.
A remix dance.
Yeah, I was just, instead of going, I was just stopping it, doing a little stop.
And you know Carlton's song?
That unusual.
There you go.
That is not Tom Jones that was playing, though.
No,
that was Brandon Urie.
Okay, so I was not here for the post-show meeting yesterday, but apparently Gavin Spittle has finally responded to the morning show bet lost by RJ Choppy, and this is live reaction from Bobby Belt while recording the Love of the Star podcast, and apparently Peyton just told us in the commercial break he was recording Bobby realizing that he was not going to finish dead last with the show bet after Alabama lost.
Well, Bobby.
What?
Alabama lost.
Really?
They lost.
Yeah!
They lost by 7.
They lost. Yeah, I was looking. Yes! Does that mean now the other one that's Houston's getting drilled by Miami?
Yes!
Oh, I'm gonna win! Shit, we've been saying all week. I need Bama and Houston to lose in this round.
They're going to lose.
The only thing that would save me.
Both of them are going to lose.
Holy cow! Yeah. I wasn't even paying attention tonight because I thought there was no chance.
So giddy. So giddy. So what was the final nail in the RJ coffin?
Bam in Houston. They had him in the final.
Yeah, when I think it was specifically Houston. When Houston lost, I think he was out of possible
If
wins.
either one of them won and continued on the path that I had them on, getting into the championship game, I'd have been okay, because that would have given me, because they lost in the Sweet 16, right?
Yes.
So I would have gotten I would have gotten 12 more points.
Now I had Bama winning in the Sweet 16. So I would have been fine. If they would have gone one more, that would have been fine. Yeah. But I had Houston out in the Sweet 16, and so that was going to kill me if they went forward. But, in the end, I'm the only one who got a Final Four team correct.
How sad.
Some argued that even though the point total favored Peyton,
but who won the bracket?
Well, I saw some people on the fan text yesterday saying because I actually got a team in the Final Four, I technically won.
Well,
nobody said that.
It's not true at all.
They did.
So the official standings look like what? It's been decided. And by the way, has there ever been another year where brackets have been finalized and decided
by the Sweet 16?
By the Sweet 16.
I don't think so.
I saw this yesterday. So 20 million people filled out the tournament challenge with the brackets. 20 million brackets filled out. How many picked the exact Final Four?
2.
4.
37.
It's unbelievable.
37. It had FAU, Miami, UConn, and San Diego State. So 1 in 542,000 people actually had this Final Four. I want you all to tell me on the truckwreck.com text line, tell me if your bracket's already been decided. Like, you've already handed over the money. The winner has already emerged. 271,000 had all losing in the first round. Had all the Final Four teams. 271,000 people had all the Final Four teams losing in round 1. Craziest, right? This is easy to say. It's the craziest tournament of all time.
Well, you know what? I mean, honestly, in 2011, the Final Four, if you added up the seed totals, the 2011 Final Four had a higher seed total.
Really?
So, because they had an 11 in there, they had a 9, they had a 6 and a 3, and interestingly enough, UConn was in that one. It was 20. It was 20. Yeah, UConn was in that, and it was another Final Four that UConn was in, where the 1 and 2 seeds were gone. So UConn has gotten the benefit of the doubt of playing in Final Fours and winning that where there's been no other 1 or 2 seeds.
Wow. So
I think, by the way, you remember I was like the 22nd percentile on the ESPN bracket after the first round? 78 now at this point because of Houston and Bama.
So Bobby emerges from the dead to finish in 3rd. Never heard someone talk.
Tied for 2nd. I was tied with you.
Tied for 2nd. Congratulations, Peyton Russell.
Thank you.
Congratulations. He comes in 1st. And the one who watches the most college basketball, it just happens every year. That's how crazy the bracket is. RJ Choppy ends up in last place. He loses the morning show bet. So what happens now? What do the bosses say as you're supposed to be their interns for a day here at the station?
So Monday. So National Championship Monday. So this coming Monday. Yeah. I will show up to work. I gotta find some outfits, right? Because the classic intern outfit, at least when I was an intern, was like a golf shirt and then like these baggy khaki pants that are like kind of more on the cream colored side.
Yeah, could even have the cargo pockets, baby.
Cargo pants, yep. And then back
that'd be
when we were
amazing if you
kids-
came in with khaki cargo pants.
I know. And then Bobby and I were talking about, because when we came up, those little Bluetooth earpieces, which you can't get. It looks like a beetle in your ear.
Okay.
So I'll probably just put some earbuds, AirPods in.
Yeah.
Carry a notepad around, and I plan on sitting in on all the show meetings.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be in on our show meeting. I'm gonna lead it, of course.
Sure.
And then I'm gonna go to the KNC show. I'll probably leave the show here at some time in the 9 o'clock hour to go sit in on the KNC show meeting, and so I'll do that.
We can send you in there with the wireless,
and
you
then
can go sit in on their meeting.
And then the G-Bag show meeting, where I'm going to tell Dawson to let Shia follow, kind of let his stars shine a little bit more, and then hopefully I'll be in on some contract negotiations.
Okay, yeah.
And then I'll do a hit on G-Bag, and then they'll get out of here.
Okay, so RJ Choppy working throughout the day this upcoming Monday.
Yeah, and
did Gavin seem at all excited or miserable?
Not excited, not miserable either.
He did not seem excited, but he also seemed, I guess, resigned would be where he was like, so what day are we doing? Monday works, I guess. We got some stuff. And so he's.
What was G-Bag's bet payoff for this?
I have no clue.
Okay, because I'm sure ours will pale in comparison.
I don't know.
That's why Spittle's really upset, because we're soft and we didn't ram that string polio cheese up our nostril into our brain.
I mean, I'll be on all the other shows during the day.
Yeah.
I'll come on, hang out with.
Really, the punishment is the
KC.
time.
The time.
I mean, just being here from 5 to 5 or whatever the hell it's going to be.
My time is, to me, time is the most important thing in the world right now. It's not anything else. I'll put work in. It's just the time.
You got some terminal thing going on we don't know about?
No, I just.
Okay.
That was an emotional 6-paragraph Facebook post that's very reflective.
Yeah, that was a very deep statement.
Yeah, it is. I don't reflect. I don't reflect on anything.
Okay.
The day is over. The day is gone.
Yeah. It's just really the beating of all
He
the hours.
sounds very Luca-like.
Yeah.
Like, man,
and Monday's usually like
Luca-like.
Monday's usually like sales meetings, and maybe you meet with the big boss. And
you know what's gonna suck though is if he goes and sits in on these sales meetings or whatever as part
and
of the
he gets
bit,
all the
and then
ads.
they're like, "Oh my gosh, Choppy, this is getting to know you here. Let's get you these sponsorships," and he ends out just crushing all the endorsements after this.
Yeah. He can rob you of another hair one. All right.
That was Wolchuk.
So Don Van Natta with a little update that the Tolos are sending us. The woman who says that Jerry Jones is her father is now accusing him of defamation. This is from our buddy DVN over at ESPN. She says that Jerry and a Cowboy spokesperson alleging that they initiated a deliberate plan to portray her as an extortionist and a shakedown artist whose motivation was money and greed. So this is Alexandra Davis, a congressional aide, who has said, Jerry Jones is my actual father. He paid me $375,000 and set up 2 trusts to keep this information to myself. Obviously, it's all gone public, and now she is filing in Texarkana against Jerry, his longtime Arkansas attorney, and his communications consultant. So this thing has not gone away.
No.
Yeah.
No. You think someone's going to walk away from a payday like that? Not a chance.
You know what my favorite quote was in this story, though? Was at the bottom, the allegation of what her attorneys apparently said to Jerry's attorneys, which is, if you want this to just go away, it's going to cost you Zeke or Dak money. And they claim they never said that. But the lawyers for Jerry's side said that was said at a meeting, was that, well, this can go away, but you got to show us the Zeke and Dak money, you know? I can't imagine somebody be that brazen, right? Like nobody would.
Yeah,
I don't know. That seems really.
I mean, look, you're going to overpay for the other two. Why not a third one?
877-881-1053. Speaking of paying, with Major League Baseball opening day approaching right here on your home of the Rangers, the Cincinnati Reds payroll. Is this real? What you said?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? I hate this organization. I hate this team. It's one of these teams I just wish would go away. We always have to get Cincinnati day game to open up.
No, they've done away with that. I mean, well, in terms of them being the standalone.
Yeah,
they're still on day one, but the Cincinnati Reds this year will have the following players as the top 4 on their payroll. Joey Votto, $25 million a year.
Makes sense.
Mike Moustakas, $22 million a year.
Mike Moustakas, I covered him in Kansas City.
That's a very Chris Berman-y kind of way you said that.
Yeah.
Will Myers, $6 million. So they go from 25 to 22 to 6. And the 4th highest paid player on the Cincinnati Reds team this year, who will make $3.6 million.
This is so good.
Is, let's see, checking my notes here, is Ken Griffey Jr. who comes in at a cool 53 years old.
Junior, so this isn't Ken Griffey III. This isn't like Griffey Jr.'s son.
This is not Griffey Jr.'s son.
Who's on the okay, so
who was also the reason why he didn't sign with the Atlanta Braves.
5th is Pokey Reese.
I don't know if it's Pokey Reese.
Why didn't he sign with the Braves?
Because Bobby Cox would not let kids in the clubhouse. And so Griffey's like, I'm not signing with the Braves then.
Maybe they would have won more than one World Series.
Maybe they would have. Who knows? This would have been like, when he went to the Reds. So we're around the turn of the century.
Yeah, and so he couldn't stay healthy there. He got the Grant Hill injuries after that.
Absolutely. That's 13-time All-Star, 10 Gold Gloves, and Silver Slugger Awards with 7. Earned MVP in 1997. He is the 4th highest paid player on the Cincinnati Reds this year.
He could still play. We saw him taking batting practice at the World Baseball Classic. Maybe they have plans for it.
Well, we didn't see where the balls were being hit. I just saw the smooth.
We saw the stroke.
Just saw the stroke, and as you know, the stroke usually tells all. The Mavericks finally stopped the bleeding. Jason Kidd, is he in trouble? Plus, we have the Dallas Cowboys ticking off one of their starters on offense. Headlines on a Total Tuesday with Sean, RJ, and Roberto after this.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content. our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Wood with the pass. Luka able to chase it down. They got him trapped on the sideline. They fouled in a situation like that before. How on earth did he find Hardy? He found him, and more importantly, Hardy hit the shot after they did find him.
Luka Doncic was able to play last night. Thank you, NBA, for rescinding the technical foul that should have stood. But they're like, nah, Indiana doesn't matter. Get Luka back out on the floor, and the Mavericks finally stop the 4-game losing streak against the Indiana Pacers. Here's everything they accomplished last night. They snapped their longest losing streak of the season. They won the first quarter on the road for the first time since February 10th. Won the first quarter on the road. First win with Luka and Kyrie since March 7th against Utah. And they won by 23 points, their largest road win this season. Jason Kidd, after the back-to-back disasters against the Hornets, what changed?
I thought the focus this morning, the talk, the walkthrough, you could tell, guys were different. And so with that, just playing that many bodies in a short amount of time, I thought the guys did a great job. We haven't done that in a while. But just understanding, I thought JaVale gave us a spark. We're going to need that, come Wednesday. But I thought Kai and Luka really, those two set the tone from the start.
And Wednesday will be against the 76ers. By the way, Rick Carlisle supporting Luka Doncic with the text saying, I saw it for years. He gets hit on virtually every play. I'm leading the league in texts for coaches, so I empathize with disagreements with officials. So a classic quote from Carlisle. But the Tim McMahon stuff about Jason Kidd and his voice being lost. Now, a few weeks ago, I was the only one who thought it was 60-40 that he may not be back next year. You two and Bassick all said 100% he's returning.
Mm-hmm.
You still feel the same way this morning?
No, I do not.
It's not 100%, but I still think it's much higher than he is. The only thing that would change it is if he has lost the team. If he's lost the team, then
it looks like.
Which he may have.
I've heard that the guys like him, that he has not lost them, that the whole thing, Rick Carlisle actually may have affected Jason Kidd and the whole no one's dying and I'm just here to watch as well. That Carlisle interfered with Jason so much in his mind that Jason was just fed up, right? We heard the same thing. We saw Carlisle fight with Rondo, that Rick was too controlling. And Jason doesn't want to do the same thing.
It took a while. It took about a year and a half for Kidd and Carlisle to get on the same page, where Carlisle could gain the trust in him to just go.
There was a I don't know if I'm breaking information. I'm just relaying what I was told. But there was a flight that Jason was like, I'm not getting on the plane. I'm not getting on the flight. I'm done with this. I'm done with this, and we're going to continue to have the same type of relationship, him and Carlisle. He doesn't want to repeat that, so trying to be a little bit more hands-off, and I think the players, what I've heard, appreciate and respect that. So that's just some of the Mavs homework that I had relayed to me over the weekend.
Yeah, here's my thing, and this is, if you're constantly having to change coaches, then the chances are it's not the coach. It's not the coach.
Not constant though. Carlisle was here for a decade, and then Jason Kidd for 2 years.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is you get a couple. So be it Dak. If you're constantly having to change coordinators, it ain't the coordinator anymore. And now with Luka, if you're constantly having to change coaches, sooner or later it ain't the coach. You come to a point. Now I know that we're at the point, but the point, you get what I'm saying. Is it really his fault?
Well, we also, if I was going to defend Jason Kidd, I would say, guys, let's start with the roster. Your third best player is someone that almost half the league has gotten rid of. We traded away our best defensive player. Okay? We traded away a reliable scorer in Dinwiddie, right? Spencer's not a bum. So let's start with the roster and then the injuries. Kyrie and Luka haven't had a chance to truly mesh and play together well. We've been in ball games. We haven't closed at the very end. But don't fire me because Christian Wood is our third best player, and you're mad at me for not playing in minutes when the rest of the league has told you the same exact thing. That would be my defense for Jason Kidd.
And I would say, okay, that's Christian Wood. What is the issue with not being able to draw up an out of bounds play? What is the issue with, the sporadic Josh Green usage, the sporadic Jaden Hardy usage? Like, what is that?
They're young guys. I mean, we're in a win now situation. I'm trying to bring them along.
Better than our old guys. They need to play.
I agree.
No, I know. I'm just saying that's what I would say.
But if Josh Green and Jaden Hardy and inbounds plays are your biggest three problems, I could argue that coach should still stay. You know what I mean? So I'm not playing basically two rookies enough for you on a win now team, and we've screwed up at the end of some of these games. Is that fireable?
I mean, here's the thing.
It looks weak on paper to fire someone for that.
If he's claiming he just watches, right? Like, all I do is watch.
But we know
he does.
But I'm just saying.
But we know that we have taken that and twisted that.
I don't know that we have. Like, I think he does think to a certain extent, like, Luka runs the show and there's only so much that he's involved in. But what is he responsible for? Rotations, which we've all completely complained about.
Is he? I mean, the GM set a lot of these rotations.
No, he's.
How do you know?
No, this GM picks
he is
the
the rotation.
How do you know? GMs in general in sports today pick the starting lineups a lot of times.
He's the rotations. Kidd.
Okay,
so Kidd is the rotations.
Yeah, sure.
Kidd is the timeouts, which he's been criticized for how he uses those. Kidd is responsible for the culture, which seems bad right now. So the three tangible things we seem to measure him by, they're all failing grades at the moment. And I think that would be the argument for you may need to move on here.
Jerry Jones speaking at the owners' meetings yesterday in Arizona. Nick Eatman will recap it. He was there. Were you there? Nick was. He'll be on in the final hour of the show. Jerry saying, hey, I'm not ruling it out, right? If the market is not interested in Zeke Elliott, I'm not ruling out a return for him to come back here. But the big story for us is the announcement that Terrence Steele is the swing tackle. I thought we had dealt with this last week before I left. I thought Tyron was the swing tackle. No, Tyron's going to be the starting right tackle. Tyler Smith, the starting left tackle. If you believe what Jerry said yesterday at this point in time, Terrence Steele, the backup for depth, Bobby.
Yeah, I think you're playing. I wonder if what this is basically a contract negotiation game, because they've already settled Tyron's contract. They've got him as insurance. They have Tyler Smith here now under contract. They've got control over him for the next 4 years. I wonder if this is about, we're trying to negotiate a deal right now, and we're going to have to play a little bit of hardball and show them we have options. I think that's a dangerous game to play, because you are setting up the potential for he plays on the tender this year, and he just says, all right, you have offended me enough that now we enter free agency. Tackles don't generally, young tackles that show, steady progress don't generally enter free agency. He will enter free agency, and it'll be, now you have a choice. Now you don't have control because you're likely not getting anything done with Trayvon Diggs this offseason. So who are you tagging? You've got to expose somebody to free agency, Steele or Diggs. And so I think that it puts them in a very dangerous position to play it like this, if that is indeed how they're playing it. They may be totally sincere. I don't know that they are, though.
They would expose Steele to free agency then.
Yes. Well, you'd think.
They love flash and stars.
Peyton, you want to learn dating advice from someone? Don't listen to us three. Follow the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys will teach you how to date, because their approach is, we're going to insult you first. Really? That's what you look like?
I haven't tried that yet.
You wore that today?
We're going to tear you wore that today? We're going to tear you down to start off versus compliment you right off the bat.
You look great today. You just need a nose job. I mean, try something like that. It's fantastic.
When are you going to shave that mustache? That peach fuzz?
Yep, there you go.
More on that at 7:20. But you should follow the Cowboys. Beat them down. Be a jerk. Be a mean person early on.
Nice guys finish last.
Nice guys finish last. They always got to backhand all their negotiations to start off.
And when was the last time they won a negotiation?
It was not Dak. It was not Amari. It was not Zeke.
Tyron.
Tank.
Did they win Tank? They ended up paying a lot for Tank, more than they were expecting to. He got $100 million guaranteed. And
I'm talking about the restructure one. Like last offseason.
They guaranteed him a fresh $20 million he didn't have. I think they lost that one too.
Oh, okay then. So there you go. Terrence Steele, a backup as of this morning. We'll talk to Nick Eatman about it coming up at 9:20 on your home of America's team. Lamar Jackson lets it be known that he has requested a trade out of Baltimore. They aren't respecting his value. John Harbaugh still trying to remain optimistic. Talking to the media yesterday, is there a team just jumping out that screams, we should make the Lamar Jackson move? By the way, Jim Irsay, a lot of Colts talk. Jim Irsay said, money's not a problem. I don't like fully guaranteed contracts. So will the rest of the league collude together and stop this from happening? With Justin Herbert's deal getting going.
Yes, I mean they've started the contract talks for Herbert's deal, which could be, hopefully, a better deal than what Patrick Mahomes signed. One that gives him, fully guaranteed, fully guaranteed contract. But there are some talks that if Tennessee is done with Ryan Tannehill, I think the Colts make a lot of sense. Atlanta's the number one though. Has to be. Atlanta and Washington. Those are the two ones I think that make the most sense.
Why Atlanta?
They don't have a quarterback.
They're ready to win?
Every team is ready to win in the NFL if you get a quarterback.
Okay.
Washington, obviously, because they also do have a good roster anyway.
Yeah.
But Atlanta.
Indy and Washington, we think have better rosters than the Falcons.
Agree. But also, it's Arthur Smith's, third year now. There's some pressure on him.
Yeah.
To move. I think Atlanta and Bill Barnwell said Atlanta's the team that makes the absolute most sense. They should be number one on the list of teams that go after him.
Did you see Dave Portnoy's tweet yesterday?
I thought you stole his account.
Patriots official statement on rumored interest in Lamar Jackson. Quote, we already have our starting running back. Boom.
He's insulting Lamar just like you
I guess so.
Well done. Robert Kraft said Meek Mill did tell him Lamar would like to play for the Patriots, so take it for what it's worth. Dallas Stars back in action tonight. They're in Chicago to take on the Blackhawks. 7:30 puck drop.
Yeah, look, the game they should win, and they've already found themselves in a tougher spot. They were first in the Central, and now they're down to a tied for third going into last night's action with tied with Colorado. So that's not a spot they want to be in. You get a much more favorable draw as a one.
And Bobby, your Texas Longhorns are taking the interim tag off of head coach Rodney Terry. He is the official replacement for Chris Beard in Austin.
As they should. Hearing the job completely with the way that he handled things after the Chris Beard incident, just getting them through the Big 12 tournament, getting them as deep as they did. The biggest question now, we know he can coach Chris Beard's players. We'll see if he can recruit and, sustain a program.
Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday with the entire morning crew back together again. Thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for. It's time for the Expressway. We're about to be commercial free for the next 45 minutes. Ask Reddit. What is a secret that your family and friends didn't want you to know? What subscription is worth every single penny? What city will you never, ever again visit? And how do you tell your girlfriend that she has a mustache? Next.
Well, let's get you over to
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
All right, it is time for the Expressway, brought to you by Rockwall Ford. 35 minutes of uninterrupted content, and we start with Ask Reddit, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We want to get your reactions, your thoughts to these questions that have been asked on Reddit this week, one of the more popular forums on Reddit with like 40 million users, I think. And so they get tons of questions there every week, and we like to run through some of them. Sean Sharif, where would you like to go first here?
Let's go with what subscription is worth every single penny.
Oh, this is easy. It's
PFF.
It's not. No, I steal somebody's. I would never pay for that. Spotify. It's not even close. It's, to me, that is any kind of, and I wouldn't say the other music subscriptions, because I think the other ones are terrible. Sorry, Bobby. I know you're an Amazon guy or Apple Music, whatever the hell it is.
Okay.
But to me, Spotify is far and away, if I had to cancel every other subscription, I think I would cancel my water before Spotify.
I could live without Spotify.
Okay.
When I'm in the car, obviously I'm listening to the fan, but I'll just hit a couple of radio stations for music and commercial break. The problem that I would have with no Spotify is pool parties. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Pool parties, you got to have your own playlist. So that you can't have a radio station playing with all the commercials. It's got to constantly. So that would be my biggest problem with no Spotify. But in the car, I don't need it whatsoever.
972 Blue Chew Chop is worth the subscription by far. I've got on this one, there are a couple. First off, if you want the really technical answer, it's the library card. It's free. You can get access to anything that you need there. Any books or movies or printing or anything else. The library card is absolutely valuable.
Are you talking about an actual library?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, that might be like the most useless thing.
That's why I just no. Wrong. It's perfect for exactly what it is. Now
because I didn't. So when I was doing this,
paid.
Yeah,
that's what I just said.
When I was thinking this, though, I was only doing subscriptions like that come to me. Like I didn't count the gym membership. Right. I didn't count that. I only counted stuff like that. A service that would come to me.
Do you pay for a library subscription?
No, that's why I just said it's worth every penny because it's free. The Amazon Prime is the one that I think everybody has to have. Like, given the value of the what you save on shipping, the different deals that are there, the fact that even though Choppy is a Spotify guy, it does give you Amazon Music for free when you have the Prime subscription. You get the Amazon Prime Video. There's so many different aspects to it. And then StatHead. All those crazy research notes I get about the Cowboys doing stuff over the last decade or whatever, that's a like $6.99 a month subscription to StatHead.
What's yours, Peyton?
You guys are missing the point. It's clearly OnlyFans. It's the subscription that I need that you must have. It's like one-on-one. You know, I know that hundreds of thousands of people are subscribing to someone, but it's just like it's a one-on-one conversation for the most part.
What celebrity has the best OnlyFans page that you've seen?
Oh.
Like, who's the number one go-to? Like,
Iggy's is nice.
Okay.
Iggy has a good one.
Okay.
I'd have to really go through and scroll down through my subscriptions.
You should scroll down. You should take some screenshots.
Well, that's illegal. Can't do that.
So if you take, I've always wondered OnlyFans screenshots.
I mean, you have to get caught, but I mean, like, yeah.
People taking pictures of it and then posting it, you get in trouble?
Yeah, because people pay for that content, so you're basically...
It's like posting an ESPN Insider article.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
basically.
Right?
Absolutely.
But no one ever gets caught doing this. I mean, the user would have to find out somebody.
But I haven't seen anyone. I haven't seen on Twitter, oh, this is from someone's OnlyFans page.
Oh, go to Reddit. You'll find some.
Oh, Reddit. Okay, other things.
Reddit is the place where you, that's the beginning of that. I believe that Reddit is the first exit on the dark web.
We got 972 Amazon, NFL Plus, and Disney Plus. 903 dog poop pickup service. That's the subscription that's worth every penny for them.
They should just rename that lazy bad dog owner.
Totally agree.
580 says Xbox Live. Okay, 214 says YouTube Music. Here's what's YouTube Red or YouTube Unlimited, whatever it is. I wasn't going to pay for that for forever. I watch so much YouTube clips and stuff like that. Having the no ads on the YouTube videos, I forgot how annoying it was to have YouTube ads pop up on you. So that's one for me right there.
My number one is probably Red Zone. I can't ever go back to normal NFL Sundays. I have to have the Red Zone, no matter what. I just have to. It's just magic from 12 to 6 every single Sunday. Have to have the Red Zone package.
RJ Choppy.
Yes, sir.
What activity instantly calms you?
Oh, okay, so
careful, Chop.
So my first inclination would say the gym, but if I'm having if there's the one place I have to be in my mental space to have to perform there is at the gym. I can't I have a crappy workout if I'm stressed out. So I leave. I'll either leave the gym or I'll have a bad workout, or I just stay and waste my time. So it's easily golf. If I could go, if I go play golf, I think I could deal with anything. Whenever my father passes away, as soon as I get that, the first thing I'm doing is I'm going to the golf course. It's the first thing I'm doing.
It's interesting because I
go play the most frustrating sport.
That's exactly it. I've heard from so many people that it actually just stresses them out and gets them angry.
No, because I love playing golf. I love when Sarah and I go play golf. I love doing that. But if I want to if I need to just clear my head, I'll go play golf by myself. I don't want to play with anybody else. I just want to go. So when that happens, I'm probably just going to go to the golf course and I'm just going to play 18 and I will just for 4 hours, I will forget everything.
Sean?
Weed. I mean, that's going to be the number one answer. Although it could calm. Look, if I smoked a lot, I don't smoke anymore, but if I smoked a lot, then I would be calm. Right now, if I smoked, I'd be not paranoid, but my mind wouldn't stop racing. So that's probably out for me right now. But that's going to be the number one answer on the text line. It's not even going to be close.
I haven't even seen that come up once yet.
Really?
Not once. Peyton, what do you got?
So mine, it's kind of different. It's anything involving water, like swimming or hot tub, going to the ocean or something like that. That just calms me down.
Do you sleep with that ocean wave?
No, I have not. I haven't gotten the waterbed yet though, but that's on the list to get.
Yeah, being on the water is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It's
even on a boat. I don't even have to be in the water, but on a boat or anything.
On
like
a boat, incredibly calming. That would probably be my number one.
We do the thunderstorm sound machine, not the ocean waves. So
really?
every night we go to Amazon Prime again, has a 9-hour thunderstorm sound. You turn that on, blacks out the screen, and it's just thunderstorm sounds all night. For me, it's something called Wim Hof. It's a breathing technique. It's basically controlled hyperventilation. And
How do you do it? Give us an example.
So you do basically rapid inhales. You start hyperventilating, and then you exhale and go through these 3 cycles where you then hold your breath for 90 seconds.
Do it.
Wow.
I can't do it on the air right now.
Well,
I'll do it during one of the breaks. I'll show you. I'll have
Just
you do
it right now.
because it literally, like, I'll show you how it does it. You do 30 breath cycles. So you go, and you do that 30 times. Then you hold your breath for a minute. Another 30. Hold your breath for 90 seconds. Another 30, and then hold your breath for 90 seconds.
So hyperventilating makes you calm.
When you're done with the cycles, your entire autonomic nervous system has calmed down. Your heart rate's calm. It's very relaxing. So that's what I do when I get really stressed out. 972 going for a drive. 214 fishing. Let's see what else here. 803 pedicure, and I'm a dude. 214 cooking. 214 dry steam sauna. Lots of people saying fishing. And yeah, not one single weed. Sean Sharif, I didn't see one on here, but you just
potheads. It doesn't even calm them. It's just like breathing.
There's some
It's
weed
just like
down.
breathing to these stoners.
There's some weed down there. There's some weed further down.
Yeah.
That's really what I'm saying when I say I'm breathing. Like it's just a wink, you know.
Running.
Borrow your kid's vape pen.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I really confiscated it. All right, so Peyton Russell, I'm really interested for you over at Russell Estate. Peyton, what's a secret that your family and friends didn't want you to know? Family or friends, either one. Just a secret that they tried to keep from you.
Man, I don't know. I always thought that, like, you know, if I brought a girl over, they like secretly didn't like them or something, but they were never gonna tell me. You know, like if you bring over, you're like, hey, we're dating and stuff. Like, are your parents really gonna be like, I don't really like her? Because it's like, you know, obviously you like her now. You've talked to her and stuff for however long. So that was one thing I never figured out in a secret that I haven't, you know, that I know about now that they didn't want me to know about.
Not my family. You bring somebody home, somebody doesn't like them, you'll hear about it in my family. Yeah, like, we don't like her. We don't like him. Like, you will hear very directly, my siblings, all of us will weigh in.
When I was younger and I would like wake up and go to my parents' room and the door was locked. And I'm saying this now because my parents are in town getting ready to leave, but they came in for the weekend. And yeah, finally my mom would like come downstairs just with this big, huge grinning smile. And I'm like, why are you smiling? Like your child was frantically beating on the door and you didn't let him in. What are you happy about? And then one year it finally clicked.
Yeah.
Finally clicked while I was being locked out. So that, I think, is a secret they never wanted to tell
got that
me.
old mood.
RJ, what's you have a family? It strikes me that the Choppy family would probably be very open.
We're pretty open.
His mom told him when she went to the Capitol.
Yeah, she did. She told me she was storming the Capitol.
Chop Senior, if you ever listen to that segment, no filter there. That was gold.
Look, I'm pretty close with my parents. I would go over there quite a bit, maybe 2-3 times a week. Not as much now, but I went over there quite a bit. So it was very hard to keep anything from me. But I do remember like that they kept some stuff about my parents. It's always bothered me. They kept some stuff about my sisters from me. That like, you know, and they just never told me. They're like, well, they told me not to tell you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's not your decision. Okay. I have to know everything that's going on in this family.
Yeah.
I'm about to be the patriarch of this family. Okay. I need to know everything that's going on. I have the will.
Yeah.
I'm in possession of the will. You got to tell me what's going on.
All right.
We had.
I agree with you on that on that family principle. Like, I know my parents keep stuff from me that my brother and his lovely wife do all the time. So they just keep it secret.
So, yeah, routinely I get small secrets hid from me every day because I'm not a rational person and
I have a humongous mouth.
I don't have a humongous mouth.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. And I will lose my mind. I do have a tendency to rage react to things. And so just 2 days ago, I was told by Kristen, I hear this at least once a week, and I was told 2 days ago, I can't tell you anything because you don't react calmly. And so that's a routine
She
one.
told me she couldn't tell you anything because you have a huge mouth. She told me that at Twin Peaks.
You are wrong, Kristen, as you're listening in the car right now. And I'm trying not to rage react to prove a point right now. But no, the one for me as a kid was we grew up in a very religious family, very strictly religious conservative family, a lot of regimented rules, everything else.
That's why you're going to the Chiafalo Church.
So it was a big deal and kept from us for a long time that my oldest sister, the oldest child, was conceived out of wedlock.
Oh!
So we didn't find out about that until I think we were like 11, 12 years old, and my sister's like, why did they get married? Like, I was born 6 months after they got married. And we're just like, maybe you were preemie. We were in our head trying to go like preemie or something. This is wild. 323 family secret. I was made to believe my stepdad was my real dad till I was 16.
That's messed up.
214. Our family secret was my dad's income. We knew he made a lot, but he never told us how much he made. They would ask, he would never tell them how much money he made.
I hate that
at all. I hate that. Let's see.
What about CIA? What about ops jobs on here?
Oh, there's got to be tons of that.
Dude, and so, like, I mean, that's the, I don't know. I always feel.
That is a modest father, though. Like, I'm not going to tell you how much I make. I'm not going to brag.
See, I'm different. Like, whether it's a little or a lot or whatever else in between, like, I've never had any problem talking about money. Like just
yeah,
as, like,
because you brag.
But no, I don't. Like, I mean, that's it. I talk very openly about it because I just feel like there's not a stigma here. I don't feel like there's shame if you make too little or like it's whatever if it's a certain. I feel like just talk about it openly.
Is it
fine.
still rude to ask someone like how much they make?
Yeah, how much do you make?
I think it's not rude.
No, would you say it?
I like collectively through all of my jobs.
All right, don't.
Okay, all right.
I think it's awkward to ask somebody like a neighbor, or whatever.
I think it helps transparency, honestly, that we talk to our kids about how much our budget is every month.
Yeah.
So like they have an understanding of like how much they do know how much money's coming in and how much bills we're on the hook for every month, and I think that's just helpful. You want to get one more in here?
Yeah, Ask Reddit every single Tuesday at this time with Bobby Belt 105.3 The Fan. Let's do the
mustache.
Let's do the mustache.
Choppy, you seem like the person to ask here.
Why? Because I'm Italian?
No, because you
said
have
your
all
girl's
the
got a
you
goatee,
have all the answers for this sort of stuff. How do you tell your girlfriend she has a mustache? Do you say I mustache you a question?
See, this is tough because there's two answers. I think the first answer is that if she's your girlfriend, you're obviously okay with it.
That's not.
Oh,
that's not true at all.
Not that you like it, but you're willing to look past it. You're okay with it. But I think the other thing is that what you do is you just set up. You say, "Hey, look, I'm gonna go get my body like lasered. I'm gonna get like my chest lasered, my back lasered.
Bashara.
Let's go set it. Let's do it. We could get a group rate if we do it as a couple. You want to get your bikini line done, or you get any part of your body done. She's fully aware she has a mustache.
You should have come to me for this. Because I've been talking about this on the radio for years. Probably my number one advice to guys.
Which is?
You talk about it on another girl. You make fun of another girl.
But what if she doesn't have an awareness of it?
Every girl, they have an awareness of it.
No,
every girl has an awareness of every imperfection she has.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
So what you're saying is you complain about it, make them self-conscious to where they then go, oh my gosh, I see it now.
No, so like, let's just say we're out at a bar, right? And
just gaslight them.
On the way home, like, man, did you see that girl's mustache? Like, girls do not. I'm convinced they're unaware of it. Like, it's just an issue that like they don't address. That will make them think about their own lip. That will make them consider whether they need to address it.
What if she says, "Do I have one?"
That's a great follow-up question.
The risk you run, because I grew up in a Italian household, all my grandparents and grandmas and aunts, when they would kiss you goodbye, they all had cheek hair, like stubble.
Yeah.
So my aunts, they all shaved.
Yeah,
like,
rug burn.
Like with a razor. And like, I'm like, damn, man, did I forget to shave today? No, it was her.
Yeah.
And it was like, so like, you don't want to like start them shaving because then it gets like, so that's why I do like the laser removal or whatever. But people are saying, you tell her, ask her if she got her hair cut, and then touch her lip.
I wouldn't feel. I would feel weird saying it to Kristen if she doesn't. But if she did, I'd feel weird saying it. But I also know, knowing her, she would be mortified if I saw it and didn't tell her. Like, she would be like, you need to tell me so I can take care of it.
Little different from saying you got something in your teeth.
I know, but she would say, you need to tell me. Now, I'm really interested because we all know Peyton has no filter. So Peyton, how would you handle this? Telling a girl she has a mustache. Let's say Molly, you're over there in Fort Worth. Molly's taking you up to the old $300 room, and she gets a little close to you, and you just see like a bead of sweat trickling down there on the mustache. What are you saying to her?
I say, oh, is it in style now for girls to have mustaches?
Jeez,
Peyton.
I was expecting something like a tiny bit smoother. No, Peyton would be like, "How did you grow that? The guys have been busting my balls for a year."
Jealous.
Yeah,
He's asking for
I've had this thing
grooming
for 9
tips.
months and it looks like this, and you've had yours for a month and it looks like that. Wow.
Ask Reddit every single Tuesday with us and the Tolos on the chartwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. RJ, you said this is maybe the best NFL audio you've ever heard. High standard.
High standards, but we are also talking about the great Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick was at these meetings that Jim Harbaugh was at, every coach is at.
People are trying to stir up stuff about his job status too. Like, what do you say to those who question your success? You know, and he's like, look at the last 20 years or 25 years. That's what he said. He just said, I'd say 25 years. And Robert Kraft non-committal on what happens if Belichick doesn't win this year. So people are trying to put Bill in some hot seat.
So he was not having this interview. He sits down. Somebody says, should we start? And he gives all right, whatever. And then so in the middle, basically when they're asking, they've already asked the first question. In the middle, about a minute into the interview, the NFL Network comes down with a microphone.
Great network.
A big microphone in the middle of the table.
You still working for them?
I am. I did get that done.
All right, good. And Bill looks at the microphone with such disgust and then takes the microphone and moves it about 5 feet away from him. He's like, no, we're not. You came late to my party. You ain't getting in. So,
because they were late.
Because they were like, I found this interview is a masterclass into how to not give a bleep about the media, their questions, the job. It was a masterclass. Here we go. Let's just start it off. Roll down the list. Bill Belichick asked on closing on Don Shula's win record.
You close in on Don Shula's record for career wins. Do you have that at all as a goal in your mind?
I haven't really thought about it.
You're aware of it, though. I mean, it's.
Aware of it, yeah.
As a football historian, would that matter to you?
Yeah, I mean, look, I have great respect for the game and all that. I'm not really focused on that right now. 2023 season's what I'm not concerned about.
You know, it really is an art to maintain your a-holeness when you know you're making someone uncomfortable in conversation. Like when you're purposely being short and rude.
Yeah.
You have to have this cold-blooded killer calmness within yourself. Like, I just don't care how you feel. I don't care.
That's
I
amazing.
don't care how frigid the air is in the room right now with us in it. It doesn't matter to me. I have to I try to overcompensate for it. Like Dawson, right? I always say I'd be terrified of having a 5-hour car ride with Dawson. He could talk about anything, but he could also go all 5 hours dead quiet. I'm convinced.
Yeah.
I have to talk. I have to fill the space. And Bill doesn't.
Bill doesn't. He does not care. All right, next one. Next one is about a coaching change that was made this year in Bill O'Brien.
Well, what went into the decision to bring back Bill O'Brien?
Thought it was the best thing for the team.
Why was it the best thing for the team?
It's a number of reasons.
Can you name one?
I have a good relationship with Bill. We go back a ways, so.
This one makes me want to elbow drop him in the nose. Let's talk about the football team. Let's talk about the 2023 season. Okay, what about Bill O'Brien? I know him.
I know.
He's a good guy.
Now, their big offseason move this year was?
Bill O'Brien?
Bill O'Brien, but Juju Smith-Schuster. So, of course, they asked him about Juju. Now, at the end, there is I think, a very underratedly funny clip here, but here we go.
Bill, what'd you like about Juju Smith-Schuster?
Yeah, it's a good player, good guy. Look forward to having him.
You made some comments about him in the past. You think you're getting the same guy that you saw in Pittsburgh a few years ago?
I think we're getting a good player. Yeah.
Is there a specific thing about his game that you like?
I've never worked with him before, so get to know him, look forward to it.
So you know nothing about a player.
I've never worked with him before.
But okay, then that should be your answer to every time you're asked a question about an opposing team. I don't know.
I've never worked with him before, so get to know him, look forward to it.
Is this the event where Belichick doesn't show up for the picture?
Yeah.
He just doesn't do the team pick.
I think he was in it though this time.
I thought he actually didn't even go to this event, or he just skips the photo. He skips the picture.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
He typically does skip the photo, but I think he was in it yesterday. I got to look for it now.
All right. I didn't see. Usually that picture goes viral. And we break down everybody.
I think it's because I don't know that Andy Reid was wearing his normal shirt.
Okay.
This next one might be on the Mount Rushmore of shortest answers of all time about Matt Patricia.
Matt Patricia be working for the Patriots this year?
Not sure.
That's it. That's all he said.
Not sure.
Not sure.
If you're the PR director for the Patriots, is that the easiest job in the world? Or is it difficult because you have to coach all the other players not to say a word?
That is what it is. It is not easy because they run such a tight ship that you are probably in fear at all moments that any small comment somebody else makes, you're getting a phone call.
I would rather hear a former Patriot tell us what Bill's media rules are than hear about some brilliant defensive game plan. Yeah. I would rather Tom Brady talk about what Belichick, how he trains his team to stay quiet versus the famous New York Giants Buffalo Bills game plan.
I totally agree. I don't know how he does it or how they do it, but it's a work of art. So after hearing those were the first 4 questions of the interview, Sean. I didn't go through anything else.
Oh,
all right.
This was in order.
This was in order. So if you're in this media scrum, you're like, God, hell, we got 20 more minutes of this guy. What are we gonna do here? So he maybe said a dozen to 24 words in those first 4 answers. So you would not think that he would go on a 2-minute answer on the very next question about a guy only a diehard football person has heard about.
Last week, the Hall of Fame gave Dante Scarnecchia a kind of a Lifetime Achievement Award. Just wondering if you could kind of sum up Dante.
Well deserved. Dante's a great football coach. Obviously a long history of the Patriots, multiple roles. But when I was here in '96 with Bill, it was Dante, Romeo, Al, and I on the defensive staff, and it was a 3 great people to work with. And of course with Bill, so got to know him pretty well then, and then of course when I came back, he was coaching the offensive line, so I kept his offensive line coach. And, made a huge impact on our team and me, and just a wonderful guy to work with on all levels. Hardworking, dedicated, unselfish, good fundamental coach, understands offense, defense, kicking game. Very good teacher, detailed, tireless worker.
That was a good answer.
It was a good answer. It was a normal human response to a question.
This is what you do with Belichick. So
because that had no effect
on the year,
the present, or the future.
Belichick is one of these guys, and Garrett used to be like this a little bit too. The way you get them to give you a detailed answer is the question has to be in a way that triggers the football nerd in them. Like that really makes the So like for instance, in 2021, it was very famous. Belichick, obviously, quick answers, everything like that. He was asked about special teams and particularly long snappers. And this right here, if you can see the type, that is the transcript of his answer on long snappers in 2021.
Yes.
It was a 5-6 minute answer about long snappers because that's what it is. Same thing with Garrett. Garrett used to be the one where he'd always just, this is it. If you like, I remember John Michaud asked him one time, what's the key to a good rub route? How do you do that? And Garrett went on like a 4-minute technical, so you got to get the football nerd out in them.
The Jason Witten, the option route.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Absolutely. So after that, minute-long answer, they go right back into football talk, asking about the offseason and improving the offense.
Bill, with the additions at offensive tackle, Smith-Schuster, Gesicki, do you think you've done enough to improve the offense for this season?
Well, we'll see.
Could that be is that where you guys are counting on improvement on the offense?
We don't have a game for a while, so we'll see what happens right now.
All right, I'm looking at Bobby sent the coach's photo. Yo, Belichick looks slimmed down in this. He's sitting next to Andy. Andy Reid is so awkward.
Interesting he went with shorts, though. Andy's look at Andy tilted
Andy's
on the
sitting
side.
in the middle seat of the plane.
I need to send this photo to Ryan.
We got Mike McCarthy on the very end. No one else sticking out. Usually the internet will say, whoa, look at this really attractive coach. Look at Dayball.
You got McVay wearing sunglasses. He's the only one doing that.
No,
the Dayball too. Yeah, you're right, Dayball.
Dayball's got sunglasses. There's McVay as well. Is Matt LaFleur always dipping? He's got a big fat chew always in his mouth?
Oh, it does look like he does.
Right? I've always wondered that during games, but here he has it during the picture. And there's cool Mike McDaniel as well. Mike McCarthy, one of the only ones with a jacket, looking very, very professional. I don't even know who the other coach is who has a jacket.
In fact, Tomlin's got one.
Tomlin's got one. Okay, who is next to Zach Taylor? I don't know the two head coaches between Saleh. Who are those two coaches? There's Saleh and there's Zach Taylor next to Doug Peterson. Who are those two guys in the middle? I don't even recognize them. It must be the new
Gannon.
Oh, yeah.
Gannon and Steichen.
Yeah, I think Steichen's on the front row.
Steichen again. I have no idea. I also don't know what the head coach and who's one of the new head coaches. I might not know what the Vikings head coach looks like.
Why is Sean Payton in this photo like chest out? You see that chest out and like kind of bent back. I'm not letting that
set the tone. It's how I want my players to sit.
And just behind him, Arthur Smith. I just will never know. He doesn't look like a football coach to me. I don't know what it. Not like. Wow. I don't mean anything else other than just like his face. He just doesn't look like any coach. Coaches have generic looks that I feel like he doesn't fit.
Sean Payton is packing. Damn.
Oh. Okay.
Look at
You can see it on the fan cam right now. Ryan has it.
There's the
Zoom
photo.
in on Sean Payton there, Ryan. Holy cow.
Anything else?
Yeah, we got one more here.
Of course, that's where your eyes went.
Mike Adams says, by the way, former Ranger, hit me up and said, some of your Ask Reddit stuff, you got to give the kiddo warning. As I was taking my son to school, and you're talking about your parents' locked door. Had to change the station real quick. Sorry to Mike Adams.
Okay, so he was this is where it got a little contentious, right, Peyton? It's got a little contentious here between him and the media talking about off-season spending.
Bill, at the press conference you did the day after the season ended, you mentioned that over the past 3 years, you guys are among the lowest spending teams in the NFL. I was wondering, was that a lament, or was that hey, we've been fiscally responsible? I think there's been a lot of conjecture as to what the point of that was. I know it's just a fact, but what was the relevance of that?
Well, I think we've been pretty competitive every year that I've been here with the Patriots. That's our overall plan, and so I expect it to continue that way. It's managed pretty well over the last 20 however many years. So I think we'll continue managing it in the way we've been competitive every year, and expect that we'll continue to be competitive.
Do you think Belichick has like a media person he talks to and leaks stuff to? Do you think that's possible?
Sure, everybody.
Everyone but maybe him.
Maybe him, yeah.
So he does, because I know there were a couple people that he does talk to. Yes.
Okay, interesting.
Like, and it's no, I just
I don't. That gives me.
Yeah, he does.
That gives me comfort.
He talks to people. There are people he respects. I mean, you remember last year when Chris Berman showed up to the press conference and how excited he was. He's like, "Boomer, we are graced." Like, he was so thrilled that Chris Berman was there. So, I mean, he does have good relationships with some media people. He just has a certain delivery to the public.
All right, so there's Bill Belichick entertaining all of us and irritating those that have to cover him. But the number one moment yesterday from the owners' meetings, Andy Reid was asked about the Packers quarterback drama. His team faced Jordan Love head up, straight up. Mm-hmm. And Andy Reid was asked about Green Bay's next QB.
What did you think of Jordan Love in that quarter? What about up in the game that he played against you? What was that, 2 years ago? Who's that? Jordan Love?
Trying to remember Jordan Love.
Packers, he started that game when Rodgers missed it because of COVID.
Oh, yes, absolutely, yeah. No, I thought what I remember, I thought he was good.
From what I remember, I don't remember who it is.
Who? Look, this is
he number 15. That's what he does.
This is what winning does. If this is cool and awesome that Andy Reid doesn't know who Jordan Love is, if this was Mike McCarthy, what would we be saying right now this morning? He is out of touch with the league. The massage table stories must be true. He's not focusing. He doesn't know what's going on. This is alarming. It's like Jerry not knowing the pronunciations of all of his players. We'd be losing our minds calling out anyone else. But Andy Reid is cool, old, winning coach wearing his Hawaiian shirt. So it's funny. They played. He faced Jordan Love. Not that Jordan Love was active. Jordan Love went 19 of 34 for 190, a touchdown and an interception. It was a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
And Andy Reid had no idea.
The only thing I can think of is that Andy, when he's watching film, obviously, because these football coaches, they call guys out by number. I mean, shoot, half the players do. Oh, that 54 on the defense is solid. You would think you would think that you would know their name. I guess maybe if you want to look at it on the optimistic side, it's like he doesn't know because he's so focused on getting his team better and not worrying about the second string quarterback of an NFC North foe.
I mean, what I remember, I thought he was good.
All right. So there it is. A little around the NFL here on your home of America's team and Texas Rangers baseball with MLB opening day just a few away. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Let's see what the experts think. Something a little alarming in Vegas, the real experts and what they think the Cowboys are going to do after this big offseason. That's next on The Fan.
But let's
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour with the entire morning crew back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell, for some reason fist pumping.
Hump day.
We are live on
That's tomorrow.
FW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We'll get back to the Mavericks at 8:20 below the belt. 8:40 and Nick Eatman from the owners' meetings talking about Zeke, Terrence Steele getting insulted. Nick will join us at 9:20 right here on The Fan. Okay, so Bet Online and BetQL. I kind of just gathered up these numbers together. RJ, the Cowboys win total, it seems like it's been pretty accurate, right? Has Vegas told us and projected what's going to happen with the team, with their offseason win totals, more often than not?
So, win total, remember, like, very few teams will get into double digits in the win total. You know, and if you go into baseball, you look at baseball, right? Vegas is not going to put a win total much higher than 95 ever. Even though there's going to be usually more than one team that beats it, they're just not going to put it up there. The Cowboys win total being around 9.5 is, I usually think, it's a good spot.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it's a good spot.
Because opening win total last year was 10.5. They've won 12 games each of the last 2 years. So why are we sitting here at 9.5? I know that 12 is hard to accomplish, but 9.5?
Well,
can't get us to 10.5.
I think the reason it's 9.5 and not 10.5 is because Philadelphia had a really good year, so you may dock them a win. The Giants had a really good year, so you may dock them there. And you got to look at the future schedule, and the Cowboys this year play with the AFC East this year, which is a really good division.
Yeah, the East.
So they're going to play Buffalo, Miami, New England, who was a 9-win team, and the Jets, who were 7 wins.
With Rodgers.
So I think that's why the number was a win lower.
Okay. So I have win totals. Obviously, the Cowboys are 9.5. Philadelphia's is 10.5 over under. Their opening win total last year was 8.5. They obliterated that with 14 wins. The New York Giants over-under is 8.5.
Let's make some money on that one, baby.
Under?
Way under.
Way under.
Oh, they won't even come within a win and a half of that. Under. Oh.
Last year, the opening win total was 7. They finished the year with 9 wins. So, hey, it's felt like they had more than 9 wins.
It felt like they had more than 9 wins. They overachieved all the peripheral stats. Yeah. They were what were they? 349 points scored and 349 points allowed.
It's very balanced. What are you talking about?
Very balanced. That's the under.
Washington Commanders over under is 7.5. Last year they opened at 8. They finished with 8.
What would you if they acquired Lamar Jackson? How much do you think that number moves?
I think
Washington? Yeah, from 7.5. What do you think a quarterback does in Vegas for Washington?
I would guess, RJ's the expert here. Actually, Peyton's the expert right now, I guess, after March Madness. 9.5?
I was going to say, would it be 2? Would it just go up to 9.5?
Depends. Yeah. You have to find out how many points better he is per game than Sam Howell. So in Vegas, they usually, so without getting nerdy, 33.5 points is equivalent to 1 win in Vegas. Right? So if he's better, by 4 points a game than Sam Howell, then you extrapolate that over 16. What's 16 times 4? 64, so it's 2 wins.
Biggest jump from last year, Jacksonville +4. So they're projected 4 more wins.
So where are they at?
I'll get to in a second. Jets +4. Detroit +3.5. Seattle +3. Biggest drops. Anyone want to guess which team compared to this time last year?
Biggest drops. Trayvon Diggs in the 49ers playoff game last year.
No, that was a duck and a dodge.
All right. Okay. So Rams.
Yes, Rams are 1. They're -3.
Cardinals.
3 less wins. Arizona, yes, -3.5.
And Green Bay.
Green Bay is -3.5. But there's one big obvious one in the NFC.
From last year to this year?
Yeah.
Oh, Tampa.
Tampa's 5 less wins. 5 with Brady gone. And then the other team thrown in this is Indianapolis. So that's where we stand with Vegas and what they think of all the teams right now. They have a second in the NFC East. Buffalo's over-under. I'm just going to give the over-unders for right now. Buffalo, 10.5. Miami, 9.5. Jets, 9.5. Patriots, 7.5. What do you think the Ravens is? By the way, Cincy's is 11.5 over-under.
Cincinnati or Baltimore, let's say 8.5.
On the dot. Nailed it. 8.5. Cleveland's over-under is 9 with Deshaun.
Ooh.
Pittsburgh's over-under is 8.5. You like the Browns one? We sleeping on the Browns?
I think that's
after
too
Bobby
high.
and his 3-game indictment.
I think that's a little too high.
It's not a 3-game indictment.
You do short-term indictments.
I do
5
not.
games, right?
There's something larger at play here than just 3 games. Like I said,
I'm surprised you haven't been divorced and remarried like 17 times the way that you go through your sports takes of, oh, we had a bad day yesterday. We're going to have a bad next 10 years. So we're out. See you later.
I mean, she'll be 35 in a couple weeks. So,
all right, look at you, Leo.
Put out the pasture, Leo.
Just kidding. Love you, honey.
Jacksonville over-under is 10. The rest of the AFC South is putrid. What team do you think? What team do you think has the next highest over-under in the South?
AFC South?
Tennessee.
Good job.
I guess.
7.5. It goes from 10 to 7.5. Indy 6.5. The Armpit 5.5. Chiefs 11.5. Chargers 9.5. Denver 8.5. Raiders last at 7.5. NFC North, Choppy's Lions 9.5. Vikings 8.5. Vikings are a fascinating offseason team.
Back to Denver there real quick. What'd you say they were? 8.5?
Broncos are 8.5.
Choppy, is that an under? That was a 5-win team last year with a quarterback that looks awful.
It is.
It is. Telling you coaching matters, RJ.
The better situation, the better chance is that Russ, that was a fluke. Not a fluke, but not a fluke, but he has
won't be as disastrous.
Positive regression.
But they're basically banking on doubling the win total. Going
Well,
from
see,
5
they
to
lost
9,
the game by
so otherwise
one.
it's an under.
They've lost some close games too. Yeah.
Raiders maybe worse. NFC South, Saints are the favorite, 9.5, and then the Falcons, Panthers are 7.5. It's hideous there as well. And then San Francisco, 11 in the West. As yesterday they said, once Brock Purdy is healthy, he's the starter. And that's why Trey Lance was trending. 49er fans were freaking out. Well, what about the number 2 overall pick? What does it say about him? As they said, once Brock Purdy is healthy, he will be the starter.
So it's telling you their evaluation is pretty awful because they evaluated Trey Lance as the 3rd best player in the draft and Brock Purdy as the worst.
I don't know if that's what it says. They got Brady. They got caught by surprise.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was just caught by surprise. Don't
Is that what it said?
Don't slander Brock Purdy. Don't slander the 49ers organization and the model.
You have a window. They have a window that is wide open, and you want to put it in the hands of Brock Purdy?
Wait, if you were John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, who would be your starter?
I'd go get Lamar Jackson. That's what I do.
Boy,
but in-house.
Oh, in-house would probably be Brock Purdy. If it was one of the two, it'd probably be Brock Purdy.
Okay.
But, I mean,
there you go.
One of the two. Sam Darnold, baby. Come on.
Oh, did they sign him?
Yeah, come on. Darnold. He's going to go back to his California roots, and he's going to figure it out there.
I mean, I'd still try to figure out what Trey Lance has. But
you're starting Purdy, for the record.
Yeah, probably. But I would like to figure out what Trey Lance has. Here's the thing. Brock Purdy is never going to be an elite quarterback. You need to find an elite quarterback if you don't have one. Their roster's not going to be great forever.
And that's the thing. Their roster's been good to great for like 5 years now.
It's going to tail off.
Whenever the window closes, if they don't win a Super Bowl, I think this will be looked back at as one of the bigger like personnel mistakes in NFL history. That like you had that roster and you just dug in on your quarterback evaluations and your scheme so much so to the point that you didn't win one Super Bowl.
Well, they've tried though. They've tried. Who have they missed on at quarterback? I mean, like Have they missed on Lance so far? Yeah, but they went and they were aggressive for Jimmy. They were aggressive for Lance.
Jimmy was.
They've tried.
Yeah, but again, Jimmy was. That's not the guy you.
Nobody knew at the time. There was
a lot of Jimmy hype, and he wasn't
a lot of
bad.
Jimmy hype. It was
fine.
It was hype. The unknown. The hype of the unknown. Like Belichick was apparently ticked off that he left. But they went for it.
If there's anybody that can do it with nominal quarterback play, it is San Francisco because of what they built and what Shanahan does.
Give me the Super Bowl favorites in order.
Chiefs.
Chiefs are 6-1.
Eagles.
No.
San Fran's 2.
San Fran's tied for 2.
With Cincy.
No.
Bills.
Yes, Buffalo and San Fran are 9-1 to win it all.
Their window's closed, Chop.
What is their win total, Buffalo's?
Buffalo's win total.
Please say 11.5.
Buffalo's win total is 10.5.
Not good enough for action for you, Chop.
Oh,
There's no value
there's
there.
going to be an epic Josh Allen battle. That's our next QB battle on the show. The three of us. Josh
I
Allen.
really love Josh Allen's great. Like I don't think any of us hate Josh Allen. Well, I mean, you kind of hate Josh Allen. You had him like 4th or 5th in your rankings.
That's not hating somebody.
That's hate.
All right, so KC, Buffalo, San Fran. Then
I have 3rd, by the way.
Then Philly.
They're tied with someone.
Cincy.
Buffalo, KC.
No,
not Cincy.
No.
Jets.
Yes. The Jets and the Oh no, the next big quarterback fight is Rodgers. Rodgers for the Sean and RJ show. Me and Bobby Rodgers. Me and Choppy, maybe Allen. So Jets and Eagles are tied at 10-1 to win it all. Then Cincy at 15-1. Then
oh my gosh.
I just want to see how long it's going to take to get to the Cowboys. Yes, Michael Gallup, it is your team. They're tied with Jacksonville at 20-1 to win it all.
Okay, I mean Jacksonville. The thing is, Jacksonville's got basically a cakewalk to the division, even though
they're in the conference.
Yeah, the conference is a brutal conference, though.
Yeah, and Cowboys have a
easy conference.
Serious advantage right now in terms of the way the quarterback play looks in the conference.
MVP, if anyone has a little surprise name, MVP favorite,
Mahomes.
Yes, 5-1. Then
Burrow.
Yes. Then
Hurts.
Yes. Good job.
And then Rodgers.
Then Allen, Herbert, and Tua are tied at 14-1. And then Rodgers, and then Lamar and Lawrence at 18-1. Dak, 20-1, tied.
What will it be? His 5th year? 6th?
Yeah, it will. Absolutely.
Dak is tied with another NFC quarterback at 20-1. This will take up the rest of the segment.
Jared Goff.
No.
Kirk Cousins.
Geno Smith.
Nope.
Brock Purdy.
Kyler Murray.
Nope.
Daniel Jones. Sam Howell.
Incorrect.
Matt
Cooper
Stafford.
Rush.
Nope.
Not Stafford.
Justin Fields.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dak's tied with Justin Fields at 21. How does that make sense?
I mean, they gave an MVP to a running quarterback 3 years ago who couldn't pass. So, I mean, Justin Fields, Justin Fields damn
yards
near
per attempt was like 8.5 that year, which is like Hall of Fame level. I don't know if you think
Justin
he can't
Fields
pass.
damn near like led the NFC in rushing last year. Like he's really
1,000 yards.
Yeah, and so like I mean, I'm assuming they just believe that he could be super dominant and click like Lamar did in that second, third year.
Someone at ESPN, a known Mavs hater, says blame the front office for all this mess, and RJ with an invention that may change your shoes forever. Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you.
Visit sharkarc.com or call them 214-333-3333.
And the Mavericks end a 4-game losing streak. Many other ingredients produce a tasty recipe tonight. A Maverick win, 127-104 is your official final score.
Thank you, National Basketball Association, for the gift. The rescinding of Lucas Tech that should have had him missing last night's game. Instead, he comes back. He scores 25. Kyrie was 16, and they beat the awful nameless Pacers 127-104. Now, we're still outside the play-in situation. What has Bassick been saying while I was out the past few days? What has he been saying in the crosstalk?
He's ready to tank. He is. Now, see, it's different. We've only had one crosstalk with him, really. Friday, he was a little down in the mouth because the Warriors game happened, but like we hadn't had the Charlotte games happen yet. And so Friday and Sunday, he came in and you know that point where everything is just falling apart around you, so you just start like maniacally giggling.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like, what are you gonna do? You know, like the house is burning down. Like that's kind of where he was at, and he was just a little bit like, let's get a draft pick, guys. Let's figure this out. And so he is all about. He is full team tank at this point, and he wants the reset. It seems like.
And have you guys joined Team Tank?
Oh no.
I at this point let the chips fall where they may. If they get into the playoffs, great. If they end up getting into the lottery, great. Even if they end up getting to pick number 11 and they have to turn it over to the Knicks, fine too. Get it out of the way. They can have the pick now and get the pick back for the following year or whatever. But I'm kind of at a point where it's like I will just let it play out naturally, organically, and figure out what you want to do from there.
So, yeah, I'm the same way. And, because we were talking about earlier, like, they've got a 9% chance of getting into the top 3. And I just think they have a much better chance of winning the series of the postseason.
Yeah,
now,
do they have more of a 9% chance of beating Denver?
No, I don't think so.
Is Denver better than Philly? I know they destroyed them last night.
I don't know.
So the Mavericks have a 30% chance of winning tonight's game or tomorrow's game.
Okay.
So against Philly. So and on the road. So knowing that.
But 4 out of 7.
Yep, true. But you've got a 30% chance of winning basically every game. And then some of those games are going to be at home, so you'd have a greater than 30% chance. Assuming those teams are comparable. And I think they are. Philadelphia and Denver. They definitely have a better than 9% chance of winning a playoff series. I mean, you just do.
There's a lot of people on Twitter who want them to just lose out as much as possible.
We also like to see houses burn.
We talked about this yesterday. I don't know if you saw this while you were out. When they were 16-point favorites on Friday night, that was the biggest. Charlotte was the biggest underdog in the NBA season to win outright this year. That's what you did. And then they went back. They were 12.5-point favorites on Sunday. They blew it again. They were 16-point and 12.5-point favorites, and they led between those two games for 1 minute and 31 seconds.
Yeah, look, they have like one bullet left, and I would still like to see that bullet in the postseason. And the bigger picture for me is trying to get Kyrie to stay. Do we also want Kyrie to stay?
Yes. I did.
Sure.
Oh, wow. That was very resounding.
I mean, it's going to come, like, it's fine right now. It's been fine right now. It's going to
get worse.
It will hit the fan at some point.
It will.
And so it's just you're waiting on the ticking time bomb. How much time do you have?
But let's not make the Brunson mistake and lose him for absolutely nothing.
I'd be, if you told me I can get a sign and trade and get another piece back or just keep Kyrie, I'm probably going for the sign and trade.
So to me, the biggest goal right now, it's not winning the title. It's not the draft pick because that's going to take a lot of luck. It's convincing Kyrie this is a place you should re-sign. And then we can deal with getting rid of him if he acts up or if he demands out. That's the number one goal. have Kyrie try to come back and have them stay healthy for a prolonged period of time. Do I think it's ultimately going to work out? No. But that's my number one goal right now. And you missing the playoffs or missing the play-in does not accomplish that. So I still want them to give Kyrie a little reason for optimism about his future here. That's my number one goal.
I'm in on keeping Kyrie. I've been very impressed with just, basically everything about him. Like, he hasn't been a pain in the butt. He's missed a couple of games here and there, but those were for personal reasons. And look, they have personal days in work, so whatever. They got him in the NBA. He has meshed in well with the non-Luka part of the team. When Luka's off the floor, he's meshed in very well with those guys.
So Kendrick Perkins on ESPN was talking about who to blame. All this Luka drama, his personal issues. Is he already sick of Kyrie? Is this a Kyrie issue? Is this a Luka issue? And Kendrick said, go upstairs.
It's not fair to blame Kyrie or Luka, to be honest with you. This is on the front office. I mean, no disrespect to the others, but they just don't have it. And so when they traded for Kyrie Irving, right, it was something that, they needed to do, something to make Luka happy, to bring another option offensively. But let's keep it real. The Mavs ain't going a damn place. And it's because they don't play defense. So you could have nights where Luka scored 40 and Kyrie to score 30, and they're going to lose the game because both of those guys do not want to buckle down and slide those puppies, especially Luka Doncic.
Boy, that's stunning. I agree with Kendrick Perkins. Honestly, like right now, I mean, Luka's got his own issues, it appears, off the floor right now that are distracting him. Luka is obviously having issues with the emotion and the technical fouls. Kyrie Irving, we already know that bringing a star in and trying to work them in can be difficult, and he's got his own baggage. But Kendrick Perkins is right that this is largely a team-building issue. You can't really put it on these players that are trying to make the best of this hodgepodge that was put together. This largely falls on Mark Cuban, Nico Harrison, Jason Kidd. Like, those are the guys that I think really need to be the ones that are held accountable for this.
And then Kendrick said the Kyrie trade, that wasn't made for this year. If he resigns, this deal was made for next season.
But when you look at the Mavs roster, are they really that good? Are they really a team that could go out there and compete for a title? Are they a team that could go out there and really make noise in the Western Conference? No. I think that move for Kyrie Irving was solely based on the future, meaning next year, meaning going into the summertime and reconstructing and adding more pieces around those two. This was just more of a thing to, okay, Luka, here, I'm going to show you that we're actually trying to please you and move into the right direction. But to blame Kyrie Irving for what the Mavs are right now is really, really crazy for anybody to say.
Which is true.
Two good points in a row.
Luka, more to blame than Kyrie. Who would have ever thought that? Would we agree Luka's, if you're gonna blame someone between the two, Luka's more to blame than Kyrie since the two got together?
I would say so.
I feel like the Mavs' style of play hasn't been as exciting and unselfish and quick as I thought it was going to be, and I hold Luka responsible for that. I hold him responsible. He's the best player. He's the leader. You got to make the adjustments. I just feel like he's allergic to transition and playing up-tempo and fast pace. He's going to do it his own way.
What do we always hear?
Although their pace did increase.
What do we always hear from players around the league, though, because Luka's skill set, just in general, when you look at him, people always marvel at, like, that doesn't look like the best basketball player in the NBA. You wouldn't expect that given his athleticism and everything else. The thing you hear people talk about all the time, other players around the league, is Luka's best ability, and the thing that makes him so difficult to defend is how he can throttle down and pick pace back up, and just the way he can completely control his speed and the speed of the half court set.
Yeah.
Durant talks about how difficult that is how much he can slow it down and how difficult that is to keep up with. So that's tough because Kyrie's game is going to be more about the moving the ball around and quicker pace and things like that. And it's the same problem that the Cowboys sort of ran into last year when you're trying to blend certain concepts from Kellen Moore, certain concepts from Mike McCarthy, and together it makes for this, nothing system. It's the same sort of problem of trying to mix Luka's skill set, Kyrie's skill set, and how they want to operate.
All right, Choppy, let's change up the shoe game here. Something revolutionary. Let's see if it catches on.
We'll see if this is revolutionary. It's from Mischief. Shoe brand. It's like a designer, artsy-fartsy shoe brand.
Yeah, buy from them all the time.
You see the capital letters MSCHF.
What's the most expensive pair of shoes that you have that are not dress shoes right now, Bobby? If you were going to go out and buy a new pair of shoes today, how much? What are you capping the spending at?
I mean, I routinely have spent, $120 to $200 on sneakers.
Oh, okay. So
I haven't bought any new ones in a long time, but
let's see your shoes. What you're wearing right now?
I'm just wearing like $40 New Balance dad things because I'm walking around here. What?
Then why would you go and buy $120 shoes? You wear those every day.
Because I wear these for the studio, because those days when I'm walking around here in socks is because the Hoka shoes I bought, those ones have been tight. Those Hoka shoes were like $180. It's ridiculous.
Must be nice.
So this is the company that has made those they're called Big Red Boots. You may have seen them.
What the hell is that? Legos?
It's a big red boot.
Yeah, I've seen them.
So
wow.
Yeah, it's
never seen it.
They're a designer company, right?
For those of you listening on the radio, those big hats that Brian Robbins, like everybody's wearing with Washington last year, they're those on your feet.
Those on your feet. So you've seen Hasbula wore those the other day.
Hasbula.
Okay, who is? I'm getting off track, but I've always wanted to know who is this?
Is he from Russia or
I
Ukraine?
Can't remember.
Russian guy.
Yeah,
he's a Russian guy.
He's just this social media sensation. He's a little person who is a big like MMA fan, and so he's he's gained social media fame for wanting to fight people.
Yeah. So he had these on a couple weeks ago or last week, these big red boots. Well, now these shoes are out, and these are shoes that go both ways. You could put your foot either way into these things. You could put them in the regular side where you've got the big sort of back of your shoe and your toes stick out. Or you could put them in the lower slot side, more like a croc or a slide, and your toes are kind of exposed, but not quite as exposed.
All right, I totally misunderstood. I thought this was a shoe that you could wear the right or the left one. This is wearing it in the
front or back. It's wild,
stupid.
It's and who knows this? Who knows if this is ever going to take on? Now they have not released a price for these shoes yet. Those big red boots, you could find them online at like random stores for. I'm seeing them for $30 here. There's got to be knockoffs. But
I was hoping this could be the right or the left on either feet, interchangeable.
No, when would you do? Where would that work? Would that work with like what? Not flip flops. Slippers maybe? Could you get slippers?
That'd be really. I feel like there's no real way to be able to do that though.
And I guess there's really no point. I don't even know why I was excited about it. I don't know why. What benefit that would have?
Yeah, I don't know what would. I don't know if this has any benefit to it other than it's kind of cool and it's kind of,
It's like maybe for those times at 4 a.m. when I'm just like trying to slip on the shoe and I'm like, oh, that's the wrong one. It wouldn't matter. Besides that, no point.
Kristen has these flip-flops where one is red and one is blue. And like I think they've got like white on the center stripe, but your foot sits on those flip-flops so you can't see the white, so you can't see the red, white, and blue. And so it just ends out looking like she's grabbed two flip-flops, like the wrong ones. And I always tell her those are the dumbest things ever.
Lamar Jackson has officially requested a trade. Bobby's going to tell you the 5 best fits for the former MVP next and below the belt. But first, Sean Shreve here with the Tolo team. That's right. You have
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't let Lamar Jackson get to the NFC. Don't let it happen. I'm not the biggest Lamar Jackson fan.
Yeah, that's shocking coming from you.
Lamar Jackson obviously stresses, as we've talked about before, Lamar Jackson puts a ton of stress on defenses with his athleticism. What that does in turn is gives vulnerable looks because defenses have to account for him. Softer looks, he can extend plays, broken, busted coverages, then you're able to take advantage of those things. So that's why a lot of times when Lamar Jackson is on and he's making plays in the passing game, it's not necessarily, man, look at him, he's threading the needle, he's moving him down the field like Aaron Rodgers in his prime. It's he's creating so many vulnerabilities that there's a nice, easy, soft target window here. Throw it, catch and run. Very dangerous. The problem is if you can take away the legs or if you know how to defend the run portion of it, it's where he has trouble. But in a conference right now like the NFC...
Can we hopefully get to that point with Jalen Hurts sooner rather than later?
I don't think that Hurts is the same sort of threat as Lamar in terms of running ball. I think Hurts is a better passer.
Like Lamar can go 80 at any point in time.
Right. And so I think that Hurts is more of a guy who definitely stresses defenses with that ability. And I think he's a better passer. Just like if we're looking at just the passing, I think he's a better passer than Lamar Jackson. But the stress, I think you can contain Jalen Hurts' running aspect easier. But even if you do that, he can still beat you with his arm more frequently, I think, than Lamar can. So, 5 teams. I got 5 teams here that I think are good fits. So, obviously, I'm not going to put somebody in here like, Cincinnati, where it's like, well, he would fit really good in Cincinnati if Joe Burrow weren't there. We're going to talk about people where it could be conceivable that they'd have an opening or that they'd rather pick him than the young quarterback they have behind him. So, number 5. The Minnesota Vikings. I think Minnesota would make a ton of sense in the sense that they've already got a pretty strong running game. They've got Justin Jefferson as a primary weapon who is going to produce regardless.
I thought we were in a rebuild there.
In Minnesota? I mean, but if you're talking about if you acquire Lamar Jackson, you can cancel that rebuild. And you've got Justin Jefferson there, who obviously is a big weapon for him. We saw last year Justin Jefferson making catches that were nowhere near the same zip code as him. And so he's somebody who can produce regardless of what kind of a quarterback he has there. Gives Lamar Jackson some easy looks. He helps probably draw some attention away. They have to account for Lamar Jackson a little bit. Probably gives Justin Jefferson some easier looks in the secondary. And Kevin O'Connell is a guy who's one of the brighter young minds in the NFL as an offensive play caller. And so I think Minnesota would be a really interesting fit. And for Lamar's purposes, I think that do your best to move out of the AFC. The AFC, we talked about this a couple weeks ago about this. Could we see a potential exodus? Because there's like the top 5 quarterbacks arguably are all going to be in that conference. That's going to be really tough to ever produce. And we've already seen how much he's had some trouble going into the playoffs before just with Baltimore. Number 4, the Atlanta Falcons. So Atlanta is arguably the most vulnerable division in football right now in terms of it's just wide open. There's nobody really great there. You've got 2 really good receiving threats who are really young and under contract, under control for the next several years. Drake London, the receiver they took last year, Kyle Pitts. So 2 very different kind of weapons there that you can take advantage of. Dave Ragone and Arthur Smith have already built concepts into place for Desmond Ridder and Marcus Mariota that means that they wouldn't have to shift too much. This isn't like dropping in on some random offense that goes, okay, we got to figure out how to use this mobile quarterback. They already have those concepts in place. They've already used them just with players who aren't as talented as Lamar Jackson. And so I think the Atlanta Falcons make a lot of sense. And I think instantly the Falcons become easily the favorite in the South if they get him.
Yeah,
I think so too. They have $67 million in cap space. They've cleared out. They've cleared out $67 million cap space, according to Bill Barnwell. And to me, they're the number 1.
Wait, they become the favorites over New Orleans, we would all say?
I think so. I mean, even though New Orleans has got a good roster, Kamara's going to be out for a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe the whole year. Michael Thomas is what?
Overrated.
Yeah, maybe. So yeah, I think they're even with them.
Just quick side note on Michael Thomas. I think it's wild that in an era where we all talk about stretching the field, Michael Thomas was lauded like he was for basically being an 8-yard per catch receiver for the last 5 years. I genuinely don't understand that one.
Well, I mean, he was unstoppable with his numbers. He
like
was
Eli Manning's Citizen Echo.
Him and Drew Brees were just totally in sync. Look, this is my fight with Pat Doney. I don't want to fight with you about it.
That's you would fight over Michael Thomas?
That's our fight. We had a Amari Cooper, Michael Thomas fight.
Okay. All right. The next team here is the team that bookies.com has as the favorite right now at plus 400, and that's the Tennessee Titans. Because the Titans, again, same sort of thing. They've already drafted Malik Willis. Ryan Tannehill's been a guy who's been mobile, that they use mobile concepts with. You've got Derrick Henry there. That'd be really... That would be
Vrabel run it, baby.
Gosh, Vrabel, man. That's right.
That's exactly.
They may never throw it.
Yeah.
You look at the.
Would they set the modern record for least amount of pass attempts?
They would. They 100% would. They would run it to Derrick Henry 25 times a game, and the Lamar run with 15, and there's your 40 plays.
How in the world would you defend that, though? I know in the modern era we talk about defending the pass and how valuable that is. How are you able to effectively stop a read option with Lamar Jackson at quarterback and Derrick Henry at running back? Derrick Henry will bowl you over. Lamar Jackson will just completely run past you. That would be such an intimidating...
Zero coverage.
Oh, gosh.
Zero coverage. And let Derek Mason beat you one-on-one on the outside. Because that's the only receiver they have left.
Derek Mason.
Yeah.
No, but Treylon Burks there, a guy that I was really high on last year, drafted over there. Somebody that they could continue to, he could pair up there and have a nice young weapon with. But again, the concepts are similar. Vrabel, I'm sure, would love the idea of being able to work him into the offense. And their new offensive coordinator there, I'm trying to remember the hell his name is, Tim Kelly. Tim Kelly did a lot working with Deshaun Watson and helping his development in Houston. And so that's something that I think you could take advantage of there. Number 2, and nowhere to be found on the bookies.com favorite list, the Washington Commanders. This just makes the most sense because they are in desperate need of a
relevancy, spark, something.
They need a quarterback. I would imagine, maybe not. Maybe you could explain the dynamics of that area better to me. But I would imagine there's already a built-in love in the general area for Lamar, given that Baltimore and Washington would be right there, and it wouldn't be anything that would be difficult for... I'm sure there are a lot of Lamar fans among the Commanders fan base.
Well, the problem, I think, has to do with the coffee in Washington. So this would be out. If you believe Mike McDaniel yesterday, the Dolphins head coach was talking about the sale price that the Commanders could go for.
From my experience, just because of my, 3 years there, I didn't necessarily see that coming. But in general, people have different reasons to do whatever. I'm not going to pretend to know everything that's going on there. I'm just more looking at the fact that, wow, the organization's worth that much? And, I couldn't get free coffee?
I gotta get free coffee?
He talks... I swear, I've said it before.
He's a teenager.
He's the Hardley boys from South Park. He's like, I got a clue. That's Mike McDaniel.
I couldn't get free coffee?
I couldn't get free coffee?
This sounds like a very
get free coffee?
Cincinnati Bengals-esque thing. No free coffee while you're sitting there as an NFL coach in Washington.
No free coffee for them. There was vending machines in Cincinnati. The Cardinals make them pay for meals. Right?
St. Louis?
Arizona Cardinals. They made them pay for meals. And the Yankees don't have free Wi-Fi in their airplane.
What?
They charge they charge their players for Wi-Fi in the airplane.
I'm
Delta
sorry.
does because the Yankees don't pay for it.
Which one's the biggest crime?
Coffee is so standard everywhere. Like you should have coffee.
It costs you a nickel.
It's genuinely ridiculous.
They have the same amount of coffee sponsors we do.
I know. It's amazing. How did that have a coffee sponsor?
Yeah.
How does like Dunkin' Donuts not just provide them free coffee?
I mean, you would think some coffee company would now swoop in hearing this and be like, hey, let's build a partnership. We have coffee.
Yes.
Like find the new owner, say, hey, let's partner up.
Guess what?
I'll
We
be
have
your first sponsor here.
Coffee.
No, but when you look at Washington, they have they have really dynamic playmakers that, very joystick style players that I think would be really tough to defend if you had Lamar Jackson there too. Antonio Gibson is a great dual threat. We already know, Curtis Samuel, Terry McLaurin. They drafted Jahan Dotson recently. Those are all very athletic, quick, difficult players to cover. If you throw in a quarterback with a similar skill set there, that's every skill position on the field has that sort of ability and makes it incredible. You would have to have...
I don't want him in the East.
I know you don't want, but this is what we're talking about, what he should want.
Yeah.
And the type of teams that he would look at. But it's something that I think when you see that, and plus you've got a new owner in there, think about that splash. You would be a hero instantly in Washington.
Yes.
I think that one makes a ton of sense. And then number one, and this one is the least likely, I think, out of all these. There's no way this is the acquisition coming. But the one that is the very best fit for him and the very best fit, I think, for that team is San Francisco. If he went to San Francisco, we talked a little bit ago about the quarterback room there. Given the talent they already have across that entire roster, given the creativity and the play design from Kyle Shanahan, if you gave Kyle Shanahan Lamar Jackson,
how would you be? I don't know how you would be able to do. It would be your worst nightmare.
He already
Who's worst nightmare?
Bobby's.
Why?
Because he loves Kyle Shanahan, loves the 49ers. But he hates Lamar Jackson, so he'd be forced to root for Lamar Jackson.
I don't root for the 49ers.
Yeah, you absolutely do. You were rooting for them last year.
No, I root for the downfall.
Brock Purdy. Oh, my God, Brock Purdy. Oh, my God. Kyle Shanahan never won with a quarterback other than Jimmy G, but he's going to win with Brock Purdy. Oh, my God, Brock Purdy.
I just love being right. That's all that is. Being right is my drug.
If you are San Fran, do you accept Trey Lance and a what?
Or you mean if you're Baltimore in a swap?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Lance.
Trey Lance and what? And Baltimore's like, okay, we get a number 2 pick in the draft who we don't, not deemed a failure yet.
Lance and a first.
Lance and a first. Okay.
I mean, I think that's fair comment. You don't?
I think it's enough. And honestly, if I'm Baltimore, you look at.
I mean, they've already got a Pro Bowl quarterback in Tyler Huntley, so
not enough. I mean, that could be deemed as 2 1s.
I don't think anybody would deem. I don't know. If you deem Zach Wilson as a 1, I mean, he's played barely.
Lance,
I feel like we know more about Zach Wilson than we do Lance.
I think Lance would get a 1. If they were open to trading him right now, just out there, I think some team would give up a 1 for him.
I'd be shook.
Okay.
Shook. To me, if I'm Baltimore, some other Deshaun Watson got 3 1s. And so did Russell Wilson.
San Francisco would lose no more than 2 games next year if they had Lamar Jackson.
So Russell Wilson got 3 1s. Is that right? If I'm Baltimore, I'm not taking 2. I'm taking more than 2.
Below the belt every day at this time with Roberto here on Sean and RJ. How watchable are the Texas Rangers? How listenable are they going to be as well? And Charles Barkley attacks this NBA superstar again. Final hour on a Tolo Tuesday after this.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time with the entire morning crew back together again.
See that? I caught that.
What?
You almost said the incredible morning crew, but you decided to change it to the entire morning crew.
No, I was just checking out the traffic out here. It's nice to see traffic. Love seeing traffic. That means hopefully Tolos are listening. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back on your home of Texas Rangers baseball. We are days away from the official opener. We're going to have on Carl Ravitch, maybe Michael K, part of the K-Rod podcast, as we're getting that national primetime coverage to open up. That'll be fun. That'll be exciting.
Yeah, it will. And then they got, they're playing again on Sunday Night Baseball 2 weeks later in Houston.
Yeah, so they're going to be on Sunday Night Baseball on Sunday, and then they're on Fox National on Saturday. So the Rangers getting a ton of attention, ton of love.
So Phillies, Rangers, Thursday, right here to kick things off. By the way, this catcher video with this umpire, this is outrageous. What happened here?
So there's an umpire in the spring training game, and Philadelphia is playing, and JT Realmuto is the catcher, and he goes to put his glove up, and the umpire is going to give him the ball. But I guess he put the glove up and he moved the glove away quickly because maybe he thought the umpire was throwing it out or what. The umpire goes to put it in his glove and it drops. So then the umpire decides he's going to throw JT out of the game, thinking that it was maybe him showing him up, him being a punk. Who knows? Wow. We don't know what was said before. You know, like maybe that there was something said all game.
Doesn't matter. This act here, the catcher's looking at the pitcher, right? We see this all the time. The catcher reaches the mitt back, waiting for the ump to put the ball in the glove. And JT just like brings the glove back down. Umpire immediately ejects him. I'm trying to think of worse incidents that make an ump look as bad as this one.
It looks terrible.
This is awful. This has 18 million views.
Yeah.
18 million? That's a crazy high amount even for Twitter.
Yeah, oh yeah. Like the only thing I can think of is if JT said to him, man, you blanking suck today. Get it together. And he goes to glove up and the guy goes to put the ball in there and he moves it, that the ump was thinking like, okay, I've had enough of this dude. I'm going to run him. Even still, it looks awful because obviously you can't even tell if JT's talking to him at all.
Derek Collins just texted, this stuff fires me up. They will have zero consequences for this act of stupidity. This is viral.
And it was stupid. And he won't have any consequences. Major League Baseball's umpires union is so strong. They can't get rid of Angel Hernandez. Now, it doesn't hurt that he's been suing Major League Baseball for about half a decade. But they can't get rid of him.
Who's worse right now? The perceived pettiness of these Major League umpires or the NBA refs who have had all their headlines this year?
Baseball.
Baseball's pretty bad. NBA, I mean,
at least the NBA has punished.
They did, guys. Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they did, and you know,
Van Vliet and Tony Brothers.
And
the Van Vliet ref.
Yeah, which has been so the Tony Brothers Ben Taylor. But did you notice the Mavs got Ben Taylor last night? The Mavs are so bad they get the demoted ref. Okay, that's what's going on. They got the demoted ref.
Yeah. Umpires are safe. They can do whatever. So that is Derek Holland getting fired up. This is ridiculous with what happened. All right, Bobby, the watchability, entertainment level of the Texas Rangers. When there was zero excitement here for the past 2 or 3 years, this is all I cared about. Can you interest me early on? Can you keep me throughout? Let's just get to training camp. That was the Rangers slogan every year. Let's just get to training camp. That's all we cared about. But now it feels like we have a possible chance. Now it feels like this could be a playoff team. So where are these coming in from?
Yeah, see, it's this is going to be from USA Today. They have their annual list come out for their watchability ranking. So it's a complete list of all 30 teams in Major League Baseball, and it's to help you decide which games and which teams are worth your time when you're sitting there flipping the channels watching baseball. Like who's going to be really intriguing, which I think the Rangers are, whether they're good or not this year. We'll see if they contend or, you know, in terms of if they're able to stay healthy and contend. I think regardless of that, even if they're a 500 baseball team or something like that, I think they are going to be very exciting to watch and very intriguing to watch. And so those are the positives there. So this is going one from number one, and we're going to count up. We're going to see how long it takes till we see the Texas Rangers. Chop, who do you think is the number one most watchable team?
It depends on the day. I'm going to say it's either going to be the Angels or the Padres.
The Angels?
I mean, you got Shohei and Trout. I mean, it's hard to beat that.
Incorrect. Neither one.
The Padres aren't?
Neither one.
Who made this list?
USA Today.
All right, the Padres have to be the most watchable. They've got stars everywhere. Fine, I'll bite.
The Yankees.
Dodgers.
No. Neither one. It is, you were close when you said the Yankees. It is the New York Mets. No team has come close to spending the kind of money the Mets have on this year's team. Their $336 million roster is only $23 million less than the combined payroll of the Athletics, Orioles, Pirates, Rays, Reds, and Guardians, which is wild.
Give me the Mets offensive players.
Alonso, Lindor, Nimmo. Yeah, Nimmo still.
They have Starling Marte. That's pretty good.
You have Marte.
Lindor.
Okay, that's my point.
They've also got the pitching staff, obviously.
Yeah, so every the point is every game they've got basically a stud on the mound.
Yeah, I just don't feel like it lacks some offensive excitement.
Now number two is, again, after you guys just named off everybody there, the number two team is not any of the teams you named either.
Toronto?
Nope. Another big market team, though. Philadelphia. It's the Philadelphia Phillies.
How are they most watchable? They lost Rhys Hoskins for the year, and Bryce is coming back from Tommy John. Won't be back till the All-Star break.
Were you entertained by JT Realmuto, Kyle Schwarber, and Trey Turner during the World Baseball Classic? Of course you were. Well, good news. You can see them all play on the same team again for another 162 games. They mentioned the Rhys Hoskins thing, but still, they are very intriguing.
Who wrote this?
I told you, USA Today.
No, but who?
Blake Schuster.
He sounds like a Mets fan, so I'm going to call it BS on this.
Number three, they have
Schuster, BS.
Number three, they have the Atlanta Braves. They're
Again,
next.
another NL East team. This guy's in the NL East. This guy's in no, enough.
Number four.
Nobody thinks the Braves are watchable. The Braves have never been watchable.
Has to be the Padres, the Yankees, and where's the Astros?
Number four is the San Diego Padres. Good job there. Number five
there is zero chance 4 National League teams are more watchable than the first American League team. Zero chance. And the American League is so much better.
I want you to, whenever you hear a team, because I don't think we've hit one yet, but if you hear a team that you think is less watchable than the Rangers will be this year, call them out and say, no, Rangers are more watchable than them. Number 5 is the Dodgers.
Again, another NL team. This guy's in the back. He's in the back.
Number 6 is the Houston Astros. Don't let the departure of Justin Verlander fool you. The Astros can absolutely win back-to-back titles. The addition of Jose Abreu at first base has only made one of the most powerful lineups in baseball even stronger. Number 7, the Los Angeles Angels with Ohtani and Trout. Maybe the issue of them being watchable is just they're always bad.
They are always bad. This is the first team on this list that is perennially always bad. Because even the other teams have been, like the Braves World Series, Philly World Series, Mets had over 100 wins. Padres, have been exciting. Dodgers World Series. Astros World Series.
Number 8, the New York Yankees. You're right, though. This is clearly an NL guy. We ran through 5 NL teams before we even got to this AL run with the Astros, Angels,
so Blake
and Yankees.
Schuster is he is from Chicago or lives in Chicago right now. Could be a Cubs guy.
Didn't throw Cubs or White Sox in there, so it's all right.
Couldn't.
Number 9, you get the Toronto Blue Jays. A matchup nightmare in the American League with a deep rotation and even deeper lineup. Still no Rangers, but we get our 3rd AL West team. Any guesses?
Oh, Seattle.
Seattle. Yeah. And it's obvious. Why is it, Chop, your favorite player in baseball?
He's a great player. Julio Rodriguez is a great player, but he ain't the 7th best player in Major League Baseball like ESPN put him at. It's just too soon.
Number 11, the Tampa Bay Rays. We're getting down this list a little bit. Or we're starting to get in the territory where you should see the Rangers.
No, I mean, no, not yet. I mean, close. We're close. Okay. I would say I could think of maybe 3 teams that need to go first.
Number 12, the St. Louis Cardinals.
I would not have guessed them. I find them to be incredibly boring anyway. But I hate St. Louis. They think they invented the game.
If Seager and Simeon can be Arenado and Goldschmidt, then we'd be happy. They already have it.
Number 13,
right?
The Milwaukee.
I would say so. And I also think that Baltimore is more watchable than St. Louis.
the Milwaukee Brewers, and mainly they just point to the 1-2 punch with Corbin Burns and Brandon Woodruff on the mound as
the Brewers.
This is obviously the fact that the Mets were number one. Everything. This is a guy who likes some pitching. Is what I said.
Yeah, I would say the Rangers are more watchable than the Brewers. I got nothing for Milwaukee. I think Baltimore needs to be higher on this list. Baltimore's is loaded. The Baltimore is who we want to be.
Oh yeah,
we want all of our farm hands to turn into the Orioles. If that happens, if the Rangers farm turns into what the Orioles have as young crop of players, the Rangers are World Series contenders with the money they've spent around it.
Didn't the Rangers farm there about a decade ago become the Orioles? Like, wasn't it Tommy Hunter and Chris Davis and Darren O'Day and everybody was going over there? Nelson Cruz, who was former Rangers players. Number 14, the Cleveland Guardians.
Okay, I mean, they were an upstart team, won the division. I get it.
We are 14 teams in, and there's 6 AL teams. Number 15, the Chicago White Sox.
Again, a lot of young talent. A lot of young talent on that team.
And then finally, here we are, number 16, the 4th most exciting team in the AL West, and the 7th most watchable team in the AL, and the 16th most watchable team in Major League Baseball, the Texas Rangers. And they say there, how does a team with Jacob deGrom, Corey Seager, and Marcus Semien rank this low? Well, for starters, the Rangers have to prove they can keep everyone healthy before we get too excited about them. Fair enough?
I think it's fair.
I do too.
I would put Milwaukee below them, but I would replace and put Baltimore where Milwaukee is.
So look, it's easy to name the top 3 players for excitement. Give me the next 3 on the Rangers.
So your excitement is going to be, I assume it's Seaman.
Whoa.
Every time.
Pepe.
Seager, Semien, and DeGrom.
Yes. Give me your next 3.
Excitement from our perspective, like who we're excited to see, or just like electrifying player?
Whatever.
Evaldi, easy.
I'm excited to see Evaldi. I'm excited to see Josh Young. And then, I don't know, Adolis.
Okay. So
for me, it's
go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, it would be Evaldi, Adolis, and I would probably say Martin Perez, see if he can repeat it.
Okay, so that from a national perspective is boring.
Sure.
From a national perspective.
Yeah.
Right. We have our local storylines.
That's fair. And look, maybe part of this is too with Semien. This is wild. We were looking at the MLB Top 100 from ESPN yesterday, Sean, and they are predicting major power regression from Semien, which was kind of odd to Chop and I. They think he's going to hit fewer than 20 home runs in their projection this year, which would be the first time he's done that in forever. But oddly enough, they think on the reverse of that, they think Seager hits damn near 300 and hits over 30 home runs because of the shift.
Semien, 32? 32, 33?
Age-wise, yes.
Yeah. I'm like, power regression? That's scary after you think about the beginning of his season.
May, like, my gosh, the way May was. But if you're talking about full seasons that he's played, the last 3 seasons he's hit 33, 45, and 26.
Yeah.
But they're also blaming the confines of Globe Life being a pitcher's park, that they think that's going to continue to rob him of some of his power.
All right, who are the 3 most unwatchable teams according to this list?
Oh, hang on. Oakland.
They're number 29, second to last.
Cincinnati.
No.
Pittsburgh.
No.
Vanny's team.
No.
Colorado.
Are they on this? They are. Nope. They're one spot out of the top or bottom 3.
You said Oakland, right, RJ?
Yeah, I said Oakland.
Kansas City?
There you go. They're the 3rd least watchable team. You guys are missing the most, like the least watchable team in baseball.
Nats.
Today. Washington Nationals.
So there it is.
Which makes sense, especially when you compare all the talent they did have and what they've purged recently.
Little preview here on your home of Rangers baseball with opening day just a few away. All right, we got to check in with the NFL owners meetings. Nick Eatman is there from DallasCowboys.com. Any chance Zeke comes back? Did they insult Terrence Steele? And what do we make of Steven's hesitation in talking about Dak Prescott? That's next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on The Fan.
The Fans segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Nick Eatman is going to join us from the NFL owners meetings in Phoenix from DallasCowboys.com here on Sean and RJ. We got Bobby Belt surprised. I guess we were all surprised that Jerry said Terrence Steele is going to be the swing tackle yesterday. He's going to be providing the depth. I wonder how happy that made Terrence Steele's representation to here, which I understand is local here in the Metroplex. So Tyron, right tackle, Tyler Smith, left tackle. Progress is being made to re-sign Jonathan Hankins, according to Jerry. And he was asked, hey, this market so far seems to have been cold towards Zeke Elliott with these Eagles rumors. And who else was it? Eagles, Jets, Bills?
Yes.
Were those the three teams?
Yes.
So Jerry was asked, hey, if no one else wants to sign him for the money he wants, could 21 come back?
I don't ever, and I don't want to leave him hanging, or fans hanging, or anybody. But I wouldn't take any possibility off the table. Well, Zeke gave us everything he had and more, and we gave him everything we had.
Yeah, you did. You gave him a lot.
Literally everything you had, all of your cap space, all of your flexibility, you gave it to him.
And then Bobby noticed something at the end of one of Stephen Jones' comments last night, saying we won't comment on Dak's extension. Those are things that hopefully won't become front and center. You wake up one day and they're done. That's Stephen's new favorite line. And then he was asked, but it is still a focus, right? And he said, I'm not going to comment on that. So that's either interesting or him just saying, I just told you I don't want to talk about this a lot publicly.
Yeah, but even still, I mean, and he clearly showed some reservation about talking about it, I think, in Mobile and Indianapolis, where he started using the phrase, like you say, we're going to wake up one day and it's done, which they know better. They know that's not how it's worked out with their contracts in the past, is that it happens. There's work that needs to be done. But what's interesting is they still talked about how they wanted to get something done, that was a priority. He said it's a priority. That was his term when he talked about it initially, was that it's a priority, obviously, to get extension done with Dak.
Yeah.
So now you're asking him out here in Arizona, but it's still a priority, right? Like, just affirming what you have already told us and you were willing to say. And he goes, I'm not going to comment on that. It's like, okay, that's a little interesting to me. It makes me wonder if they just say, we've restructured. No need to play with it after this.
Yeah, why would you have a different response? Unless he's just like, guys, I don't want to talk about this publicly.
That could just be it. It could be we know this is going to be a tough negotiation. We don't want to give them any adjectives they can throw back at us.
Oh, so there it is from Steven at the NFL's owners meetings. We're going to check in with Nick Eatman momentarily from DallasCowboys.com. Of course, the big news yesterday, Lamar Jackson officially requesting a trade. The Green Bay Packers general manager saying, no, Aaron didn't talk to us. He kind of left us on read. And the New York Jets saying, we still think we're getting our quarterback and we have Odell interest as well. Let's check in with Nick Eatman on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Kind enough to wake up with us here. What time do things get started out there in Arizona?
Oh, man, they're going here. I mean, they're ready to go. It's the coaches' breakfast press conferences this morning for the NFC. So all the coaches are ready, and yeah, it's a happening thing over here at the owners' meeting.
What's that breakfast? What's that buffet look like?
It's your standard,
continental
eggs. Yeah, I mean, you got eggs, bacon, sausage patties, and I think there's some, blueberry pancakes. So it's nice.
No Benedict,
nice.
Benedict, nothing, not next level.
I haven't really got a chance to go over there today. I saw it yesterday. I just kind of was flying in from the Uber, put my stuff down on Mike McCarthy's table. Then, we already got 3 or 4 reporters that are ready to go. So.
Were you there for the epic Bill Belichick 6-word press conference?
No, I wasn't. there. See, that was yesterday's. Was that yesterday's AFC?
Yeah.
So no, I didn't get in for that one. But yeah, we'll see. I think Mike will talk a little bit more than that.
All right. What time is Mike talking?
talking in, let's see, 7:50. So about 20 minutes.
And
but it's already a good little huddle.
And last night was a party.
It was a big wig party for like the, a lot of the I saw a lot of the number one crews from all the football, all the different, CBS, NBC, Fox, saw a lot of the big wigs there, and then of course coaches and things like that. The Cowboys, they weren't there long. They were there for a little bit, and then I think they had a dinner. So I saw McCarthy for a second, but he was so sad when he had to be rushed away. He's like, "Sorry guys, sorry, couldn't chat, but we'll do it in about 12 hours here, which is now."
Does McCarthy dislike his media sessions with you guys as much as any coach you've covered there?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm trying to think, like
Jason.
I don't think Jason liked it, which I saw him, by the way, yesterday. He was doing great. But yeah, I mean, I don't think Jason loved it. No, I mean, I think Mike playfully says he doesn't like it, but I think he's no different than any of the other coaches. I don't think Wade Phillips really loved it. Parcells, I think, did like it more than he let on. But I kind of think McCarthy's the same way. It's one of those things where media is one of the, you could say it's annoying, I don't want to do this, but it's the power of the press. Everybody knows that it's needed, and it also it's an opportunity to get some points across.
Biggest storyline from yesterday: Terrence Steele's swing tackle, Zeke not ruling out a return, or some Steven hesitation and look, I don't want to comment about a Dak extension anymore.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me would probably be the Steele stuff.
Yeah.
Just because, it's in a perfect world. It's like, okay, you got a lot of depth, but, it's everyone kind of knows what's happening here. Everybody kind of knows that they're having to cover their bases because of Tyron. And I think that there's some of that going on. I think the Cowboys are trying to be respectful to Tyron and saying that, but I just have a hard time believing that Terrence Steele is going to be a backup. I don't see that happening. I don't know if anyone's ever put a second round tender on a restricted free agent and said that they're the backup unless it's the quarterback. I just don't see it happening. So and that's kind of what I wrote in my story is it's March. You don't have to play games in March, so you can say kind of what you want to say right now. But I think at the end of the day, when all the dust settles, I do believe that Terrence Steele will be playing. I think he'll be playing right tackle. I don't know about left guard. I think, if everyone's healthy in a perfect world, then I think Tyler Smith could slide to guard. That's what I think would happen.
Nick, when you look at the discussion about, you said there that you wouldn't put a second-round tender on a backup, is there a chance, though, that the Cowboys have done this before. They did it to Ron Leary, where he was somebody that they put a hold on and didn't have any intention of keeping around long-term. Is this a situation where potentially what's at play here is they know they have to negotiate, actively this offseason on an extension, and it may just be some public hardball?
That's a very good possibility, and because I think what the Cowboys are trying to do, as they say, is covering themselves. But yeah, without and maybe pumping up Tyron more than putting down anybody else of Terrence Steele or anyone. But I think that I don't understand the logic though, because this guy, he's playing right tackle. He's really well. He did a really good job. I just don't see why you would say, well, he's the swing tackle, or even try to move him to guard. I mean, agents know the deal, and his agent has been on top of this for the entire time. I think they tried to get a deal done with him midway through last year, and he wasn't having it. So I think that they know they've got a really good right tackle in the NFL, and I think they're going to try to get paid accordingly.
Cowboys insider Nick Eatman joining us here at 105 through the Fan. What do you make of the potential return, bringing back Zeke Elliott?
Not really buying it. I don't. You don't have to close the door on anybody because, that's rude. So why do it? but I don't think the Cowboys are sitting there holding it as well. I just think that, they're trying to be respectful. I mean, Steven said it so much in his answer yesterday about why they didn't even offer him a contract, because they didn't want to be disrespectful to him. They didn't want to insult him with the deal. I don't think that this is going to work for him to come back unless, we're way down the road on this. Maybe there is another team first, and then he's still available for whatever the reason. I could see it happening, but you're not going to bring back Dalton Schultz to be a progress stopper. I just don't know what Zeke, right now it's easy to say that, but they haven't drafted a running back yet. Once they draft a running back or two, then the writing's on the wall is going to be there even more clear that I think Zeke's days with the Cowboys are over.
Nick, what was Steven's explanation when asked why they've seemed to be more aggressive this offseason?
He said that they really haven't been more aggressive. That and that's a typical Steven answer. That
right.
We're always going to play this game. We're always going to look for opportunities. We didn't go into this saying we are going to be more aggressive. It just is the way it kind of worked out. And he said, you guys knew we were trying to get a receiver. I mean, everyone knew that this was the case. We were trying to get a wide receiver. We tried to get this wide receiver, Brandon Cooks, and it just didn't work out. So. But I think that it's definitely not a coincidence that they were more aggressive this year. I mean, I think that they're not going to say it, but I think that it's easy to see that this is a pretty good football team. This was a good football team last year. They fell short. I mean, I think they were a top 6 team, top 3 in each division, each conference, and I think that they're right there. They lost some, but I mean, I think that this is, I'm not saying all in, put your chips in, but they're definitely trying to build on it. And Jerry said it very point blank. He thinks that Cooks and Gilmore together make this team a better team than what they had in San Francisco.
What are they talking about at kicker?
Sounded like a draft. I mean, he said in a perfect world, you'd like to draft one and develop them and have them for 3 or 4 years, which that they haven't really done. I mean, they haven't really drafted a kicker. I know they drafted David Beeler, but that really wasn't to be the kicker. He was more of a kickoff specialist, special teams guy. So they really haven't gone this route, unless I'm just blanking on someone. But I think that they're going to look and see about getting one, and maybe later in the draft, and somebody that they can develop. But they tried that last year too, and they were convinced that the guys they liked they could get as a rookie free agent, and they did, Jonathan Garibay. And we know how that worked out. It didn't work out. He didn't even make it out of camp. So, maybe you're going to have to put a 5th-round pick or a 6th-round pick on a kicker, maybe 7th. Who knows?
All right, Nick, we're closing in on the draft. Don't have to give me a player, but if you had to say today, what position do they pick at 26 next month?
I think offensive line looks good again. I would say, and I said this yesterday, if you could give me another Tyler Smith, another, maybe raw project type guy with a lot of good, traits, strength, position flex maybe, I would take that, especially a little bit more of a guard. And because I've never been afraid of taking guards and centers at that spot, because that's where your value is. You're going to get, if you take a guard at 26, you're probably taking the best guard, maybe the second best, but you're taking a top 2 or 3 guard off the board. And I think definitely that would be the case at center if they did that. But I just think you're getting good value there, and it's a need. I mean, as great as Zach Martin has been, I think getting another guard there would be good down the line, because this guy would have to start right away. So I like a guard tackle type guy, and a cornerback wouldn't be bad either if there was a good corner.
How peaceful does this sound?
It sounds very, very peaceful. The birds chirping,
so tranquil.
Yeah, the birds. Yeah.
Go find some eggs, Benedict. Thank you for the time.
All right, guys.
Nick,
good talking to you.
DallasCowboys.com on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Let's recap the Mavs last night with Mikey B and KMC. Crosstalk with the fellas next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Ford.
They got him trapped on the sideline. They fouled in a situation like that before. How on earth did he find Hardy? He found him, and more importantly, Hardy hit the shot after they did find it.
Might have stopped the bleeding finally by beating the Indiana Pacers last night. Thank you, NBA, for rescinding that tech. What an absolute gift.
Is that why you came back? Because they won? Like, if they would have lost, would you have stayed away?
Yeah.
Do you want them to get the 10th spot?
So here's my priority list. Number one is be attractive to Kyrie re-signing.
Okay.
That's number one. Mike's eyes just went back in his head like the Undertaker. Because, let me qualify that, Mike. It's because I know that they're not going to go very far in the playoffs. So for Kyrie to re-sign, when you eventually lose him in a sign and trade after he demands out down the road, you got to make the playoffs versus like not even make the play-in. That's my number one priority. Versus now, Bobby put in an interesting perspective. They would have a 9% chance.
Let's do it
to get what?
A top 4 pick according to Tankathon.
All right, so what
I can't imagine that it's that high. I'm stunned by that.
What would you have more faith in? 9% chance of getting a top 4 pick, or 9% chance of winning your first round matchup?
Getting the pick.
Hey, quick question. Do you not believe in math? Like, what do you mean?
I'm just surprised because they weight it so much to the higher seed.
They changed that a lot recently. So you remember the year that we didn't get Zion and Ja? We had the exact same record as New Orleans and Memphis. And we actually won the coin flip. We won the tiebreaker to go to 7th. The 8th and 9th team ended up getting the 1st and 2nd pick in that draft. And then the Mavericks dropped from 7 to 9. So they tried to. There's no difference between having the worst record and the 3rd worst record. It's now all the same odds. 1, 2, and 3 have the same odds, and they tried to drop it to try to help tanking stop. But we saw last night the Pacers are like, you're not going to stop us. We have to lose this game, and if we play our decent players, we will beat these Dallas Mavericks.
I mean, even the worst team has got a 9% chance of winning a series. It's just like the Mavericks have got a 29% chance of winning at Philly tomorrow night.
See,
so if you have and Philly and Denver, I think are pretty comparable. So if you have a 29% chance of winning a game on the road,
but
you probably got at least.
It
is different, but it's not going to be.
It's going to be lower odds than a one-off.
It is going to be lower odds, but it probably wouldn't drop below 20%.
Would you be more excited though? I guess about the 9% at one of these players, whether it's Wemby or Scoot or Brandon Miller or Amen Thompson or whoever your top 4 person is, then. Hey, we might be able to win this series.
I don't understand. Like,
which would you be more excited for? It's like, hey, I know we're massive underdogs, but we're in the playoffs. We got a shot. Or, we're at the top of a pretty stacked draft.
Oh no, I'd rather be at the top of the stacked draft. Okay. I just don't think that's reasonable and likely.
Or in the top 4.
I give honestly about a 5% chance of Mark Cuban and his team figuring out how to build a team around Luka. Now, I'll give them 3 championships. If somehow in that 9%, or even it's really less than that because I'm looking at it right now. But yeah, okay, so a 2% chance right now of getting the number 1 pick. If they were to hit on Wembanyama, they will probably win 3 to 5 championships. Because then all of a sudden you have a 7'3". If you go watch him on highlights and stuff, if you put Wembanyama, he might handle the ball better than Luka. It's that good. It's that good of ball handling where you're like, I'm not sure who handles the ball better. Luka passes better, but I'm not sure who is a better ball handler, the 7'3" dude or Luka. If you had both of those guys for a decade together, you now are going to dominate the league. I would rather take that risk because Mark he doesn't know what talent is in the league. Mm-hmm. He thinks Dwight Powell's a good basketball player. Mm. I mean, he's really bad at this. I'm not saying he doesn't love basketball. He loves basketball. He just doesn't know what is a good player and what is a bad player. And obviously his help around him is really struggling with how to build a team too, right? I mean, wouldn't we agree that right now it's a small sample size, but Nico, Michael Finley, Dirk Nowitzki, Jason Kidd, these guys are struggling to figure out how does a basketball team work and how do we coach up these guys? And so because of that, I'm like, look, I would rather have the 9th or 10th pick and then a chance to fall into another star player because you're just not going to do it any other way. We have so many bad contracts. Tim Hardaway Jr. is one of the worst contracts in the NBA. And then Davis Bertans comes along and he says, are you kidding me? I am the worst contract in the NBA. And then JaVale McGee, who's like, dude, I just showed up. Like, it's just.
Did you ever think you'd see JaVale McGee get the post-game interview, Corey?
No.
Like he got last night the rest of the season?
No, I didn't think he would be on the court long enough to get the post-game interview.
What's coming up on the show?
Man, today this is really, really interesting. At 11:20, teacher-turned-baseball card artist Tim Carroll will join us. This is awesome. This dude takes all the random cards that you don't like,
junk wax,
and creates beautiful cards that you love, like the Willie Mays cards and all that stuff. This is a really interesting topic for today. Plus, did y'all hear that promo? They just put us
Spits and Suds?
in this. The one about the opening day.
Good job.
They put the KNC masterpiece and Jacob deGrom in synonymous sentences together. It was awesome. Like we're essentially Jacob deGrom, is what I heard, and we're gonna be there for opening day. And I know
unreliable and banged up.
Oh my
pretty much
Only 11 times in the next year.
Never know which one of us is showing up on which given day. Yeah.
Take that, opening day starter.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Kinda.
We have a really awesome guest list coming up for Thursday that includes, right at the moment, I know Steve Buechele will be with us, Chuck Morgan's going to be with us, Chris Young's going to be with us, and Derek Holland is going to be out at the stadium with us throughout the entire show, and so much more.
Don't worry, he'll still be here tomorrow, too, to see you, Sean.
Oh, awesome.
Oh, my gosh.
See how he
Why did you roll your eyes like that when you said that?
Destroys crosstalk this week. Did you see this Phillies catcher incident?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, kid, is there any way you can defend the umpire? Is there something we're not getting?
So real quick, some people were saying that on the previous pitch he had thrown the ball back to the pitcher himself. The umpire did. So when JT put his glove up, he was like, "Oh shoot, he's just gonna throw it back to the guy anyway." So he moved it back. So like that's from JT's perspective. Like JT thought he didn't move it back to be a Rick. He moved it back to because he thought the umpire was going to throw it.
Luckily,
it was showing him up.
Luckily, it's just a spring training game, so a guy getting thrown out isn't the worst. Like he didn't get his 2 at bats to really get ready for the season.
That's all right.
But if that was a regular season game, you'd be furious because you're like, dude, you just took out my second or third best hitter in my lineup and my starting catcher because you have that big of an ego. Now, the only way that would be intentional, and I just don't think this would happen in spring training, is if the catcher was chirping at him all game for his horrible strike zone.
Or slept with his wife.
Nobody ever knows what the catcher is saying because he has a mask on, and as long as you don't turn your head, he can hear you. You're literally right next to each other. So the catcher can get away with more things than anybody on the field if he's mad at the umpire, as long as he doesn't turn his head. And most umpires will say, look, obviously you're not going to call me names or anything like that, but as soon as you turn your head as a catcher, it's on. They're like, you're not going to turn your head and show that you are talking to me. You can say it was a horse-ass call, all kinds of things.
Turn your head.
If you turn your head to say that, because nobody knows you're talking to me. Like literally nobody
They
knows
don't think anything's wrong.
that anybody's. But as soon as you turn your head to me about a pitch, everybody now knows that you are, in an umpire's mind, showing me up because now you are questioning my call. So don't turn. Hitters are told to do the same thing. Put your head down, kind of mess with the dirt if you think it's a bad call. As soon as you turn your head, the umpire feels like he has now been disrespected and you might not get the most favorable call. Obviously, Luka takes none of this advice, and nobody's ever told him this because Luka is showing up every referee every second of the day.
If we ran a Kyrie Luka poll question, is there any way, Bobby, you always predict them correctly, is there any way that Kyrie wins out? If they were both free agents tomorrow,
Oh, yeah.
would Mavs fans vote Kyrie as the one they'd rather keep right now?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
I think 33% though. Now,
Yeah.
Kyrie had a good game last night. It was tough not to have a good game against the minor leaguers.
Yeah.
But
we have accomplished
Kyrie's
that in the past.
This is the deal, is Kyrie's in such a honeymoon phase right now. His last 3 games before last night were horrible games. Now, nobody wanted to do that to him, which is fine. I get, and he didn't have a horrible attitude. He tried. He is dealing with plantar fasciitis. There's a lot of things that go into how bad he played in that 3-game losing streak. But did you hear anybody go like, man, Kyrie sucks tonight, right? Now, because it's like you don't want to. We know that if you turn the key a certain way,
simp for Kyrie
then
right now,
Kyrie would be like, oh my God, it is on now. And we don't want to lose him, right? Most of the media doesn't want to lose him. So it's like, never say he had a bad game. Never say that he wasn't clutch. Just keep saying he's awesome. Right. And it's like, well, go look at the box score and watch those games against Charlotte. He was bad.
I'm going to put the poll out. I'm going to say it's 59-41 Luka.
How are you going to phrase it?
Poll question for Mavs fans. If both were free agents, would you rather retain Luka Doncic or Kyrie Irving?
In about a couple weeks, though, that's not going to work anymore, right, for us? Like, if we put up poll questions, only verified Twitter followers.
Oh, is that one of the new changes?
What's happening?
Yeah, when you put up polls, only verified people can vote on the poll.
Really?
And like April 15th, I think, is what they're
Tax
doing on
day.
Twitter.
Huh.
So.
You're going to catch a lot of heat. Why are you trying to divide, Bobby? Why are you even throwing this out
Okay. I'll rephrase it. Sean Sharif is asking.
I mean, let's be fair. More players probably come play with Kyrie than Luka, though, right?
Why?
No, I won't say that.
AAU?
Because I think that they understand Kyrie's situation too. Mm-hmm. And they're like, neither one of them are the premium guy that people want to play with in the NBA. I'll say that. And the other thing too is Kyrie, it'll go up after this year, but not including this year. I've said this, he's played in 33 games a year. Mm-hmm. A year. Out of 82 games, he averages 33 games. I believe this year, when it's over, he'll get close to averaging 40 games a year over the last 4 years.
He's going to get $1 million a year. $1 million a game.
If anybody,
$1 million a game.
If anybody votes for Kyrie or Irving in this, you need to be examined.
You know they will.
You know they will because the thing is like you have to get other people to come play. And who's more likely, a European dude or a guy who's been friends with all these other stars since they were 12 years old?
And Kyrie did get that whole thing. He got DeAndre Jordan and he got Kevin Durant to join him on his favorite team as a kid, Brooklyn.
As of right now, 100% of the votes are for Kyrie.
That was me.
Me too.
Hold on, you voted for Kyrie.
Yeah.
So you need your head examined.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
I'll vote for Kyrie. It'll be 2 votes.
What is your favorite thing about Kyrie? Why do you think he's a championship leader and number one guy?
I don't think he's a championship leader.
Why do you?
I just don't want to lose the asset for nothing. I don't want to get Brunson. I don't think they're not going to win
verb now.
Yeah, I don't want to get Jalen and have him lose for nothing. So that's why they're not going to have playoff success. I don't think they're going to get the top 4 pick. So let's retain the asset to see if it works or if he can be dealt. That's the most reasonable, I think, objective. That's my number one goal.
And to your point, and this is for another topic. We can do this whole topic, Kevin, some point.
Yeah.
RJ will do it Monday when he's the intern for the station. He'll be here all day.
Awesome. If you bring back Kyrie, I think there needs to be a discussion between the three. Now, I'm not Jason Kidd's a moron, but
it's really tough. The poll's really turned in Luka's favor.
Wow.
But I would say this. Luka needs to become more Larry Bird on this team and let Kyrie run the show more from the ball. And I would say, Luka, you have the freedom to score 50 now. Now, he's still a great ball handler, great passer, so is Larry Bird. But it's like we have to make a decision on who's our main ball handler. And I think if you have Kyrie and Luka here for the next 3 years, I will say this, as much as Luka's a way better player than Kyrie, in my opinion, I think it might be best for, if it's a Kyrie-Luka team, for Kyrie to be the point guard and for Luka to be the small forward.
We're back tomorrow morning. It's this.
What?
What are you doing?
It's Wednesday.
It's
hump day.
Today's
Come
hump
on.
day.
And then he yells hump day, and then you're like, tomorrow on the Fan.
Bam.
You're listening to Sean and RJ on The Fan. our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick. But we're changing things up behind the glass. Well, your mic. Oh, yeah. Did he not turn your mic on?
Yeah, who's that guy?
It's Ruben. Ruben is here to not turn your mic on and agitate you all day long.
He's never agitated me once.
What about that time just a second ago?
That kind of pissed me off.
All right.
That definitely did piss me off.
Strike one.
Ruben, I'm going to give you a lot of power to start the show. We were going to start the show with ranking all 30 MLB teams by watchability, but here's my question. Should we instead start it with the perils of dating in sports?
Oh, hold on. Dating in sports. Is there a...
I'm going to leave it up to Ruben. We've got a couple of different stories that go along with this.
I like chaos. Let's do the dating in sports.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Do you want to start with LSU or FC Dallas?
Well, I mean, FC Dallas is like the 5th ranked team in DFW.
Okay.
Is it?
I mean,
6th?
Maybe.
7th?
I would have to think that over.
8th? Maybe
who
they're
would
ranked.
who would be 5th if they're not 5th?
I don't know. UNT.
I was curious if you're going like TCU football.
Yeah, so true. I guess I will go with the LSU story first,
right.
Kevin.
So the Final Four is going to be in the Metroplex. It's
All
going
right.
to be in Arlington. I know.
What?
Surely this is not the first you've heard of this.
I thought it was in Houston.
The women's Final Four.
Oh, yeah. No, this is great. You stop right there, Kevin. Because yesterday when I came to the station, our man TJ downstairs, he's security, try to get by him and see what happens. Okay?
That's true. The other day, he was
a good story.
Okay.
So TJ says, hey, Mike, how's it going? I'm like, hey, TJ, let's have a good week, this and that. And he's, always in a great mood. It's always great with TJ. And as you're getting in the elevator, the conversation kind of continues until I think when the door closes, I think the conversation.
You're not sure. Yeah, I'm with you.
So as I'm getting in the interview with the woman, I hear TJ yell right before I get in the elevator, the women are coming to Dallas. And I'm like,
Ruben.
What? The women are coming to Dallas? And I'm like, what are we yelling? And then I thought, oh, he's talking about the Final Four. But what a weird thing to yell in an area. Hey, Mike, the women are coming to Dallas. And I'm like, what?
It's true. They'll be at the American Airlines Center.
Well, because
for
the city tax and the state tax, we do a pretty good job here in DFW to make sure that women are taken care of financially and
out of context.
I'm assuming
out of context, that is weird.
Yeah, he didn't say like the women's basketball championship. Just the women are coming to Dallas.
So
seems like the place to be.
All right. So as you know, I'm sure you guys already know, but for people who don't know, it's LSU against Virginia Tech Friday in the first game, and then after that, it's Iowa against the juggernaut that is South Carolina. Even though Iowa's the number 2 seed in the Final Four, South Carolina is favored by 11.5 points. But what I want to take you to is LSU star player Angel Reese. Angel Reese has had a lot of folks.
She's awesome, by the way.
Well, okay.
She's a blast to watch.
And a lot of folks are sliding into her DMs. Or at least it would appear as such. However,
see the headline on this story.
Angel Reese's mom had to tweet out yesterday, FYI, I am Angel Reese, the mom, not the LSU women's basketball player. Please be mindful when you tag and or send me DMs that your intent is to me, not my daughter. I'm getting some crazy dating requests from men my kids' age who clearly by the content of the message think they're talking to Lil A. So Little Angel. Now, that feels like an obstacle too difficult to overcome. Like, I'm not saying it can't happen. I don't want to kill anybody's dreams, but it would be weird if, like, eventually you're telling your kids or whatever, you're like, yes, at first I tried to slide into your grandma's DMs, but I was really trying to get with your mom. Like, that feels like a tough story to tell, right?
Yes. Yeah. I didn't know what was going on here. This is a really funny story. And the fact that she just had to let everybody know. Stop. And does she also go out there and try and block her daughter a little bit and say, hey, don't even DM my daughter? That's what I would probably do.
See, I think she should make a list of people who are off now. It's
based on what they sent?
This person sent inappropriate content to begin with.
Like what?
Like a D pic or whatever.
What?
Yeah, then you got to cross them off the list. First of all, the ladies, they don't want that.
No,
Second
nobody wants
of
to
all,
play defense.
You can't start with that. What do you think's gonna happen? She's gonna be like, you know what?
That's the one I've been looking for.
Normally I wouldn't do this, but it's so beautiful. Let's go for it.
Nobody's ever said that.
Yeah, no, that never happens.
He just did.
Instead you get blocked or reported, or she shares it with her friends, or any number of a different thing. It's not going to go the way you think it's going to go, okay? So that's part of it. But also, I just like how polite that was. Please make sure your intent is to send it to me and not my daughter.
She's gonna be a significant player in the WNBA. She's really gonna be one of those that dominates.
And obviously, big upsets can happen, but that is the far more on paper competitive matchup is LSU against Virginia Tech.
How wild would it be though? You're trying to hook up with the daughter, don't realize, and then you end up marrying the mom or something like that. You know? I don't know if she has a husband. So
sounds like a Zach Wilson story.
Look, Corey, you bring up an intriguing hypothesis. Let's go back to what you're telling your kids.
Okay.
All right. So kids, first, I was trying to hit on your half-sister, but then I talked to your mom instead of your half-sister, and it ended up working out, and now you're here, so congratulations.
And I do not find your half-sister attractive at all.
Yeah, that's going to be...
that's what you have. Don't you have to leave that out there? There is nothing going on between us.
It depends.
You can't be at the pool with her, because if you accidentally look over in one direction, now it's me like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Remember that time this is what you said?
Yeah.
You can't have that. So you just got to leave that relationship altogether.
Now, in other dating and sports is hard news, I take you to Sebastian Lletget of FC Dallas.
It's tough.
I know. So there were accusations that he had cheated on Becky G, one of the biggest musical recording artists in the world. We even asked last year if we could get Becky G on the show.
She loves Dallas.
I know. But they were like, you can talk to Sebastian, not Becky G. So he allegedly cheated on Becky G. And then he came out and said it was part of an extortion plot. And then I thought, okay, he's innocent. Extortion. But
this is a long post on Instagram, dude.
Perhaps you're saying that he did still have the slip up, I guess. I don't know what we call that.
Oh, he called it a 10-minute lapse in judgment.
Oh my gosh.
He said, over the last several weeks, during a moment I regret deeply, a 10-minute lapse in judgment resulted in an extortion plot. Since the person did not get what they wanted, it has now become a public social media spectacle filled with more lies than any truth and false points aimed at the love of my life, the one person who I should never take for granted or put at risk.
Now, can I stop
There's
you?
a lot. Dude, it's too much to read.
Can I stop
This
you
is a
real
passage
quick
here.
and maybe give it another shot?
Okay, go ahead.
Let's edit.
Yeah.
Over the last several weeks, during a moment I regret deeply, a 10-minute lapse in judgment resulted in all of this. The fault is on me. I am truly sorry, Becky G, not only for doing this to you, but for dragging all of this into the public because of a mistake I made.
All right. If I am to be the man I aspire to be, I have to do better. I have decided to commit myself to a mental wellness program to work on the parts of me that deeply need healing. He says it was on him and he's going to go do something about it. So was that kind of in that same vein of I accept responsibility?
Okay. I believe that.
In your face, Kevin.
I am sorry, and I know I have to do whatever it takes to earn back the trust and love you deserve.
There you go. Do you have general thought? Is I don't want to start too much of a controversy in the fan text this morning.
Oh my gosh.
Is cheating an automatic breakup for you, or it just situationally depends?
With who? Is she cheating with another dude?
The 5.
Yeah.
Cheating with
on their list.
Somebody, no, it's with somebody not on the list.
Okay, she cheating with some other girl?
No.
Oh, okay.
Does that impact? You're okay.
I don't think that helps you if your wife turns gay.
But it's
Oh my
not. Doesn't
God.
always have to be that. It can just be both.
Well, yes, it's an I'm out.
Okay. All right.
We're done.
So you're done. And you think your wife's done?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if she told you, "Hey," would you be like, "All right"? If it was
Oh
another
my God,
girl?
that is
No. We're not doing that. Just like I don't think she'd be okay if I did another guy.
You know what that is? I don't know your wife well enough outside of the doctor's office to be able to comment on
I would
any
say,
of that.
I would say, I don't. I really don't want to be blindsided by anything. That's
No.
for sure. I don't want to like wake up one day and all of a sudden Avery walks in and goes, "Dad, I got some news for you."
Okay.
Like, that would crush me, man. That would absolutely crush me.
Ruben, do you have thoughts on this? Is cheating an automatic deal breaker, or it depends?
If once a cheater, always a cheater. Once, if you did it once, you're probably gonna do it again.
Woo! The 806. If this is sad. If I'm cheating too, then it's okay. If she's the only one that's cheating, then it's a deal breaker. I mean, you know what? Everybody can live their life.
It's called a lack of communication, I guess you could say right there.
Yeah, if you can live your life however you see fit and however your relationship works for you.
Everybody has different relationships.
No,
and
that's
different
just fascinating.
commitments.
If we're both cheating, that's fine. That actually oddly makes sense to me. What do you think about the couple, just real quick, what do you think about the couple where the one person cheats and then the other person's like, all right, now I'll cheat and that'll make it all okay? Because I feel like that's probably not going to work.
The major league story.
Yeah, that's probably not going to work
Third baseman.
the way you think it is.
Slept with Charlie Sheen.
Yes.
The wife's like, see, I slept with your pitcher. Now go win the World Series.
And then they won their division.
Yep.
But not the World Series.
It all worked out.
So did she
yeah.
leave him in Major League 2? Was
No.
that the case? They were still together?
I don't remember.
No, they stayed together.
Wow, for the
Yeah.
kids, huh?
Do they have kids?
I don't know.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
What a crazy first segment.
That's Ruben. Coming up next, let's talk Mavs Pacers. And I do have a question if you think the NBA should change the way they select the top scorer in the league. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All day.
Frankel. Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Coleman and Smith slices one in the air to left center field. Moving over to his right is the center fielder Rave, and he's unable to get it. He dives, and it's past him all the way to the wall. 1 run scores. Heim being sent around third. The relay to the plate is not in time as Slime slides in safely behind the tag by Perez. So Josh Smith with a 2-run double, and the Rangers are on the board. It's 4-2 Kansas City.
KNC Masterpiece.
Slices one.
Oh, we get it twice. I like it. KNC Masterpiece back here.
He did it again.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Deja vu all over again.
We shifted a couple of things around because we were having some fun and really interesting dialogue with Tolos, Twolos, and the YouTubers in the very first segment. But ranking all 30 of the MLB teams by watchability. So this is not a power ranking per se, but how interesting and how watchable the team is. And that's what I was curious about from a Rangers perspective, because I know we're more excited, in the promos, it was most hyped up opening day in years, which I do think is true, and we'll be out at the ballpark on Thursday with Derek Holland. But nationally, where do you think the Rangers fit in terms of people are like, yeah, I want to see this team?
Before we go further with that, can I ask you a question about something you just said?
Of course.
I would like to ask you a question.
Go for it.
Why do you think this is the most hyped opening day in years?
Because it feels like there's an achievable goal based on more than hope. I get it. If you look back at 17, you're like, yeah, back-to-back playoffs. Let's go. Maybe that even carries over into 18. But then you went into what felt like a soft rebuild at the time. And so 19 was a dud. 20 you knew was going to be a dud. And then also the way the season just absolutely changed because of the way the entire world changed. And then the carryover into 21, it still felt like a dud. You had some hope in 22, but I think the more realistic hope was maybe we can get back to 500. Now, I still think that's a more likely outcome. I think 84 and 78 or something along those lines makes a lot of sense. But even at 84 and 78, it feels like you have a real shot at getting back to the playoffs. And quite frankly, you've had 6 losing seasons in a row. So I think they've spent money. There's confidence. There's excitement. All the elements are there for this to be a much better season than we've sat through for a while.
So that's very general. Not specifically because Jacob deGrom's starting or because Corey Seager's back and in form. You had a very general, this is a hope thing that's building for a good season.
But I think that's all built into the realistic expectations. I think 84 and 78 is a realistic expectation because you spent the money to put together the best or one of the best middle infields in Major League Baseball. I think the hope is realistically there because you have a rotation that has pushed out a Dane Dunning he was fine last year. I'm not saying he was great or anything like that, but Cole Reagans has been on fire. No room for him without injuries. Glenn Otto, we've been waiting for that for a while. No room for him without injuries. Dane Dunning, we've used him the last couple of years. No room for him without injury. I think that's what's built into the, you can realistically say this could be a winning team.
I think as a sports fan, whenever your team goes into hard times and somewhat of a rebuild, when you see or feel that it looks like they're coming out of that and they could be successful, that's when you get most excited about sports.
Yeah.
As I'm wearing my Cowboys motivational hat today, my Chiefs Super Bowl championship hat.
Somebody asked if you're trolling, and I was like, maybe, kind of.
But what happens when you're the Chiefs is now everything's a failure unless you win the Super Bowl. Even making it to the Super Bowl is a failure. In the end, you're like, we didn't win it. That's one less time we have a chance to win it with Patrick Mahomes. When you are building something up, and I know that in the weird way, the Rangers didn't build anything up. They just spent a lot of money to do it. But when you get to that point, you're like, oh my gosh, I have been watching a product that I haven't been proud of or excited about for 5 years at least. And now you're like, I'm excited. I could be proud of this team. That's my team. then that's when I think the most excitement happens. I think in a weird way, when you're in the playoffs a whole bunch, Cowboys have been to back-to-back playoffs. I think you look at the Cowboys and go, look, if you guys aren't going to be in the Super Bowl, it's tough. I've seen you guys make the playoffs. Do something more. For the Rangers, their bar has been just don't be the worst team in baseball, because you picked second, third, and fourth recently. And now you're like, whoa, they might be able to sneak into the playoffs with this team. And I think that gives you the most excitement when you're coming out of being really bad.
And if you lose on Thursday, the season's over and all the hope is gone.
No. Well, look. Dang it, Corey. I know you're going to suck me into this.
I'm just joking.
If it's a situation where Jacob DeGrom immediately grabs his elbow, I'm not going to say the season's over, but I'm going to be like,
stop it.
For the effing goodness.
Stop it.
That's your fault.
I will say this. For the one game to start, I do agree. It's huge because I've never seen a pitcher like Jacob DeGrom on opening day.
No Ranger fan ever
So
has.
for me, that's what this is what that's why it's huge. I've never seen
Did
this.
Nolan start in 90?
I think he did. I'm just saying, the Rangers have never had a multi-time Cy Young winner starting on opening day ever.
In your face, Nolan. Right?
That is he's a zero-time Cy Young.
So I was kind of curious, and for the Tolos out there, what is the reason that you are excited for opening day? Watchability, though, Kevin. Bally's a tough thing for me right now, so I got to figure that out.
Yeah, that I definitely get, but I mean, we've talked about this before.
Oh, you don't have Bally's?
I'm gonna have to figure out. I can't get it on my TV. I have to plug my laptop into my TV to be able to watch Bally Sports.
Okay.
So nationally, though, would you think the Rangers would be closer to the bottom, the top, or in the middle?
I think right smack dab in the middle.
22.
Okay.
I'll go 15.
Okay. And then who would you put at the top or the bottom?
The teams to watch?
Yes.
Well, I would think the Dodgers are going to be up there. Probably not number one. I'd have to go through. I think the Padres are going to be very high up there. Their freaking lineup to start. And once you get to, April 19th or 21st will be Tatis, Soto, Machado, and Bogarts. Those are your first four guys.
The Padres are 4 and the Dodgers are 5 from the USA Today watchability report. I get it if we factor in Bally's. Well, luckily for the Rangers, there's several teams that are caught in that vortex, so that wouldn't immediately take them out. But I think this is a concept as opposed to the practicality of sitting down with your app.
They're not going to be top 3, but in a weird way, the Angels, I don't think are going to be better than 500, but I think they're very watchable because anytime you turn on the television and Ohtani and Trout are in the lineup,
maybe the best 2 players in baseball, probably the best 2 players in baseball. They're number 7.
Okay.
And right in front of them is the Astros. So it goes.
You have the Mets in there anywhere?
The Angels, Astros, Dodgers, and Padres. That's 7 through 4. The New York Mets are number 1 on the list. Check this out. They have a $336 million roster, which is $23 million less than the A's and the Orioles and the Pirates and the Rays and the Reds and the Guardians combined.
Okay, all right. I was like, hold on. There's no way.
So their payroll is $23 million less than those 6 teams total.
But they just lost Jacob DeGrom. How could they even be watchable anymore?
Because people think they upgraded. That hurts my feelings, and I'm sure that's a motivator for Jacob DeGrom.
He did win the Cy Young.
Yeah, but people are saying they upgraded by swapping out DeGrom for Verlander.
Did you see
they're
that,
number 1 on the list.
That giant board they put out in the middle of their stadium that I showed you the other day?
Scoreboard looks like the scoreboard that's at AT&T Stadium, but it's in a baseball stadium, and you're like, what is this?
Yeah, it's gigantic.
It is shockingly giant. All right.
It's the size of a building.
All right, so if the Mets are 1, and I gave you 4 through 7, can you figure out 2 and or 3?
Do you think the Yankees are going to be one of the 3?
Probably.
I mean, you have Aaron Judge, you now have Anthony Volpe, who's supposed to be the next. I think it's 2. He's not going to be, but the next Derek Jeter. So that's a very high watch, I think, for people. The Yankees shortstop position.
They are number 8.
I like the Braves a lot, and that's something that
I think a lot of talent.
A lot of good pitching.
The Atlanta Braves are number 3 on the list. The only other team that is ahead of them besides the Mets, they will be here on Thursday for opening day, where we will be as well. The Philadelphia Phillies. And here is part of the hook if you're talking about striking while the iron is hot. Were you entertained by JT Realmuto, Kyle Schwarber, and Trey Turner during the World Baseball Classic?
Yes,
of course you were.
And even after in the spring training game where Realmuto was like, hey, Mike, all I saw was a catcher that went, oh, you know what? The ball's not in my glove. I'm just going to take my glove back.
I think he definitely.
That's all I saw.
100% think the ump overreacted. I can see how in the moment it looks like he held his glove back for the ball, and right when you're about to give it to him, he moved his glove like he was Lucy. Exactly. And so I can see that. Now, you guys, Mike, you had said Texas Rangers smack dab in the middle. That is super close. The White Sox are 15. 16, the Texas Rangers. And the capsule from USA Today in terms of watchability, not just power rankings or else the Angels wouldn't be this high, is I think what a lot of what we all are feeling going into the season. How does a team with Jacob deGrom, Corey Seager, Marcus Semien rank this low? Well, for starters, the Rangers have to prove they can keep everyone healthy before we get too excited about them. And I think that's the rub. But that's also why you were able to get Jacob deGrom. There's no way in hell you would have gotten Jacob deGrom if he would have just finished, his 4th out of 5 Cy Young seasons or anything like that. He was available because he comes with risks. Same with Corey Seager, I think.
All right, we win the series, or maybe we just win the first game, opening day here. Do we start Eagles suck chance? Is that what we do?
Feels like you want me to start.
It doesn't feel like our sports carry over the way Philadelphia sports carry over. As in, you could be at a Phillies game and they're doing the Eagles chant.
Yeah.
I've never been at a Rangers game, and maybe there's been games where it's happened, where Cowboys chants. I don't even know if we have a Cowboys chant in DFW, but COW, we just start spelling things.
That spells cow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't feel like that happens at Ranger games.
Yeah.
Well, we could change that.
That's what we could start it this year. This is a new year, new Rangers.
We do not need to bring on Cowboys versus Eagles on Thursday, Saturday, or Sunday.
But what if we started spelling out Rangers? We
During
could do that.
R-A-N-G-E-R-A Rangers!
See?
We have our own chant now.
All right.
We have Let's Go Rangers, actually.
Mike is
a lot of letters.
Mike is so disinterested in that chant.
You don't want it. You come in here and you'll chant the Jets and the Eagles thing all the time.
I will say I get the Jets is easier because it's only 4 letters. Ruben said that's a lot of letters.
That's why they say Jets 3 times afterwards.
Yeah, because they're like, we need more.
It helps you ingrain it. Yeah, it helps you ingrain it in your brain.
I can absolutely, for this 682, I didn't mean this as a drive-by, but I guess I kind of did. Wow, F you too, Kevin, signed Nolan Ryan. I like the idea that he is listening to the show. I did
Nolan
not
loves the show, by the way.
necessarily mean
He does.
that as a dig against him. I watched this documentary and everything.
Can I ask you a question? The second team the Rangers face at home is the Baltimore Orioles. I think they're very highly watchable because of the great young players they have on their team. Adley Rutschman being one who I think is going to be like a 10-time All-Star.
Gunnar Henderson.
And then Grayson Rodriguez is a guy that is their stud pick. He's the next, this is too high a praise, I try to put this, but he's the next Jacob deGrom, Justin Verlander. This is the next superstar pitcher, supposedly.
I have to admit, I'm not familiar with the intro that they mentioned in this, but interestingly enough, Baltimore is right behind Texas at 17, and they said with the unfortunate injury to Edwin Diaz, O's closer Felix Bautista has the coolest entrance in baseball. And so I have to admit,
you don't know what
does
it
he
is
do
yet?
the Batista song, which I have no clue what that is?
I don't know that. I'm not familiar
Does
with
Batista
his
have a good wrestling song?
Yeah. It was a good song.
I Walk Alone.
I Walk Alone, yeah. And I could see how that would be fitting. I'll have to go double check that. I'm not familiar
Omar's Whistle.
Oh, yeah.
It's Omar's Whistle, dude.
Play that.
Is awesome.
What is Omar's Whistle?
What is the song?
Farmer in the Dale, right?
Farmer in the Dale.
That's what he comes out to?
Yeah.
And that's there has to be a techno beat behind it or something.
Omar's coming. Omar's coming. Everybody's, oh man, that's
I do know that from The Wire, but it's just a person slowly whistling that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
And you said he's in Baltimore?
Yes.
And that's where The Wire was shot. That's where The Wire was based.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's cool.
Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets that aren't that from Mike Bassick.
They're not that?
From what I just did, I hope it's not the exact same thing.
Oh, no, it's not the exact. I thought, wait, you're telling me I'm not doing baseball nuggets during baseball nuggets? You're so confusing. Is this a long enough tease?
Unless they say
told me to make really long
good.
teases. How about this? 9 questions entering the opening day season.
What?
Okay. You shut up. You messed me up. It's coming up next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, the countdown.
Instant masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, into this Shohei Ohtani stuff. 2023. Let's talk about what to watch here in 2023 as we are 2 days away. Is that right? 2 days away?
2 days away.
Okay, on Kevin's
take,
calendar,
yeah.
give or
No,
take
it
2 days
is
away.
2 days.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. How many days did I just count? Oh, okay.
Do
All
you
right.
count today?
No.
Can Shohei Ohtani be better than last year?
Yes. Also, did you see that stupid article ESPN put out to try to make this a thing? They were like, Shohei Ohtani is going to make $65 million this year. And then they were like, but that includes endorsements and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I was
So
like,
I'm sure
money.
LeBron probably makes $100 million
I was like, who
if
cares?
we're doing all the endorsements and everything. Well, it's interesting. Shohei Ohtani obviously had a great year last year. Didn't win the MVP because of Aaron Judge's season last year, and I'll get to Aaron Judge here in a second. But they're just saying here, Bob Nightingale of the USA Today is saying, what a big year for Shohei Ohtani. After coming off of striking out Mike Trout and winning the World Baseball Classic for Japan, he enters the last year of his contract. And if you remember, this isn't in the article, but I'm just going to remind people, Shohei came over a year early. He didn't need to. If he would have just stayed in Japan one more year, if he would have played the 2018 season in Japan rather than the United States for Major League Baseball, he would have been in the Yu Darvish situation where it wasn't a limited amount of, like, he came over kind of as a rookie where he's like, look, it's okay that I'm not going to make tons of money. I'll sign with the Angels. I can't do I'm going to be a free agent to start off. So this is really going to be the time where Shohei, and I know you just said $65 million, not like he doesn't have money.
Yeah.
But this is where Bob Nightingale's article says, look, you can forget about $500 million.
I think he could get $65 million a year after.
They're saying that Bob Nightingale's saying that probably he will get $600 million in free agency, if not a little bit more.
Oh my God.
And it says, remember this. The international star generates about $20 million a year for the Angels with his presence alone on the team. So that the Japanese audience sends you pretty much $20 million a year if Shohei's on your team. So when you look at paying him $60 or $70 million a year, which when I was on San Francisco radio, they're not opposed to possibly a team getting up to $70 million a year, because if he's a dual threat, and you can look at that going, he immediately brings in $20 million a year in revenue. And what other player does that?
And that just helps offset what seems like a ridiculous number otherwise, because clearly we've seen players get 40 and now getting closer to 50 million. And if you can factor in the money that comes just by Shohei existing, that makes you feel probably more comfortable, I guess. I mean, it's not my money.
Let's say the next great player comes along in the year that he wants his contract, and is he like, well, I want the same as Ohtani, and they're like, well, you don't bring in $20 million,
or do both things.
It kind of is happening in the same year. A 24-year-old Juan Soto is going to be a free agent. Juan Soto's younger than most rookies in Major League Baseball. He's younger than Jeremy Pena, who just was like, hey, he's the rookie for Houston Astros. Yeah, Juan Soto's younger than he is.
You just might have to accept less money than Ohtani.
Yes, but he's probably going to get $500 million.
Yeah, okay.
So, I mean, if you're looking this year, there's going to be a $600 million player and a $500 million player. Bob Nightingale says the reason to really watch Shohei Ohtani is because the Angels most likely will not be in a playoff race come trade deadline, and he says the Angels have to trade him. At that point, they know that Shohei's not going back to the Angels, and they have to trade him, and he bets that Shohei Ohtani gets traded to the San Diego Padres during this season.
Would it be I think the answer is yes. It would be impossible, right, for that to happen and for him to win or even go top 3 in both MVPs?
Yeah, I think so, because you're just not going to rack up. Let's just say at the All-Star break, you have 25 homers, 70 RBIs, and you're 9-2 with a 2.8 ERA.
All I want to see now is for him to say, I have set my goal to become both the AL and NL MVP, so I can be the one MVP.
Do you think it's possible then? That would be a burn on the Angels, too. Do you think it's possible, Mike, and I'm seriously asking this after last year, that he could win Cy Young and MVP in the same season? I'm not saying it has to be this year, Because last year he was 4th in Cy Young and 2nd in MVP. So we're not like crazy far away.
He could. I mean, he definitely could.
That would be the most.
But
amazing
DeGrom's
thing.
in the AL now, so
I think it will be tough this year. In the article, it does say if they're out of it, don't expect the Angels to want to send him to the Dodgers.
Okay.
And so it does say, though, that the Padres have the prospects needed for a rental of Shohei Ohtani. Now, number 2, how many home runs does Aaron Judge hit this year? The watch of Aaron Judge after 41. Setting the AL record at 62.
I was going to say 45.
41.
Okay.
You're way off, bro.
You said it with a lot more authority, so you know what? I actually believe you.
There you
now,
go.
Bob Nightingale says, I'm reading his article, but it just says, since your prediction is under 50, you're saying he gets hurt. Because it says in this article, if Judge stays healthy like he did last year, he's going to hit 50 home runs.
I disagree with that. I just think it's logical for like a come down season. And so 45 is still like, that's an immense amount of home runs. So I don't mean to disrespect him or anything like that. I just think last year it just felt so special. I'd say he could stay healthy and still do 45.
Biggest surprise to win their division, Bob Nightingale has the Toronto Blue Jays will win the American League East.
I would be more shocked. Like,
I got to see a lot more from them.
And they took another step last year.
They won 90 games last year.
I got to see more.
I don't think that is that shocking. I kind of thought you might say the Orioles, which I would find shocking.
He says the biggest disappointment this year in 2023, he's predicting the New York Yankees. And he is saying, look, right now, they only have 2 starters back from last year because of injuries to Rendon and Fernando Montes. They only have Garrett Cole and Nasty Nestor really in their rotation that they like because of injuries right now. So he thinks the Yankees have a good chance of missing the playoffs this year.
Oh, that'd be glorious.
What team has the most pressure, which I think we've talked about this earlier, but this is from Bob Nightingale. He says it is the San Diego Padres have the most pressure to win now.
For sure, because as much as we talk about the Angels, I mean, you know what? In a weird way, I know they're not expected to be great. I think there's pressure on the Angels, too, to have their hand forced of like, why are you even holding on to Ohtani? This is stupid. But the Padres have an incredible lineup, and they've spent an immense amount of assets to get that.
It's the A's. For their new stadium in Vegas. They really need to have a winning season.
What team is being most overlooked going into this season? And Bob Nightingale says it's the 111-win LA Dodgers. He says, yes, they lost Trey Turner and Justin Turner and Cody Bellinger, but they always have great prospects. They still have a good team. And so he says they can compete with that farm system. And why didn't they spend any money this offseason? Why didn't they do that? Well, connect it back to number 1, as he has said the Dodgers are saving up the $600 million to go after Shohei Ohtani in the offseason.
Because somebody asked if it's any way possible for the Rangers to get him. We've just heard that maybe he wants to stay on the West Coast, and even if he doesn't, I don't know what Texas could do to differentiate themselves.
He said the Dodgers will be in the playoffs. They'll be in a race with the Padres for the division. They're still going to be a very good team. And if you look behind the scenes, the reason that they let all these people go, the reason they didn't make any trades or anything to use their prospects to go get another big name guy is they feel pretty good about raising the $600 million that you need to compete for the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes.
From the 505, one downside of Ohtani, and I don't think about this, his unique skill set is that if he gets injured, you lose a bat and an arm.
True.
Like that is something that if you're spending $65 million and now you have 2 of those things missing, you're like.
And the other thing too is John Smoltz talked about last year, which will be tough, which you don't know, is how do you use Shohei Ohtani in the playoffs? Because a lot of times your number 1 will pitch game 1 and game 4, or possibly game 2 and game 5. And then you start going, how much short rest can we use him versus getting his bat in the lineup? That really is a valuable piece. So if he is on a playoff team, how do you use him throughout a playoff series and a playoff run because of the wear and tear, especially in a playoff pitching situation? And then this is interesting. I mean, Bob Nightingale, not that I've followed his picks in the last 4 years, but he says I have picked 3 of the last 4 winners correctly. He says he did pick the Nationals in 2019 to win it all. He picked the Dodgers in 2020, and he picked the Atlanta Braves in 2021. He did not pick the Astros last year. He doesn't say who he did pick.
I was wondering if he would pick the Astros this year then.
Now, this is the biggest surprise if he really gets this right. He is picking the Cleveland Guardians to win the World Series this year.
Whoa.
So
I would be pretty stunned by
They do have a good team.
Yeah.
And they have
won
a good
90 some odd games.
Yeah, and they have a good chance to win that division. That is not a very tough division right now when you look at the Royals,
there you go,
the White Sox, the Minnesota Twins, and then obviously the Cleveland Guardians. If you look at that, they have a good chance to win that division, get into the playoffs. But he is picking the Guardians to capture their first World Series title since 1948.
Didn't they play like a 15-inning playoff game last year? It was something insane where they played.
Well, the Mariners played a really long one. I remember
think
that.
maybe it
lost
was
to the
against the
Astros.
Guardians. I know the Guardians played a really long game last year. I'm going to have to look it up.
I'm not disputing that. I just don't remember.
I know they did, Kevin. I will look it up and figure it all out.
Even though you said don't do baseball nuggets, I just did nuggets.
Yeah.
And it was great in my face. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, this time we really will talk about the Mavs and that win over the Pacers. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Coming up on the Fan, get ready. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan.
I got to watch Ruben. I usually tease you 3 seconds before you say that. And
He'll
Ruben just
pop
turned
that
on my
mic
mic.
on.
And sometimes what I say would get me fired if it went over the air.
Yes, or definitely get FCC violations. I would agree with that. Can we go ahead and fire off? Let's go and do cut number 6 as we dive into the Mavs and Pacers game from last night.
He's been quiet in their last 2 games, both losses, a total of 6 points in those 2 games.
Yeah, youth has a lot to do with that.
10 for him tonight. Opposite corner from where Hardaway hit and ring up another one for Dallas. Timeout, Indiana.
And the Mavericks are victorious. By the way, yesterday, I don't know how much people care or paying attention, but the shooting guard for Indiana is probably going to finish second, at worst third, in the Rookie of the Year. Benedict Mathurin is so. It was fun to see him out there playing. He had a very solid game, or a very good game. But Mavericks win 127-104, keeps the hopes alive to get into the play-in tournament, which I know we've discussed this across our station. Not everyone is in agreement with whether or not they want that to happen. What is that look for, Corey?
I think this is interesting. This is a little bit of breaking news from Schefter, is that Magic Johnson is going to try and buy the Commanders.
Yeah, we hit that a couple weeks ago.
But isn't
Schefter's way behind?
But isn't like Magic Johnson?
The Josh
doesn't
Harris,
he like
Mitchell Rails group, which now includes him?
But when they say that, Magic owns like 2% of the Dodgers.
Yeah,
I didn't know that y'all did that a couple weeks ago.
But I don't remember that story either, because he's only, I know they throw his name in there, but it's like usually a 2% stake.
Yeah.
It's like, his name's on it, but.
Now, last night, Corey, I'm going to start with you, because Mike, I know how you feel. We'll get to it. Corey, are you excited the Mavs won, or did you want this season, as Dennis Smith Jr. said on Sunday, to be in the dirt?
You play to win the game.
You do.
All right.
Pacers did.
You don't.
That is true.
I'm not even certain that the Mavericks showed up with the intent of winning the game initially, but then whenever they saw the lineup across from them, they said, we don't want to be that embarrassed.
Yeah.
So I am still on the, if you're gonna finish the season, finish it and try to win. Try to do your best. I mean, I know it, like we want Scoot Henderson, right? Like we want to add Wembanyama.
Yes. I'd take Brandon Miller too.
I think that
I know people have thoughts.
I think we'll be done with the draft and we'll go, dang it, we didn't tank right. If we really wanted to tank, we should have done it differently. So yeah, I really want them to have a chance in the playoffs to pull something special off, if they can even get into the playoffs, but that's going to be tough. So I want to see something special. And Mike, we talked about this. All the best things in sports, I think, and like the movies and everything, are an underdog story ends up happening, and you're like, wow, I can't believe that happened. That's what I want. Do I think it's going to happen? I mean, history tells me it doesn't. All right, so... But I'm fine with it last night.
Mike, were you less than pleased, perhaps, for draft positioning that the Mavericks won this game?
Yeah, that stunk. I was so frustrated at I don't know, 5 o'clock.
Were you mad at JaVale McGee then, too?
No.
Because he played well.
I'm mad at Jason Kidd. What did I say 2-3 weeks ago when they were about to go on a stretch where it was very crucial? And didn't I say on this station, give Magoo 3 minutes in the first or second quarter. Just give him 3 minutes. See if he's engaged, because you need to see, because he's the only way you're going to maybe compete at rebounding, compete at stopping guys from driving to the rim and laying the ball up or dunking it, because Dwight Powell isn't talented enough to stop it. Maxi Kleber isn't talented enough to stop it. Christian Wood isn't talented enough to stop it. So give Magoo 3 minutes. If in 3 minutes he wants to go sip his Slurpee on the bench, then you gave him 3 minutes. It's not going to kill you to give him 3 minutes to see, because in those 3 minutes, what is Dwight Powell going to do, or Maxi Kleber? Nothing that special. We've seen it for years upon years. So just 3 minutes to see. And Jason Kidd is just not smart enough as a coach to do these things. He's just not talented enough as a coach. Unbelievable basketball player. One of the greatest point guards I've ever seen in my life. But he doesn't know how to coach. So do I expect JaVale McGee to play tomorrow night? I don't. Just because of what I could see him sitting the bench the whole time. Maybe he plays 20 minutes. There's no figuring out Jason Kidd. And so I was happy with what McGee did. I'll be honest, it was in the background at that point as they were up by 20 points. I did see his dunk on, but like, I'm very happy that McGee had a good game because we have him for 2 more years. But what's the point? Kidd's not. Do you think Kidd's going to play him next game?
Probably not in the same way.
We just don't know, right? The way you answer, like, we don't know. Will Kidd play Jaden Hardy?
And that's the person that I was thinking of, is getting a determined pattern for his minutes can be somewhat confusing for me. And I thought he played very well yesterday. He still makes mistakes.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so this is Jason Kidd. You just explained. You're Jason Kidd. Yeah. What you just said is Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd wouldn't play Jason Kidd in 1994. And so what Jason Kidd likes from people like Frankie Smokes and Justin, I can't play in this league Holiday, is if you run up and down the court and you don't make a mistake, as in you're kind of in the right defensive position. Doesn't mean you can stop a person in the NBA if they want to score and they're good.
But Justin Holiday, you executed.
Right. And so you go down the court, and when they pass you the ball, you pass it back to Luka. When they pass you the ball, you throw up a brick. Well, throwing up a brick isn't a mistake. You just miss the shot.
Yeah.
And so what Jason Kidd likes, and it's a weird thing that he likes, he wants a player to make 0 plays all game. I would like for you to do nothing to help us win. As long as you do nothing to help us win, I'm fine. As long as you don't do anything to hurt us and maybe possibly cause us a loss. And it's really weird that he wants a 0 + 0 = 0.
I do think sometimes his risk-reward kind of calculation is out of whack.
It's moronic.
I don't love that either.
Because Jason Kidd, if you're not as old as I am, Jason Kidd in 1994 would make 5 of the stupidest passes you've ever seen in your life. It'd go off the damn backboard, and then the other team would get it and go dunk it on us. We weren't a very good team. But then he would do that 4 more times, throw the ball out of bounds, push the ball when we had nobody running, and he would try a layup 1-on-4.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the crap is Jason Kidd doing? Because he's a 20-year-old rookie. He's rookie of the year. But there were 15 plays that you would watch Jason Kidd make as a rookie, and you go, my God, have I ever seen anybody do that before? Like, this is amazing. And Jason Kidd, like, I don't care about your 15 positive plays. You made 5 mistakes, so you're never playing again. And so with Jaden Hardy, it's like, dude, Jaden's going to give you 10 premium plays a game. Is he going to make 5 possible mistakes? He is. 10 - 5 is 5. 0 + 0 = 0.
Are you pumped that that Luka subbed out with a couple minutes left in the first quarter, like we've been asking for a while? Some of the changes have been implemented.
Yes. I will say this. I watched, because I'm tank watching, I did watch the Bulls and the Clippers play, and Kawhi did play all 12 minutes of the first quarter.
Yeah.
So I can't say it doesn't happen, because last night, Kawhi, they were down 32-27, then the Bulls peed that one away. They were down by like 8 at halftime. But I guess it does happen with some other players some other times. It's rare, but last night, Kawhi did play all 12 minutes. But yeah, I don't get when you have a heavier guy, and Luka's not out of shape, but he is a heavier guy in the league, why you would force a heavier guy to play all 12 minutes of the first quarter, all 12 minutes of the third quarter. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But like I said, I'm not Jason Kidd, but Jason Kidd, I don't think has made a lot of sense to a lot of former NBA basketball players, and he hasn't made a lot of sense to fans, but I guess he's making all the sense in the world to Mark Cuban and Nico.
I have to admit, I'm surprised somewhat by the feedback on the fan text. I don't know if the Twitch or the YouTube's any different, but people are not. I guess I still thought people would be stoked because you still get a chance to get in the tournament. Now you're a half game back of the Lakers and the Thunder. Like, I realized the overwhelming odds in terms of
those people gave up.
You think so?
Yeah, they were like, because those people like get mad at Mike and don't want to argue with him anymore. So they've given up. If they hear Mike start talking, they're just like, I don't want to fight with him about this.
I'll give you a positive. Jaden Hardy looks like a potential future all-star. Not next year in his second year in the league, but what Jaden Hardy's doing, I'll tell you a guy that we wanted to draft and the Mavericks said no to. He's reminding me a little bit of when you watch Tyrese Maxey play early in his career. And Tyrese Maxey hasn't made the All-Star team yet, but you can see that Maxey looks like a star in the making in his early career. And I'm looking at Jaden Hardy going, dude, the Mavericks drafted in the second round a dude who's going to average 20 points a game, and with development of his game and eliminating some of the mistakes that he makes, and everybody makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect in a basketball game, but I can see a dude who might in 2025 or 26 be a borderline all-star player in the league. That is great. I'll give, hey, Nico, Mark Cuban, whoever I need to kiss their ass, because I know that Mark loves his butt being kissed.
Right.
Is that great job getting Jaden Hardy. Awesome job by the Dallas Mavericks. And I will give the coaching staff some credit. Whatever you've done with Jaden Hardy, great job. I went and watched YouTube when he got drafted by the Mavericks. Horrible point guard when you watch the G League. And you're like, dude, this isn't good. And then you start watching games later in the season, in the G League season, and you see that Scoot Henderson is now playing with Jaden Hardy, and Scoot Henderson's the point guard while Jaden Hardy's off the ball. You're like, dude, this guy doesn't miss open threes. When Scoot Henderson gives him a good look, and this is why I'm like, I think he can really work off the ball with Luka because he's such a knockdown three-point shooter with Scoot Henderson.
Yeah.
And it's all playing out that way. So great job. If you want me to give a positive, great job by the Mavericks. Great job playing him 24 minutes last night.
That's a big deal for sure. Like, you've seen his minutes grow throughout this season. That's important.
But no.
Over the last 2 months, they have.
No.
Okay.
Charlotte Hornets, 13 minutes the game before.
But Mike, let's go back to January. 5 straight games, 4 minutes, 8 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. He was in that range. In the last 2 months, he's been around the 13 to 16 to 20 minute range. He had one game this month where it hasn't, actually 6 minutes against Los Angeles Lakers. Other than that, it's been 25, 19, 20, 38, 41, 37. And injuries
17,
have been
13. That's too inconsistent, Corey.
I agree with that too, but you go back to the beginning of the season when he was starting 4 and 6.
I understand, because he's a 20-year-old kid who was in the G League and is like, dude, he needs still more time. But at this point, Justin Holiday should not get a minute on this basketball team.
You also saw him
at
41 minutes, and he got exhausted. They knew he couldn't handle that. He needs the
that
growth
game.
and
Everybody
development.
was out.
What?
Everybody was out of that game.
Yeah, but he needs that growth and development because he can't play 41 minutes yet.
100%.
So that's
I'm not asking him to play 41. Tomorrow night, I don't need to see 13 minutes from him, 14 minutes from Frankie Smokes, and 14 minutes from Holiday. Give him 30 minutes a night. In those 30 minutes, he's pretty much an automatic 20 points. If you just give him the time.
And he's earned it too. Like, that's the other thing. Like, over this time, when he's finally gotten minutes, he said, watch what I can do. And that's what I think that I'm hopeful that was part of it, was he has to earn these minutes. Like, I'm looking at Christian Wood's tweet and it says chess. What the hell does that mean?
Does that mean like today?
Like, the Mavs are playing chess and nobody else is? Does it mean he's playing chess and nobody else is? Because wasn't that something like, has this guy earned the right to come in here and be a starter right out of the gate? Or does he need to earn his minutes? Does he need to earn something with this club too? Jaden Hardy's earning. I think he's earning the respect of every Mavs fan out there too.
Oh, for sure. But I just don't think he's earning the respect of Jason Kidd, because against the Charlotte Hornets, you're like, what are we doing? Why are we playing these guys? Justin Holiday was released from a team that was as bad as the Mavericks. And it's like, yeah, because he went 5 of 6 in his first game with the Mavericks. That one game earned him automatic playing time in every game. He couldn't even get off the bench for a second with the Atlanta Hawks. Like, these are the things that frustrate me with Jason Kidd. There's multiple things, but one of them is, dude, Jaden Hardy's gonna screw up. I agree with Kevin.
For sure.
He's gonna screw up in a game. He's going to get his ass blocked at the rim because he didn't go hard. He's going to get a little bit confused on a certain thing and not help on defense. But Frankie Smokes and Justin Holiday don't have an ounce of the talent that this kid has.
Future with this team. That's the thing that gets me, is I'm not disputing you about that. I just don't think they have any future with this team as opposed to Hardy, Green, however you want to stack it up. And that part is agitating.
And I think it does get confusing to another young guy like Josh Green. because he gets confused, I think, because I'm not giving up on him. I think that what he showed in 1 month, I do really like. Now, it is very like, wait a second, can you do this for 60 games? And this is where probably you don't give him a major extension because you're not sure. But when you keep getting jerked around, like, all right, you're in the starting lineup. No, you're not in this. Here's the human being. Corey, and I'll open. It's like, wait, I'm leading the show. I'm not leading the show. I'm closing the segments. I'm not closing the segments. Like, it screws with your confidence as a person. And so as much as it's like, no, just do your job today. It's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Like, did I not do my job? Because now you're demoting me. And like, no, I'm not demoting you, but I'm a human being. It feels like a demotion. And so it's where this coaching staff has really struggled to figure out if Jaden Hardy plays 12 minutes tomorrow night, wouldn't that feel like a demotion to a 20-year-old kid? Like, wait, what did I went 8 of 12. I scored 20 points. I had 4 assists and 4 rebounds. Now, do I need to go out and score more than 20? Are you telling me to score because Justin Holiday's a horrible basketball player? Are you telling me to run up and down the basketball court and never shoot the ball and never do anything? That's what you want from me? You want me to be more like Frankie Smokes? Like, it's confusing the way Jason Kidd F's around with Hardy and Green's mind.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense what he wants from his rotations right now. Like that's the thing that I'm very confused about is what are you just trying to collect data and say, okay, now we just go stick to the data? Because was that what you did last year? Last year was a very different approach. And this year's very like, I don't know. He's just like, I don't know. Let's try this out.
Yeah.
Let's put Maxey in there and see if he can inbound the pass.
It's weird because I love what you're talking about earning things, right? But then at other times, like, you don't have to earn anything on this team.
I get that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Ooh, I like this. Coming up next, teacher turned baseball card artist who is in the Hall of Fame and has already put Mike on the waiting list. Tim Carroll joins the show right here on 105.3 The Fan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Teacher turned baseball card artist, the man has stuff in the Hall of Fame and has already put Mike Bassick on the wait list. It is Tim Carroll. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. I have a nonsense question for you first so you can get an idea of how we work. When is the last time you changed your voicemail or even left a voicemail with somebody?
It has been a long time. A long time. I don't talk on the phone much. Usually everything's by text or by email. So you'll have to excuse me for my for anything I say that's off cuff or whatever.
Okay.
My voice skills are not very good right now.
There's his disclaimer.
This would be a weird conversation if it was just texting, though. Like, I don't know if we could do it today.
That's right.
Well, Tim, the reason I wanted to have you on is I just think your art is amazing. And I think your story is even, as inspiring as your art. So, Tim, I was watching, I believe it's called The Card Life a few years ago, and it really caught my attention, is you decided to take the Honus Wagner T206 card and you decided to make artwork out of your common baseball cards, correct?
That's correct. Yep. I was on a trip down to New Orleans. My wife was at she was teaching at a science conference, and we walked around the French Quarter and walked into a lot of different art galleries and saw some just crazy stuff. And it got the wheels turning, started storming, so we decided to go back to the hotel and stopped in a convenience store and picked up a magazine, and I saw a little blurb talking about it being the 100th anniversary of the T206 Wagner. And I thought to myself, wouldn't it be cool if I could trade all those commons in my closet for a Honus Wagner? It's kind of like, trading cards. That's the whole purpose of them, right? So through art, that's what I was able to do.
Is it okay if we say that very first Honus Wagner, the face looked a little scary?
It was pretty rough. It was I like to call it now my conceptual piece. Try to make it sound better than it was, but yeah, it was rough. But that's kind of the way it's gone. Everything is practice makes perfect, and I still love, even 14, 15 years later, I love trying to get better with each piece that I do.
How did you decide which ones? Because there's so many different cool looking cards. These two guys are huge card nuts anyway, and I've gotten into it a lot too. But man, just picking out my favorite, I'm going to do this one today. How did you decide your first five? Was it just your favorite cards, or were you like, this one looks like it might be easy?
Well, no, it come down to, at the time, it was wanting to take the cards that you stick in the closet and you never look at again, and trade them for the most iconic cards. The ones that you really want. So it was the Honus Wagner. It was the 1952 Topps Mantle. It was the 89 Upper Deck Ken Griffey Jr. And I had plans to go through and just do about 10, but then the commission started coming in, and I thought, hey, I might actually be onto something here. Yes. And that's how it got started.
So let's talk about that part, because if I understand correctly, you were, when you started this, you were also working towards becoming a teacher and then teaching, and then you stopped teaching because this took over. Do I have my timeline correct? And if not, you can call me a chump and tell us what really happened.
No, you're very close. So I was finishing up my teaching degree that March in 2009 when we took that trip to New Orleans. I had actually just landed my first job the week before to teach in the following fall. So I was just waiting to finish my degree and get the licensure all taken care of, and then I was just going to move right into my teaching position. So both careers kind of started at the same time. It was pretty wild, and it was taking a lot of time that I had not had taken from me. So,
did you ever zone out in class or anything because you were starting to sketch something and you're like, okay, this is the direction I'm going with my next card?
It was not that serious at first. That's the reason that Honus Wagner looked so bad.
So we're talking to Tim Carroll here, who is now a Baseball Hall of Famer.
Oh, my God.
This is Tim, awesome. I want you to talk about when the Hall of Fame reached out to you that they had seen enough of your art to say, we need a Tim Carroll piece of art in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Oh my gosh! So I think it was January of 2019. I'm sitting at the kitchen table, and I have days where I will do what I call clerical work, where I'm sitting there, balancing the books or answering emails or doing things like that. And I was sitting at the computer at the table, and an email come up. And at first I read it, and then I had to reread it because it was basically telling me that they were opening up a new wing in the Hall of Fame called the Shoebox Treasures exhibit that focuses on baseball cards, collecting cards, and all the things that have happened with baseball cards over the years. And they wanted to have a wall focused on artwork and have one of my pieces, as a piece to that wall. So I couldn't respond fast enough. What you do, yes, whatever you need from me, let me know. Whichever piece you want that I have, I'll make one if you need it. Whatever you got to have. But they had already chosen the Sandy Koufax 1955 Topps, so that's the piece that hangs in Cooperstown now.
Now, this is a family-friendly show, but did you also have an audible reaction at your computer that was maybe not family-friendly?
Absolutely. I'm being considerate right now of being on the air. It's like, yeah.
We appreciate that very much.
Do you like doing puzzles? Because this is a huge puzzle that you get to piece together, but it seems like that's what you do all day anyway. So do you like doing puzzles also?
No, I mean, not really, but I'm a big believer in whatever you do in life leads you to whatever you do next. And before I was a teacher, I spent 10 years in a manufacturing plant cutting leather. And one of the things that I helped get started there was how to make the hide, the leather, more efficient whenever we're cutting out the pattern pieces for the chairs, the couches, the sofas. So we would actually take plexiglass pieces and work them in around flaws that were in the hide. Huh. And, so I would fit those in and it just turned the mind in a different direction. And then once I saw that Honus Wagner in the magazine, I thought, hey, I can combine a lot of stuff that I know, a lot of skills that I have.
Now, unfortunately, you have gotten too popular. Is it true that Mike Bassick had to be put on the waiting list to get a card done?
Right now, the commission list is sitting just over 3 years, and it's been running 3 years for about 3 years now. So it's almost like once I get finished with a piece, I'll take on one or two more. Finish a couple of pieces, take on one more. And each piece takes so much, different amounts of time depending on the actual image on the card. So, one piece can take a couple of weeks while another piece can take pretty much my whole month.
Do you ever get some requests where you're like, oh no, versus some that you're like, yes?
Well, absolutely. But I mean, fortunately, with the wait list that's been sitting where it's at for so long and continuously running that way, I've been able to kind of pick and choose, which projects I take on and which ones I said, that one's just not one that interests me right now.
Sorry, Tim. I know that there's
that's okay.
Looking at your website, timcarrollart.com, I've seen you've done a Luka Doncic card. You've done a Tom Brady card. You've done, obviously, not just baseball. You've expanded to other sports. It looks like you've even expanded to other types of art. Besides, obviously, me reaching out. I mean, huge name, 10-hole wins in the major leagues. Who has reached out to you that you've been most excited about or shocked?
It was pretty cool being in Toronto working. I was working, the Upper Deck Company had me working up there with them at their booth and working live in front of people. And I felt this huge presence standing in front of me while my head was down. And I could tell that this guy, standing in front of me was just a bigger human being. And I looked up and it was Andre Dawson. And
cool.
He, we got off to the side and he asked me, some details about it, and we got to talking and exchanged information, and I get a phone call, from him, and he told me exactly what he wanted, and I come up with a few sketches and sent his way, and he approved one, and I got that work done for him, and I ended up letting him know by email one day, and then he gave me a call 20 minutes later to tell me he loved it, what he saw, on the picture that I sent. But he was at the winter meetings in San Diego when that happened, and he had stepped out of a meeting to do that. So it just kind of goes to show what, a humble human being he is. He was great.
And Tim, the other thing, which is really cool, is once you do a card, whether it's a 58 Mantle or a 1977 Mike Bassick tops, you will never do that card again, correct?
That's true. That's correct. For two reasons. One, it gives the person that's waiting all this time for a piece of artwork, they get something that no one else is going to have. And the second reason is because after I spend 150 plus hours looking at one card or image, I don't want to look at that one.
That makes a lot of sense.
What card has been the most fun card you've got to do?
Usually it's whichever one I finished last, but I finished one last year, the 87 Topps Bo Jackson. And that's just because it's part of my childhood. And I was 9 years old at the time. I remember pulling that card from packs. I remember, having those, just all the colors with the Future Stars logo, the chain link fence in the background, Bo's expression, wood grain borders. Can't beat that.
Man, awesome stuff. I appreciate the time. We appreciate the time. TimCarrollArt.com. If you're like, you know what? I need to get ahead of this and get on the list. We appreciate it very much, good sir.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I appreciate you having me.
There you go. Dude. Tim Carroll. That Bo Jackson one is pretty sweet looking.
Just think about this for a second. Like Tolo's out there right now could be just walking around with a prize like that in your brain and you don't even realize it yet. And then all of a sudden you get this moment of clarity like he had, and you say, I'm going to go do this because I think it's fun. And then it turns into like, this is your life. This is your job. This is your business.
You know what I saw on his website that I thought was really amazing too, is he has done creations of graded cards as well. Like he
really?
Yeah, like he has a couple of Ty Cobbs that are like in the graded because they're miniature
PSA
cards.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. And they're in the PSA holder and everything like that. It is, his skill set is amazing, and he's got videos and stuff out there on his website or in other places showing kind of how he does this, and it is really cool if you ever want something to do with all of your junk era cards.
And I tweeted out, if you want to go see On the Card Life, where he did kind of a 5-minute interview where there's obviously him working and everything. It's really cool to see how hard it is for him to pick out the cards, cut the cards, and to make it look very cool to the original card.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is tight end really the top need the Cowboys have remaining? 877-881-1053. You want to get involved in our conversation? We will do that next right here on The Fan.
There is a
This segment right here on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoes, Traverse, Malibus, and all your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Play fake. He's not throwing it to Davis. He's going to throw it to Ferguson. On the right side of the end zone. Touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. You guys ready to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Buttermilk biscuits.
And we start with the position that we just heard from is, I've seen a couple of different spots, and we'll start with Yardbarker listing the biggest concerns for the Cowboys before the draft. And so there are other ones on the list. Find out about Jonathan Hankins, with which Jerry Jones seems to think could get done, so I'm stoked about that. Find Tony Pollard some help. But number one on the list, find another Dalton Schultz. And then if you go down to The Athletic, they say for the Cowboys, the number one remaining need is tight end. So there are multiple national spots that are saying they believe tight end is the biggest spot of need for the Cowboys. Is that the way you see it?
No.
Man, that's...
Well, and I get it because Jerry was talking about it during the combine.
What's next?
Yeah. No.
Fair enough. You know what? For the 502, tight end, not a major need. The Ferguson boys are awesome.
I need a backup tight end, or backup tight ends for special teams, as we talk about a lot. But like when it comes to this team, I see so many other glaring holes that tight end's not the first place I look to. Now, if you're telling me that that's a good market for tight end at 26.
Yeah.
And that I'm getting the best possible tight end that's the future there. I guess take that guy because I trust Will McClay. I trust Will McClay to make a good decision in the first round. But there are other things the Cowboys need. Don't reach. But I guess Jerry was talking about it in the combine, and so everybody took it as like, oh, they want a tight end so bad. And I don't know if Jerry knows everything all the time about that.
I'm trying to look up the last time Jason Witten was great, because besides that, we've had guys. Now, did Dalton Schultz end up being a nice player? But he was never special. He was just a nice player. He was an above average tight end for a few years. And I'm looking at Jason Witten. The last time he was great would be, would you say 2000? If you're looking at his stats, 2012 or 2013?
I'm not,
because by the time I'm just looking. By the time 2014 arrives, he has 64 catches for 703 yards and 5 touchdowns. The year before, 73 for 851 and 8 touchdowns. That's pretty darn good.
Yeah, 2013 I would count as still.
So we've gone almost a decade without having what you'd consider a great tight end. I get Witten's going to be a Hall of Famer, at least should be a Hall of Famer. Great career, this and that, but. I mean, the Cowboys have gone almost a decade with what you'd be considered without a great tight end. So I would like one. It would be, man, if you found Travis Kelce, no argument. Great,
Yeah.
draft him. Have him
That's
here for a
Dalton
decade.
Kincaid, let's do it.
But I guess my thing is we're done with Jake Ferguson and Hendershot now.
I think they do exactly
awesome.
what Dalton Schultz did, or whoever, or Witten at the latter half of his career. As good, maybe even you're hoping for a hair better.
Now, in other draft news based on the gambling, I think some people will like one of these and maybe not love one of the other ones. Which team will draft Hendon Hooker? Number 6, the quarterback out of Tennessee. Number 6 on the list, the Dallas Cowboys.
Cowboys!
And
So-
I know that's a name that's come up a lot that people want to see.
I was watching, I guess, ESPN this morning. I was flipping around. They had in a mock draft him going in the top 5.
Oh,
I think he's going to the Tennessee Titans possibly, or the Colts at 4.
I'm gonna go ahead and say no way in hell.
Maybe
Okay.
did they have him as the like a 5th quarterback?
No. He did a mock draft.
Oh my gosh.
Tannenbaum or somebody? Is he a person that's doing things on ESPN?
We had him on the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Yeah. We talked nachos with
he
him.
did a mock draft, and I swear he had
Oh.
Anthony Richardson going 11, and he said, look, Anthony Richardson doesn't compare on the film to Hendon Hooker, and he had Hendon Hooker going top 5 or top 6 in this draft.
Okay. I would be shocked beyond belief if Hendon Hooker went in the top 5 or 6 in this draft.
Wow.
Will you be shocked if he goes in the first round? I don't.
I would still be surprised.
USA Today, or Colts Wire at least,
But not shocked.
has him as the 5th quarterback to go. They have Bryce, CJ Stroud, Richardson, Levis, then Hooker before Jaron Hall and Darian Thompson Robinson.
Does it just positional ranking, or do they say we got him going?
These are just the 5 ranked
yeah.
quarterbacks on there.
Because of the way the quarterback run will go, I guess I wouldn't say shocked. I would still be somewhat surprised if he went in the first round.
I would take him
At this moment.
Not in the first round, Kevin. I would take him. I love what I saw when I watched him at Tennessee. It was a lot of fun. I will also add that I saw Pelissero tweet that Aiden O'Connell from Purdue is having a private workout with the Cowboys today. So we'll keep that in mind.
I have that mock draft up, and I know how much you dislike this, but
Look, we're at least in the season where
Okay.
I will listen
and
to
we can
it.
disagree with Tannenbaum.
he
Just 'cause
has
he's a
the
guest doesn't
Seattle
mean-
Seahawks at number 5 taking Hendon Hooker.
Wow.
Will Levis going 4th overall. He has CJ Stroud going 2nd and Bryce Young going 1st. So to give you an idea, he has them going 4th in quarterbacks, but 5th overall in the whole draft.
Look, I will gladly admit if and when I am wrong, I would be shocked.
And Anthony Richardson going 11th overall.
Which, I can wrap my head around, just not for Hooker.
What does he know? What does he know that
Hendon
we
Hooker's
don't
coming
know?
off an ACL injury.
Maybe
and
he's
everything.
tight with Schneider over there with the Seahawks.
By the way, the other big news in his mock draft, he had Jalen Carter going number 18.
Wow! Holy moly, that is a big fall for him. You know what? I think there's a better chance Jalen Carter goes 18 than Hendon Hooker goes in the top 5. So
Okay.
that is definitely
In your face,
interesting.
Tannenbaum. Whatever his name is.
Now,
Mike Tannenbaum?
yes, and I have one more draft note for you. Is the favorite to draft Bijan Robinson? That remains your Dallas Cowboys, just ahead of the Washington Commanders.
Trade up for him is what you're saying, right?
No, well, this does not factor any of that in. It just says the Cowboys are the favorite to draft Bijan Robinson.
Don't forget, Kevin wants to trade into the top 10.
I
to get
definitely
Bijan.
do not want to trade into the top 10 to get Bijan
Kevin said,
Robinson.
I can't wait to have that Longhorn on
I mean,
my football
obviously,
team.
look, that is true. Just not if we trade him in the top 10. Clearly now, if I'm trading in the top 10, it's get Hendon Hooker.
I'll tell you what,
Is-
if your dream comes true and the Cowboys get Bijan Robinson, I will definitely go to Dick's Sporting Goods and buy you a UT Bijan Robinson
gross.
jersey, and you can wear it all season long.
Just to show how crazy the draft can giveth and taketh away. Did you hear that Ron Rivera said the Commanders' new owner might be a factor in if they pick up Chase Young's 5th-year option? Just remember, after that first season, you're like, holy crap, this kid is going to be awesome forever. And now they're like, you know what? We'll see. We might not want his 5th-year option. He has struggled,
How many games has he even
with
played in?
injuries. Oh, my gosh.
12? Let me look real quick. I want to know.
Since his rookie year,
since his rookie year, he's played in 12 games.
Yeah.
And he's only started, he's only started 11. Because I don't know why he didn't start one of them.
That was probably a game he came back from injury, but still, that is pretty bad. That is pretty
There's 17 games in a season, Kevin.
It's true.
So starting 12 in the last two is bad.
That is bad. That's
But
about a third.
Does that make sense, though, what he's saying about the new ownership that could involve Magic Johnson, as we learned earlier on this show? That they would have to say, hey, we want to re-sign. We want to extend this guy. We want to spend the money on this guy, knowing what the return's been lately.
Yeah, no, I get it. Now, the Hernandez family continues to crank out brain scientists. Did you see that the brother of dead Aaron Hernandez,
he shot himself in the heart because of this? Is this correct? Do I remember this story right? When he killed himself, or did he hang himself?
Thought he hung.
Yeah, because he's in prison, so he couldn't have shot himself.
Because he's a coward. So Dennis Hernandez, the brother of Aaron Hernandez, has shown that he is a Rhodes Scholar as well. He threw a brick at ESPN's headquarters in Bristol, Connecticut, and then attached a note. Quote,
he was like, I'm Tim Hardaway Jr.
Oh my gosh, dude. Mike.
Because the bricks.
That's Mike's favorite comment all day. Is to all media outlets, it's about time you all realize. Now, I want to point out, he spelled it REALEYES as one word.
Oh, he screwed up. He had a great opportunity to spell it EYEZ.
We're going to start looking at people's Twitter on how they spell things. I will raise my hand.
This was a handwritten note attached to a brick.
If I start writing handwritten notes and throwing them through windows with a brick, I'm probably going to misspell things.
It's about time you realize the effect media has on all family members. Since you're a worldwide leader, maybe you could lead how media and messages are delivered brick by brick. Don't know what that means. Clean it up. Yours truly, Dennis J. Hernandez.
Maybe he was hacked.
Now, he wrote it. The PS not included is, hey, sorry, my brother killed so many people, and maybe I should focus on all the lives that ruined instead.
Hold on, do I have to answer for my brother's? I'm not my brother's keeper.
But he did. But he is answering. If you're going to throw a brick at a window.
He's saying the stories y'all told have affected our family
or
me.
Guess what,
and
Jack
I had nothing
Nuts,
to do with
not
it.
as much as it's affected that your brother's a murderer.
I'm rubbing off.
And that's not ESPN's fault.
Oh my God.
You are. What is ESPN supposed to do? Hey, you know what? A guy that was in the NFL is investigated for murdering somebody that he did because he was covering up for the murders of two other people, or vice versa. Are they still be like, you know what? Pass.
Knuckles.
We probably won't bring that up. I don't know if I feel good about getting Knuckles from Mike
This is where you always wanted to be.
I don't know.
This is your
if that
aspirations.
means I have chosen the right path.
Listen, I feel like throwing the brick.
Jack Nuts.
Wrong decision.
That is definitely because of you.
That is the wrong decision. But have they ever done a story on the effects of the family, on what they've gone through since they lost their son was in a bad situation?
Who cares?
Who cares?
Who cares?
You don't care?
I don't care.
So, all right, let me just put it to you this way.
I don't need a story.
Your brother kills people.
Yep.
You had nothing to do with it.
Yep.
Now people are coming and putting signs and stuff in your front yard, lighting them on fire, crapping in your yard.
But we don't know any of that's happened.
Because ESPN's never reported it,
you
right?
don't know, but you don't know any of that's happened.
No, I don't. I'm saying, if that happens, and that's being affected, and nobody's telling that story,
then move somewhere else. You have to anticipate that's going to happen. Like, it's not your fault. But he's not even making those claims. Like, you just made that up. He's not making those claims. ESPN is not making those claims. It's not ESPN's job to follow up about how the murderer's brother is doing unless they're presented with something. They're presented with nothing. So why is it their responsibility?
I don't know. I have no clue if he's tried to contact them and tell a story before. And do you know that he has or hasn't?
I don't know that, because the only thing I know that he contacted them with is he threw a brick and wrote a note.
I would have probably maybe have sent the note via like a carrier pigeon. That probably would have gotten through a lot better.
I like it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the MLB Hope-O-Meter for 2023 and one particularly encouraging sign for the Rangers. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The MLB Hope-O-Meter for 2023, and one particularly encouraging sign for the Rangers.
I want to bring our off-air conversation on the air for a second because it does involve the Rangers.
Yeah.
It looks like former President George Bush will be at opening day.
Yeah.
Right. Well, is the other one, he passed, right?
I just wanted to clarify, just in case.
Is that, Corey's like, what if we could have him on? Which would be awesome.
Sure.
Yes. That would be super awesome to have on a president, former president. Is that what goes on with that is not easy to execute, because I do believe this. When George Bush, the former owner of the Texas Rangers, does go to a Ranger game, I do believe there are snipers up in the rafters.
Ooh.
So they're
not aiming at us.
Right? Well, guess what?
Oh my God, they might.
If somebody comes over there,
well, they might also be there. Like,
because we're going to be in center field Thursday. Is that our area?
Yes, that is correct.
So I know there's 3 different levels in center field. Do you know what level we're on?
I think the bottom. Let me double check on that.
I honestly hope we're not, just because there's a lot of chaos on that level because the team shop is right there.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe if we're on that next level where those bobbleheads are, the big bobbleheads.
We're lower. We're lower than that.
Okay, so there's that level, which is kind of cool too. So I'm just like but I'm like, man, if we had George Bush, which would be amazing. There's a lot that goes on to that, and I don't think that the Rangers would probably be like, yeah, let's throw the president in center field.
All living former presidents and their spouses after Dwight D. Eisenhower are entitled to lifetime Secret Service, and their children are entitled to protection until they become of age 16.
Oh, not 18. Fascinating.
I do think, by the way, the President Bush, I do think he listens to us some.
Love it.
I'm not saying he listens to us a lot, but if he's, wanting some little sports talk, guess what?
Here.
We're here.
I did want to say something real quick, because I definitely used the wrong words in Corey's fictitious scenario about Aaron. No, that one's fine. About Aaron Rodgers, because somebody asked about mental health. If Aaron Hernandez is very different. Aaron Hernandez's brother was suffering because of something he had nothing to do with, then I do have compassion about it. I just don't know if he's ever reached out to ESPN or if his just general problem is them carrying the story. In that case, you have to know how it's a story. But we have no idea what he's done or not. But I do think it's unfortunate that this fictitious scenario came up and that I said, who cares? Because that's not fair to the people who have nothing to do with this. All right, now, Hope-O-Meter. I've also done a statistical breakdown of this. Which team's hope went up the most, which went down the most.
On your meter?
Like that. It's not on my meter. This is for the athletic meter. All right. Who do you think are the top 5 fan bases with just the most hope for this season?
Cowboys.
No, for Major League Baseball.
Braves.
The Dodgers are not in the top 5.
They probably, because they always get what they want in the offseason, and this is the one where they lost and didn't add. I was just wondering, gosh, the Mets did add Verlander, and they have a lot of money on that team. Is their hope high? You think the Mets' hopes are high?
Yeah.
They have to be high. Mets and Braves are my two guesses.
Not in the top 5.
That's it. I quit.
The Braves are number 4. They have 98.3% hope ratio. So
is it
everyone's
going to be the team that you hate the second most? Because you hate the Yankees the most.
Yeah.
Do you hate the Astros the second most?
Yeah, because they cheat.
Well, they won it all.
Well, and they cheated.
That's true.
Did they cheat last year?
I don't know. And once a cheater, always a cheater.
Never
in my
know.
mind.
Oh. The Houston Astros are the only team on the list with a hope percentage of 100%. They are number 1 on the list.
So I got 1 and 4. And whatever number the Dodgers weren't or whatever.
Number 2, the Padres.
Okay.
98.8%
And we talked about
hope
them.
level.
And Bob Nightingale wrote them down as the most pressure
Yeah.
in baseball this year.
The team that will be here on Thursday, the Philadelphia Phillies, 98.7% hope percentage. And the Toronto Blue Jays round out the top 5 at 97.3. So your 5 most hopeful fan bases, the Astros, the Padres, the Phillies, the Braves, and the Blue Jays.
And where'd you say the Mets were?
The Mets are 8, still at 95.6%. So it's still really high.
Think about what you just did, though, in that division. You said the Braves were 4, the Phillies were 3.
Yes.
And the Mets are 8. That's all in the same division.
That's pretty.
Somebody's going to be really disappointed, right? I mean, when you look at how much talent, obviously the Nationals are in a complete rebuild. The Marlins, I don't even know. They have some players I like, Jazz Chisholm, Sandy Alcantara. They have some talent, but they're not really competing. But those 3 teams, only one of them can win the division.
Now, you had asked about the Dodgers. The Dodgers were at 98% last year. They've fallen all the way down to 75%. So, still good. But the Texas Rangers,
hope it up,
are number 13 on the list. And here's the more interesting part.
Lucky number 13.
That's true.
Joey Gallo number 13.
What percentage of Rangers fans do you think are optimistic and hopeful for this season?
I think a lot.
Okay,
but I wonder if they're over optimistic about them making the playoffs. Because
this does not specifically define
I know,
that
it's
level
just,
of
because I do think we're going to have to possibly talk some Ranger fans off the ledge in August or September if they're not winning the division or winning a wild card spot.
Because they weren't listening to us in the first place.
Right. You're like, no, this is still a good team. You're still 5 games over 500 right now. You have a chance. Just because you're not the Astros and leaning towards once again winning 100 games, that's not what you can usually do. You can't usually take a 68-win team. Is that?
Yes, that is correct.
A 68-win team and go to 95 wins. That's very tough to do. But can you take a 68-win team and win 82 games or 85 games? With what they did in the offseason, I think they realistically can. 68 to 90 is very tough to do.
Now, what would be if you have to guess, what's the percentage of Rangers fans that are, however you define it, optimistic from 0 to 100?
I will say 80%.
87.7%. Last year, only 59.5%. And here's why.
I can't believe it was that. Well, I guess I can because of Seager, Simeon, John Gray. I totally get that now because I was thinking, wait a second. It's 2020 where it might have been like, wait a second.
They're the 6th highest team that has gone up in hope. Like if you look at the teams that have lost all optimism, the San Francisco Giants are down 25.3%. Kansas City is down 29%. The White Sox are down 31%. Miami is down 37%. Boston is down 50%. And the Tigers are down 76%. So these are the teams where their hope levels have crumbled. Now, the most optimistic, the Cleveland Guardians, their hope level has shockingly gone up 83%. Arizona, up 80%. Baltimore, 78%. Padres, 37%. Cubs, 35%. And then the Texas Rangers at 28%. So they have had the most lift in optimism, the sixth highest lift in optimism year over year behind Cleveland, Arizona, Baltimore, San Diego, and the Cubs. That's the level you're at with the Texas Rangers right now.
Okay. I'm very hopeful this season, but I also have a little bit of reservation in that they're going to be a playoff team because Seattle good, and Seattle added. Seattle didn't go, all right, we made the playoffs but got swept. We're done trying. Like, they added Teoscar Hernandez. They obviously late last year added Luis Castillo to their rotation. That is a very good team that the Rangers are going to be competing against. So my expectation is over 500. I will be disappointed if this team is under 500. I want to make that clear. My hope is that they're going to be playing over 500 baseball. We're going to be talking about the Rangers in August and maybe a little bit in September about them having an outside chance of making the playoffs. If that doesn't happen, if we get to September 1st and we know the Rangers are already out of the wild card race, I will be disappointed with this season.
Yeah, on paper, this team has like good starters that should give you 3 wins out of 5. It feels like you should be in the hunt for 3 wins out of 5 each time you go through the rotation, just with the pitching staff alone. And they add a new manager. That should be a good thing. But having reservations, I mean, look what we're going through with the Mavs. We saw what they did last year, and Luka gives us 50 wins easy every year. Yet here you are in this situation.
Probably not even going to get 40.
I don't think
who in the world would have picked them to go to the NBA Finals?
I don't think there's going to be that kind of turmoil in this clubhouse, because I think that this clubhouse is like in this whole new, hey, we're following Boch mindset. Yeah. So that's a huge factor for him right now. How long that lasts and how creative he can be with keeping them focused on the grind. Yeah. That's what we'll have to find out this year.
And it's a stat I don't have in front of me, Kevin, but the hopefulness, you know what, it was Rachel who brought this up.
Ring, yeah.
She was talking about how many one-loss games they had last year. And I know every one-loss is not every, but a lot of them are different, right? Sometimes you blow a lead and you're up by 2 and you lose by 1. Sometimes you're down by 5, and in the end you brought it down to 1. You're like, we really weren't super in that game. But her expectation as a Ranger fan, which I can understand, is with Bruce Bochy as manager, those one-run losses will turn more into one-run wins, and then just the luck factor of there's no way you can lose that many one-run games in a season.
Mike, I don't have this. Kevin, maybe you can find it. Somebody asked how many wins Bruce Bochy gets you, and there is no manager war right now.
6.
How have we? Hold on.
I just made. That's not. I didn't look that up. I just made that up.
Fictitious number. Kevin.
Yes. Well, 6 is a real number.
I think
it's just not ascribed to the question you asked.
So you just came up with 6, though. I like that. Okay. All right. I like that.
6.
My guess would be you're going to be a better team than last year. But if Bruce Bochy was your manager all of last year, I think you probably win 10 more games than you won. Okay. So I would say you were a 78 win team. So 78 and 84, right? Do I have my math right? That's 162.
Yes.
So I'd go 78 and 84 if Bruce Bochy was your manager last year. Still not a team good enough to play over 500, but I think Bochy would have figured out different ways to manufacture some wins.
Okay. I like it, man. I get why there's so much optimism. You know what, Mike? We should push it even higher. I'm going to vote optimistic as well. 87.8%.
World Series. That's what you said, 87% that we're winning the World Series?
No, 87.7% just optimistic. But I think the biggest thing, and I want to point this out again because somebody asked, and you asked at the beginning of the show as well.
Ask questions.
What leads to that level of optimism is here it is reflected. Here's your tangible data. Rangers fans' optimism last year, 59.5%. This year, 87.7%. That's the 6th biggest jump in all of baseball. So there's a more tangible answer.
I'll get it up to 90% for you right here. And here's why and how. If you do sneak into the playoffs, and I don't think many people, USA Today, not many people are predicting the Rangers make the playoffs. Let's just say you shock everybody and you make a wild card spot. And you make it to the divisional round. Do you want to try to beat Jacob deGrom if he's healthy? If he pitches game 1 and game 5, you have to figure out, how do I win if you're the Rangers, if deGrom can throw shutouts and dominate in 1 and 5? I have to figure out how to win either game 2, game 3, or game 4. I am now on to the ALCS.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. I love it.
Now, this is where we're going to get ourselves in trouble.
This is where, when you look at this rotation and you look at
DeGrom,
when you have a guy this good, if you can just make the playoffs and that guy's hot at the right time, you can. Madison Bumgarner did this for Bruce Bochy before, where Madison Bumgarner just wrote a thing and they won a World Series because Mad Bum kept winning every game he pitched in the playoffs.
How many years do we have him signed for, Kevin? DeGrom?
5 years.
5 years of World Series then. Just go ahead and mark it. That's where my hope-o-meter is.
If you can make the playoffs with this rotation, you get a chance. You have a chance.
From Bochy would take you from 68 to 78. Plus, we added these things. Finishing below 500 is a disappointment. And now
a million.
This is a static article I'm looking at. This is not a 538 thing that live changes.
You know what?
Turn an 8 sideways.
Static can get higher and lower.
Yeah.
I've listened to static before.
Why?
Everybody's listened to static.
Okay, but you made it sound like you just stopped down and you're like, all right.
Can't wait for more static.
What do you got today, static?
I'm crazy. Maybe I have listened. Maybe I just sit there in front of a TV for 20 minutes and just listen and look at static.
I listen to what I want. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we go into the lunch rush and the expressway. We got Mike Likes It. We've got our giveaway. Plus, Jerry's excited about what's already been accomplished in the Cowboys offseason. Are you 877-881-1053? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
All right.
And this segment right here on 105.3 The Fans brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in to the Lunch Rush as part of the Expressway. Get a giveaway in this segment, and the Mike likes it coming up. But I'm going to start with, of course, some Jerry stuff. He is excited about what's already been accomplished in the Cowboys offseason, and I'm just really curious for our YouTubers and our Twitchers, and that's probably not what I want to say, the people on Twitch and the folks that are fan texting, are you excited about what the Cowboys have accomplished this season? Before we get into some of the specifics, because I am. I really am. I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl. I know Mike believes they will make it, but I think they've had an excellent offseason thus far.
Corey, when was the last time we've had an offseason where they've traded for solid veterans?
I don't remember.
Or signed really good veterans.
Robert Quinn. And even when that happened, I think we were all kind of like, man, this is great value. Because, Kevin, you might be able to recall, was it 6th round or a conditional 5th or something like that? But that was the last time that I can remember trading for something that was going to be beneficial to the team. And the Cowboys did it. And we were like, oh, it's a casual move. It was a good move for them that year because they added pass pressure. This year, now you added coverage to what you already felt was a very strong secondary. And then you're like, you know what? We're going to add even more because we're a very weak wide receiver group aside from CeeDee Lamb. We need another productive playmaker that can do something downfield. And that's what they said. This is our target. We're going to go get him. They liked him last year, and they're going to bring him this year. So, yeah, man, the excitement level, I think, for Cowboys fans, I think there's a couple things that are downers. One, Dak's your quarterback, and it's going to be, Kevin, unless they are Troy Aikman and Roger Staubach, the quarterback is an enigma. The quarterback is always going to be, if he's not winning Super Bowls, he's trash.
Well, you know what, Corey? Then because of that, I'm going to go to Jerry with cut 4. Are there Dak extension plans, and are they about championships or the cap?
We haven't been discussing it. Okay. It'd be wrong to couch any conversation we've ever had about his contract as a extension in progress.
How much, in regard to Dak, are you going to do an extension? Probably because you want to, because he's the quarterback for the next decade, and how much because of salary cap wise you need to, you have to?
Both, with equal importance. Both.
All right. So he kind of agreed with you. He was like, look, I don't know about championship, but we got to fix the cap. But then the other half, he said, is because of championship, which is a little confusing to me. How much is it for the cap, or how much is it because you can win a championship? And he's like, yeah, no, both.
Somebody said you can give Dak all the weapons you want. He can't get them the ball.
And I know there are people who believe that. I'm not necessarily of that opinion.
He's gotten the ball to them more often than he's not.
I don't want to be a pass-heavy team. I don't agree with that he can't get them the ball. We saw CeeDee Lamb had a very good year. We have seen that Amari Cooper has had good games with Dak Prescott. But if you start going into the realm of, and I know that they try to keep it balanced because of the way they play defense, because everybody's scared to death of Patrick Mahomes. But if you go like, we're just going to draft 7th round running backs and whatever happens, happens. You're in big trouble if you need Dak to throw you to 12 wins.
I think the thing that really I struggle with knowing is he's been risk averse most of his career.
Yeah.
And then this year it seemed like Kellen was like, dude, let it fly, man. Let's just go out there, trust the offense, and let it loose. People we've talked to have said, well, Kellen's offense didn't really provide that best opportunity for him in those moments of trust. So I do want more balance to their offense, because I don't believe that this current quarterback is the Aaron Rodgers type. Just let me throw it 60 times and we'll win every game.
Now, we go from that to, I don't know, one of the most interesting things is we're going to go to cut number 3. I'm not sure if cut number 3 encapsulates everything he says at the beginning about Zeke, but I want to go ahead and let Jerry talk about Zeke for a second.
I don't want to ever, and I don't want to leave him hanging, or fans hanging, or anybody, but I wouldn't take any possibility off the table.
Okay, let's just stop it there. Stop it there. Is because the question that came up to begin with was, Jerry said that Zeke was never offered a contract adjustment. before just releasing him, which I have to admit, I was kind of surprised by.
But didn't the reports come out that he was?
Yeah. But he's like, no, that didn't happen.
All the reporters are supposed to be accurate. And Jerry's saying that all the reporters were wrong?
It would seem that one of them is mistaken.
Okay.
Either the entity of big media or Jerry Jones, because it does not feel like they can both be elements of true, right?
Right, exactly.
But then also when he was just alluding to, when he was like, I'm not trying to leave anybody hanging, the illusion he's made is that if they would welcome Zeke back, and I'm just like, what? Then why wouldn't you just try to adjust it to begin with? Why would you still be carrying $6 billion in dead money for 2024 and then bring him back? What kind of sense does that make?
I like that you're asking why, because it allows me to think. Maybe, hey, look, if you can get more money elsewhere, do that.
Yeah.
Go out there and try to get. I want you to do everything you can. If it doesn't fall in your lap the way you want it to, our door's always open to you, but here's the number that we're going to be. You know what kind of love you're going to get here, and we'll reciprocate that back and forth the whole time. You know what it's like here. But if you want more money, go do that somewhere else, and then if you don't get it, that's what I'm thinking. That's just all that I'm thinking. But I also love that Jerry said anything's possible, because A, it reminds me of Kevin Garnett and that great moment, and B, it makes me think that I can one day get Hits Magazine off the ground and really going with a Z.
Okay, so I don't want to conflate those two things. You should let your magazine dream still be a magazine dream. Like I don't want to.
Would it frustrate you though that it's going to be with the Z? Like, are you going to be like, God, it's wrong?
I've known that was coming for an awful long time. All right. So some of the other positives is Jerry Jones said progress is being made to re-sign Jonathan Hankins. We're looking to get some work done there or get something worked out there. And then also, he confirmed what Michael Gelkin said yesterday on Sean and RJ, which I don't love. He still sees Terrence Steele as a tackle and providing tackle depth with Tyron and Tyler Smith. I don't love it just because the best part of your offensive line was, without question, the tandem of Zach Martin and Terrence Steele next to one another. And if you're like, well, that's because of Zach Martin, just look at the differences between the Martin and Steele runs versus Martin and Tyron toward the end of the season. Even if it did look like Tyron had a better game as he kind of in between went along, I don't like this at all.
Do you think it's a negotiation tactic? Like Bobby was talking about this morning, in that they're trying to say, look, he's a backup right tackle. We have a starter. And, if you can figure these things out, then you can go do your thing. But right now, we're looking at that. Because yesterday, Kevin, I was saying, hey, he's not ready yet. So they're not ready to just say that. They put the tag, that restricted free agent thing on him. And so I wonder if they're just kind of saying, hey, do you want to play this game, or do you want to, let's go ahead and get a deal done? I wonder if that's going on with Steele.
The only reason I don't know if that will work, because that is totally possible, is you have the tag on him, and I think it's $4.2 million, whatever the case is if that's only if he's going to sign a long-term deal now, which I know they're working on. They're trying to browbeat him into, you're a backup, this is what you should take, less money, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? If he just plays on the tag and he's like, well, then I'll wait it out, especially coming off an injury, I would love it if Tyron made it through the whole season, not hurt at all. Unfortunately, recent seasons have led you to believe that will not be the case, and Terrence Steele would just have to step in anyway, and would get the bulk of the starts, and you're like, well, see.
Yeah, but if you're Jerry, right, aren't you loving paying your starting right tackle, I don't know, $4 million as opposed to 10?
But with all the escalators in it, they could still pay Tyron, I think, $16 million, $18 million this season. So I still think it's way more economical to have Terrence Steele as your starter and Tyron Smith as a swing tackle. But I kind of wonder, when he took that reduced deal, if it was, we'll let you start to start. Otherwise, why the hell is he taking that deal? It's like, all right, look, we're going to bench you and give you a contract with a bunch of incentives for when you play. And he's like, hold on.
This is too good.
Why would I do that?
I also think, Kevin, I might want to ask Broadus this, with the Zeke thing that's going on, I think the Cowboys did this with Larry Allen, where he got to a point, it was maybe Parcells, and Parcells did this with Woody also. Look, guys, You want to go somewhere? Go look around, see what you got. And I think Larry Allen came back before eventually retiring with San Francisco, which still feels weird.
Now, I got 2 more notes for you. One, we will move into the non-joke zone. Do you want to go to that one first or talk about the Commanders?
Let's go to the non-joke zone.
Okay. The woman who says that Jerry Jones is her father is now accusing him of defamation in a lawsuit. So it's Alexandra Davis. You remember we went through this all throughout the season. She says that she's the biological daughter of Jerry Jones and that her mom signed a non-disclosure when Alexandra was 1. Thus, she does not feel that she was bound by that non-disclosure whatsoever. And there's other accounts that look like, he paid all this money into these different accounts, and some people believe that means, that's his daughter. I don't know about if that is accurate or not. I know the money is out there, but I don't know if that proves it versus we've heard rich people will just pay for things to go away. So I'm not sure about that. But she says in a lawsuit against Jerry Jones, she's alleging that 3 men, quote, initiated a deliberate plan to portray the daughter as an extortionist and shakedown artist whose motivation was greed. And so her argument is like, look, I'm your daughter. And then you said, well, she's a scammer. And so, look, if you took the test and she was his daughter, I think that's a pretty viable case. No, look, the test says I'm actually your daughter. And you were like, she's just a scammer looking for money. That's a pretty good case.
Do they have to take a new sample for every time they do that test? Or can they always once they get a sample, they're like, okay, that's all we ever need?
I am sorry. I do not know
I don't know the answer either. If you know the answer to this question.
Do they really?
I trust
we're also
our
going to get
Tolos.
some joke answers.
I trust the Twolos. All right.
Okay.
Kevin, you got to trust the Tolos.
I do for the most part, but I also feel like you might get some joke answers.
I guess my question though on that is like, because if I'm a rich person like that and one person does that and I'm like, all right, I'll agree to the test, and now 500 other people want to do it, is that? Oh, that's got to be a pain to deal with.
And then you have to go through the courts maybe every time to determine, like, is this one valid? Is this one valid? That would be super annoying. Remember her initial lawsuit is she's like Roman Reigns. She was just like, acknowledge me. And
now it's more like, hey, you're trying to kill my career, because I think she is like she
was a congressional aide. I don't know if she still is. Yeah. I'm honestly not sure. But the other thing that goes along with it is people didn't believe that she just wanted to be acknowledged as the daughter. They were like, no, that was the point of the lawsuit. Yeah. Then you're like, well, if I'm one of the kids, I would like X, Y, and Z. And then maybe full-blown succession breaks out. I'm really not sure. But that is the thing that's
like
going
that show?
on. Yes, like that show.
Have you seen it?
That is the reference
I think I got through the whole first season. I think maybe I got a little bit into the second season, and I just got tired of it. There's nobody to root for.
They don't get any more likable. So
yeah, it's just
a good show. But.
Honestly, I do think they take the Jerry Jones dynamic and use part of that in the show.
I think they use a lot of owners.
Yeah, I think they use a lot of different families that have been owners of teams or owners of networks and stuff like that. And they're like, all right, these are all the chaotic things that happen within a billionaire family business situation. Let's use this for a show where there's honestly, when you're watching, there's like no winner. You're just rooting for the whole family to lose.
That is fascinating, because I know there are people out there who absolutely have their rooting favorites for whatever reason. And Macaulay Culkin's brother continues to be amazing on that show. I'm not saying he's not a dirtbag.
I haven't seen him in anything that I've been like, dang, he's really good. Everything, he's like Scott Pilgrim versus the World. He was great in that.
Yeah. And on the Commanders front, now we talked about the Magic Johnson Group with their bid of $6 billion. Is Jerry Jones has said that the Commanders sale will not be resolved at the league meeting. So if you're hoping that news comes out in the next day or two, he believes it will not. Not to say that he is infallible. That could be incorrect, but he does not believe it's going to happen.
This is so weird. And I get Magic Johnson's a huge name, but it's just weird to me at times where it's like, do Dwayne Wade, owner of the Utah Jazz. It's like he owns 1% of the Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
Like, let's just say this group goes through and they win. Is Magic Johnson gonna be at Washington games, or who's like? I don't. It's weird to me because who's the real owner?
He's part of the James Harris group.
Yeah,
but like it's more Mike about like he can pull other people like just because his name's on
Josh
it.
Harris,
like Josh Harris, like Roger Staubach got in the door everywhere in DFW because his company said Staubach, and as soon as people saw that, they were like, "Oh yeah, open the door for that guy. Let's get him in here right now." It's
or
just
for the
same.
people that are in their company, because then Roger's not there 95% of the time.
Right, exactly. But whenever
like, Magic Johnson, where is he?
Yeah.
He's in LA. He's not coming here.
we represent the Staubach, we represent the Johnsons. You know,
we do.
Is that
the Magics?
the
Magic Johnsons.
Gotcha. We're the KNC masterpiece. We need that as a drop. You know what? Not coming up next. We're not going to break. We're not going anywhere. We got Mike Likes It coming up. I've been off today. But right now,
let's give something away.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a pair of tickets to see the Gaslight Anthem at Southside Ballroom on May 3rd. Tickets are on sale at livenation.com. Or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Now.
Okay.
So Mike Likes It.
So I have a lot of different directions to go. I will ask you guys, which one do you want me to start off with? NBA or Oreos?
Oh, I want Oreos, but I know Corey doesn't like Oreos.
Oreos are the worst. Carter asks me every month, Dad, do you like this flavor Oreo? I'm like, every time you ask me, I tell you no. And I think he's just intent on me finally picking one.
Next week, we have a brand new Oreo flavor. It is Oreo Blackout Cake Cookie. And I will say this. I don't know if I'm going to try it or not. It's pretty much with chocolate on chocolate cake as the cream filling. Like that's the flavor they're going for between two Oreo cookies. Oreo does this a lot. Limited edition flavors. And I always try them. I don't say I try every one, but I try quite a bit of them. I just have never found the random Oreo flavor to then go I have to now always buy that flavor, whether it's like carrot cake or devil's food or this one, the blackout cake Oreo. I know they make a whole bunch of different flavors. Totally get it. Birthday cake is usually, I think, available all the time. I feel like the regular Oreo and then I call it vanilla Oreo, but the
golden?
Yeah, golden.
Yeah.
And I do like the thins. I really like. I don't think
I've ever tried that.
I love the thin Oreo, but I just feel like all these flavors that they come out with, none of them ever stick. Or am I wrong? If you're listening, I'll get on the Twitch with the Towolos. There's some that you're like, no. They came out with this flavor that's limited edition or whatever. That is the best Oreo cookie.
See, I have to admit, outside of the golden Oreos which my in-laws always have those and regular Oreos. I guess I don't go down look intently enough at the Oreos to see which ones stick around or which ones don't. I just know you'll see the Halloween ones with the orange filling or the 4th of July ones.
But the orange filling still, they just food color that.
Well, yeah, just like with the 4th of July. They just changed the outside of the cookie. So other than that, I'm not sure which ones are particularly popular.
Okay. Horn Frog 92 says birthday cake is his favorite Oreo.
That sounds like
It's
one
too
that
sweet.
sticks around. Oh yeah. Well,
So
I
you
don't know
do.
why I said
So
that.
you
don't like
So you
Oreos.
try the.
I'll try them.
You'll try a new Oreo. Now, are you more in the birthday cake vanilla or?
That might be the only one that I've tried that I'm like, okay, that's somewhat good, but it's too sweet. The cookie doesn't taste right to me.
They have Peeps.
Hold on, Peeps Oreos?
During this time of year.
I heard I don't know if it's about this
I won't
or
even
not.
try it because I'm not a Peeps fan of their candy.
And I heard them being besmirched by the G-Bag Nation yesterday.
They were speaking the truth.
They were not. I have not tried the Peep Oreo. I do like Peeps, but I know.
Are you going to try the Dr. Pepper Peep?
I know I'm in the minority. No, because you know what?
Oh my God.
You know what? I already made
Too
enough
much salt.
people. I already made enough people mad. I apologize for the one thing. I will not apologize for this. Peeps are better than Dr. Pepper. Deal with it.
if it's from Texas,
Yeah, you hate
Kevin is
Bluebell.
out completely.
I didn't say I don't hate Bluebell.
You said all they do is give me salmonella or whatever it was
Yeah,
4
you
years
said
ago.
all ice creams taste the same.
No, and what I said about that was, I was like, Bluebell is popular because it killed somebody, and the second it came back out, people were like, "Oh my God, I got to get Bluebell." I acknowledge how popular it was. If you're like, "Which ice cream do you want?" This ice cream is so much better. I could die, but I'll give it a shot.
Chicken fried steak with cream gravy.
I do like chicken fried steak.
Wonderful.
A lot.
With
I don't need the cream
There-
gravy.
there it
I
is.
think
It
chicken
makes
fried
it
steak
better.
is
There
very
it is.
good.
Frito
There it
pie,
is.
Mike.
Frito pie's amazing.
Kevin?
Chili. Chili was kind of made in San Antonio, from what I understand.
I really think the Alamo is awesome.
That didn't even answer the question.
No, I know.
Where were you born?
I was born in Texas. I know people are going to be mad from the 817. Peeps aren't better than anything. Every year, Reggie still gets Peeps, and he'll bring them to me, and he goes, "Here, nobody else wants this."
I love that. I think it was Dawson that was like, no, Peeps are a garnish that go in the Easter basket.
They're not the grass. That is so hurtful.
So much when he was like, that's a garnish. Somebody said, swing on him, Mike. Peeps are gross. Dr. Pepper's king.
I know. We even get the Dr. Zevias to make sure that they taste like Dr. Pepper, where they have zero sugar and some leaf product that's in it that helps us out or something through
did you
soda.
say
But
some leaf product?
well, there's a leaf on the Zevia, so I'm assuming it's made out of leaves.
The stevia leaf is
Okay.
what makes it sweet. Yes.
All right, and then we talk about, guess what? Who's our team? We're home of the Dallas Cowboys. And then Kevin is just like, oh yeah, I'm from Texas. But listen to this.
Play it, Ruben.
It's not ready. In your face! For the 817. Why is Kevin so grumpy? That is a great question. I have Talking Doctor today. I will work on that. But
fix it.
I want everybody
You
to
want to
know.
talk to me? I'm there for you, buddy.
I appreciate it. You don't have to like or dislike whatever foods or drinks I want. I'm not saying Dr. Pepper should be banished. I'm just saying I don't particularly love it.
All right.
What is so wrong about that?
You're just not Texan.
From the 940. Oh, this is so hurtful. My God, Kevin, I have to permanently
What about
despise
Chili's?
you.
You do like Chili's.
I like Chili's, the
Thank
restaurant,
God.
better than Chili, the food. Dr. Pepper is the best soft drink in the world. For the 254, I'm about to start a petition to have Kevin removed after this Dr. Pepper slander. There's one person I saw that texted in. Kevin, I finally feel seen. Thank you.
Yeah, because they're from
for the
Philadelphia.
No gravy on the chicken breast.
They're listening
steak.
from Philadelphia right now.
Kevin, you missed the best line from this one. You don't even like condiments. How can you like the wrapper flavor that is Peeps?
Yeah.
It doesn't taste like wrapper flavors. It just tastes bad.
It's just a bad tasting marshmallow,
I don't
right?
know. And that, you know what? Here's the deal. Kevin is, and we say this a lot about Kevin. At some point in his childhood, he decided, I like this, I don't. And then, after that, was like, no, I never will. And that's the same with me with Peeps. I remember, I don't know what I was expecting a Peep to taste like the first time I tried it.
Mine is Twizzlers. I can't. When people eat Twizzlers, I'm like, this has no flavor. It tastes like I'm eating some sort of barely flavored rubber. Like, I'm not eating that.
I feel like you would be more on my side because there are all kinds of little irritances in life. Like I swished mouth around in my water and he goes, not around me.
And you did it earlier. You ate your boiled eggs and then you swished your mouth around with water just to throw it in my face.
Not to throw it in your face. From the 903, terrible take. From the 469, why is Kevin always wrong?
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
There it is.
Finally.
They're not Texas.
Yeah. They're Pennsylvania. I was like, dang it, don't
Hold on.
say a city.
This person says...
Yeah, San Diego State, by the way, is in the... What in the world? There's no Fort Worth State College. It should be San Diego City University.
There is a San Diego University, I believe, or University of San Diego.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be San Diego State.
You can't say we're from Dallas State University. It's a city.
Well, I guess, Mike, the reason is because
University of Pittsburgh State.
Isn't
No,
it funded
you
by
can't
the
do
state?
that.
Is that what state universities are? They're funded by the state?
I have to admit,
The
I am
United
not
Cities
sure.
of America. That would make us feel a little weird.
All right. I just want to say thank you to I think now I see 4 people who might be on my side.
We're done with
there
that.
There are hundreds of people who are against me on this.
On to the NBA.
And somebody called me a fake Aggie. It is true. I did not graduate from Texas A&M. I went to Texas A&M for 3 years.
You attended there.
I did.
I don't think that's fake. I think you attended there.
I couldn't graduate there because they're like, you know what? We don't need a journalism school anymore.
Oh, good idea. All right. So, MVP ladder. I find this interesting in the NBA. So, we've talked a lot about the Mavericks. This will bring in a little Maverick talk, but stick with me here. I know the Mavericks have ruined a lot of things recently. Who would you guess right now is the MVP right now, according to their ladder poll on NBA.com?
I still say Embiid.
Yeah. They do have Embiid, and it's interesting because I think they're not going to give it to Jokic. Jokic can do nothing to win this MVP at this point.
Can I just tell you, I hear what you're saying.
Because the other day they played each other, and Embiid got nervous and sat out. I'm
yes, that was...
Yeah, he sat out because of a calf injury, but he literally sat out that game.
That was yesterday, though, right?
Yeah.
And did you see Jokic 25, 17, and 12? I'm with you. I think Embiid is the betting favorite, but I think Jokic could still win this. I don't know if this is, I don't want to throw you off in the MVP ladder.
Yeah.
But have you seen some New England folks who are trying to get the leading scorer in the league changed to total points? Because
then it would include your amount of games played.
And because it would go to Tatum.
Well, that has to be stupid. Remember when I did that with Porzingis and everybody farted on me because of it?
I know. You don't like it when that happens. Is because
maybe they did.
Luka and Embiid just hit the 58 game threshold, which would be more than two thirds of the season. And so some people are like, no, it should be total points. And so give it to Jason Tatum. This is a Northeastern collective pushing this idea, but still.
They do have right now Embiid number 1 and Jokic number 2. I find this interesting because I'm going to try to be positive here. Giannis is number 3. Tatum is number 4.
Okay.
And Luka still is number 5. So just to show.
Has he ever gone up this year?
No, he's gone. I mean, he started off as number 1. I don't know if that, going in, the odds were number 1 for Luka. So it looks like, I don't think he's going to jump ahead of any of those guys because of the team overall lack of success here in Dallas. But it does go to just remind us maybe at times that pass that he made last night.
Insane.
Magic Johnson maybe. I'm just thinking of the people, right? Kyrie's too small to make that pass. His arm, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you're 6'7", 6'9", you can make that pass. Look, Michael Jordan's way better than Luka. Michael Jordan can't make that pass. There's no way Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant, there's certain things at times where Luka does things where you're just like, my gosh, I've never seen that in the NBA. And maybe 5 people in the history of the league could have made that pass.
That was a Derek Jeter throw. That was Derek Jeter going towards third base, jumping up in the air and throwing it that way. I mean, if Chris Webber was in that situation, he'd call a timeout.
Oh, see?
But he wouldn't have the timeout.
Yeah. I'm also just really sad. I know Corey keeps laughing. It's Corey's fault. I keep looking back at the fan text.
Okay.
Every time he laughs, don't worry. I call the police for y'all. Just keep Kevin there. He can't get away with this.
So at the end of the day, most likely it will be Luka. Will probably be 5th. 6th approximately in the MVP voting.
That's right.
He'll be first team all NBA. So look, there's a lot of fault. And we can blame Luka for some things this year. And Luka has to figure out how to grow up and mature. He just has to, or you're just going to be stuck with a team that at best can kind of win a playoff round here and there. So he has to become better in almost like basketball. I'm great with your basketball, but you just have to kind of mature. Now what?
Mike, I told you I thought there was a chance. This is amazing.
We're getting the president?
We're still working on it.
Okay.
Jokic and Embiid are dead even now.
Okay. On odds?
From FanDuel, Caesars.
I just think the voters aren't going to give him 3 in a row, and I totally get it.
I think you're right.
It might be in a weird way. He deserves it more this year than last year, but they're like, I can't give him 3 in a row because he's not Larry Bird. Larry Bird won the championship in 84, won the championship in 86, so it does make a lot of sense that he's a 3-time MVP in those 3 years.
I know it happened a couple weeks ago. Do you think what Kendrick Perkins said will have an effect one way or another?
I do think some people will go, gosh, am I racist if I vote for Jokic a 3rd time?
Do you think it will have any pushback in the opposite direction where people will be like, that's absurd?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm seriously curious about that.
Real quick, there's big games tonight in the NBA for the Mavericks.
Okay.
And you can look at it different ways. The Hawks are at home, who are 37-38 against the Cavaliers. That's a game for lottery situation. The Raptors are at home at 37-38 against the Miami Heat. That is having to do with your lottery prospects. So you want those teams to win if you're hoping for a top 10 pick. If you're hoping for the Mavericks to make the playoffs, the Thunder host the Hornets, and they're 37-38. And the Pelicans are at the Warriors. The Pelicans are 38-37. So there's games to look at tonight. It just matters what side of the table you're on. Do you want them to be in the lottery, top 10, and keep the pick, or do you want them to make the playoffs? If you want them to make the playoffs, you're rooting for the Hornets and the Warriors tonight. If you want them to get a top 10 pick, you're rooting for the Warriors, the Thunder, the Raptors, and the Hawks tonight.
Okay. Let's go. Excellent. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I have 3 things that I want to talk about in the C Block today.
Can one of them not be the fan text?
DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin Hagelin. I got 3 things I want to talk about here in the C Block, so Mike, don't let me forget all 3 of them, all right? Now I need you to keep count.
Number A.
Number A.
Turn on your mic.
Yep. Number 1. The NIT has been in New York City since what year?
1939.
1776.
That's
the 76ers.
No, that's definitely wrong.
Isn't that right?
No,
that's when Columbus.
What?
No.
Do you think 1776 is when Columbus sailed the ocean blue?
I've told you nobody knows what time anything was.
It's 1432, Mike.
That is not right
1942.
Also, see, but y'all don't jump on that. But if I say anything about Peeps, that's fair.
Well, these are fact-based things, not opinion-based things.
What?
Your opinion can be terrible. It's not wrong. Okay,
nothing's wrong.
Remember.
There's no bad answers.
Yeah.
I learned that in class.
Opinions aren't wrong.
There's no wrong answers.
For the 903, this is your fault. I keep looking at these. Some of y'all are clever too. I think the next time Kevin loses a bet, you should have him have a. You should give him a Dr. Pepper float with homemade Bluebell ice cream.
Oh my God!
But he
yes.
doesn't deserve anything that good.
True.
So
when did Mr. Madison Garden make that stadium?
Kevin was the closest, but Mike, you were closer. 1938.
I was up by 1 year.
I said 1942.
You
Columbus
said 1777.
I then changed my answer.
Okay, do you think 1942 is closer to 1938 than 1939 is?
It's just a perspective.
Yeah.
What day?
It's all how you look at it.
You didn't say what day.
Where are you looking at it from? Anyway, the NIT's been in New York since 1938, and now it's going to be in Vegas. Their Final Four is going to be in Vegas. Who were the Final 4 teams in the NIT? Not in 1938, Kevin.
God. Oh, I was like,
say,
I don't know.
This year.
Cal Poly probably wasn't in it.
I know 2 of them.
All right.
North
Texas and Wisconsin. They
there you
play
go.
tonight,
at 6
right?
p.m.
Vanderbilt.
Utah Valley and UAB.
Oh, Utah Valley did make it.
So, guys, out of those 4 teams,
I know North Texas.
Can I get all of y'all to be rooting for? You don't have to watch, but can I get y'all to at least root for UNT tonight?
Hell yeah.
Let's go Mean Green. Mike, can you say it for us?
Let's go Mean Green Machine. The Eagles.
Dude, how awesome
Are
would
they
it
the Eagles?
be if we won the it's the Mean Green. That's our
No, don't they have a Falcon logo or something?
We have an eagle.
Yeah.
But there was a time it's Joe Green. He came on the show and told us that it was
That's amazing.
The president's
that,
wife.
That we only know them as the Mean Green.
Yeah, that's what we. Well, that's.
Is there any other college that is named after a player?
I don't know.
There? I don't think there is.
Because Tulane's the Green.
It's not the UCLA Aikmans.
No.
Or the Florida Emmets.
But yeah, man,
true.
All of our gear says Mean Green. It doesn't say
I
Eagles.
know,
It says
right.
Mean Green.
I was confused because I'm like, I think it's an eagle,
And I
but I
love
know
it.
they just go by Mean Green. It is awesome.
I love it.
In your face, Bob Lilly.
So we'll keep an eye on what
They
happens.
don't call them the TCU Lilies.
Nope, they've never have.
They should. They should call them the Lily Frogs.
877-881-1053.
It's the vote.
If you go to TCU or an alum, text in if you want them to call them the Lily Frogs based on Bob Lilly.
I'm really excited to see how this turns
So
out.
we'll keep an eye on the game tonight, and hopefully we're talking about a championship game for UNT in the NIT. Now, would you say then that the best interest for at least us locally in basketball, college basketball right now, is UNT, considering yesterday?
I wouldn't put it past that they could have made this year's Final Four.
I see. That's a great point, man. And I always thought whoever won the NIT should get into the NCAA tournament. They're like, no, we're going to run them at the same time.
You know, I read John Wooden's book, and back in the day when Lou Alcindor and they were playing, only one team from each conference made the NCAA tournament. So a lot of times USC would be the number 2 team in the country and have to go play in the NIT because UCLA won the Pac whatever it was back then, maybe the Pac 3. and won the conference.
I don't know.
Pac 4?
Pac 8?
Okay.
Somebody said rename Amon Carter Stadium to the Lily Pad.
Okay,
Not bad. Although horned frogs don't hang out in lily pads, right?
Well,
like
they're frogs.
He doesn't know. What? That
frogs are on lilies.
If that is true, okay. I'm just saying, you're guessing about the horned frog part when you're like,
They seem more of a desert frog, right?
I over the weekend I went to I was at Highland Park Middle School. That's where the hipsters were playing in one of the unified tournaments this weekend. And we talked with Miss America. She was there for Special Olympics and the unified teams. And so we were down there watching. Got to Cody is the guy who's the coach of the team. The Hip Stars is their name.
Nice.
And Cody was all dressed up. He had a suit jacket on, and his tie and everything, and his pants. It was awesome watching him coach like that. Mm-hmm. And then this is what was crazy, Mike. The score of this game, I think, ended up being 26-22. Like that was the final score in overtime. But I got invested. The hipsters and their opponents.
Talking trash.
One guy hits a shot from the top of the key, and when he turns around, he's running up the court, and he does a somersault up the court and stands up, and everybody's just going insane because they're excited, man. One of the hipsters hit a big shot, and then he's running up the court, pounding his chest and doing all the things. It was so much fun, and I realized like that's where sports is fun. We watch pro sports all the time and probably get these great moments night in, night out, or maybe not. Sometimes we don't. But that was so much fun. I got intensely wanting to see these kids these teams make shots like this, going back and forth. And it was an absolute blast. And sometimes, I know, Kevin, I give you hell a lot of times for your fringe sports. And I give Carter a lot of hell for loving the Renegades, and stuff like that.
We're working on another fringe sports report.
But it definitely does like remind me that, I remember going to my kids' games and being excited about it. I'm not one of those parents that fights with other parents about stuff.
Right.
I'm very laid back. But when something cool's happening in a game that you can recognize it's fun for everybody, man, that was so much fun. So watching the Hip Stars get that win on Saturday was an absolute blast. And then finally,
I love my possibilities.
Yeah, man, it's a blast to get to work with them. And by the way, I want to give a shout out to Hipster Chad, who is a huge Tolo. And whenever Adrian just introduced herself, and he goes, "Your husband works at the Fan, doesn't he?"
Awesome.
And she was like, "Yeah," and he was like, "I love the Fan. I love that station. He just loves Mike and everything." So I wanted to give him a shout out too.
And I don't want to derail your segment too much, but we've talked about this a lot off air. It really feels like something awesome is building, because I feel like we're getting more recognition everywhere, like out and about in our show and other shows on this, all the other shows on the station. We talked about how the Get Right's crushing it as well. G-Bag, Sean, and RJ. I just really appreciate everyone like building this thing up.
Yeah, man, y'all are the foundation of what we do. Yeah. And Kevin, I was telling you yesterday, I'm getting to a point now where people are telling me that are younger, "Hey, I listened to you with my dad." And that's why I listen to the station still, because I started listening. Like, we're getting second generation, third generation people that know this show and know this station, and we've been here for that long. I mean, Kevin, we're running up on year 12, 13 now. It was 2000. Yeah, it was 2011. So like we're running up on that, man. So it's fun to be part of what we're doing here. And we hope you Tolos stick around every day, every segment, so it can just be insane fun for you.
I like it.
Cut 1 is Andy Reid being asked about some random quarterback for the Packers.
What about in the game that he played against you? What was that, 2 years ago? Who's that? Jordan Love?
Trying to remember Jordan Love.
Packers, he started that game when Rodgers missed it because of COVID.
Oh, yes, absolutely, yeah. No, I thought what I remember, I thought he was good. Yeah.
Did he toot at the end?
I think that was that Ruben, were you going in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little gassy in there.
I thought that was part of the audio.
So what Andy Reid just did is what my wife for a while had accused me of doing with her friends, when I would just give the blanket compliment of, "Oh yeah, they're nice."
Yes.
And she goes, "I know you have more specific thoughts." And I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, he just absolutely was like, oh yeah, no, I remember him being good. He doesn't remember that at all.
My wife will do that with, she'll tell me some kid's parent. That, a kid that is one of the friends at school, and I'm now supposed to remember and lock in who that person is, having never seen them and never met them. Now I'm supposed to know who they are all the time just because she told me the kid. I don't even know who the kid is most of the time.
Yeah.
But the fact that he said, yeah, what I remember of him, he was great.
No chance.
He didn't remember a thing. That being said, I want to know from everybody out there, all the Tolos out there, when somebody brings a name up of somebody you don't know, or tells you about somebody you don't know, or walks up and says, hey, how's it going? Like they know you.
Yeah.
How do you handle it? Because there is no weirder or more awkward feeling than being, I did this, it was K Twizzle. As a matter of fact, I know this for a fact. We were out at Twin Peaks, the one where we had the huge party out there. And we were talking, I've talked to this guy plenty of times.
Yeah.
And right as he was walking off, I was like, man, it was good to meet you. And he looked at me like, what are you talking about? I had a few beers, but I felt so bad for that. And I never want to tell people, hey, nice to see you or nice to meet you whenever we've already met.
Which is why you have smartly adopted what I do. Good to see you.
Oh, it's so nice.
And then if they sometimes respond, nice to meet you, because I think everyone's been in that situation, because it's tough in terms of sometimes if you get to talk to somebody for a while, you're like, okay, got it. But then sometimes like we'll have events, it's like, oh, hey, how's it going? And like you'll shake hands with somebody, but you're being pulled in another direction or whatever. And you don't want to make anybody feel bad. That is the worst thing. Like y'all help keep us employed and keep us doing something that we love, and so I do not want to disrespect any of the fans, and so I don't want to be like, hey, good to meet you, and they're like, we've actually met 4 times now, and so
I'm your gardener.
I definitely would remember that. Is my go-to now is good to see you, and then sometimes you'll get a nice to meet you, and I'm like, okay, I thought maybe I did not recognize this person, but you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Mike, you talk to so many people. I mean, out with Bally, out at the Rangers games.
Caleb was just here.
Yeah, Caleb just came in. How do you handle it when so many people come up to talk to you and you're like, I can't remember your name anyway? Because you barely remember our names.
I know, and that's true. Like today I have practice at Bishop Dunn.
Yeah.
I'll forget some of the kids' names. I try. But maybe I just don't try hard enough. I don't know why my brain won't remember names.
You remember years.
And faces.
You're great with years.
Yeah.
Sports years.
Yeah, sports
Maybe
years.
not historical years.
Yeah, 1947, Jackie Robinson.
Okay, yes.
1942, Columbus.
That's not. I wish I could be more like Colby. Somebody, by the way, multiple people texting it was like it's 1492. He knows.
What?
I think. I wish I could be like Colby.
That was the year we discovered dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Colby just goes, I forgot your name. What is it? And he would say it aggressively too. And
or if he was in line and somebody cut in front of him in line, he'd just be like, hey!
I was at the McDonald's with him once when the second the food got into the window, he's like, hey, that's my food. And like there was another customer in line. The food had just been set down. I don't know how he knew that was his food.
Good for Colby, right?
He was right. Yes.
He's that
He's
kind
just
of
being
guy.
honest.
He's
He
being
is.
Colby from the 214. Been listening since a freshman in high school back in 2009. This is the best lineup hands down. From the 817, I remember working nights and listening to you guys. Y'all helped me until 10 p.m. Some nights we were on longer.
That's true.
Some nights we didn't start until after 10 p.m.
And then somebody just said the craziest thing. I go back to Richie and Grego. I was 16. I'm 29 now. Obviously, we will always be intertwined with that show as well.
817, I spend more time with you guys than I do my family. Thanks for everything. Look, I'm so glad.
Every time you go into that McDonald's, you guys think of Richie and Grego when you had to sit in there for 20 minutes?
Yes.
However long it was.
I don't know.
Have we told that story
I don't
on
know
air?
if we told that entire story on air, but yes. Trust me, McDonald's played a key role in how that all came together. And then I do like this. My wife will say, oh, Ashley is coming over. And I have to pretend that I know which one of the 13 Ashleys she's referring to.
Oh, my gosh.
It's always the worst.
I'm with you.
Dude.
Why can't I remember? Why does it feel like women are better at remembering names and people?
It's just a pet. I think they're better at knowing what you care about because we can remember all kinds of names and dates, but they're frequently surrounding sports or like for me, movies too.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh yeah, that's your friend so-and-so who does this. And I'm like, which friend is this?
Adrian will literally, she'll if we're watching a show or a movie, she'll go, what's she from? Because she knows I probably know. The problem is she'll never do that whenever it's a dude. Like, what's he from? And I don't know if it's because she knows or she thinks I don't pay attention to like other people too. I just attract women that I'm looking at.
And then I definitely believe this. I was up in studio with y'all once. Colby, while the mic was on, turned around to me and said, what the F was your name again? That is the truest of the Colby stories. We're the KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what's your favorite ballpark giveaway? And here's the Rangers promotional schedule for the year in case you need to know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin, and Franklin, the consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
1-2, hard hit ball passed. Eaton out into right field, a base hit. Garver around third. The throw goes into second. Jonah Heim has tied this game with a single to right as he plates Mitch Garver from second base. We're all knotted up 4 apiece.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're going to have some fun in this segment in just a second. I want to know what's your all-time favorite promotional giveaway or your favorite promotional giveaway that happens every single year, whether it's mini bat, bobblehead, whatever. But
like that mini bat you guys got at the airport.
Taken away at the airport.
Not cool, Mike.
I told you guys.
No, you're right. You were definitely right. But real quick, and this is Rangers related, we got to move into the no joke zone.
All right.
Is yesterday the child sex assault charges against former Rangers pitcher John Wetland were dismissed. So it went like this. In the trial in August of 2022, the jury was deadlocked, and that just means not unanimous. So in this case, it was 10-2. I apologize to you. I do not remember if it was 10-2, for or against. I'm going to assume against because a spokeswoman for the district attorney's office yesterday said, based on the information received from jurors, in addition to consulting with the accuser, the ability to successfully prosecute the case and reach a different result was deemed unlikely. So I don't recall this for a fact or if they ever announced it, but I would go off the assumption that it was 10-2, only 2 for conviction versus 10 against conviction in the original trial in August. So that case has been dismissed, and Wetland's lawyer said, I think the jury felt all along it was a weak case. This allows John to move forward with his life sooner rather than later, and I'm just happy to see this day has finally come. Now, I don't want to derail the segment too much, but this question might. Wetland is in the Texas Rangers Hall of Fame. They no longer have official ties with him. When his attorney says for him to go on and live his life, I am by no means saying he does not have the right to do so. My question, I guess more in general, is when these kind of charges are levied against you, do you ever escape them? Or are you ever able to go back and live your life?
No, I don't think you are. And I'm be dead serious, Kevin. I think this goes back to what I was discussing earlier with Hernandez. In those situations, whether fair or not, the public has an opinion.
Yeah.
And so people start saying, hey, this is what I think this person is. I don't know what John Wetland's life was like before the accusations came about either, and whether or not he can get back. If his quality of life was 100 and it dipped down into the negatives because of this, I don't know if he can ever get back to 100 based on this, because people will see him, recognize him, and say, they'll whisper behind his back or say things to his face. And for one. And then for two, you're bringing up the Hall of Fame part. I do feel like the other part of that question is the Rangers' decision to keep him there fair? Or if they were to do something else, would that be fair?
Well, yeah, because for example, he's still in the Hall of Fame, but they don't have any link with him or whatever. Now, if there was going to be a John Wetland bobblehead night, whatever the case, I don't know that to be the case because this just happened. But I'm just saying, if that was going to be the case, then do you think everyone would be good for him for making it all the way back around? Or do you think that there would still be not a small, but a pretty sizable group of people is this is gross?
There's very different cases against the two people. But Rafael Palmeiro's around the Rangers again. Very different. I get one is steroids, one is child abuse accusations.
Yes.
But Rafi's at the ballpark now again. And maybe over time, Wetland, it's up to him too. He might be I don't want to come back. I don't want to be seen in the public. But I mean, I could see where over time the Rangers are you are in the Hall of Fame. Would you like to be part of when we parade the Hall of Famer? Not tomorrow, but Thursday, when we get to this, most likely all the Hall of Famers that are in town in the Rangers Hall of Fame, they're going to want on the field.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're inviting. I have no clue. I know John. I loved him. I thought he was great.
Yeah.
I have heard things about this case that makes me go, I don't think he did it. I don't know everything. Obviously, I don't know it, but I know
the DA is inclined to agree with you.
Right. And so I had heard things that like this is a BS thing. And I'm like, man, I hope that's right. Because getting to know John Wetland in 2004, getting to know him in 2006 as a coach of mine, I thought he was awesome and a really good guy. But then obviously this came up and you're like, really? Like, you know, we don't know people. You know what I mean by that is as much as we talk to each other 20 hours a day.
Yeah.
You know, like you can tick me off. I can tick you off. 20 hours a week. Sorry. But like, I mean,
goals.
Right. But you know, when you look at it, like what you do in your private life, like behind closed doors, if somebody said, I'll put me for an example. Cause I don't want to put if somebody were to say, Mike beat up his kid or Mike beat up his wife or did something in that, you would probably say, gosh, that doesn't seem like Mike, but you don't know me.
How to spend time at your house.
Yeah. So that's the tough thing on this whole deal. So I don't think they're ever going to have a John Wetland bobblehead night. I bet the Rangers never do that, but I could see, I don't know how many years, I could see them saying, would you like to be part of opening day?
The part of like it's his decision if he want, like if the Rangers open that door, and I don't know how they look at this right now. I wonder if they're just like, that would be a bad look. But if they open their door, Mike's right, it would be his decision. Juan Gonzalez has made the decision to not be around the Rangers since, right?
Yeah. Which is the weird deal because I've talked to people who know Juan well. I played with Juan in Cleveland. Like, Juan, Tom Hicks isn't here anymore. The people that you felt disrespected you
he's around the
are
game.
Not here. They're not part of the Rangers.
He was the assistant batting coach for Puerto Rico in the World Baseball Classic. He was in the dugout for that. So he's still part of the game, but he does not want the association with this club.
It's unfortunate. By the way, if any of this did happen, that is by far the awful, awful part of this story. But if you take everything that happens in the justice system for face value, which I know that's a whole different thing that people have thoughts about, you know, money, power, race, and how that factors into judicial decisions. But I just think about if none of this ever did happen, because somebody brought up is rape or pedophilia charges never go away. And it can be an unfair way to destroy someone. Because you know what I immediately think of when that always comes up? What do you think of when you think Duke lacrosse?
The rape situation.
Exactly. And like that lady even came out and said, none of that happened.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter.
Nope.
Because for the longest time, people still made those jokes. And I think you're probably right. It is so unfortunate that if none of this happened, that, you know, which is just going off of what the district attorney's office decided, I just don't see how his life could ever be the same. Like, for example, is in the article, it talked about how John Wetland also taught Bible classes years ago at Argyle Liberty Christian. Go get that job again. See what the outcry is. You know, like even
the Baylor coach.
Yes.
Why am I drawing a blank? The
Bryles.
Yeah, Art Bryles, right?
Yeah.
Art Bryles. And I guess he did get a job, but I mean, a lot of times they'd be like, he's hired as this. And they're like, a week later, like, he's not hired as this.
Yeah.
We have gotten too much heat on this one.
From the 214, I'm not familiar with this, but you should listen to wrongful conviction. Even innocent people convicted of crimes and eventually they're exonerated. Like, it follows them forever. I think about that with the DNA evidence that has come out for like older crimes and you get released and you get a settlement. And then I'm like, but don't people still like think you murdered someone or did whatever, which is awful. I don't know how to fix it though.
You see the 682 where it says, what if media couldn't report on cases until they reached disposition?
Deposition, yeah. Or do they just?
I just read it, Kevin.
Okay.
I just read it, but you're right.
They meant deposition. I don't
like if we didn't have the opportunity to start deciding until we the jury had decided.
Yeah,
that would change a lot of those thoughts on things.
But we're too far to get back to that, right? Like
let's change it. Let's get.
Sure.
I think more government is what I'm trying to propose here, Kevin. They should step in to the media and say, "Hey, we're gonna have to wait on this public information stuff." Your thoughts?
I don't know if that is definitely the direction
I got
I'm
a couple
going in.
things, Kevin, that I think that you might be discussing more of tomorrow, but I wanted to quick hit this real fast. Tom Pelissero's reporting the number 0
It's in play?
is in play.
Oh!
He's also reporting that the proposal to create a 4th and 20 alternative to the onside kick has been tabled. So no voted down, but
That's
further
what they do
discussion
every
is needed.
time.
So
My ass. That's what they do every time. Tabled, I know tabled could literally mean we'll be discussing it again. I feel like tabled is the no contest of these things.
Yes.
They're like, yeah, look, you know what happened, I know what happened, or you know what's going to happen, I know what's going to happen. Let's just say no contest. Or let's just
I don't
put
want
it
to be
over
the
there.
one to vote on it.
Exactly.
Is the 00 in play?
It was, as far as I remember, it was just a singular 0. And you think about how long it took to get that. So, like, how much longer
How
to get the
biased
doubles?
is that to 00? The chief.
That is a
Robert Parrish,
good
right?
question. Yes. So the 0 now in play for NFL players. I think that is very interesting, but the 4th and 20 not happening.
Defensive
holding that
tackles
back?
need to be 00.
I could see that.
4th and 20 on
What's-
onside.
Like, it seems like, are the bulk of fans in favor of it? I think I'm
The only reason I'm in favor of it, I would rather just go back to onsides being like overload aside and see if you can get it, because
Yeah.
a kickoff should be a kick. But now that they don't let any running start and you can only have 5 guys on one side of the kicker, I think it makes it almost impossible to ever get it. And so if you're not going to go back to, you get at least a 5-yard running start with, I would say, at least 7 guys on one side, then what's the point of onside kicking?
And then, do you want me to wrap it up with just one more sad thing? Or you had us in a positive flow, Corey, so I'm going to let the
And he's
decision
really
go
taking
here.
the C block and just crushed.
Well,
That was the last
block was
segment.
the last segment.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, we were just rolling with the homies, and then this happened.
How many people get that reference? From the 469, I was falsely accused, and although proven innocent, life is never the same, and people look at you differently forever. And it's awful. It's awful that people do this kind of stuff with children to begin with, and it's awful that if John Wetland did nothing, even now, think about it. I just said if. The grand jury, the district attorney, they're not prosecuting this any further, and he's free and clear. But I say if, just in case, like down the line, something happened. And I guess I am part of the problem there. I should say, since it's been determined that John Wetland didn't do anything, you would hope that he could go back to his life as usual.
Yeah, it's difficult because we don't have all the information that we get in the trials, right? So a lot of times, we have a lot of sparse information that leads us to believe based on what lawyers want to discuss and stuff. And so a lot of times you're like, just OJ.
Sure.
That's an amazing example of what mob media and the real actual jury. And, then you also have the conspiracies of, was the jury actually, and where were they in all this? It's a tough world to kind of swing back and forth in.
And multiple people do get the Clueless reference. So, boom.
I don't remember.
That was the song they were
With
singing.
Angela, what was her name? Silverstone or whatever. her name?
Alicia Silverstone.
I wanted to hear him try more names.
Oh,
I got it close. I got an A and Silverstone right.
That actually is better than I would have guessed.
Pretty
fair.
impressed.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Tolos, the month is almost over, but trucks in Texas go together.
Peace back here on 105.3 The Fan. More NFL updates. Now, we told you that the number 0 was approved to wear on your jersey. However, as has kind of been anticipated, making roughing the passer reviewable was not approved.
Anything that's going to call into question a referee's
officials.
like the real decision on certain things, they don't want to do because it's going to make them look bad. And they're like, nah, we don't want to do that, man. Because in those referees would be like, no, screw you. We'll just go do whatever we want to do.
Right now, courtesy of Dean, I'm leasing it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing well. Thank you for asking.
Is Hendon Hooker top 5 overall pick this year in this year's draft?
I thought I was being a little ballsy by putting him to the Minnesota Vikings in the first round on the Dallas Cowboys draft show.
Yeah.
And here comes Tannenbaum like, hold my beer, boys.
No way in
5th
hell.
overall. But I like him more than Anthony Richardson. I'll say that. And Richardson could go number 1 overall.
It's not going to happen.
You want to make a show bet?
Yes.
You got to do a bet payoff?
Yes.
I'll do that.
Are you saying
Richardson
top
is gonna
5?
Go number 1 overall.
Top 5.
Oh, you're saying no, Richardson.
For
You guys got
wow, hold on.
Okay.
Lots of stuff happening here.
Gosh dang it. I thought
not
you were
about
anti-
Anthony
He's got a lot
Yeah.
of bold predictions here, Zach. You have Richardson going 1.
I think Richardson's going to be the number 1 pick.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think the Panthers are going to do that, which I don't think is smart, but I think they might be smitten with him.
Oh, interesting.
And you think Hooker's a first-round pick?
I think he might. Yes, I think he will go in the first round. I think somebody wants that 5th-year option on him.
But in the 20s.
Yeah, in the 20s.
Loser of the bet has to float down the Guadalupe naked.
Oh my Lord.
I love it.
All right, there it is.
Okay.
I don't know
That
who
could be
it's
tough
against, but
because if
Sounds
you
like
get
more of a
those
victory for Wolchuk.
if you get those inner tubes that have the long, the stems on them, that could be difficult.
Yeah, that could be tough.
Scrape up your side pretty bad.
Yeah, what was that hand gesture you just made?
The long
He was
thing
showing
like
the,
that.
the tube.
Yeah.
Is that a
I was
water
talking. I was
moccasin?
just talking to Tannenbaum about this while we were talking.
Yeah,
here.
what's he got to say?
That's a heck of a bold prediction. I appreciate it.
No, I was just talking to him. I was asking him about. He made that pick Mayer, the Notre Dame tight end,
Oh yeah.
and I was wondering if he had a gut feeling or somebody told him that.
Yeah. Is Kincaid off the board by that point then?
Uh,
In his mock draft? I don't
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
Kincaid was gone.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And your guy Bijan Robinson was gone at 19 to Tampa Bay.
You
But
know,
as long as
that-
he gets drafted, I am buying you a Bijan Robinson UT
I
jersey.
think that's kind of the team that people are starting to think about with him.
Tampa.
Tampa.
That
Yeah,
makes
19.
sense.
Yeah.
Now, we were going to have this conversation. Instead, we got into a much more serious Rangers conversation. So let's have some fun here. Whether
geez,
it's
he's on air. I don't know. Now I know why he didn't answer my text.
Well,
He just did.
Yeah.
I've literally been talking to him. He's like, "Hi, Brian." He's
busy. He's on TV.
on TV. Okay, sorry about that, Mike. Didn't mean to wear you out there.
Whether it's a food special, mini bat, bobblehead, what is your favorite ballpark promotion that you're like, you know what? That will sway me to go to that game.
The mini bat that you had in the 80s. I don't know if did they do those bats. Are those too expensive for them
No,
anymore?
they do the mini ones. They won't do the full size.
We had full ones back
Yeah, that
because
used to be a thing.
of the violence that can happen with those.
Yeah, I never got a full size bat. That's pretty impressive. But I love it if you get a nice little, little mini bats with the Louisville Slugger and everything on there. That's cool.
Ranger jersey night was pretty cool back in the day. It was like a T-shirt and
T-shirt
and they
jersey,
gave you the ability to iron on the numbers and stuff on the back.
Oh, cool.
So they gave you a little sheet that you can make it number 11, Toby Hara. That's what you could do.
They're doing the 1970s Ferguson Jenkins jersey giveaway this year. As one of the games, 15,000 fans get the old white Rangers.
I saw Chuck Morgan showing that off earlier today on Bally.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
Ferguson Jenkins was great.
That is May the 20th, by the way.
Okay.
I just saw that on the list.
Is that for adults or is that kids?
I think
only?
adults.
It just says first 15,000.
Wow.
So I think you're good.
Broadus going to be stiff arming kids on the way in, baby.
Yeah.
What day is that? May 20th?
May 20th.
Give me the $1 hot dog night, by the way. That was
That's
the
right.
one that-
This brings up yesterday y'all were discussing the 2-foot hamburger and you were like, I'm doing this thing. My apologies, cheeseburger. I saw it today. There's no way. There's
I got
no
a different
way.
angle of it today, and I was like, wow, 2 feet is a lot of inches.
That's no problem for you.
It's 24.
Eric does this, though. Eric is like, I got it. I'm going to put this thing down. Like, you get a little overconfident when it comes to these food challenges. If it's wings, my money is on you. I've seen you just punish these wings.
My wheelhouse.
Is that what happened with the vasectomy too?
Goodness.
You're like, done. I'll get a vasectomy. And then Wolchuk wasn't there to shout you down.
Hey.
And he was like, oh crap.
Honestly, thinking back, I think that's exactly how it played out, Hagee. It's all making more sense now.
I was down there fondling.
Oh my goodness.
Doctor's orders.
Okay.
He needed somebody to just make sure the positioning was held properly.
Your
I
doctor
did.
made you
Let
do
me
it?
ask you guys this.
Okay.
Would you guys allow your wife or fiance wife into the operation room during that?
No.
Because I allowed
You know what? I'd make them because
Mine
they
watch.
make us watch them push out a baby.
I was standing right there when Bennett was born. Yeah, because we didn't.
That's
know
what I
the-
said. I was like, I've seen.
We didn't know the sex
all
of the baby.
of everything.
Discussed.
Yeah,
I
me
saw
and
when they
Corey
had to take
have
the parts
graphic-
out of Jess.
Yeah.
And put her back together again.
I'm like, if I've seen all that, why not? If
Yeah.
she wants to, I mean, I would have been totally just much more like, hey, you stay in the waiting room, that deal. But we were on the way there, and my two things were, how much should I have manscaped? Because I did none. And then second was, should I let my wife in here? Those are the two
Mistake.
45-minute ride conversations we had.
With the kid is your kid is coming into the world. Like, you're not going to go to get a vasectomy and they're like, you know what? Found a kid. And like, that's not going to happen.
Well, you just stop the kids from coming in. That's what happens there, yeah.
Exactly.
I like the idea of having her in there if she wants to,
Yeah.
if you want to watch, might make me kind of aroused, though. That could get awkward.
Yeah.
It's a small. It's just
How
a
about
small
filming? Would you allow her to film?
Yeah.
Any filming going on here?
Yeah, man, I and this guy don't lie.
Yeah.
look back at the tape, see how the doctor could have made some adjustments, moving forward.
Yeah.
Are you in position to make those adjustments for the doctor? You're like, here's what I would have done for my vast medical trainer.
She's like, snap eats first. She's trying to take pictures.
When you see the little smoke start to go up into the air, that's a uncomfortable feeling. And that's when I was glad she was in the room, because I looked over to just have that connection of are my balls on fire right now, or is everything cool? And she gave me the thumbs up, and it was okay.
She knew. She was like, no, that's how it's supposed to go.
Yeah. These are never going to work again.
My answer before we went off on this tangent was going to be bobblehead. My son and I,
Dog night.
My older son and I like the bobblehead nights, and we've got a bobblehead collection at home. But clearly, we also went a different direction.
You said fun, right?
Yeah.
You want to have fun, and vasectomies are fun.
That's a good point.
Vasectomies are like lists. Everybody loves lists.
Are you the only one in the room that's got a vasectomy? That's probably a personal question I should ask
I don't.
before this.
Oh, no, Pedro's got one.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a wild high school run that he had to.
Because you're the expert then. I can't speak on that. So I will trust you. If you say it's fun, then here we go.
Dollar Beer Night was pretty amazing about 20 years ago. I don't even know if they have those anywhere anymore.
Minor leagues might.
I think that in minor leagues they can. I think MLB said no, we're not doing that. There's been too many incidents when we cheapen the alcohol.
Nickel Beer Night was cool back in the day.
Nickel Beer Night?
Anti-disco night at Chicago was kind of interesting.
They were ready to burn that place to the ground.
Somehow they got a Jeep onto the field. It was like a Jeep driving around. I don't know how they did that.
Do you think security was lax or just got overwhelmed?
I think they just didn't care at that point in time. Yeah.
The fans had a Jeep on the field?
They did. They drove a Jeep. If you go back and look at the old highlights at Comiskey, they had a Jeep riding around.
South side.
Sometimes we'd be hammered, and I'd look at the players, and they'd be looking into the stands like, holy cow, there's just drunk people everywhere.
Well,
it's like a sports game broke out at a drunk fest.
The night they had Nickel Beer Night to make up in Cleveland for what happened here, that you should see the Rangers all standing in the dugout with bats. They're ready for if we had a zombie apocalypse situation over the dugouts, they were going to be swinging some bats.
It's going to look like Game of Thrones at the wall.
Yes. What do y'all got coming up on the program today?
Yes. Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Everything developing out of the owners' meetings with Mike talking over the last hour or so. There's been a lot of developing news, Cowboy situations. We'll hit them right out of the gates here for you, Hakes.
All right, looking forward to that. Roll
Mavericks
home
are back too, right?
with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. It's a Derek Holland Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on the Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
I got confused.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a Tolo Tuesday. General at your service. There's Broadus all LSU'd up once again, as per usual. Looking sharp in his Barber College haircut. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Yeah, that's a compliment. Come on.
No, I was,
Yeah.
you know what?
Hold on now. Broadus is in a bad mood today. I might just want to tread lightly.
He's going to fight with someone.
Be careful with the big man
Bring
today,
it on,
boys.
BB.
I'm really sorry about that. I am trying to change my attitude today. I just think we live in one of the greatest countries in the world that just can't manufacture auto parts.
That's tough.
Yeah.
No, you are getting bent over
outsourced.
backwards.
Not in the good way.
I would, I would.
Uninsured driver. You hit and run.
Hit and run, and the fact is they can't get a part for the car that's on back order, and I'm having to pay for the rent-a-car.
That doesn't seem like that should be happening. You know, can somebody in the insurance business tip off Broadus on what he needs to say to somebody to get some damn results? Uninsured driver, so his insurance and whoever picked up a rental car for a while, they can't get the vehicle fixed, so he doesn't have it back, and now you're having to pay out of pocket for rental, right?
Yes,
that ain't right.
Yeah,
That
I
is
just
not right. I know that
dropped
much.
$355
Oh, my goodness.
for and they don't know
For a week, right?
Well, no, for this is what I owe. They stopped paying the insurance, stopped paying on the 18th of March. So
it'd be more than that for the week. I had to do
It's
the
like-
rental car
it's-
deal after
yeah,
Austin.
it's crazy.
That was about bad for 3 days.
it's
Dang,
amazing.
dog.
It's amazing we're in a country that we just can't make parts anymore. You know,
Yeah.
we
Supply
fought,
chain, right?
We,
Isn't that
we fought
everybody's
wars.
answer?
We fought wars building tanks and airplanes and stuff
Yeah.
like that, and we can't build
We're
parts.
not manufacturing as much as we
Yeah,
used
what
to.
are we doing anymore? Yeah,
We're
what-
outsourcing, I guess.
Yeah, what are
you
we
know.
doing?
Well, there is Joey Erickson in for Lucius Alexander
But yeah, I
today,
am
so,
mad. You're
so you
right.
have that. And if there's any insurance people out there, it will have to be in a small claims court. Once you mention that, they'll reimburse you. Okay, so you come in, you say, "Hey, we're going to small claims court." You know,
Yeah.
Let's go civil on these blue
I
pills.
think you need to escalate the threats and say, "Well, if you can't fix the car, then it's totaled. So I'll
See,
take a
that's-
new car."
That's
Yeah.
the first time when you said it. I mean, they sit. I
settle down,
Shut up,
kid.
Jason.
I saw the bill. It's like for this hit and run, it's like $12,000,
See, yeah, it's getting close.
and I'm
catch the football.
and I'm sitting there going like, okay, you know, you guys fix it, we'll be fine, and all that. It's going to take some time, but man, when you just they're saying, hey, we can't come up with this piece for the grill. It's a sensor, and
Wow.
we don't. And so I'm like, can I drive it? And they're like, no, you can't.
Oh.
So but can you give me a date? And they're like, no, we can't. And so now it's turning into like, okay, this car's been in the shop for almost 8 weeks.
Okay, so it's a safety item.
It's a safety item.
Okay, because that's what the 817 wanted to know. Mr. Broadus, I have a friend that works for a big one. If you want his information, I don't know if that'll help him out. I don't think you don't need an insurance company.
No,
anymore.
I don't want to be. I'm not going to be mad at the people I'm with, the collision people. I'm not going to be mad at them. I understand. It's just it's very frustrating that you get to a point in time and they can't give you a date of when this thing is going to be fixed. They see everything is ready on the car, painted, ready to go. They just are missing this sensor.
Yeah.
And they can't give me the car until they have the sensor.
682 says we can build the parts. We just don't have sweatshops with little kids working for $1 a day like other countries.
Okay,
that might be the harsh reality of it.
It might be.
We can't even get dollar beers at the ballpark. They're getting
Well, you know what? It
Whole
was
day of work.
It's just
for $1.
And also, I got upset with people on Twitter. They were wanting to fight me about.
Yeah,
Dak.
you were clapback Broadus.
They were fighting me about
We
Dak,
enjoyed it, though.
but I was talking about, hey, you know, you get to a point where, you know, because somebody sent me a mock draft. I'm sorry, I don't mean to hijack the opening here, but somebody sent me a mock draft where they got Will Levis sliding, and I made the comment that when I used to work with the Cowboys, I would have to do the mock draft, and I would provide a mock draft where a quarterback slid to your spot.
Yeah.
So you would have to talk about the possibility of taking that quarterback.
make a decision.
Make a decision.
I like that.
And
And,
so-
you did it to us on the draft show.
Yeah, and so to me, and then everybody took that as I hate Dak. And I'm like, no, I'm not here to be your friend. I'm here to educate you.
Yeah.
That these are the things we talk about in a war room. And people are taking it as, oh, you always hate Dak, this and that. I'm like, okay, I do hate this about Dak. I'm not sure I want to pay him $50 million a year. You know, I don't want to pay any quarterback $50 million a year if they haven't got me to a championship game or got me to a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'll pay guys that have done this. I'll pay the guys, the Burrows and the Mahomes and
The
those
Purdy's.
guys. Yeah, I'll pay those guys. But to me, you know, that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah.
I just, after 5 years, if you haven't kind of figured this out, I think you have to look at options. It doesn't have to be Will Levis. It could be Hendon Hooker or anybody else. I think you have to look at options along the way.
The moment we found out as a country that Will Levis puts mayonnaise in his coffee, he should have been off every single board in every single sport that there ever is and ever was.
We did have that discussion, and it is flat out disgusting. People put weird stuff in their coffee, man.
It's offensive and it's disrespectful.
The butter, people enjoy that
You want
stuff.
that guy to
It's
lead
weird.
your franchise. No chance.
Hey, we're getting some great texts in here. 972 sounds like Broadus needs to call the Frankels. That might be your next call. Get lawyered up.
Yeah.
Broadus, call me. I'm a parts manager, and I have tips for finding it. They might not be trying hard enough to find your part, Broadus.
Yeah, that's the thing about the parts guy. I appreciate any help. I really do. I'm just like I thought this thing was going to get done.
For sure.
2-3 weeks.
Apparently, it's happening to a lot of people.
Oh,
because
that's why I don't want to blame Caliber Collision Repair folks, because I think they're under a lot of pressure over there.
Yeah.
I just don't know how we're operating as a country. We can't fix things.
Well, I know you have a stern policy against looking at the text, but you might want to because there's a lot of people trying to help you.
I appreciate
you that
I
digital
appreciate
pat on the
folks.
back.
Yeah, I appreciate it,
And
folks.
this is great feedback.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Got
Okay.
a couple. Sounds like we got a couple of ladies trying to give Broadus a ride anytime he needs it.
What is going on over there?
Yeah.
There might be more than one reason to open up the text is what I'm hearing.
A lot of rides, Brian.
Let's have a good show today, guys. Yeah, we'll have a good show.
Okay, we do have a lot.
Spittle tried to get me as a roommate, right?
He did? Yeah, I noticed that.
All I have to do is walk the dog. And you know what? The walking the dog thing is it's good exercise.
It is. It
Good
wouldn't be a
exercise.
bad deal at all.
No.
You could hold it down while he was at work earlier in the day, and then you guys could high five on your way out the door to come in and do the nation. I think that would be a sitcom too.
I got Broadus being
and
a
Spittle. and-
smack on the fanny guy, not a high five guy.
He's a very
that's
neat
you
guy.
in pregnancy. You high five your wife or smack her on the hiney, and next thing you know she's pregnant.
Oh, hiney, ho.
Okay, McCarthy said a lot of interesting things
What?
with reporters today. We've sort of condensed them in bite-sized quotes. Football's an easy game, said McCarthy. I think that's why he doesn't work very hard. He's like, we can't overthink this, guys. It's real easy. No, he said, if you want your guys to play fast, give them less responsibility. That's where the secret sauce is in putting together a good offensive system. Okay.
I don't think that's a ridiculous statement, because when you're not thinking, you are playing fast. It's when you start overthinking everything, that's when you're hesitant and you're slow.
Yeah.
So he's not wrong when he says that, in my opinion.
That's what they tell these guys when they're getting ready for their combine 40, man.
Well, you
Just don't think.
You do want a team that's smart enough.
Maverick told Goose that too.
They're not overthinking with the. You need a sophisticated game plan. I think more and more in today's game, and you need misdirection before and after the snap. So to me, that wasn't my favorite part of his quotes today, Brian. You know, I've turned into a McCarthy guy.
Yeah,
like
you have. Like me. Yeah.
a hater to me.
Dawson calls him my McCarthy.
That's right.
It's funny that Mike. Yeah, I like what you're saying though. He's the game being simple. He's absolutely right about that. If you don't work hard at it, it could be really simple.
Guys, this is so easy. I'm going to go get a massage and a sandwich.
I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. Man.
I'm sure you guys can handle this.
Go to the ballpark.
The only thing that could get my way
dogs.
is if I'm too tired on that sideline. I'm not going to let that happen.
They asked McCarthy about play calling. I don't sleep as well as I did before. I'm sure I'm talking in my sleep more than I ever have.
I'm only getting 19, 20
it takes
hours
up a lot
now.
of your heads. That's not easy.
Why did I fire Kellen? Why did I fire
But now
Kellen?
he's energized. Now we're going to get the best of Mike McCarthy, who's actually taken a team to the Super Bowl. He's actually seen NFC title games. And there's only a couple of other people in the entire organization that can say that at this point. He also said on why no coach has won a Super Bowl with two different teams. It's hard when you win one. You definitely had a culture and a process, and your program puts you in position to win the first one. I definitely had that in my last experience, but to create that in another place, it takes time, and it's difficult. I can clearly see why it's never been done.
It's a simple game that's difficult and hard and super easy and exhausting, but I'm energized and we're not gonna like, dear God, dude, that's fantastic.
They want to bring back Watkins and Hankins. Is the news from Calvin Watkins still today? For whatever reason, they're still open to bringing back Zeke, and yet gave his jersey number away. That was a clever tweet there by Calvin.
Well, we get that 15 jersey out.
They also all said the same
Will
thing.
Greer?
Well, when
Take
you play,
Will Greer's
I think
jersey.
centers can only wear numbers in the 60s and 70s.
No, we've changed that
No,
now.
50s. I've been seeing several 50s.
I can
now
see
in
Zeke
college.
rocking double nickels, man.
That would be cool.
But
yeah.
they all talked about it's sensitive, right? They didn't give him the offer because you didn't want to end up offending him. I think that's why they're saying this, because it's sensitive. You don't want to upset Zeke and his lineage with the Cowboys.
Is there any?
He's not coming back.
Is there any deal that you would have him back, Gavin?
No.
I wanted to ask you, could he play fullback?
No.
Could we double the number to 42 from 21 to 42? There he is at fullback. I think he can block. I think he can do short yardage running. I think Zeke could be a good fullback.
The guy does have the ability to he's not afraid to stick that nose
he'll
in there and block.
Yeah. So I think because he's the heart and soul of the locker room, and Dak likes him, and everybody loves him, and I think he could help you in short yardage situations. Yes, I could see it for league minimum if Zeke wants to do that. And if I'm Zeke, I'd much rather do that than go play for the Eagles. We have a chance to finish the fight here. And who knows, maybe they need you to start at some point.
That's not going to go well. We saw that in the playoff.
And inside of 3 yards, I think his power gives him the ability to make sense on 3rd and 2, 4th and 1, stuff like that. Now, even more interesting from Calvin, though, Cowboys are talking about moving Terrence Steele to guard. He insisted. That's what the buzz is. Could this work, Brian? Could Terrence Steele left guard work?
Man, I tell you what, he's a super athlete. But we always talk about one of the fundamental things that Jerry Jones always tried to tell us was that he always wanted to keep the front of the pocket clean. And when I mean keep the front of the pocket clean, it means play with power. That's why you had guys like Frederick and Martin and Ron Leary and guys like that, because you want strong players inside. Tackle's responsible for the width, the inside guys for the depth of the pocket. That's big for Jerry Jones. That was something he would talk about in meetings. He got that from Parcells or somebody along the way. Al Davis told him about that. But that's always been a fundamental belief to him. One of the strengths of Terrence Steele is as a run blocker.
Get him moving.
Not as a power player inside.
He couldn't sit down on these big defensive tackles.
I think that would be a big issue for him. And they could talk about all they want. I think this is a negotiating tool, and I know I'm going to get a text here in a minute about it. But I think this is
a negotiating tool.
I think so.
It seems like.
But I'll tell you what, I think the Cowboys are playing with some fire here, because if you talk to the Bobby Belts of the world and people like that visit with people around the league,
to that guy.
They'll tell you though that okay, we'll play for the tag, and then sayonara, we'll see you later. We ain't going to sit around.
That's fine. We got to draft another tackle, half a tackle. Go ahead, Terrence Steele.
Play
hardball.
Let's move the guy who just had his coming out party at a position so that we can replace him with the guy that's inevitably going to break down within 5-6 minutes. So what do you want to do? You want to spend the springtime and everything working right tackle Steele at left guard. Now you're changing his position and his side while he's trying to recover from an injury? No. Also, you can accommodate Tyron Smith, who's going to be healthy for 4 quarters. We set the over-under at 3.5 quarters. We all pound the under. And we all cash in? That's the dumbest thing ever. Why can't we draft a guard like every other team? Go draft a guard.
I think they will.
Find a guard.
I think they will draft a guard.
Just find a guard instead of screwing up everything you had. Terrence Steele was a bright spot. Why don't you leave him there? And why don't you let Tyron Smith wane in the shadows, and when somebody else gets hurt, Tyron, you can step in before inevitably you also get hurt.
There's so many more ways that it would make sense than that. But I think it's follow through on them telling Tyron Smith, if you do an incentive-laden deal, if you take all of this money off of our books for us, we'll make you the starting right tackle. And I think they have to follow through on that, like the Bears had to follow through when they told us Andy Dalton was the starting quarterback after they drafted Justin Fields. It makes no sense, but you need the trust of your players and your agents that you do business with. And Michael Gelkin reported yesterday they made a promise to Tyron if he would do the incentive deal, that he could be the starter. So I believe that's what they're going with, and they're going to do a bunch of sense. They're going to do and say a bunch of things that don't make sense between now and the start of camp. Now, once camp gets here, if Tyron gets hurt or if the season starts and he's god awful, they'll be like, I know what we told you, but we got to do what's in the best interest of the team. So between now and then, I expect them to hold this really weird line that comes down, I think, to the business of contracts and relationships with agents. Okay, speaking of big issues, though, Boomstick Burger news. Late last night, Chiafalo was talking about this, made the claim he could take it down. And we're like, okay, cool, that sounds like a fun show promotion. Since then, I've seen pictures of this bad boy on the internet, Chief.
There's some angles there, huh?
And that's going to be tough. I submit that that's a bet payoff trying to take that down in a show. Now, if you don't take it down, maybe there needs to be consequences. Maybe you need to stay in studio during the get right until it's all gone. Maybe something like that. I don't know.
Don't disagree.
But if we could get one of these bad boys in Friday, I think that's a payoff, if you ask me.
What do you think, boys?
Yeah, I agree. I don't
That's
think
a mountain of food.
I don't think you're going to be able to eat it. I've done this.
You
with
don't think I can
before.
house a 2-footer in 5 hours?
No. Well, in 5 hours is. I
Don't
mean,
you
that's
dare
longer than a
underestimate
baseball
me.
game.
Well, wait, you guys, if you guys want to give me a different time frame,
I think
whatever
we
you
should
think
go
is
time
realistic.
of game on opening day. That's how much
2.5
time we have.
hours. Oh, that's how much time he'll have.
Like however long
I like
opening
that.
day takes to play.
Give me extras, baby.
If we could
Bleep
have
those ghost runners.
If we could have DeGrom just pitch a gym.
Well,
complete
He's just
game.
3 up, 3 down.
1 hour, 48
Go check
minutes.
Jared Sandler's Twitter. He's got DeGrom's last 3 opening day starts.
No
and they've
runs
been
on any of them.
Pretty damn fantastic.
He's a horse.
Yeah.
He's a horse. I like that idea. I think that's fair and square. This is awesome. If I don't, we'll have to figure out what consequences there if I don't house the 2-footer in enough time, whatever
No,
that
I'm
time
rooting
ends up
for
being.
you.
I know you are. I know
But
you are. You're
I just know-
pessimistically rooting for me.
No, I just
Okay?
don't think you're going to be able to do it. I know
Right.
you, and there's bread involved in this, and the bread usually crushes you.
There is something to that. That there's that gluten thing, man.
I think
that
the chili.
crushes
I
you.
think the chili with the breading on the onion rings is going to be a difficult.
all that's
task.
going to start
it's
to
a good
sit
point.
heavy.
Here's what I know. You have 3 nights to prep your stomach, and you need to expand that stomach lining over the next 72 hours, right?
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
96 hours.
Yeah.
And if you do that, because I know what Wolchuk is thinking. You're a big eater, but you're also pretty healthy because of your wife, so you don't overeat very often. I'll take you in a sprint. I think you need to be conditioned for the 800 at this point, though.
That's a great point. This is going to be a bit of a marathon situation. I'm going to have to look at that the Kobayashi documentary. I think he was consuming an inordinate amount of like lettuce and stuff. Believe it or not.
Yeah, cabbage will do that. Yeah.
So, okay.
It
So
opens
cabbage,
up the
lettuce.
stomach.
Yeah.
All right. That's the plan. That's the
All right.
plan. That's my version of 2-a-days.
Let's
Wolchuk's
go.
walking twice a day for the soda purposes. This is my version.
I love
Wolchuk, we're in
this.
this thing together,
Woo!
baby.
I'm
Let's
getting
do this thing.
fired up. My guy's taking down the big wiener.
Don't forget the
Or
mustard
big-
on that
the big
damn
meat.
2-footer,
Yeah.
by the way.
There's no way.
The Boomstick Burger. It's adios. Chiafalo is going to show you how it's done. You'll be able to watch that Friday, probably starting at 2:20. Now, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Rangers time with Wolchuk is next. Where are we going with that?
Oh, boys, we got opening day coming up. I got some over-unders for you. And why are the Rangers going to make the playoffs next on The Fan?
The more you listen.
talking about this boomstick burger here in the break that Chiafalo is going to attempt to take down Friday in the length of time that it takes to play a big league game, probably about 2.5 hours. And there's pictures of the boomstick burger. It's the offspring of the boomstick itself, which was invented after Nelly Cruz was hitting all those bomb skis right before he had to get the hell out of town with the no doubles defense situation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 6 minutes. It's time for Rangers Time with Wolchuk. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com, Brian.
Yeah, no, I could have done this in Krusty's Corner, but I just checked the text. Thanks, everybody that put in information and help. I appreciate my teammates here having my back on that. I've reached out to a guy, and let's see if we can make that happen. But again, thanks, everybody out there for thinking about me on that.
Totals will rally for you. I told you they love you.
These guys are amazing.
People like you, Brian.
I
you got to swing that radio boomstick.
No, I appreciate it. I
done.
really, really do. Some people have been super nice, and I have already tried to reach out to a gentleman, and let's see how that all works. Okay,
it's Rangers Time with Wolchuk. Here's Zach.
Some quick things. Looks like the Cowboys are on hand for Emmanuel Forbes Pro Day at Mississippi State, which is exciting news. They're also going to meet with Tyjae Spears, my guy from Tulane, the running back. They have a private workout scheduled with him. Very excited about that. I love him dearly. And
got Dallas State coming up this week, too.
We do. And we got the owners approving the proposal allowing players to now wear number 0. So there's just really quickly things that I've seen pop out on the Twitters and the text line just to hit that with your NFL news.
Trying to think real quick.
When you hit that.
I love to hit it, too.
Jim Otto was a 00 during my time with the Raiders, and Kenny Burrough was a 00 with the Houston Oilers. I'm trying to think if I saw any other zeros or...
so we're doing single zero and double? We're doing single and double?
Is what I've seen.
Cool. There used to be in the 70s, Jim Otto, the center for the Raiders, was 00 because of the Otto, O-T-T-O.
That makes sense.
That kind of thing.
That's cool.
And then Kenny Burrough, the really talented wide receiver with the Houston Oilers, wore 00. Nice. So that's the last I remember a 00 being in the game.
I think the current trend would be Damian Lillard, who wears it for Oakland. So maybe if there's players from Oakland, that might be appealing to them, or another city or state that starts with O.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good to hear Rangers baseball
Text
back.
in your favorite city that starts with O, 877-881-1053. Sorry to interrupt
Omaha.
you, Wolchuk.
Omaha.
There you go.
Omaha.
Yeah, you can text
Oakland?
that in. I said text it in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just throwing something out there.
I'm just kidding.
Orlando.
4-4. The Rangers tied yesterday. Nathan Eovaldi with 6 Ks through the 5 innings of action that he had. So I got some over-unders for you when it comes to the Rangers.
9.5.
We only have
0.
about, 3 or 4 minutes or so to hit these, but 872 innings.
Subtle jab.
From the starting pitchers is going to be what the Rangers are looking for this year. Can they hit the over on that? They got 793 innings, which was 24th in Major League Baseball. Not good last year, but that's the difference between your starter going into the 6th every night versus these guys could barely make it into the 5th some nights last year. So you're hoping the Evaldis, you're hoping DeGrom. They're able to pitch deeper into the game. I wonder if you'll have DeGrom go super deep early on because you always have the injury risk with him. But if you can get your starter to go to at least 6 innings, and Martin Perez was the only one that did that consistently because you had the injuries with John Gray as well. But this staff is going to be set to hopefully hit that over.
I was listening to Mike Bassick and talk about this, and it makes a great point. I mean, when you get pitchers that can go in a little bit longer, it saves your bullpen for
Absolutely.
like 2 days.
And the Rangers bullpen got
2 days,
worn out.
Not just 1 day, 2 days.
100%.
So that's a great baseball point.
Not sure how deep these guys can go, to be honest, Wolchuk.
Ooh.
It's a fair question. It's 100% a fair question. The good news is we
Freaking
got
pessimist over there, Gavin.
That just like I might try to make a baseball point. I just got punched in the gut.
Well, doesn't the B in Bochy stand for bullpen? Isn't
Good
he
point.
a wizard at how he maneuvers this bad boy? Isn't he going to be one of the best in the business?
He is the best in the business at that. Also, when you look at pitching strikeouts, and this is somewhere where the Rangers should see a massive, massive jump from last year, 1,431 strikeouts. The Rangers ranked 21st. They had about 100 less than that a year ago. But you've got just absolute K Masters. Evaldi with 6 already last night. He's been dealing so far in spring training. We know DeGrom, he's going to go out there and pump out 9 a game. Martin was pretty good at this a year ago. John Gray, when he's right, might be second in the team in terms of K rate overall. So that's somewhere where they should see a jump. Also saves, right? You didn't really have a guy that really settled into that role a year ago. Now you've got a healthy Jonathan Hernandez. Leclerc came back towards the end of last year. Hopefully when it comes to saves, they're able to find somebody that can settle that in. 25 saves for whoever ends up leading the team. I think that's a realistic number.
Why do I feel like that's the one thing they're going to be hunting at the trade deadline?
I think you might be right.
Closer?
The bullpen
I think
or
that,
just bullpen?
Bullpen.
Yeah.
I mean, a closer. Maybe.
Everybody needs more bullpen at all times.
Yeah.
For the most part.
I
So
hope
that
I'm
makes
wrong,
a ton of sense. But
that just seems like the one area they're not protected in right now.
Yep.
My favorite thing, though, with Jonathan Hernandez, how about that stuff, though, old Chuck? We'll be
Jonathan
talking about
Hernandez.
his stuff until...
Got the best stuff on the team.
Yeah, it's all about that guy's stuff. You never get to really see it, but gosh dang it, he's got it.
Can we get over under 28 homers for Corey Seager? He hit 33 last year. That was a career high, and I think he's got a chance to hit the over on that again. I mean, I think he's going for MVP this year, boys.
Yeah, he's looking at least 40 of them things. Easy.
A 757 OPS for Josh Young. That's on base percentage. There were 131 qualifiers last year when it came to this, and the Rangers got a 602 OPS from their third baseman last year. Was easily the weakest spot on the team. This would represent a big improvement and likely put him in Rookie of the Year conversation. The last time the Rangers had a guy that was competing for Rookie of the Year, Adolis Garcia, back in 2021, he finished 4th. I think that's a lot of the buzz when it comes to Josh Young. If he can get a 757 OPS, my gosh, you look at the production at third, that'd be amazing. Also, the 335 for Marcus Semien would be big for him as well. So there's some over-unders to look at as we're approaching opening day. Things are getting exciting, and the Rangers trying to be a sneaky playoff team.
You got Lake Okeechobee, Florida. You got Oak Cliff, Texas. Ontario.
Gosh, how did I forget that?
Olga, Texas.
Ooh, Olga sounds hot.
Yeah, Olney, Texas. A lot of good ones coming in.
Oka-humka.
And thanks to everybody for reminding me that Damian Lillard plays for Portland. I don't know what I was thinking, saying Damian wears the 0 for Oakland. It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day. Best audio in the world of sports, curated by Joey.
Howdy, fellas.
What's up, Joey?
Joseph?
Nothing much. It's been a pleasure being with y'all for the last few days. This
Stressful at all?
No,
Speak
not
for
at all.
yourself.
You guys are super simple. You guys
Yeah.
make it
Gators
fun.
treating you
I
all
have
right?
fun. Yeah.
Good.
So this will be my last day with you for a while.
Is this goodbye or see you later?
For a while.
Well,
You're not going to quit, are you?
no,
What the hell?
no, just on the show.
Are you going to go out with a bang, Joey?
Hopefully.
What do you mean by a bang?
I'll be on KNC for the next couple days. So
Oh, yeah.
just look out.
Oh, you like them
You just
better
look
than
out.
us.
He's going out
They
with a
talk
bang
more
for
hockey
sure.
than us, don't
This
they?
is
Yeah, a lot
true.
more.
Yeah. But I get my 60 seconds of fame, so don't you worry, Dawson.
You get to do a whole segment on this show.
Yeah, we're puckheads at 5:40.
We are going to start once again with Joey Zanaboni, and he is the play-by-play voice, which your grandma loves, by the way. That's in his bio. I thought that was pretty funny. For the St. Louis
Mine's dead.
City FC, and he had another interesting call a couple nights ago.
Over the top. Wanted Julio leaks loose, a quick shot, and Roman Berkey! What a diving save! Roman Berkey rejected it like barber school did with my request to major in body hair.
Yes.
Joey is good.
Mm-hmm.
Joey,
He's
how
so
much body hair do you have?
Not much.
I didn't
I was
think
still in
so.
Dawson last week because he asked me if we were going to do the playoff beards thing. Maybe it was Wolchuk.
Yeah,
and
I
I
asked
said,
you
well,
that.
it's been 23 years, so
Hey,
maybe this is the year.
Do you want to
You're
take
due
some of
for
my
one.
body hair and I'll patch it onto you?
I'll pass.
It's
Maybe Joey could shave off Wolchuk's and put it on Joey Erickson.
yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Joey, or like hockey players, not generally hairy people.
No, very hairy people.
Are they very
Yeah,
hairy people?
Yeah.
Is it the Canadian thing, you think?
Well, Russians, Canadian.
Oh,
yeah,
good
yeah,
point,
remember
man.
Radulov back in the day?
Yeah.
Seriously,
okay.
Joey, it'll be nothing, bro. You could take just one knuckle of Wolchuk would be a full beard on that face.
All right. I'll work with it.
Take you 30
Those
seconds.
sausage
dog.
fingers, the andouille fingers.
These andouilles, baby. I'll rub them all over you there, Joey. Take my hair.
I found this today.
So
This
surprising
is
and
a
shocking.
very
That's what I go for, the shock and awe.
It's shockingly
Sorry, I'm sorry,
no.
Joey.
This
go
is pretty
for it.
shocking
you're
right
not.
here. So this
You go bleep yourself.
kid was playing a video game,
Dawson.
And he ends up accidentally calling 911, and then this whole situation transpires.
Oh, no.
That was my bad. I was playing the game, and I butt dialed the phone. Okay. That was my bad. What? No. It's only me home.
Okay, so this was just an accident. You call 911. Did you say you killed 2 people or something like that?
Rainbow Six Siege. I had my headset on.
Okay, how old are you?
17.
You're 17. Do you have a driver's license or no?
No.
Okay.
I don't have a driver's license.
Are you? Where's your parents at?
Work.
Okay. Do you want me to talk to your mom?
Yeah, you can.
You're not in any trouble, man. If it's an accident.
Hey, is this Elijah's mom?
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, so what happened is, I guess he's saying that he was playing a video game, and in the process of accidentally calling 911, he said that he killed 2 people, but he was talking about on the game. So we thought that there was a double murder, so we showed up to your house with a bunch of us. That's why we're here talking to your son, okay? So there's nothing to be worried about.
Man.
Son has not killed anybody. Woo. Yeah, it could have gone wrong.
Mm-hmm.
We thought there was a double murder.
Yeah, they had 3 cop cars surrounded his house.
Swatted himself,
Yeah.
didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Got himself in quite a situation.
Have we
there.
all found ourselves in a childhood 911 fiasco?
I don't think
no,
so.
I never have.
Yeah, me and my brother had a public pool. It was when they were still like actual, like, wasn't a payphone, but it was like that. You didn't actually have to pay. But I acted like I did. I had my fingers on the number. It didn't actually do it. And then my bleep hole brother right afterwards actually did it. And I'm like, no, I didn't actually do it. And then I'm like letting my parents know. So me and my mom and my aunt were all waiting for the police because inevitably they're going to show up. But it was just one casual. It wasn't like a full on SWAT team. Good. It sounds like this guy, you know.
Any 911 situations, Brian?
No.
Wolchuk?
No.
No 911 fiascos?
No, he tried, but he just kept fat fingering that.
He hit the 9 and the 0 at the same time.
I hit 900.
Orange, Texas, Orange Grove, Onalaska, Ore City, Ozona. A lot of love here coming in. Odom, Texas.
Odom, there you go.
Oglesby. Joey, challengers?
No, I don't got any.
Okay.
No, sorry. You said challengers for this. I thought you meant challengers as O cities. I don't got Ottawa.
Easy mistake.
Ottawa, there you go.
We're going to move here to Haley Van Lith from Louisville. She's the women's basketball team.
Yeah,
and
she takes this game serious.
Yeah,
was she the puncher?
No,
but she's very confident.
very confident, very serious.
I'll be completely honest. I'm not motivated by external factors. I'm motivated by myself, and I always have been. If we would have won the national championship this year, I would have had the same amount of motivation in me, and that's just who I am. I'm not motivated at all by the fact that they named me honorable mention. I know who I am, and I know what God thinks I am, and God doesn't think I'm an honorable mention. I'll tell you that right now. So I don't need external motivation. I'm internally motivated.
Wow, that's strong. Yeah. She seems to have a lot of wisdom. You know, she's the gal that Kobe Bryant went to visit at her tiny school in, I think, Washington State, and like shut down the high school and everything. And like he had a connection with her and her intensity and the way that she studied being competitive like that.
That's the real deal, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, if you get Kobe's attention.
I was going to say, I mean, come on. Kobe's like, I need to come see this chick. And at that point, who knows, like, she's, I guess, in high school or something.
Yeah.
You think she has any fun playing the game?
It ain't about fun.
Tons.
It's about victories.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. She's got a big smile on her face constantly.
Yeah. I think that
talking
she will.
trash. Yeah.
I wonder.
Why is that?
Well, just how serious, you know? I mean,
that's how you are with the crawfish broils, man. You're dead locked in. You're having a blast.
I'm having fun, but I enjoy the fact for cooking for people. I enjoy that part of it where it's everybody. You know, I'm trying to make everybody happy there. She seems like, man, I don't know if you have fun being that serious. I don't know.
I guess there's just different levels of seriousness, Brian.
Yeah, maybe
she's
so.
a hooper, and she's dragging a wagon as well. Does some nice stuff with her hair. Any other nominees, Joey?
I got one more, and we always love some Dion.
I didn't know what you were going there.
We always love some
draggers.
Dion. This is about jersey numbers, and Dion's had some funny comments about it.
Anybody here over 45? Didn't we have to earn every darn thing we got? Ain't nobody gave us nothing. So this whole new thing, first of all, we got this new thing now in college football about double numbers. We didn't have. If somebody gave you a double number in college, that assured that you weren't gonna play. That's how it was, wasn't it? Now it's like normal, and you got to earn stuff. Ain't nobody giving you nothing. We got kids, they ain't played a snap, you know, and you want to be one? You know what number one meant back in the day for us? That you were that one. Now you got number one getting the frame tore out of him out there on the field. Like, come on, you got to be crazy. Now it's a fight in the stands because the mama's wearing number one and her son, her baby's getting murdered out there. Like, come on. Like, it's just a new day. Single digits was something you had to be him.
You had to be him to wear a single. Dion on jersey numbers, Haley Van Lith, kid playing a video game, or our champ Joey Zanaboni. Guys, I'm voting for primetime today, Chief. How about you?
Give me some Haley Van.
Okay, Joey, how about you?
I'll go with Joey.
Going with Joey. We're tied at 1, Woolchuck.
I'm going to give love to our girl Haley. She is very positive, and I like the self-positivity there.
Brian?
Jersey numbers.
Okay, we're tied at 2. Is it Dion on jersey numbers or your girl Haley Van Lith for Louisville? Now, Krusty's Corner is coming up next. We're going to want you to jump onto @GBagNation's Twitter account. Go to @GBagNation. I'm creating an Insta poll as I chat with you right now. You'll be able to vote over the next 5 minutes, and we'll announce the winner on the other side. Please follow us when you get there. Brian, where are we heading in the corner today?
Yeah, Krusty's got a buddy that put out a mock draft that I'm going to walk you through for maybe some possibilities for the Cowboys. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on
This segment on the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts and more than just Silverados. They have Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you, Joey, and congrats to Prime Time Deion Sanders. Commentary about jersey numbers, your new G-Bag of the Day champion. 1 2/3 of the vote over Haley Van Lith. If you ever miss the G-Bag of the Day, you can always turn in during LA Live. Every night, 5:40, we replay the champ for you. Here's Broadus with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Teased a buddy of mine, Mike Tannenbaum, who I work with. I remember when Mike was a intern for the New Orleans Saints. A little known fact about Mike, Bill Parcells paid for him to go to law school, paid for him to go to school. Thought that much of Mike Tannenbaum.
Pretty dang cool.
Yeah. So Mike's doing fine work on the 33rd team is something they do, and then also his stuff on ESPN. But he put out a mock draft.
He was the Jets GM a couple years ago,
He was
right?
Jets, and he was actually Dolphins.
Yeah.
He's always had like Bill Parcells as a sponsor for him. So Parcells has always vouched for him everywhere he's gone. And Mike's a great guy. He really, really is. I mean, I've always enjoyed hanging out with him and visiting with him and stuff. But he's putting out a mock draft like this time of year. This is what a lot of us do. And so I just want to go through it real quick because he's got it to where there's some guys that are pretty close to where some guys that you might really like if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan. And I want to talk about maybe going up. And then he's got some guys behind that I want to maybe try and get you to bite on here. But we'll start with the 12th pick where I get going here. And Quentin Johnston, the wide receiver from TCU, is a guy that a lot of people feel like could get to the Dallas Cowboys at 26. But Mike's got him going to the Texans here at 12. And so that takes Quentin Johnston out of the mix there for the Dallas Cowboys. So you go down through the draft. Now you get to 16. He's got Dalton Kincaid, the tight end from Utah, going at pick 16 to the Commanders. That's a guy that a lot of Cowboy mock drafts seem to feel like that this is a guy that you can consider. We've talked about the potential with some of the things dealing with the back. Trainer friends of mine around the league have said, no, it's not a concern. But the minute you start to talk about back, I'm kind of in that mode of, I don't know how really interested I am. But Dalton Kincaid, another Cowboy possibility, goes to 16 to the Commanders. So now you're going down and you get through the draft. And now at 18, he's got Jalen Carter, the defensive tackle from Georgia, going to the Detroit Lions at 18.
Wow. Do you guys see him actually being like him falling that far? That's pretty far.
I have talked to a bunch of people that don't think he's going to get out of the top 10.
I'd be shocked. And if he starts getting down to the 18 range, I don't think there's a lot of guys that I really want to call and move up for. That's a dude you'd do it. He's the best player in the draft, in my opinion.
Okay, if you're thinking about moving that pick, okay, to get to 18, their pick at the Lions is worth roughly 900 points on the Cowboys trade chart. That's 900.
You're still doing Jimmy's? Is that the Jimmy Johnson?
I've got the access.
Tried and true, baby.
So we're still working on this thing, working off it. So you got 900 points for the Lions. Your current pick at 26 is sitting at 700. you've got to come up with 200 points potentially to get there.
What would that look like? What does 200 points equate to in draft capital?
Well,
Second round, third round?
That's a third round. You're looking at your pick it. If you take a second round pick, for example, your 58th pick is worth 320 points.
Okay.
So that's a way, way, way big overpay right there. Okay, now you start to have to think about putting stuff together potentially. Your third round pick is worth 140 right now. So we got to come up with 60 more points. So we're probably looking more like a 3 and a 4 to make that jump to go get that guy. Are you interested? If that's the best player on your board, say he is the best player on your board, say he's the number one. I mean, I don't think he's going to get any closer to you.
I think yes. I think I would pull the trigger and do that. He's going to make your entire defense so much better. You talk about your linebackers. He's going to keep them clean. He's got pass rushing ability. He's a great run stopper. You want that big, beefy guy in the middle? He's that. Plus, he gives you pass rushing ability, and he'll keep your linebackers clean. I think that's one of those impact type of draft picks that can elevate your defense from being good to great. Maybe you're the best defense in football.
Okay, if we give up the 3 and the 4, what are we kind of thinking about? Are we giving up a running back?
I think you're giving up a running back and a linebacker.
Yeah, me too. I kind of feel like that's the spots that you would maybe, even if you didn't take the tight end.
Yeah.
You might be giving up a tight end there too. You might be giving up a running back and a tight end. Say you take the guard at
sure.
You could be giving up the running back and the tight end for maybe the best defensive tackle in the draft.
Yeah. Yeah, if you feel good about all the question marks that are the reasoning behind his slide from number 1 pick to number 19 in this scenario, then I guess you would say to yourself, I'm not a trade-up guy in almost any scenario unless there's a quarterback you love. But if you're going up 7 spots to get the best player in the draft, and it does also equate to a position of need for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a swing for the fences move. You better be right on it. But gosh dang it, let's do it.
All right. The next area I want to point out is he's got Bijan Robinson going to the Buccaneers at 19, which I'm starting to hear is a real possibility.
Dude,
there.
him and Zeke is a 1-2 punch.
Yeah. Ooh, that'd be
How about that, Tampa?
Be a strong 1-2 punch.
Okay, now we're at the Chargers at 21. On your board, Zach, we have Jackson Smith and Jigba as the number 1 wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you interested in going from 26 to 21? It's a pretty big overpay. It's about a 40-point overpay to give up your third to go do that. Are you to go get your best wide receiver? Are you willing to give up your third round pick to go to the Chargers to go grab that guy?
I would. I think that highly of him. I think he's going to be a great player, and there's, how much longer is Brandon Cooks going to be with you, right? So now you've at least solidified that spot.
At least 2 more years.
Future.
I mean, the contract says 2 years.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd have Jackson Smith and Jigba for 3 more years after that, even once he's gone. So, I mean, I think that's always going to be a position of need, especially in today's NFL. So, yes, I mean, any other receiver, I'm not doing it. Just for him, I would do that.
Some texters are saying, by the way, back to Jalen Carter, like, hey, we thought the Jordan Davis guy out of Georgia, big D lineman, was a super beast.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was not like the best year ever for the Eagles last year.
2-down player, and he was hurt. Yeah.
Jalen Carter's light years better, correct?
Yeah, because Carter gives you pass rush ability.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. He's a much more active guy inside for sure.
So if you did that for Carter, what would that mean in round 2 for you? You're going to get your what?
I think you'd probably look at a guard. Or you could look at Marvin Mims out of Oklahoma, possibly, if you wanted to add another receiver. Or maybe they go ahead, if they really want a running back, they just say, bleep it, we need to take our guy here.
Yeah, that would be the 58th pick that you would hold. You're pretty open. Everything that we talked about, the tight end's still there. They call the tight end stretch, the running back stretch. Hell, the corners might be stretchy there, too, if you want to deal with that.
Sure. Yeah. There'll be a corner there, I think, that they might like.
Yeah, if you want to go that route.
It's just like, okay, it's a defensive offseason when your giant problem in San Francisco was 12 points that night.
Yep.
No, there's no question, and that's why, so we're interested in going for the Smith and Jigba if we have to. Okay, now we'll get down to where Dallas. Okay, Joey Porter is at 23, in my board, probably the best corner in the draft.
I agree with you.
To have to go to 23, that would cost you a 4 and a 5 for that move. If you wanted to go get who, in my opinion, the best corner in the draft is. That would cost you 4 and 5 to try and get.
Well, that seems expensive to go up 3 picks.
Yeah, well, that's the difference there. It's
inflation, man. It's affecting everything, Dawson.
It's a 60
skyrocketing, except for bananas.
I don't mind doing that because I think we looked at the 5s. Now, granted, they got Deron Bland, and that's been a smash success.
Yeah.
But the history of the 5s are typically you're not going to hit on that.
Yeah.
I'm only trading up for the best player that seems to be in the world right now, Jalen Carter. Otherwise, can we get some offense on this team, even if it is a trench player? Give me the offense.
Well, that's okay. Now, he took a tight end. He took Michael Mayer, the one from Notre Dame that we were talking about. We said that he might be like our guy out in San Francisco. That was the comparison. I think that's a little strong, for that guy. But afterwards, Gibbs, the running back, went to Buffalo. Emmanuel Forbes, who the Cowboys are working out, he's a cornerback from Mississippi State, went to the Bengals. Jordan Addison and Nolan Smith. So Nolan Smith could be on the board too. So there are several really good names behind who you would pick if you didn't want to go for the tight end, according to Mike Tannenbaum's board.
Seems like we're going to get a good player.
Hopefully so.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation with your main man, Brian Broaddus, the former NFL executive, Cowboy scout here on your home of the Cowboys. NFL news of the day is coming up. Well, Chuck, where are we going with that?
Andy Reid doesn't know who the bleep this is, and Mike McDaniel is the gift that keeps on giving with this audio next on The Fan.
You want to talk about a gift?
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day. We got a nice little hour here coming up. Questions about the Cowboys draft plans coming up at 3:20. March Madness with Eric Chiafalo coming up at 3:40. NFL news of the day right now with Wolchuk. Here he is, Zachary.
Let's party, boys. All right, we've heard all about the Aaron Rodgers saga, and that's where we're going to start off here. NFL news of the day, as things are maybe progressing, maybe they're just staying the same. Status quo out there at the NFL owners' meetings. If you missed it, Brian Gutekunst, the GM
Good job.
of the Green Bay Packers. Did I nail that?
You nailed it.
Gosh, I was practicing today before because I was nervous because that can be a slip up there.
I was impressed with the way you actually sped up during that treacherous moment. Most people try to hit the brakes a little bit, slowly speed bump their way through it. You freaking cranked it up a little. You hit the NOS and said, "Watch me flex on you guys."
I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna pass. I'm gonna pass this 18-wheeler real quick right now. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. All right, woo! We're safe, and here we are. We're sliding home. Here's
it's a
what
name change last name, if you ask me.
Yeah, I think he needs
some
to.
are just unnecessary.
Is that a better fake name than this guy who's trying to buy the Commanders? What's his name? Apostolopoulos?
Papadopoulos?
Oh my gosh, I couldn't say that name last week to save my life.
Steve Apostolopoulos.
Yeah, Papadopoulos.
So
we needed you last week.
I can't say it.
Sorry, I couldn't come to y'all's rescue. I was
So
icing
bad.
my balls and spitting up blood.
Great reference, my man. We will get to the Commander's
You
sale
really
here.
spit up blood doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
What, you
no,
really
but you
did?
can't taste it. No, bro. Is that a serious question, sir?
No, it's not. It's true that if you don't use it, you lose it. So here is Brian and what's gone on with Aaron Rodgers.
Everything you and Aaron did to, I don't want to say repair the relationship, but the last 2 years after he, said everything he did a couple of years ago. Then he comes out a couple weeks ago and says you basically went behind his back to shop him and he didn't seem too pleased. From your perspective, how did the last couple months kind of transpire?
Yeah, I didn't really take his comments like that, and it's certainly not true. I mean, I think, as we got out of the offseason or after the season and we had a good conversation, and then, we're going to have some follow-up conversations. And our inability to reach him or for him to respond in any way, I think at that point, then we just kind of I had to do my job and kind of reach out and understanding that a trade could be possible and see who was interested. But that shopping was never really part of that.
So when you gave him that contract extension, you've said publicly your intention was for him to not just play last season, to play beyond that. At what point did it shift to, okay, we need to move on?
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously it was a disappointing season, right? And you come out of the season, you have a lot of conversations, not only with Aaron, but with the rest of the team, coaches, and everybody. And as you go through that process, you kind of get an idea of where you're going to move to, as a team, how you're going to go forward. And I think I was really looking forward to the conversations with Aaron to see how he fit into that. Those never transpired. So, there came a time where we kind of had to make some, decisions. So we went through his representatives to try to kind of talk to him where we were going with our team. And at that point, they informed us they would like to be traded to the Jets.
But you just said you did try and reach out to have those conversations, what you said.
Yeah, but then he said we just ended up talking to his reps. That's who you can talk to. I'm a player. I'm doing my own thing. You ended up talking to my reps.
It's funny that
it's become very toxic, apparently, and they're.
Well, Gutekunst is schmug for thinking that sitting in darkness while high as balls is going to have Aaron Rodgers with a cell phone nearby.
Yeah, I'm going to call you. We're going to talk. Aaron Rodgers is not talking to them. And I loved what he's like, once we tried to make contact, there was no contact. I've got to do my job. And he's not wrong.
Like,
and
sorry, I've been
his agent.
tripping all offseason, dude.
I think you can understand why the Packers are saying, you know what, it's time to just move on here.
It's never good enough. I've been saying that for 3 years on the air with you guys. It never was good enough for that guy.
There's a lot of angles to it. I think Aaron Rodgers needs to shake himself. That's the kind of toxic relationship building that has his family estranged. And as much as he tries to seek the healing that he needs to go through, it's still so deeply rooted. And at some point, he's going to realize how big of a douche that he was throughout this offseason, throughout this whole process with the Packers.
He's holding up two organizations now with the Jets as well. And here's, according to Yahoo Sports, what the framework of the deal currently looks like. And what's holding it up.
Is this Charles Robinson?
This is Charles Robinson.
Okay, this is going to be good.
And he wants the Jets right now want protection in case Rodgers doesn't play in 2024.
Oh,
that is what's holding the deal up.
Oh,
just like you were saying, Brian.
Yeah. Well, no, I got that from Mike Lombardi.
Well,
Mike Lombardi on the
Mike's
GM,
right.
on the GM Shuffle podcast and on the stuff he does on VSiN was like, listen, if you're going to do this deal, you got to make sure you protect yourself. If the guy turns into he wants to like go in darkness
You're
again
one
and
and
get high
done.
and don't want to play anymore.
Right.
You don't want to give up a bunch to get a guy if he's not going to play for you.
100%. And it makes sense. Like if I were a
Absolutely.
Jets fan, I'd want this as well.
Yeah.
So here's what the framework of the deal looks like. Jets get Aaron Rodgers. Packers get the 2023 second round pick of the Jets. They get a conditional 2024 second round pick. The 2024 pick can become a first rounder
if he plays.
If the Jets hit achievable team performance escalators during the 2023 season.
There you go.
So they'll put certain things like, hey, if we make the playoffs or whatever they want to put in there in the framework of the deal, that's how the 2024 pick can become a first rounder. The Packers are like, if you're not giving us a one this year, why do we need to go ahead and guarantee you protection for 2024? The Jets are saying, because look at what this guy's making,
Absolutely.
and there's no guarantees playing more than a year. So why are we going to give you picks for 2024 as well? So
because
that's where
you've
have
never
the
had a great
headbutting
quarterback,
right
and this is your one chance, and you got to win now roster. This chess match between these two organizations, this stare down, who's going to blink first? It's going to be fun, man. If I'm the Packers,
I think the Jets are going to blink first.
Okay, the Jets are going to blink first because they need the quarterback. They're trying to win right now. Go ask a Packers fan what his expectation is for next year. Nada, zilch. Go ask a Jets fan. Fireman Ed right now is getting hammered because he feels like game day's around the corner.
If I was Joe Douglas, the Jets GM, I'd offer him 13, and that's it. If you don't want to deal with him, I'm giving you 13. You want to pick? Here you go. You got 13. No other compensation. Let's move forward from here.
I've seen a lot. The Jets supposedly
they don't want to move. They don't want to move.
They don't want
want
that
to move
13th pick.
They don't want to move the 13th pick. I get it, but I'm not interested in giving you any more.
201 says,
business.
Lord Gavin, stop talking about the man's family. You don't know what happened to that family. So irresponsible. They're estranged. I don't need the details.
Yeah.
How could you not get along with your parents and your siblings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's broken, and they don't like each other. It'd be one thing if like there was a black sheep of the family that stole from everybody and screwed up on a drug addiction. You kicked him out of the family. They all are like intertwined with negativity and not talking to each other.
So we talked about the Commanders and their sale, which nothing's happened yet.
Papadopoulos.
We're waiting. So yes, we all know now how much the Commanders are worth. Like we think this could be like a $7 billion type of sale, potentially $5 to $7 billion.
If they had a better stadium, it'd be over $7 billion.
Probably would.
Yeah.
So Mike McDaniel, who is the Dolphins head coach and worked in Washington for 3 years, was asked about his thoughts on this. This is Mike McDaniel's response.
Wow, the organization's worth that much? And, I couldn't get free coffee?
Wow. They made Coach McDaniels pay for his coffee every morning.
I just love him. I love him so much. I could play McDaniel audio, I think, for a whole show. Just
I
the
want his
best of
thoughts
Mike
on stuff.
McDaniel.
Yeah. He might be the new king of the soundbite from coaches now that old Mike Leach is no longer.
I couldn't get free coffee.
Good point. Yeah.
It's so good. All right, so with the Packers moving on from Aaron Rodgers, it means the Jordan Love era is going to be fast approaching. Andy Reid was asked about his thoughts on Jordan Love because he did play against him in Love's first start, right? 2 years ago. I don't know if Andy remembers this.
Jordan Love in that quarter, one by up in the game that he played against you. What was that, 2 years ago? Who's that? Jordan Love.
Trying to remember Jordan Love.
Packers. He started that game when Rodgers missed it because of COVID.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah. No, I thought he. I mean, what I remember, I thought he was good.
I thought he was good, but I don't remember.
He goes, wait,
anybody got a cheeseburger?
Who is Jordan Love?
I got a 2-footer on Friday, Andy. Come join me. Did you guys hear
I know his feeling, though.
Did he fart?
I know. It was a mouth fart. This was like a Gavin Dawson special here. Can we run this back, Joe? Or unless one of you guys mouth farted in the mic middle of that. There's a mouth fart going on in here. A dismissive Jordan Love mouth fart. I don't know if it's coming from the reporter or from Andy himself. Let's check this thing.
Jordan Love in that quarter, one by up in the game that he played against you. What was that, 2 years ago? Who's that? Jordan Love.
Trying to remember Jordan Love.
Packers. He started that game when Rodgers missed it because of
We all heard that.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah. No, I thought he. I mean, what I remember, I thought he was good.
So I think this is one of the other reporters that are next.
Trying to keep in laughter?
Yes, as soon as he says, I'm trying to remember who Jordan Love is,
That's the
just
part.
immediately goes, like, yes, it's a laugh. It's a laugh.
Yeah.
Like this guy doesn't even know who the bleep the quarterback is.
I know. It's hilarious that Mr. Anonymous here, the people are trying to pretend like he can play. He's been in the NFL for how many years? This guy
It's
can't
going to be
play.
his third year.
Yeah.
He
2
looked
years
good
already?
against Philadelphia this year, but he looked terrible against Kansas City 2 years ago.
This is the Packer brilliance, man. You hype him up, but deep down, you know you're going full tank. Here comes Caleb Williams.
What everybody doesn't
they're gonna
know-
have a 1 year buffer between Favre, Rodgers, and the next GOAT and Caleb Williams, and it's a
Oh
Jordan
my
Love
gosh.
buffer.
Are
And they're
you
going to
kidding
talk.
me?
They're going to sweet talk. No, guy, we're doing this thing, man. Jordan Love, we love this guy.
If these
number 1 overall pick,
loopholes, if they find a way to get Caleb Williams, I am going to riot.
They're a group that I think they want Jordan Love to play well. They do.
Oh, well, I mean,
They
listen,
do. I don't think
if he
they're-
ends up being a stud,
Yeah,
beautiful.
there are several.
But when he
You
sucks
stay-
in
no,
everything,
I get what you're saying, but there's several guys that put it up on the table for that guy, and you know that's the problem you run into is like now you're
the guys who didn't put their nuts on the line for him are excited for the
Yeah.
potential tank.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the guys who put them up on the line are like terrified that they're going to have a job next week.
If he could have played, they wouldn't have dealt with all this with Rodgers. You know, they would have been pushing him out there last year.
That's what I think. That's when you have Brian Gutekunst, I think, is a good general manager. I don't think he's a big picture general manager. There's a lot of guys that to me, these scout guys that get jobs, they think about give me picks, give me picks, give me picks. They don't think about the long-term future of their team.
Yeah.
You know, I think Chris Ballard's a really good general manager at Indianapolis, but I think he's got some blind spots too. You know, he's let that quarterback situation get terrible. You know, there in Indianapolis to the point where one more misstep, he's about to get fired. So yeah, I mean, some of these guys have blind spots.
Well, this is out of the NFL owners' meetings. The NFL has approved having just one roster cut down, meaning teams will trim rosters from 90 to 53.
That's a great idea.
After the final preseason
That's
game.
a great idea. That is an absolute great idea.
So
there's no reason to send guys home early.
No, Tuesday, and now you're able to keep bodies.
You keep bodies, and you're able to kind of get a little bit better. You see one more game of guys playing, and then one cut. You can make all your evaluations off that one cut if you want to claim somebody, if you want to trade for somebody, if, how you want to shape your roster, and you could get through that final preseason game without having to worry about playing guys that potentially you don't want to play.
Yeah, no doubt. And now it'll be Tuesday, August 29th will be the date to circle. That's when we'll get it finalized. The newest Miami Dolphin, Deshaun Elliott, is getting some hot water. He's in hot water now with fans because when you had the Lamar Jackson trade request be announced yesterday, he quote tweeted it and said, #come to the Dolphins.
Oh.
Now the rest of the fan base is like, get this fraud off my team. Mm-hmm. You barely got your Dolphins jersey, and now you're trying to replace the leader on the side of the ball you don't even play on. Damn, bro. So I guess there's a lot of love for Tua in South Florida, and they're saying this Deshaun Elliott can go bleep himself. You don't even know us. You're not about us. Why are you trying to get rid of our quarterback for somebody else?
There's a full-on Tua love affair brigade from people that have just been hyping him since
like a Tua hive?
Since he threw that ball in the championship game all those years ago. Like that, yeah, there's a Tua.
Tank for Tua?
It's called Tuanon. I bleep you not. It's Tuanon. I'm not kidding about that. There's a Tuanon brigade. I'm telling you, like just tweet, like don't tag anybody. Just tweet out like Tua sucks. And watch, like, Broadus, especially you, watch what happens to your mentions because you have a giant football following. Yeah. Tuanon will come after you, sir.
I kind of want to do it just to see what happens.
Tsunami?
Yeah.
It'll be a tsunami?
Yeah.
Tuanon.
It's Tuanon.
I love it, man.
Dead ball serious, bro.
Well, so from one fan base that's worried about their quarterback to another, the Niners fans are worried about Trey Lance. And I don't know why, but they're really worried about his future because John Lynch yesterday said, I think Brock has earned the right with the way he played that he's probably the leader in the clubhouse. And if we were to line it up, he'd probably take the first snap on opening day.
Well, Trey Lance is always getting hurt and has never played well for them. Brock Purdy got hurt once and played like 6 good games for them. It's a no-brainer.
It's 7-1.
People love their quarterbacks. I mean, we've seen this with Dak, right? I mean, you either love Dak or it seems like you can't say anything somewhat subjective about Dak or fair criticism. When you do, you're going to just be labeled as a Dak hater. It's the quarterbacks are just nuts how people get so polarized by them. But you're right. Like, what has Trey Lance done for the 49ers?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Yet, because you have John Lynch say that, they're all like, oh my gosh, what a confidence boost for Trey Lance. You bleep hole.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about him, huh? You traded up to go get him at number 3 overall. Now this guy thinks that he's terrible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you should have been critical of your team when they traded so many up to take a guy that a lot of other teams wouldn't. I mean, this has been a high risky move the entire time, and I'll trust Shanahan to coach the hell out of any quarterback the front office gives him, but I don't want him picking guys anymore at all.
It's sad. Zach Taylor said that Jonah Williams, their tackle who requested a trade after they signed Orlando Brown, he's like, look, I expect him to move to right tackle. They don't seem like they really want to trade Jonah Williams. They're trying to get that offensive line fixed because they tried it with Lyle Collins. That didn't work. They want to protect Joe Burrow.
Dude, we could have a draft night trade bonanza. It's, maybe like what we had last year. Jonah Williams, DeAndre Hopkins. And I like the idea of the Jets getting at 13, trading down, getting themselves their own assets, and then trading that new first-round pick that they just traded down from. Say, here you go, Green Bay, now give me Rodgers. Like, you could have Rodgers, Hopkins. You could have a lot of draft night movement. That'd be
Green
hot.
Bay's going to pull a fast one on them and say you're actually getting Jordan Love.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Great stuff. NFL news of the day. We've been doing a lot of days at 3 o'clock with Wolchuk. Seems like you can circle back around for that a lot of days, assuming there is news. Now, coming up next, Wolchuk and Broaddus have been working so hard on this draft and these players. We have 3 questions about the Cowboys' draft plans in light of what the Jones boys are saying at the owners' meetings, and we do have the very latest out of Phoenix as well as next in the nation. I want to chat D&M Leasing, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle right now, it's really easy to just call D&M and tell them what you want, and they'll get to work delivering that brand new vehicle to you. Okay, D&M Leasing in this easy lease. Any area code 35 lease, dmautoleasing.com. You give D&M a call, and they go to work for you, acquiring whatever you want, car, truck, SUV, any make, any model. Now, it's more important than ever to know about D&M and the easy lease right now because of the rising interest rate environment that we're in. It's wreaking havoc on buying power, and as a result, traditional finance companies are going to 84-month loans in order to get the payments low enough. You got to keep stretching it out and out and out to get that payment low enough. Well, you don't have to do that. You don't have to risk the negative equity that comes with those extra long loans. All you have to do is call up D&M Leasing and tell them what make and model that you like, and they'll sign you up for the easy lease. Get payments up to 50% less compared to buying, and I trade in and out of new vehicles every 3 years. So this inflation, the higher interest rates, let's leave this for others. Let's go to D&M Leasing. It's the best way to acquire new vehicles in DFW. Any area code in 35 lease, dmautoleasing.com.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Rizza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
If you have a lawn, you need the ultimate Texas weed and feed. BioAdvanced 3-in-1 weed and feed for southern lawns. Just one application kills weeds like dollarweed, dandelion, and clover. Plus, it prevents new weeds and crabgrass up to 6 months. That's from now until September. It also feeds Texas lawns, including Bermuda and St. Augustine. Kill weeds, prevent new weeds, and feed your Texas lawn. BioAdvanced 3-in-1 Weed and Feed. Get more from the blue bag.
The mind-gut connection is an undeniable truth. Science and nature come together to bring you Synergy, the original organic raw kombucha. Transform your garden with 9 billion living probiotics. Strength, immunity, clarity. Sip from nature's source, tend to your garden, and watch it bloom. Find your Synergy today.
Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow. Friday, October 27th, Dos Equis Pavilion, with special guests Charlie Crockett and Nikki Lane. On sale Friday, 10 a.m. at livenation.com. Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow.
Shane again with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. Year after year, TopVerdict.com recognizes Mullen & Mullen for obtaining some of the largest personal injury settlements in the entire state of Texas. You can always trust my family to fight for yours. Call 214-INJURED for a free consultation. Online, mullenandmullen.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cards issued by Celtic Bank, member FDIC.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 3.5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Nate Newton here with my boy, super lawyer, Josh Alexander from J. Alexander Law. Being a three-time world champion, I know what it takes to win the big game. When you're in a wreck, there's no case too big or small for J. Alexander's team. They can tackle it all.
Nate, I couldn't have said it better myself. We have the experience and resolve to get our clients the compensation they deserve. We fight hard for them all.
Call 972-534-8888. Visit SevereInjuryLawyers.com. Dallas, Texas.
It's 105 through the Fan, brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
If you feel locked into your current auto lease or loan, AutoFlex Leasing may have the key. Call AutoFlex today and they'll quickly see if you can trade out now with no stress. AutoFlex Leasing, 234-1234 or autoflex.com.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. Here we go. Segment is brought to you by our friends at the Frankels. You know, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultations always free. Truckwreck.com. Apparently, OBJ is cruising around the hotel at the owners' meetings trying to pick up a conversation with somebody. Is that desperate or brilliant? I'm not sure.
I think it's desperate. I think that screams desperation to me. I mean, what other players out there that's a free agent that's trying to get some buzz?
Lamar should be there. Tell you what,
I bet his mom is.
It would make sense. It would make sense for Lamar.
I mean, you're gonna have decision makers cracking coldies in the next 90 minutes to 3 hours.
Yeah.
These are the conversation lubricants that might get you a job.
I tell you what, there's a lot of guys. What I would try and do as much as I think he likes to play golf. There's a lot of guys, those general manager guys, when they don't have meetings and stuff, all hook up together and go out and play golf. What better than 4 hours to kind of? I drive around in a cart, find out where the guys are playing, just kind of.
Arizona's a great place to be golfing right now.
Yeah.
There's some fantastic courses in and around there that we played over the years.
Yeah, the Biltmore's a beautiful location. I almost had a hole-in-one on the par 3 at the Biltmore.
Really?
And it's actually the 9th hole. It's a par 3, and it's funny because it's right next to where people eat. So like it was like on a Sunday.
I like that.
So all these people were sitting there, and I hit a shot. It hit the stick and came down like a foot away from the hole.
Ooh,
so when I walked up, like everybody was clapping and stuff at the outside restaurant.
Yeah.
Stuff, and I was like, that's as close as I've ever come to a hole in
Were
one.
you at the owners' meetings?
No, I was at an NFL function. No, I was at a Players Association golf tournament. We were playing at Desert Mountain.
Cool.
And we got there early enough to go play the Biltmore.
Just fertilizing people's backyards.
Yeah, you know how I am.
When-
as long as I don't eat the eggs and stuff like that.
When I'm doing sports
Soy sauce.
with somebody and they make a great play like that, I like to do the Sports Center jingle for you.
Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You know, you go into the hole at short and dig one out and flick for the double play or something like that.
Can you promise me a couple of those jingles when I'm housing that 2-footer?
Oh,
on Friday?
absolutely.
Thanks,
if you put
dude.
that thing away, that's top 10 nominee material right there. Okay, we do have some Cowboys quotes from the owners' meetings here for you, G-Bag Nation. And in light of these quotes, how does it change how you'd be looking at the draft? Not for your player stacks, obviously, because you're stacking players how good you think they are, but what you think the Cowboys might do. Okay. Jerry said, we've got ourselves in real good shape to get some picks that we can play immediately.
Okay.
That's the goal.
Immediately.
I feel good that we can take any position with any pick. Knowing that, are there guys that you think are more ready to come in and contribute, or prospects that might have unrealized potential, that you wouldn't want to take at 26? I think if you're Jerry and the team and you're implementing that philosophy here in this particular draft, Brian, what do you say?
I plug and play these guards. I plug and play a tight end. I plug and play one of these corners. Other than that, I don't know. Like I say, I'm a little nervous about plug and playing a wide receiver.
Yeah, especially one that you would take in the first round. I just don't think any of those guys are going to slide to you. And with your depth right now, you've got 3 guys that you're paying that are proven veterans with CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks, and Michael Gallup. So that rookie that you would take at receiver doesn't need to see the field. Same thing with edge. Like, a Nolan Smith's a guy that either goes to the top 10 pick or some people have him sliding down to the 20s.
Do you see, and I'm going to ask you guys this question, and hopefully, do you feel like they've got more than enough edges to play with that they don't need to draft an edge?
I don't think you ever have enough.
They're fine.
I don't think you ever have enough.
I mean, to me,
but it's not a need.
I'm saying drafting an edge at 26 might be one of those things that I don't think I need.
How much longer are you going to have to take?
Well,
maybe a year or two.
Yeah, probably.
To me, it's got to be a player that's clearly better than everybody else. Like, holy cow, we have a chance to have a 10-year starter here, and I know we have a log jam now, but this is going to be huge for us. Yeah. And he's going to play as a rookie and come off the bench and have 6 sacks.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me that at 26, and I could go with it.
And
what does Sam Williams do for you then?
Sam Williams, Dorrance Armstrong, Tank,
but
Micah.
we praise them
Fowler
for
still there.
The rotation. Fowler 1-year deal, right? Tank has had injury issues in the past. How much longer he's going to be here?
I'm with you, Wolchuk. Just
Dorrance
make sure
Armstrong.
he's clearly the best.
And that's totally fair. But that's why I'm saying if a player falls to you that you have that value, like Nolan Smith out of Georgia, just as an example, I would consider that because I don't think you can ever have enough edge rushers.
And is Nolan a play well rookie year guy?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I think that you're going to get some really, really good snaps out of him. The thing about it is, with this team, the more I look at it, the more I feel like, why would I draft an end right at 26? And I like Nolan Smith. Don't get me wrong, I really do. I think that he's a tier below the top guys that we're talking about in the first round.
Yeah,
but I'm thinking about the history shows if they plug and play an offensive lineman. If they pick an offensive lineman at 26, 27, whatever, it works for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That to me, I think that's the direction they're honestly going to go.
Everybody everybody is claiming tight end to be the biggest need. Everywhere you turn, Tannenbaum's giving you a tight end in today's draft. Everybody. So I'm wondering, do you feel like the Cowboys are sending signals that they feel that way? So everybody's piggybacking?
I wonder if the Cowboys, if they really, really believe that Hendershot and Ferguson are that great. That's what I wonder if there's people in that room, in that organization, they're thinking like Hendershot better than Ferguson.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me since they thought Dalton Schultz was all that last year.
That's what I'm saying.
They might not know how to evaluate this
That's
thing.
what I'm saying.
They failed so much after the Witten pick. They
Yeah.
took like 3 different dudes in the second round.
Yeah.
Neither one of them could find a second contract.
That could be very much your mistake right there. The evaluation of their tight ends. They could think that Hendershot is better than Ferguson.
But to Chief's question, when you hear stuff like that, is that because the Cowboys are talking with their
Could very well be.
sources?
Absolutely.
Or are we just doing echo chamber journalism?
No. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, how about this next line? COO Stephen Jones on tight end. We lost Dalton Schultz. We probably always going to look to beef that up. It goes to exactly what Chiafalo was just asking about. This interest in tight end seems very genuine from them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have the same level of interest as them, but if you end up with 3 studs, you could really unleash hell with some matchup nightmares.
Okay, so that's why I've discovered a guy from a numbers standpoint. I haven't seen a second of his tape, so you guys tell me. But I'm looking at a dude right now who's lighting up elite, great, green athleticism that I feel like you could probably get in the 3rd round. His name's Zach Kuntz with a K.
Yeah, he's the guy that when you say you like Kuntz, that people go, oh, so do I, kind of a thing, One of those things. I always take that's one of those very popular Twitter, like people mock draft into the Cowboys like in the 5th round. He's probably more of a 3rd or 4th round player than he is a 5th round player.
Very athletic.
He's
the athleticism is like ridiculous.
Yeah,
I think there's some risk involved with that guy for me.
Well, it's saying his last name is risky on 2 different fronts.
It's Kuntz. He goes to school at
Hard
Old
U
Dominion.
there.
Old Dominion, was a transfer and all that. But yeah, it's actually recruited by Penn State, I want to say, and ended up at Old Dominion.
I just see freak show athlete that I'm like, okay, I'd rather take a chance on this dude's athleticism, slow play him behind my Fergus shot. I don't have to say first rounder, you got to play today, but this is an athletic monster that maybe you take in the 4th round, and I don't have to reach for a tight end that I don't know that I can evaluate very well in round 1.
Well, I don't know that they can't evaluate tight ends. I mean, they've hit on Peyton Hendershot. That's an undrafted rookie free agent, right? Dalton Schultz ended up being a really good player they took in the 4th round. So I don't know that they can't evaluate the position. I think the bigger thing is when it comes to tight end, they want to add a weapon.
This athleticism feels like, yeah, absolutely.
But I mean, I've watched the tape. I think there's other. That's why tight end is so appealing.
I would take Wiley from Cincinnati,
Agreed.
and I would take Allen from Clemson as over that guy myself.
So Allen is a Dalton Schultz clone.
Yeah.
I think they've been throwing stuff on the wall at tight end, and they have had a couple of hits in the last decade.
It's not just the Cowboys' fault. It is a general NFL problem where no one knew George Kittle was going to be good. No one knew Kelsey. All the guys you thought were going to be good, and you drafted them in the 1st round, name that tight end pretty much, and it just doesn't really work out. I'll take a 3rd or 4th round flyer on a super athletic dude that I don't have 1st round pressure of I got to play today. You can hang around with Ferguson a little bit, and they maybe not identify great tight ends, but they develop them. Schultz sucked day 1. We didn't know if he was going to make the team. 3 years later, he's pretty good. If you can make Schultz look good, why can't you take the guy who's maybe the most athletic tight end in the entire draft? He's 10 out of 10 athleticism. I'll spend a 3rd or 4th round risk on him instead of a 1st round risk, and I'll take something more plug and play offensive line or something in round 1.
No, I think you're drafting your balls off over there, Chief.
It's ball.
Yeah.
It's very not plural anymore.
That's right, Lance.
It's very deep at tight end. I think there's better guys.
Maybe
you
why
could
he's
get.
doing so well.
There's better guys you could get than Kuntz, in my opinion, even if you waited.
Oh, there's no question.
No, I trust you guys.
Okay, Steve, on the running back spot, in a perfect world, you find a big physical back who can complement Tony. Who's that? Who's the big physical back?
Zach Charbonnet.
Charbonnet. Maybe a little bit of an upright runner. Aisha Morrison.
So Adrian Peterson, right?
No, that's Adrian Peterson was an upright runner. So was I mean, there's guys. He runs a little bit like I was thinking it was
Forrest Gump.
No, who's our guy from God? Why am I going brain dead? The guy from Arkansas that was here.
Trent Richardson.
No.
Oh, Darren McFadden.
Darren McFadden. Yeah, a little bit of Darren McFadden, kind of the running style that he has. But I tell you what, I mean, yeah, the running back group. I think a guy you need to keep an eye on is Bigsby from Auburn.
Okay.
Have a buzzy name I'm hearing
Yeah.
about that football team with the Cowboys.
Chris Rodriguez Jr. out of Kentucky. That's a dude who's a big physical back.
Coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation, gentlemen, it is time for some March Madness news with your main man, Eric Chiafala, who is on fire today. Chief, where are we going?
What would you do if the goat told you to get your head out of your arse? That's next.
All right, let's chat about my friends at Men's T Clinic before we do that, though. If you want to get your edge back, Men's T Clinic has a whole suite of products that are sweet, and they're going to get you back to being you just like they did me here in 2022. Now it's 2023. I'm still feeling great because of the great things that Men's T Clinic has done for you. Now, the testosterone replacement therapy that they're known for is outstanding, but it's not just that. It's total wellness optimization for the total man. A lot of different numbers. You know, they'll get your baselines on your testosterone, but what about blood pressure and cholesterol and visceral fat? You know, Men's T Clinic can give you great awareness on where you are in your body with those very important numbers, and then they can optimize them. They can really help you feel like that younger version of yourself. You know, you have the energy for work and for play and for whatever else popped up on the schedule. You can be spontaneous, just say, yeah, I'm up for that as well. Would you like to be up for it? Instead of, telling your buddies, too tired, telling the kids, too tired to play. You don't want to be too tired anymore. You want to get the most out of this life. Starts at Men's T Clinic, 5 DFW locations, cash and insurance options. These guys have been great for so many Tolos over the years, and they're ready to be great for you at menstclinic.com. Salute.
Progressive protects more than just your home and car. You could save when you bundle your motorcycles, ATVs, boats, and RVs. Doesn't that sound good? Like the sound of your boat cruising along the Intercoastal. And there's the sound of the prop.
one place to be on opening day, and that's your proud home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment on the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts and more than just Silverados. Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
All right, welcome back, nation. Broadus was not flipping off the webcam. He was just reenacting what he does when he drives by a certain billboard around town. It's time now for a March Madness segment. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Man, we got so much good stuff right now. Seriously, what would you do if the goat told you to stick your head up your arse? We're going to get to that. Yeah, and which goat would frighten you more if they told you that? Because there's plenty of goats going around. But there's some really, really fun stories as well. I want to start on the lady side of things, and this will tickle the fancy of Gavin Dawson, the single biggest ladies basketball fan I've ever met outside of Kevin Gray and Reggie. Yeah. So, I mean, you're top three. You're Mount Rushmore.
Thank you.
And then Broadus, it involves your LSU Tigers.
Go Tigers.
One of these lady Tigers.
Oh.
You familiar with the 6'3" Angel Reese?
She does fine work on TikTok.
She's a TikToker.
She is big.
She's killing it, man. I mean, a lot of these lady athletes are just murdering the NIL game. She's got half a million
to what
Instagrams.
They're doing. Yeah.
She's got Bo's Wingstop. She's a bone-in
she's a
wing
big deal.
girl. That's awesome.
Yeah.
She's dating a rapper. She's a freestyler herself, as Kim Mulkey has told us.
Okay, and you're
Y'all
not
know what
capping.
no cap means?
So apparently, and she's really good. I mean, she's a sophomore. She's fifth in the country, points per game, over 23. First team AP All-American this season. She's a legit badass, and the Tigers are a really good basketball team. She shares the same name as her mother, Angel Reese.
Her mom's attractive too.
I haven't even actually seen the mom, but it makes sense because the mom is having
people jumping in on her DMs.
People are sliding in. I think Broadus might be a
Brian,
culprit.
did you?
Mom's pretty.
Angel Reese's mother, who is also Angel Reese, had to tweet out yesterday, FYI, I am Angel Reese, the mom, not the LSU women's basketball player. Please be mindful when you tag and or send me DMs that your intent is to me and not my daughter. I'm getting some crazy dating requests from men my kids' age who clearly by the content of the message think they're sending it to Lil A, which is the real Angel Reese, who's the baller at LSU, who apparently, according to Dawson, already has a kinship with a rapper.
Yeah.
So she's taken anyways.
Here she's spoken for.
But or Broadus, Mama's getting it done?
No, mom's she's involved. She goes to the games. She's a big fan of her daughter, so she should be. So, yeah, it's funny to see her come out and say, oh, wait a minute, you're sending these towards my daughter, not me. But
she does look young on her profile picture here.
Yep, sure does.
Yeah, you could easily see somebody have a misunderstanding there.
Well, maybe Broadus should go because I believe the championship. I mean, they're getting to Dallas, aren't they?
Yeah, coming to Dallas. Yeah, they're going to practice Friday over at the AAC.
There you go.
And play Saturday and Monday or Saturday. Is it Friday?
I think they're playing Friday.
Friday, yeah. Playing Friday and Sunday.
Versus Virginia Tech.
Yeah, the men's final is Monday night.
The men's final is Monday night. You could practically get in for pennies.
$125, I heard.
Yeah, it's very, very low. Nobody really cares about these small schools, you could say.
The Texas schools, when Houston and Texas got eliminated, it went from a $400 get in to a $125 get in.
Well, big shout out to the bettor who decided to drop $24 right before the Sweet 16 on a parlay that corrected or predicted correctly the final four teams, and that $24 bet has netted him $23,000.
What a beast.
Good
for him.
And he did that at the Sweet 16?
He did that right, but yeah, it was right after round one of the tournament. He went ahead and said, all right, we're going to go $24 and we're going to go UConn, Miami, San Diego State, and Florida Atlantic.
My goodness.
As a parlay.
That must have been a real fan to know Florida Atlantic could ball like that.
Yeah, no question.
Because once you see them, you know, hey, this team could do it.
Yeah, and they had a really good record this year.
They played over here at the Star, right? In the Conference USA tournament?
They did. They won the CSUSA tournament there.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
It's amazing that right. You had a Final Four team in your
Absolutely.
backyard there playing.
And shout out to the North Texas Mean Green in the NIT Final Four tonight against Wisconsin, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, watch party at Wolchuk's new
Come
apartment.
on over, boys.
Gonna crash that place. Yeah,
and ladies.
And ladies.
Ladies, leave your man at home.
It's gonna be interesting. The game starts at 6, so I gotta hustle. We gotta hustle back to get the second half on.
Dude.
The last time you were doing radio and they were on TV, they were knocking down shots.
They did win, so maybe that'll be good for us.
Dude, the 6 o'clock hour is going to be electric tonight. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
UNT,
you guys
NIT?
have that, right? I'm just going to be watching the
That's
game.
phenomenal. Speaking of FAU, their head coach, Dusty May, who I believe should put in the call and change his name to Dusty March. When getting back to the FAU campus and welcomed in celebration after their latest victory, was quoted as saying to the entire student body that was there to celebrate, if any of you see our players doing something that will distract us from winning a national championship, you call my cell and I'll be right over. So he's like, snitch on the players. If you see them getting out of line, if they're supposed to be in class and you look to your left and they're not sitting next to you, and they usually are, gosh dang it, you call me and I'll be there to fix this problem.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you to stop telling on my players.
Yeah.
Stop snitching on these guys. I'm trying to keep them eligible.
Yeah, he's
root out the problem.
He's going full snitch here. But what's up?
Did Princeton made the final 16, right?
They did.
Okay. Did you see they had usually like these teams that when their program gets into the 16 or the 8, this huge celebration on campus. They showed Princeton's campus. Like everybody was in the library. They were like, you could hear like the birds and crickets and
yeah.
They were like
didn't even know they had a basketball team.
They didn't even nobody celebrated Princeton even being in the Sweet 16.
They were studying.
That's what I'm saying. There was nobody. I mean, they were all in the.
That's how the team celebrated. They just all went to study hall together, and it was like the greatest, most electric moment.
I mean, usually like these cities and these towns go nuts, and Princeton was just everybody was in their
Dockers and their penny
library,
loafers.
Back to work, back to class.
Nobody's celebrating at all.
Just to put it into context, just how amazing it's been for this run for FAU. Their head coach, Dusty May, who should be Dusty March, they've now got a story up from 2018, or it's coming out now, but back in 2018 when he became the head coach of FAU, he signs the contract, and it was the first time he became a head coach, so he just jumped at it. And he says, I walk in the room, the hotel room, and I started crying shortly after signing the contract because he did it on a whim. He says, I just committed career suicide. I'm not good enough. I can't do this, because he signed without seeing the actual FAU facilities. He just jumped at, oh, wait, I got a head coaching offer? Sure, yes, I will sign anywhere. He gets to the campus, and he says, I have to admit, I have an impulsive personality, so I had no idea, but when I got there, I realized I didn't want the job. I signed the contract, I saw these facilities, and panic set in.
Oh, no. What have I done?
He says the school...
Time to pull a Josh McDaniels.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. I'm going, can't you... I mean, don't we see coaches do this plenty? Couldn't he have easily done that? Like, maybe he just didn't have it in him to actually be like, I'm the coach that signed, and then the next day backed out. But apparently they've made some upgrades for the most part to the facilities, but they're going to get a huge boost. But what they would have to do is, the staff in 2018 actually, they prided themselves on signing 10 players in their first year, the first year of the Dusty May tenure, without ever allowing one recruit to even see the locker room.
Let's go.
They were actively playing defense against their recruits, seeing their facilities, okay? And so they would show the football facilities to the recruits, because remember, that's when they had Lane Kiffin. And things were coming up in the football side of things. So they would, I don't know how they were able to weasel this, but it's like, yeah, come play basketball for us. We're not going to show you our basketball facilities because they're so bad. And now Dusty May is the man, and he is going to get all the facilities he could probably ever have wanted.
Fake it till you make it, man.
Yeah. Yeah, but I thought that was amazing, just like getting emotional at, oh no, like this is bad. This is like Ed Reed doing the whatever school that he was at. I can't remember which one that he signed on at, but then he gets there. Bethune-Cookman, yeah, and he's like, all right, let's do this thing. I'll be the next Deion Sanders. And then he got there and realized, oh crap, this is terrible. This is a wasteland of a campus. I'm out. Dusty May didn't say he's out, and it's worked out for him.
Well, didn't it Florida Atlantic, or not Florida Atlantic, Florida, what was the Florida Gulf Coast? Their coach, remember they went on that run, Florida Gulf, and the guy ended up like the head coach at USC.
Yeah.
This guy's parlaying this into another gig.
Oh, he absolutely will.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like Grant McCaslin's going to leave North Texas, probably for Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Here's some sound of UConn head coach Dan Hurley sitting down with Barstool as part of my take. They ask him about Jim Calhoun filling these shoes. Obviously, there's the Kevin Ollie buffer, but here is Dan Hurley talking about one of the GOATs.
So he has an office in the building. So I took that job at UConn, and it was a disaster, man. I mean, talent, the way these guys were moving on campus, academics, behavior. It was so far away from anything you could win with. Everything was a mess. But then I walked over to coach's office and I started complaining about how big the mountain was to climb, how messed up the program was. And he looked at me with a serious scowl. They called me an effing baby and get your head out of your ass. This is UConn, son. That's he ripped me. Yeah. He ripped my ass. And since then, man, I've been shot out of a cannon, man. When the GOAT, when the GOAT tells you to get your head out of your ass, you get to work.
Oh, that's good motivational speech right there. Calhoun squared him away, didn't he?
He did,
You
bro.
going to complain the whole time you're here? You think we gave you millions of dollars to come in here and coach something that was perfect? Wouldn't need to give money for something like that.
Dang right.
Love it.
That was fantastic. And by the way, this is the first Final Four ever without a single former McDonald's All-American since the NCAA tournament began seeding teams in 1979.
Yeah, I can't decide if it's better or worse. I mean, it was obvious. It's been a great tournament so far. I do know that much. Okay, G-Bag Nation. Micah Parsons tweeting, "I'm switching. Agent Zero coming soon." That is his reaction to the news that the number 0 is now allowed for the first time in over 40 years, 50 years. Number 0 is back. And I don't know. Micah says a lot of stuff on Twitter, so I wouldn't take that to the bank, but I wouldn't be surprised. Longtime NBA insider weighing in on what he's hearing about the Mavs. Is this the real reason the Mavs traded for Kyrie Irving? That's coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Ump Show is in mid-season form. Ask Randy Rosenberg. He was the guy that ran Philadelphia Phillies catcher JT Realmuto. Blue tried to put a ball in JT's glove to throw it back to the pitcher. JT didn't see it, and the ump apparently thought that JT showed him up. I'm Jim Rome.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man,
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific little afternoon here on a Tolo Tuesday. A lot of good sports coming up here as we have 3 hours of broadcast remaining. Rangers stuff coming up at 4:40 for you Rangers fans that are all fired up for what's going to be transpiring 48 hours from right now. Wooly Bully's Top 10 is coming up here in about 20 minutes. But right now, okay, Rick Bucher's a long, long time NBA insider. Maybe 25 years worth. He was like one of the originals on the ESPN.com insider. You would like log in pretty much to get Bucher's articles. He was like Woj and Shams about 20 years ago.
I think he was outside looking in on a Ginger top 10 list one day for the Wooly Bully.
Yeah, he was. He was honorable mention.
Style. Honorable mention.
I love Rick. I think he does a great job.
Well, you might take a listen to this cut. He's talking about where things have gone wrong for the Mavs. And at first I thought, yeah, he's just rehashing a bunch of other stuff. Thanks, Scoop, you know. But then it gets really interesting, and maybe the real reason the Mavs made this trade is right here for you with Rick Bucher.
I have to go to the top. Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban, and maybe I'll add Nico Harrison, the GM, in there, because at least because of his previous relationship with Kyrie Irving from having been a Nike executive, he was part of the impetus to go get Kyrie and make this work. But the problem is that it has been presented as this idea of we're putting two superstars together. We're finally going to give Luka the superstar co-star that he has long needed. And we're going to go get Kyrie Irving. Best player he's ever played with, arguably. So, obviously, they were in the 5th, 6th seed. Well, they're only going to go up. But it didn't take into account what they gave up to get him. And that it wasn't just a matter of we're trying to add a superstar piece to this. They gave up arguably their best defensive player, certainly on the perimeter, in Dorian Finney-Smith. And while Shady disagrees with Spencer Dinwiddie in his effort at the defensive end, he gave you an effort at the defensive end.
Which is more than...
And it's more than Kyrie. We could pull out the highlights of this last game against Charlotte when they hit the three that kind of sealed the game. Kyrie's standing under the basket. Ultimately, this was presented as this idea that they were going to get better. But I look at the numbers, and the fact is, it saved them a ton of money.
Okay, so was it that, hey, we can't compete with this team, let's see if this works? Or was it, hey, we can't compete, I don't want to pay extra money against the luxury tax over the next 2 years for a team that can't compete? So maybe it was a combination of both. But I first heard about this theory last All-Star break 2022, that Mark Cuban has turned cheapskate. And I've mentioned it a couple of times as like an ancillary part of a discussion or an alternate theory to what explains the reality that we're in right now, Mavs fans. Why aren't the Mavs more financially committed? I hope that we're very willing to go into luxury tax threshold for a championship caliber team, but I'm not going to keep throwing bad money at a roster that can't get it done. I hope that's what it is. But last year, 2022 All-Star break, Mike Bassick, who has a couple of cool sources in the league, said he had heard the Mavs got Dinwiddie so they could let Jalen Brunson go because they didn't want to pay for him. It's not the $25 or $20 million, but it's how much it sends you over the luxury tax threshold, which creates a tax of like 1-to-1, or if you're like a repeat taxpayer, it even magnifies year after year. The Warriors are willing to pay a ton. Their payroll, if you include all the taxes, is like $500 million. But this is essentially maybe Mark not willing to take money out of his profits to throw everything at winning. And I that doesn't sit right with me. You know, if you're not financially committed as an owner, I think it's time for you to leave pro sports. You can't just use this as a profit generator. That just doesn't sit right with me. There's other businesses you can do that in.
Gavin, you would know this better than most because of your understanding of the crypto stuff. Did he lose a lot of money in the crypto world
not much.
when that went down?
It was like $5-10 million.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it wasn't enough. It wasn't like he lost hundreds of millions of
No,
dollars.
I think the business tie-in is that Mark in his Shark Tank brain wants to run everything like I'm an entrepreneur and we got to be showing profit and return on investment. And I don't want to be. And I think the older he gets, the more miserly he gets. The less he's doing it for the fun and willing to sacrifice to get the championship. And now it's like the Mavs are just another one of his businesses that, you know, need to have profitable books. We've always heard he's put a tremendous amount of pressure on his sales staff. Very bottom line oriented and very tough on his guys when it comes to managing from that bottom line perspective. I just hope it's not true. I hope the only reason they made that trade was to get Kyrie Irving to try to win a championship or to pair up superstars, not, hey, let's do this and save ourselves $15 or $20 million. As a billionaire sports owner, risking $15 or $20 million to make your team significantly better is what you sign up for. At billions and billions of dollars, you're talking about less than 1%. And as a sports fan, if a guy like that ends up buying your team, you have to deal with it. He's bought the team. It's America. Everybody's got their rights to run a business the way they want to run it, but you don't have to like it. And as you consider, can this team win a championship? If you're not financially committed in the NBA enough to go into luxury tax threshold to keep your players, if you ever do win a championship, it's going to be short-lived. Can't keep together a championship core. Mark Cuban might have slowly slunk into being the most committed owner in DFW sports to maybe right now the least. And when Rick Bucher's talking about that and hearing the same things that Mike Bassick's been talking about for 15 months, that's two sources that I trust.
Yeah, when I saw this clip, I was thinking, wow, this kind of falls in line with what Mike's talked about.
Yeah.
And what you've alluded to. It's not something I want to believe either.
Yeah.
You know, personally, I think Mark Cuban's one of the more accessible owners in sports. He will give his opinion. If there's a problem, he will go out of his way to speak out about it. And he does a lot of great things around the community as well. I think he's been great for the city of Dallas. But all we can really do is look at how the Mavericks have operated and been run ever since the championship. I think it's a fair criticism to wonder if some of that competitive fire is still burning as strong as it was prior to getting that championship, because they haven't really conducted themselves as much of an all-in organization. The KP trade, hey, they thought they were finally getting a guy to pair with Luka. That didn't work. So I'll give them that. But it is interesting when you look at this Kyrie thing, and we kind of thought, all right, this was a move that they were hands were tied behind their back. What else were they going to do? You bring in Kyrie, let's see if it works. But maybe it was a salary dump, and that would be that'd be a little bit gutting as a Mavs fan to hear.
I hope it's a salary dump that they want to clear their books to bring in different players,
which would be great.
Yeah. See, that's the thing about it is, and myself talking to guys in the organization, they say this is step 2 of adding Kyrie to a multi-piece plan. So I'll take their word on that, you know. But if they're telling me, step 2, maybe they have a step 3 and a step 4,
and they're just stuck between steps right now, kind of hanging out in the wind.
That's I love Rick Bucher, I love Mike Bassick, and I love the sources and stuff like that. I'm just like telling you what guys are telling me there. They're saying, hey, this is a plan. Well, as Mav fans, you need to see that plan.
Right.
You know, and like you're saying, Gavin, maybe they're stuck between plans. You know, if this is step 2, okay, well, I need to see step 3 and 4, hopefully sooner than later.
Hopefully that comes together because they gave up their best defensive player.
Yeah.
You know, and why would you do that? You know, if you're going to build around defense, it's, you know, the only explanation to me is we got to save money. You know, we don't want to be paying a luxury tax with, you know, Dorian Finney-Smith that's not going to take us to a championship spot. And if you're managing on the bottom line, that's tough to accept right now as a Mavs fan.
My hope is, and I talked about this yesterday, instead of continuing to chase the co-superstar, if it falls into your lap, then so be it. But I think they're better off assessing who are guys that they can bring in that are really good role players that will fit with Luka Doncic. Because even with talking with Tim McMahon yesterday, right, that might be a special kind of player.
Yeah.
There's not a lot that always fit the same style, tempo, pace. I think you need to do a good job, Nico Harrison, with trying to find these role players that will blend in well with Luka Doncic.
That's a good idea to me, Brian, because both times they've done it, the last two, it's not working out great.
Okay, the question I want to ask you guys is it impossible to find players to play around Luka?
I don't think it's impossible. You were able to make it to the Western Conference Finals last year with a group that I think did. You just need better players. You need a better supporting cast than what you had last year. They overachieved. But Luka was able to do it. Like Jalen Brunson was a guy that did.
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson sacrificed for the greater good. Now he's the guy in New York, but that's the type of guy that you need.
A couple of ball-dominant players are always going to be hard to pair together. You know, I think maybe the better idea is an elite Scottie Pippen type of off-the-ball perimeter player or an elite big who can dominate that paint for you and doesn't require the ball in his hands all the time.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to wake up one day 4 or 5 years from now, and if you listen to Tim McMahon on our show yesterday, he's saying maybe as a Mavs fan you don't have 4 or 5 years. Especially with Luka, you know, if that's the case, if Luka wants to move on. But I wonder if we're going to wake up one day and say he's impossible to pair players with.
Yeah,
that's what I mean, great career, great superstar, but impossible to pair players with.
I think you got to be careful. You know, it's not any kind of player that's going to excel, and I think maybe, you know, this has revealed that. And if he's not having fun, I think you need to be very, very urgent with recreating that next season. Okay, Chief, what do you got?
I just think that they've made some. This wasn't a well planned out thing. They weren't gearing up for Kyrie. You know, it wasn't a free agent thing, right? Where 2 years looking out, you're going, oh wait, okay, that's the guy we're circling, and we're going to make a bunch of decisions on the way there to set us up for it. This was a split second. Kyrie became available on Thursday, and we're just going to snap our fingers and say, holy sweat. They haven't been able to have a well thought out plan. The Jalen Brunson thing fell out from under him, and then there's no recourse. Okay, how do we put this together? There isn't one. Now you go into the season, you suck to high heaven, Kyrie becomes available. Okay, now we can get a star player and save luxury tax money.
Yeah.
When can you do that? That's a no-brainer thing. But to think that that's going to work right now with the way this roster, like I still think Kyrie and Luka, if you gave it the respectable amount of time and had the ability to either on the front end of the deal,
on both sides.
Yeah, they haven't played together.
Right. Well, you haven't played together, but you also didn't build your team and make decisions in lead up to Kyrie to set it up. You snapped your fingers and got Kyrie and lost a lot. And now you're having to build the roster around these two guys that you weren't expecting to have. You didn't expect to have Kyrie. So now your roster's depleted, and hopefully the Hardy party continues to rock and roll and Josh Green develops, and you can make clear, conscious decisions about the roster you're building, knowing now the guys that you have.
I think that's a brilliant point. And to put it with what Wolchuk said a couple of minutes ago, you know, maybe it's in their best interest of making smart, long-term decisions that make all the sense from role players that complement Luka, instead of just taking whatever superstar that nobody else wants that's available on the trade market.
Yeah, right.
That's why you got Porzingis. Nobody else wanted him. And that's why you got Kyrie Irving. Nobody else wanted him. And then you're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this trade for a star player isn't working out. There's a lot of challenges that come with those guys, and it'll be interesting to see how they pivot. Now, if Mark just lets Kyrie go, that'll be the validation for the money-saving story. Like if he got rid of Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith's big contracts, and then Kyrie goes and signs somewhere else, and he's like, yeah, all right, now we're under the salary cap and we can build just around Luka, and there's not a big financial commitment, then we'll be in crisis mode with, I think, how this team handles the finances. Mavs over the Pacers last night, some encouraging signs. The guys were having fun. McGee even put together a nice game in 13 minutes, had 2 blocks and 10 points, so that was cool.
What the hell was that pass last night?
Oh, Luka's wizardry?
Yeah, I couldn't sleep.
That was
about it. Unbelievable, man.
I don't know how it got into the backboard.
I don't know how. Yeah, the ball kids down there. I didn't know how it got around all those people with the mops and stuff like that. He threw it right over the top of their head.
It was like Wanted, when they make the bullets curve.
Yes, dude. It's Avatar Airbender stuff. That was crazy. He's got eyes in the back of his head. The way he was able to do that and pinpoint right in the shot pocket for old Hardy to just knock in the easy. That was just stupid disgusting.
Okay, speaking of stupid disgusting, Jaden Hardy, this might be one of the best draft picks in NBA history. It's looking to be up there right now with like Tony Parker, Ginobili stuff out of the Spurs. Maybe even better than Jalen Brunson. I know that's putting a high ceiling on it. But Morning News with a story. He's played at least 17 minutes in 8 of the Mavs' last 10 games, the most active 3 weeks. He's logged 5 of his 7 career 20-point games in the stretch and upped his three-point shooting to 51.8. He's 43 of his last 83 in 17 appearances since the Kyrie trade. In March, Hardy's one of only 4 rookies to average at least 16 points in at least 10 games, joining Paolo, Jalen Williams, and Jaden Ivey. He is flat out balling. Lucas says, since the beginning of the season, I saw his potential even in the pre, but his improvement through the season has been insane. So that's the chicken soup for your Mavs soul that you might need. I bet that's what Mark Cuban's thinking. I got my secondary star right here on league minimum for another 2 years.
Yeah, baby. Let's get these minutes up. He's been really, really special. And Mavs Draft tweeted out last night, when you look at the 3-point shot breakdown for Jaden Hardy, he's 42% on the catch and shoot threes, and he's 41% on the off the dribble threes. So, he's
have fun defending that.
Yeah, have fun defending that, exactly. And the amount of catch and shoot, especially, you want both of those. You want to surround Luka with the catch and shoot guys, because when he does the air bending pass to the corner, your guy's going to knock it down. Hardy did. But he's also, hey, you need me to create it off the dribble and pop a 3 in your eyeball as well. He's got that ability. This is the most exciting part of this whole season. It's the one silver lining from the whole season.
All righty, great stuff, Nation. Thanks for your feedback on the text and the chats. We got the top 10 at 420 coming up next. Wooly Bully in your UNT golf shirt.
Baby.
Where are we going?
It is National Something on a Stick Day. So I've got the top 10 foods on a stick. What's your favorite? And we got to go over the beer heist next on The Fan.
The latest from the Star.
Segments brought to yeah, it's going to be a party here on Friday.
Let's go. Let's
Segments
go.
brought to
We're
you
getting
by
crazy up in here.
The Frankels.
Reckless as hell.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultations always free. Truckwreck.com. Yeah, we're talking about Chia Fall is going to try to take down the Boomstick Burger for a bet payoff on Friday. It's the new item at the ballpark, and it looks like you got to do something inhuman to yourself to cram that much food in. So we're talking about some performance enhancers there at the break. But right now it's time for Woolchuck and his top 10. Here he is, the bully.
Woo! It is National Something on a Stick Day. So I've got the top 10 foods on a stick for you. What's your favorite food on a stick? I do have a question about that. Before we get to it, I got to fit in this story that I stumbled upon. It's a beer heist. You guys ever been part of a heist before that you want to tell?
Yeah. You asked me to tell the story?
Yeah, now I am.
Out of a convenience store?
Uh-huh.
Is it know where the back door is, pull around to the back door, have a vehicle in the back door, and just open that door and throw the beer out the back door and then run out?
Did you do this at LSU?
So the runner just grabs it off the shelf and heads to the back door?
Yeah. You figure out.
Sounds like an inside job to me, Broadus.
You figure out when you go in there. This is so long ago, but guy, I shouldn't even tell it. But it was, you're so broke, and you're trying to just, I don't know, you're doing crazy things.
I am.
But we
dude,
figured out at a
I've been
convenience
honest
store,
about that.
we figured out at a convenience store that the
it.
back door opened up to where you take the trash out and stuff like that. But it was right by where the beer box
So are
is.
you launching the beer into the car and then walking out casually back out the front, or are you?
No,
and
you're
the
jumping
beer
in
going
that
out the
vehicle.
back
You're going
door?
out the back door.
Yeah. Okay.
You're-
Cool.
you're-
Now, you
you're
tape out the license plate, or
Okay.
were you
You
risking that?
They didn't
Yeah,
have video cameras back in the
it was
1800s.
it's so dark, and we were in carriage.
Honestly,
Yeah.
these bleeping surveillance cameras are ruining everything.
Yeah. I mean,
Was that in Baton Rouge?
that was a Baton Rouge thing. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Why
you're
didn't you
not
call
alone.
Dad for some beer money?
Seriously, dude.
My dad got so tired of he put money in my checking account, and he's like, "What's this Fred's?" And I convinced him it was a dry cleaning place.
Oh,
And it's really not. It was
the
a
liquor store.
it
Philly
was a-
cheesesteaks.
It was a bar. If I ever took you guys to Baton Rouge, I wouldn't. I'd pay for the drinks, of course, but
We'd go to Fred's.
we'd go to Fred's.
We need to.
We'd have a good time at Fred's.
Let's pick a game next year and go.
Jared talked about that. Jared, if you're listening, we talked about going to Baton Rouge.
I'd love
next
to do
year.
that.
Let's do that
Just
trip.
to kick it with Fred.
Yeah.
Fred's
I'm in.
Fred's is a long time.
I think that
establishment.
would be a blast.
But Baton Rouge, yeah, it was beer. It was like beer lockers or coolers were near the back door. You just opened that back door and threw the beer, and then went out the back door.
How did you pull this off?
Yeah, you threw the whole
Sorry,
case
Wolfgang.
No, you're
to
good.
another guy standing at the door, and then into the vehicle. And
So
then,
you were running in three-man crew to get the job done.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that your tradition might have been continued.
This is the 1980s we're talking about. It's a rough time for
We're going back to LSU because they're pulling off another beer heist.
LSU did this?
Uh-huh.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-huh. So according
What do they do?
to WBRZ, police arrested
That's the ABC affiliate.
a 19-year-old student who has been accused of stealing cases of beer worth an estimated $1,500 from Tiger Stadium in the dead of night.
Dude, you don't poo where you eat.
The outlet says campus police spotted a group of students carrying the beer around 3 a.m. on Sunday before dropping it and fleeing after being detected.
Yeah.
The police report states surveillance video showed the group using a black pickup truck to make off with the haul, which was found in a parking lot near the dorm where these pilfered brews were discovered in the room of the lone suspect to be charged with the burglary.
Couple of brews brewing.
It's not entirely clear why the football stadium was sitting on a stockpile of beer when you consider the Tigers don't play their first home game until September 9th.
Hey, you don't have to get ready when you stay ready. That's all that is, man.
But I love this, and I think that they should have just let these kids have the beer. You know what? You went through all the trouble. Slap on the wrist.
Just give them a warning. Don't do it again.
Do it again.
That beer probably went bad anyway. That's beer from last season.
You're telling me Tiger Stadium
I'm
can't
surprised we had
replenish?
beer left over from some of them games. Their beer sales are really good. So,
is it cheap?
I thought they were all about just the brown liquors there.
No,
I thought that's always what
I'll
it was.
tell you what,
That's probably tailgate.
When we used to work out on Sundays after games, you would not believe the liquor bottles in that stands that hadn't been cleaned up yet. I mean, I don't know, how do you get like a handle into a stadium?
Okay, I was going to ask you, is it allowed there?
You got to keys to that thing.
No, you gotta bring it in.
They're probably putting in pockets.
Well, that's in the SEC. Those girls wear the sundresses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They tape them to their leg. They tape them. They wear the sundress.
Nice.
So you tape them to the outside of their leg.
And then you can shove it in the inside pocket of the suit jacket because they wear the suit jackets too, right?
You had me at sundress.
Oh gosh, those SEC tailgates.
Oh, the SEC tailgates are great. They are great.
That would be fun. All right, let's get into the top 10 here.
LSU. Oh.
LSU. I loved it, and I thought of you when you're wearing your LSU sweater. I was like, man, we got to talk about this.
It's a great story to tell for those kids, though. Like in 10 years when this thing wears off.
You can't get caught, though. Yeah, you can't get caught.
Well, it is a little bit soft on them. They should have just played it cool when they were enjoying the fruits of their labor, and then a police car just drove by. You got to play it cool. You can't just run off. Now they think you're a suspect.
Oh, we got a good text in from one of our Tolos. He just said, don't read my area code on air. But when they were growing up, their family had a barbecue restaurant that they ran out of a convenience store. At closing time, they would go into the cooler, load up 4 30 packs in the storage bin, put them in the truck, pulled it off for a year.
Yeah, I used to when my family owned the barbecue place. So I'd show up at a party. If I would tell people, hey, I'll bring food. I'll bring all the sandwiches or 5-6 pounds of ribs, 5 pounds of brisket, potato salad, coleslaw. I was the guy when we'd go party. I'll feed everybody if you guys just get the beer.
Feed your lawn.
So that's what I would. I'd walk out of the
man.
restaurant. If you hung out with me, I'd make. Hey, you buy the beer, I'll get us the food.
I love that.
That was our trade-off.
214, don't you worry. We have not forgotten about UNT making it to the Final Four in the NIT, playing Wisconsin tonight. I'm repping my mean green polo right now.
Are we playing in New York City?
It's in Vegas.
Oh, it's in Vegas.
Is this the semis?
Yes. Technically,
Final Four, right?
It's the Final Four of the
Who
NIT.
Who are the other three? Other two besides Wisconsin?
It's a great question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't have the bracket. I'm just paying attention to one game at a time for the mean green.
Too locked in to worry about.
I guess I could have looked that up without asking.
You probably could have. You can look it up, though, while I get into the list if you want.
Go ahead.
All right. Here we go. Top 10 foods on a stick on National Something on a Stick Day. You guys have a go-to? Gosh, I love eating this on a stick. It just tastes better. And would a bone be a stick?
Ooh. If it is, then yes. The New York strip or Kansas City strip, I forget what they call it once you put a bone on it, but you leave that bone on a nice steak. That's outstanding.
Bone in.
I'm gonna go with
go
with the sugar daddy.
Okay.
The daddy of the sugar babies. Now you get the sugar baby in the bag, right?
What is the sugar daddy?
Sugar daddy's like a big bar of the babies on a stick.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well,
it's
like
the caramel thing. Yeah, it's an old school candy, but
very
old
school.
Yeah. That used to be my favorite thing to get on a trick or treat night. Was the sugar daddy.
Is that it looks like something that gets stuck in your teeth pretty good.
Absolutely. Yeah,
So,
it'll pull teeth out.
You get that middle of the night flavor though. After you fall asleep, it's still hanging back there.
For sure.
It's a good kind of midnight snack.
Joey, you got a favorite food on a stick?
Big fudge bar guy.
Fudge and A, man.
Yeah.
I will go with the corn dog.
Okay, the corn dog's got to be number one. It has to be for me too.
Yeah.
A good old Fletcher's corny.
Well, and just like the general ice creams, ice cream.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, like the Nestle Crunch bars and stuff like that.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, Joey's doing it with the fudge.
But now you have a new entry in the form of the cake ball. And I think long term, that might take down the corn dog, boys.
Okay.
Don't be surprised.
Hey, the cake ball did sneak in here. So the honorable mentions are the caramel apples.
Did the cake ball make an appearance on your top 10 balls list a few weeks back? I sure hope it did.
I think it was an honorable mention.
Oh, yeah, because Broadus didn't believe me about the Oreo balls.
Right.
No,
I
think
we talked about it. Oh, the push-up pops. I don't know.
That's that orange thing?
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
Flintstones,
that's
baby.
the thing.
I don't think that's a stick, but that's also.
That's what you do.
That is. It's on a stick.
Yeah,
okay, so it's a
you
popsicle.
use the stick to push.
It's a popsicle.
It is a
toilet
popsicle.
paper.
Okay, so
It's
we'll
like
get to
a-
the popsicles. Don't worry, it made it.
Okay, toilet paper tube.
Oh my god,
It's the same type of scientific ingenuity that Pringles needs to adopt.
I think that'd be amazing
100%.
if Pringles did that.
Hey, by the way, there's a team. If North Texas can win, they're going to play the winner of Utah Valley and UAB, University of Alabama. Birmingham.
UAB would have to play
Holy
again.
jeez, man! You and team might win this whole thing if they could beat Wisconsin.
Yeah, your one win for the title is what
Bring
it
it,
looks like.
baby! NIT champs. All right, sausage on a stick. Used to get that at Texas Stadium.
That's really not. That's good. Yeah,
Delicious.
That's fair food.
No doubt. Number 10 is prosciutto wrapped on a stick.
I've never seen that before.
It actually looked pretty heavenly. Not gonna lie, I didn't know that was a
Prosciutto
thing.
wrapped around cheese is really good.
Yeah, and some of these do have cheese with it. So,
Okay,
I mean,
there you go.
It's like a combo of prosciutto and cheese.
There you go.
I just go prosciutto right out of that Ziploc baggie.
Can't even contain your
The
emotions.
deli, man. I'll start at the deli when I go to Kroger, and then I'm just mowing through that thing as I'm shopping around. Yeah.
I've been known to eat the sushi while I'm walking around.
There you
Get
go.
sushi in a.
Oh, you just pay for it after?
Yeah, I just give them the empty container. Say, ma'am, you can throw that away after you.
What a
she runs it
beast.
through.
Gosh, that's awesome. Number 9 is
No, it's not.
skewered s'mores.
S'mores?
Skewered s'mores.
Like, it's basically you put it all
You
on a
guys
stick
convinced
and
me that
pound
the s'mores
thing.
is a good thing, right?
I like
S'mores are good, bro.
Oh,
Not me.
I thought you guys were like telling me
They
this
might have convinced you in way of fighting me because I think it's the biggest overrated dessert out there. It's only fun to make. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
No, it is. You're right. I mean, like, I don't have them a lot, so maybe it's always just kind of like
the charred
fun.
marshmallow does
That's
nothing
fun.
for me.
But
that charred.
I see what you're saying.
That blackened.
you don't want to
marsh-
get it well done.
That's
but
what
you
I'm
get
saying.
you get a nice golden crisp on a mellow.
Mine always catches on fire because I'm not paying attention. It
Yeah,
does. It just.
I
I'm like,
see.
well, then you're like, oh, and then it's.
Dude, a graham cracker and a Hershey bar, and then you just heat up, you roast a little. I mean, come on.
You ever just pop it in the
Freaking
microwave?
delightful. No, but I
Just
didn't
say,
go
you know
to
what?
fat camp
Bleep
either.
this. I'm going ahead and just.
I used to
We
make
need something
marshmallows in the
quickly.
microwave.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
I used to do that.
Quick way to have a delicious. That's hilarious.
Marshmallows in a microwave.
That was Walchuk's lunch. For,
Yeah,
like
I got
3
on
years.
I got on a kick with roasting marshmallows as a kid, and when you live in a really rainy environment, you can't do it outside. So we would do it over like a gas burner.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Or and then we started experimenting in the microwave a little bit, and it was kind of nice because if you really lay it on it, for about 45 seconds or so, it gets to be like a hardish candy.
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
Gooey.
Sound like that awful,
it's gooey
Easter candy thing we were talking
Yeah,
about.
The Peeps that
Yeah.
Hagelin loves. God, he's got the worst food takes I've ever heard in my life. I love you, Kevin, but my Lord, you need to fix yourself.
Mhm.
I hope the talking doc helps with some of the food takes.
Yeah. Can the talking doc fix your taste buds?
Number 8 is chocolate dipped bananas on a stick. So just a chocolate covered banana. And people have texted that in. They love that.
Yeah, it's not
sounds,
a bad item.
Sounds reasonable.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 7, is the cake balls.
There we go.
Cake balls are climbing up there for me.
Is that a new invention, the cake ball?
I think so. You can get them at
Last couple
Starbucks
I don't remember
now.
that in the 70s.
No.
Yeah, no, it's got to be relatively
I think
new.
the cake ball it's been around for about a decade, but the evolution of the cake ball where now I can go buy
With
it
the sprinkles
on,
on
a
it,
stick
the
at
sprinkles?
a local spot. Yeah, like that is something that's been it was like a mom and pop shop enjoying it in my own kitchen. Come over to my house and eat my cake balls that me, mama of the neighborhood, makes. Now all of a sudden you can go to Starbucks and drop $4 for one cake ball and it's on a stick.
Does the cake ball have ice cream in it?
No, it's got cake.
it's just cake.
Well,
and then
we-
like icing,
Can we
like
put
hardened
ice cream in it? That sounds even better.
I could do an ice cream ball. Ice cream
With-
cake ball?
Yeah,
Like,
it's a
yeah.
cake ball, yeah.
Like
There
ice
you
cream
go.
cake. Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
Yeah.
Yes, Brian. You're
Challenge
onto something
accepted,
here.
bro.
How about the dilly bar? Is that on this list?
There's no dilly bar on here, but
But it's
we
an ice
should.
cream. Are they
It's not-
generically just putting ice cream as a whole family
Well,
on
we're
a
doing
stick?
it with popsicles.
Okay, real quick. The dip cone or the dilly bar?
Dilly bar.
Dilly
Dip
bar.
cone can go bleep itself.
I like a dip cone,
Dilly
but
bar.
I'd go dilly bar.
Easier
for
to
sure.
manage.
Dilly bar by far. huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Now, number 6 is meatballs on a stick. Can't go wrong with that. especially at a tailgate. I think that works well. Number 5 is bacon wrapped shrimp.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty damn delicious.
Yeah. Okay.
Number 3 is chicken or steak satay.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Satay?
Never had satay?
How do you spell that?
It's a Thai dish. S-A-T-A-Y. It's basically like chicken or steak skewers.
Like a dish.
Oh, like when we went out to eat, that thing we were eating on skewers?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That wasn't bad. Yeah.
No, pretty good stuff. It's got a good flavor to it. And
Yeah.
they'll give you some like peanut sauce you can dip in there unless you're
Ooh.
allergic to peanuts.
Oh.
Number 3 is kebabs.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Those are good. Yeah.
Kebabs are good.
I like stringing
I'll tell you
some
what,
chicken together.
if somebody
teriyaki kebabs.
If somebody figures out the vegetables become too wilty for me on a
Can't overcook them
on the kebab thing.
Yeah.
They become too mushy and they don't work well for me. You got to figure
Seems
out
like you
something.
need an all meat kebab and an all veggie kebab.
806, hell yeah. I can't read that. but
I
hell
would
yeah.
I would
You
do
know,
a
you know.
lobster and steak kebab together if you ask me.
Okay. Oh,
Sounds like
now
a good
that's what I'm
kebab.
talking about, Bri. Let's make it happen. But number 2 is popsicles.
Yeah.
Number 1, best food on a stick is the corn dog.
Corn dog.
That's right.
Corn dog.
Knew it. Okay, Fletcher's is the best, by the way, the
Agreed.
absolute champion
Yeah, they are
of that
good.
bracket. Thank you, Woolchuck. Top 10 every afternoon. Now, over the last couple of days, I've confided. I thought it was cool. I thought we were in the trust tree here, that I've been enjoying the women's tournament more than the men's tournament. I have. And some have really been coming after me on tweets and texts and saying, oh, come on, talk about a real sport and this, that, and the other thing. And, I respect everybody's opinion. But, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, well, maybe they're right. It's women's sports. Who's really watching this? We go to the Athletic. Sunday's Iowa-Louisville matchup in the women's NCAA tournament Elite 8 drew 2.49 million viewers, which is more than any NBA game of the season.
Mavs, yeah, we're on that.
Any NBA game of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's something. Okay, we got Ranger stuff coming up next. Little baseball for you. Woolchuck, what do you have? Chiafala, what do you have designed here?
We have all sorts of good Ranger conversation to be had. We are now how many hours away? Less than 48 hours.
From
48
opening day.
hours,
Pregame
baby.
party
This thing.
All right, I want to chat about D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, look at this. We got traffic outside. Maybe you just spotted a new truck or SUV. You want something new, but you're stuck in traffic. You don't want to take the time tonight to cruise dealership to dealership trying to hunt out a
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
This segment on the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts and more than just Silverados. They have Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, and all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Couple takeaways from the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan press availability today at the owners' meetings. One takeaway from a writer is that the Niners are really leaning into the idea of having young, cheap quarterbacks and what it allows them to do elsewhere on the roster, and that was evident with Hargrave and Bosa. Kyle Shanahan today saying it's everything. So maybe we already do have our first team that is committed to more of a college approach at quarterback, the most compensated position in all of professional sports. They're saying, no, we're not doing this. We're doing this. And I'd say the results have been pretty damn impressive so far. It's time now for Wolchuk and Chiafalo here to give you some baseball stuff. Gentlemen, take it away.
So we've got these City Connect jerseys that all teams will be unveiling this year. We know when the Rangers are going to wear their jerseys for the first time. It'll be April 21st against Oakland, against the A's there. So on Friday nights, the Rangers had usually worn their red jerseys. That's not going to be a thing anymore. With MLB's new supplier rules, they got a 4+1 policy that called for 4 primary uniform tops plus the City Connect. So the Nike City Connect jerseys we can look forward to against the A's on April the 21st, and I can't wait to see what they look like.
I was about to say, have we got any leaks yet?
I think April 17th they will be officially released, but maybe we will get a leak ahead of time. But I think they're going to be sick. We also had The Athletic give out the Hope-O-meter. The Hope meter.
Hopium.
Yeah, for
Hopium
each team.
meter.
Rangers are the 13th most hopeful entering the year, and they skyrocketed up a massive percentage. Last season, the hope scale amongst the fan base was at 59.5%. This year going into the season, it's jumped up to 87.7%.
Yeah, they know what's going on. This is a baseball town. These baseball fans are smart. Some have been hanging out. They've been dormant over the last couple of years. But that run from 2010 to 2016 made a lot of smart baseball people. They know what a contender looks like. And now they're ready to rock. National media is sleeping on this group, Chief.
Yeah, I liked this from Zach Cram because, Walchuk, you've referenced this a lot because we've talked about the over-under 81.5 for the win total for the Rangers this year. Walchuk's hitting the over. I'm just strictly based on health, banking on the under hitting. But Zach Cram in the Ringer writes that...
Trent Krim?
Trent Krim. No, Cram's got pretty nice hair himself. I don't know that it's Krim levels.
Trent Krim has got the best hair.
He's got far and away, no question, the best hair.
Is he the best fictional reporter?
Oh, absolutely.
We'll have to think about
and
that.
Now he's writing a whole book.
That might be, you're going to give it away.
Oh, come on.
What are you doing?
Yeah, spoiler alert, Jackhole.
What
Anyways.
are you doing?
I didn't say on who or what. I just said he's
writing a book.
writing
Who do you think he's writing a book on?
Schmed Schmasso.
I think it might be on West Ham United.
Oh, okay.
So Cram writes...
Is that where Nate went to coach?
Yeah.
Might have been.
Good pull. The 2022 Rangers were not nearly as bad as their 68-94 record indicates. It's the one-run thing, right, Walchuk? And it's the lack of details, I guess, on Chris Woodward's end is what people were kind of chalking that up to. And it's the opposite with Bochy. We know that. So what they say is...
We think...
Terrible 15-35 record in the one-run games. They underachieved their Pythagorean record by 9 wins, which was the major's largest gap last year.
Wow.
So,
That's why Woody had to go.
Yeah.
Couldn't manage his way out of a paper bag.
Absolutely. So if you want some encouragement there, that actually puts it into perspective. We know about the record in the one-run games, okay, but what does that mean? That means that last year's terrible team should have actually won 9 more games,
right.
And now you throw in a DeGrom, Evaldi, and all these other guys in the rotation, and you think to yourself, okay, maybe a huge jump of 9 and then maybe another 9. Could you give me 18 additional wins? That hits the over.
Let's go. And another reason why I'm bullish on this, who did Levi Weaver give as the most impressive players during spring?
Okay, Corey Seager, obviously.
Right.
Dude
MVP
was a monster.
potential candidate.
We've talked plenty about the idea that Corey Seager is going to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of some of these rule changes, for sure. He's coming out of the gates on fire. But Cole Reagans was the guy that, like, the most unexpected, hello, what just happened here? Cole Reagans goes from 92 MPHs on the fastball to all of a sudden consistently 95, 96, and touched 99 at times.
And Cole Reagans can't even find a spot in the rotation.
He's on that Dawson program.
Oh, well,
extra squats.
Yeah. Well, he's on
That's
on
what
the
you call vitamin S.
We should have asked him how do you expect steroids
to help you this season?
personally this season?
Yeah.
But the mustache, I think it's the power of the mustache. That thing was, and we showed a lot of love to the Nate Lowe mustache, rightfully so in the clubhouse throughout spring training or when we were there. But the Cole Reagans mustache is not something to be fooled with.
No, not at all. It's coming in nicely for him. But
there's power in that.
That's why I feel like you have a little bit of insurance there, even if your starting rotation has some injuries along the way. Guys that you were forced to have start last year now are available for you in a pinch like that. If a guy has to go on the 10-day IL, whether it's Glenn Otto, whether it's Dane Dunning, whether it's Cole Reagans, your depth is just that much greater.
It could work out really well how this has come together to get those guys that much experience over the last 2 years, and now you put them in a role they should be. That experience could really pay off.
Right.
Why was I thinking of a bet payoff if you going to sit on the couch again in the major league
they
park?
would throw him out this time.
But
I think
like in the major league locker room, you just go plop down on the couch.
Like at the Rangers' actual clubhouse, I think Rich
the
Rice would lose his mind.
actual clubhouse.
Okay, and that's where I'll house the 2-footer.
On the couch?
Just plop down on the couch.
Messy as hell.
Let's
I leave
go.
chili remnants all over the place.
Let's go.
Bleep your clubhouse, not bleep your logo.
I
Respect
love
the
that.
logo. But
We
bleep
could
the
send them in
clubhouse.
there with one of those 80s TV dinner trays.
Yes.
Sit that thing right
Yes.
down, put the boomstick burger down, and start going to work.
Pull up
How
Ted
long do you
Lasso
think
in
it
the
would last?
clubhouse.
How long do you think that would
14
last?
seconds.
Yeah, wow. I'd take the under on that one.
You think he'd get fired?
I'll just answer me this. Is John Blake on duty that day?
Oh, it's probably so.
Usually at the ballpark, he's there, yeah.
Well, then I think it would be negative seconds.
Come on.
Is there a
Grabs
way
you
to
by
do
the ear,
that?
pulls you right out.
Yeah,
I just think
dude.
you sitting on the couch would be a good bit.
Yeah. Well,
we did
pay
it.
off.
Or just
Would you be
walking
willing to
into
do
the
that?
showers.
Maybe next year spring training again.
Oh, you should just go in there and take a shower.
That would be funny.
That'd be
Just walk
amazing.
right in the clubhouse.
That's got to be it.
See if anybody
That's
notices.
That's a kick-out situation.
That's a fireball offense. I'll
Yeah.
sit on a couch though.
You'll be suspended. You'll be on the next flight out of there.
Would you sit on the couch and give it the, I'm not really sure, like, oh, what
Yeah.
do you mean? I'm not supposed to sit on
Yeah,
the couch?
wait, what?
Like you act
Yeah.
like I'm
Well,
supposed to be here kind of
I
thing?
had
We'll
no
call
idea.
that. We'll
I'm
call
the
that
new
payoff
call-up.
the Michael Irvin because you're about to be sent home. Appreciate you, Wolchuk and Chia. Follow any other baseball stuff?
No, that's good for right now. I got some
Okay.
more we can carry over to tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do that, or maybe a little bit later on here in the G-Bag Nation. Home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. Pre-draft NFL power rankings. Where do the Cowboys belong? We'll tell you about that coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. Got it.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's hour 4, actually, of the G-Bag Nation. You have Dan Campbell up there. He's distracting me just a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
Shireen
NFL
Williams.
Meetings. Yeah.
Shireen Williams was standing, our very own Shireen Williams was standing behind him getting some quotes.
Well, it's another big day of news in the NFL. We're going to get you what Mike McCarthy had to say in just a moment. We do want to tell you, Rally House in Arlington tomorrow. And Ranger fans, if you're heading to the game, or getting ready to head to the game on Thursday, we'd love to see you at Rally House in Arlington tomorrow so you can get geared up. You want to do that opening day properly.
Hell yeah.
General at your service. There's Broadus. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo, of course. Joey Erickson's in for Lucius Alexander. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. NFL Power Rankings 2023, 32 teams after free agency. I'm going to give you where the Cowboys are. I'm going to give you the teams ahead of them and directly behind them. You tell me if the Cowboys should be higher or lower. Now, at the end of the season, or before the draft, before free agency, they're way too early ranking. After the Super Bowl was 6th. They had them at 6th.
6th.
And I believe the Cowboys have done a pretty good job making themselves better. That's one of the things Jerry Jones said today. Said he believes the Cowboys are better than when the season ended. But ESPN disagrees. They dropped the Cowboys 2 spots to 8th, saying Van Der Esch is a vital part of Dan Quinn's defense. Forget the tackles. He had 100 last season despite missing 3 games. He gets everybody lined up. When the Cowboys did not have him, that played a part in their run game woes. Rookie Damone Clark looked to Van Der Esch for guidance in certain situations, the way Van Der Esch looked to Sean Lee when he was young. He can make sure the defensive line is in the correct gaps. That's important to a defense that needs all 11 players on the same page. That's what Todd Archer wrote. It's interesting the editor of this article picked that out as their explanation for why they had them at 8th. Seems a little low if you ask me. Do you think the Cowboys are better than number 7, LA Chargers? Broadus. Cowboys or Chargers?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Wolchuk, Chiafalo?
Yeah, Cowboys.
Okay, Chiafalo, back to you. They have the Miami Dolphins coming in 6th. Are the Cowboys better than the Dolphins going into the 2023 season?
If you told me that Tua was for sure going to be healthy, I would say the Dolphins are better. But there's no way that you can predict that. And in fact, I think you would predict that Tua is not going to be healthy for very long. So I would take the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think that's perfect analysis. Miami's on the doorstep. I thought at times they played well last year. I don't know, are they the 4th best team in the AFC? But I think they're in the conversation to maybe be better than the Cowboys. Brian, what do you think?
I think they're in the conversation, but I can't put them there yet. I just can't. I did my top 6 just as we were thinking about that. And I know it's not answering the Miami question. Kansas City, San Francisco, Cincinnati, Buffalo, Philadelphia, Dallas.
Okay.
That was my top 6.
Would you, if Aaron Rodgers was a Jet today, would you have the Jets ahead?
No.
Okay.
I would not.
The Super Bowl odds right now have the Cowboys at 7th, and they have the Jets 1 spot ahead of the Cowboys with slightly better odds because they're assuming that the Aaron Rodgers factor there. But everything is the AFC. I mean, that's the cool part. You only have, in terms of most likely to win the Super Bowl, the only 2 NFC teams ahead of you are the Niners and the Eagles. The NFC, I'm trying to figure out who is the other team that's going to make an appearance here. Do you trust Detroit? Do you trust New Orleans and Derek Carr?
No.
The Vikings, the Giants,
no.
The Packers now, no. The Rams, I mean, probably not unless Stafford's actually healthy, but who's the NFC team that is going to climb? Because it's hard to see right now.
On ESPN's rankings, they have the top 5, the Bills, the Eagles, the Niners, the Bengals, and the Chiefs. I think that's a solid ranking.
Yeah.
I just don't think they're acknowledging what the Cowboys have done here, how much better they've become, and what little they lost. The Bills are losing way more. The Eagles are losing way more. I would have the Cowboys 4th behind the Chiefs, Bengals, and Niners, guys.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think you could argue maybe putting the Bengals ahead of the Cowboys. With the way that Joe Burrow performs, and they still have a ton of good offensive weapons. And I think the Orlando Brown signing was great for them to help bolster that offensive line. But then again, they lost both of their starting safeties this offseason. So they're also a team that's lost some. The Lions, to me, are like the Chargers of the AFC, where everybody's hyping them up. They had a strong finish to the season, but they've just never done anything.
I think they win the North.
I think that they could win the North. I mean, who else are you going to pick?
I'll say it. They're going to win the North.
I'm going to take the Bears.
If Aaron Rodgers ends up with the Jets, they're winning the North.
Okay. All right. I'll go with the Bears right now in the North. I think the Bears are going to crush the draft. I like the moves that they made to get DJ Moore, and I'm putting my eggs in Justin Fields' basket to have that leap year in year 3.
Where the Cowboys can jump here is as you put them in that top 6, where they could jump some of these teams like you're talking about, Buffalo, Philadelphia, the way they draft. If the Cowboys have that draft, and that's the one thing that they are really, really good at. So if you said to me, the draft is going to hinge for me who's 4, 5, and 6 on my list. Whoever feel like has the best draft out of 4, 5, and 6, which is Buffalo, Philadelphia, Dallas.
You need the Eagles to mess up.
Yeah, that's who I'm going to put above.
The Eagles got 2 first-round picks.
10 and 30.
It's going to be hard to outperform them. Yeah. You're going to have to make that up on day 3 in one way or another. Now, relief is coming in terms of this division. I saw a story today, Howie Roseman, the Eagles would prefer to get a deal done with Jalen Hurts sooner than later. So they'll be the next team to go through that experience of being like, wow, I thought we had a lot of good players, but we had to let a bunch of them go because we signed our quarterback. And we'll see if they can keep drafting or team building once they're hit with that anchor. I don't like their chances. What Mike McCarthy has said today, he said football is an easy game. If you want your guys to play fast, give them less responsibility. That's the secret sauce in putting together a good offensive system. What do you guys think? Is he oversimplifying it? Is he nailing it? Simple's the secret sauce? It seems like we're getting more complicated in attempts to deceive the defense before and after we snap the ball, but I don't know.
You don't think he's talking about Dak, do you?
A little bit.
You don't think he's saying make it more simple for Dak?
I think that they won last year. They went 4-1
Kellen
with
Moore
Cooper
asked
Rush,
him to do too much,
and they simplified things. And you even had Dak make comments about how simple is better.
Hell, it could be about Tolbert too.
Right.
It could be about anybody that's lining up and playing for him.
But
I mean,
you know what? You're right, Brian. I was looking at that wrong. I think that's exactly what he's saying. We're going to simplify things for Dak Prescott, allow him to play faster.
Yeah.
And I think in that context, it makes a lot of sense.
It matches with everything he said prior to free agency about the defense too. Like, we're basically going to play to our defense. We believe in our defense. We believe in Dan Quinn and that side of the football. We don't want to mess things up by turning the football over and allowing the other team added possessions. We're going to simplify, try and play safe football, run the ball, see how this goes.
Yeah, and you've heard Aaron Rodgers discuss the West Coast offense and how much he loves it and how everything is set in place. Here's my read. I know where I'm going. I know where I'm going with the football. If that's not there, I know where I'm going here. It's not a bunch of stress on your quarterback to try and figure things out. It's supposed to be pretty black and white. Here's your first read. Here's your second one. That should make things, I guess, simpler for your quarterback.
When's Dak at his best?
It used to be on the run.
Right. 2-minute offense.
I thought up-tempo for sure.
It is. Yeah. And look, maybe they do go a little more up-tempo, but a big part of that is he's not thinking. He's reacting. He's just playing within the moment. You don't take a lot where he's having to overthink and go pre-snap and look at this. What's this safety doing? Is this linebacker coming down to the box? What's the coverage here? If you basically are dictating your offense and not allowing the defense to dictate to you, which I think they were doing too much last year, based on coverages, you're checking out of plays. This could be better for Dak.
Yeah, I do not like Dak standing in the pocket and deciding what to do with the ball 3-4 seconds later. I want to get that ball out to guys that are clearly open and hopefully on the move. That's the component that I'm wondering, were Garrett Linehan and Moore protecting us from Dak not being able to hit guys on the move? Or were they making a massive offensive mistake not throwing to guys on the move more? I don't think all three of them could have been dead wrong. I think Mike believes Dak can evolve to be better at it. I think that's what would make the most sense to me.
I agree.
Okay, Mike was asked about play calling. I don't sleep as well as I did before. I'm sure I'm talking in my sleep more than I ever have. It takes up a lot of your headspace. Is this going to be a good thing, a much more engaged and energized Mike McCarthy? I mean, he's so anxious about this, he's losing sleep, guys.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing that he's super into it and he's energized and fired up, and it's kind of consuming him at all facets of his life a little bit. I think that's how we'd all probably describe ourselves that way about this job. You like your job, you're excited about it, you're thinking about it, maybe even at times where you probably shouldn't be. and that can maybe potentially negatively affect other things. But on that particular thing, it's probably going to work for you.
Yeah, but to me, it's like there's an ownership, there's a passion, there's an obsession that the best coaches do. And I think what happened when you took so much responsibility away from Mike McCarthy, he didn't know how to be all in. And now you're getting a guy that has guided a team to a championship instead of a guy in Kellen Moore that was learning on the job. And maybe the time has passed him by for Mike to still be good at his job, but dang it, I like the change in direction and what we might see here. But he says it's hard when you win one. When it comes to why no coach has won a Super Bowl with two different teams, he said it's a culture and a process that your program puts in position to win that first one. And I definitely had that in my last experience. Do you believe that organizations win championships or a coach can make an organization that great that they win a championship, Brian?
I think the coach has a lot to do with it. I mean, I've been a part of the organization. Like in Green Bay, we won the Super Bowl in '96 because we had an MVP quarterback. At the time, I thought one of the best head coaches in Mike Holmgren. You know, we weren't drafting particularly well, but we were kind of putting some things together. So I don't know if the organization was really, we traded for Favre. So that, you got to give us a little credit for that. But I felt like the players were the ones and the head coach were the coaching staff were the ones that won that championship.
Yeah.
More so than what we were doing on the personnel side.
Starts with players, man. I mean, Cincinnati, they didn't win the Super Bowl, but I mean, that's not an organization people would really respect.
No, you're right about that.
And you get some dang good players in there.
Yeah.
And in their case, I don't think many people are super impressed with Zach Taylor, their head coach. They're getting it done though with fantastic players. There's a salary cap for the players you can have, and a salary cap for coaches.
No,
you can pay whatever coach you want. We don't care. We know it's the players ultimately. If you got a kick-ass team, now inevitably you got to have a little bit of everything here, but it's all about the players to start.
I'm going to do a little preview of radio you do in June. You know, we do these Cowboy predictions and stuff. That week 6, Brian Schottenheimer will be calling plays.
Okay. All right.
Think it's not going to work out?
I think it's going to be a situation where there are going to be some pitfalls along the way, and I think Schottenheimer's going to take it over.
Well, his game management is not great, and I don't know if being an active play caller will make him more dialed in, more finger on the pulse, or less. And maybe there will be more mistakes and more distraction. And you know, Brian Schottenheimer's good at his job.
A lot of people around the league say a lot of really positive things about him. And matter of fact, there's defensive players in the Cowboys that give him a lot of credit for the way he prepared the defense last year to get ready for some of these opponents. He had that old Ben McAdoo job, and there were a lot of defensive guys that say, "Hey, this guy's pretty sharp."
A lot of moving parts with this team. A lot of different guys coming in the two big trades. Are you guys ready? Could Jerry Jones actually win Executive of the Year again here in his 80s? If this works out, you change around your coaching staff, you make those two trades. If you get yourself back in territory where you're winning 13 or 14 games now, this could happen. And more than that, do you think he's doing a good job?
They've done a great job this offseason.
How can you take that away from him?
Yeah, they've done an excellent job this offseason. I think Will McClay and Steven are part of that as well, 100%. It's not just Jerry, but I mean, the two trades they made, you give up 5th-round picks to get 2 starters at 2 positions that were glaring weaknesses when you got eliminated by the 49ers in the playoffs. You were desperate for a second cornerback opposite Diggs, and you badly needed another playmaker on offense. They've addressed that.
Yeah, those two trades to me, I would say great trades. Off season, I can't give you great because you did the Tony Pollard thing and you're doing the Tyron Smith thing, and you're donging around with Terrence Steele right now. You're doing a couple of weird things, but it's still been a really, really good offseason. But there's other teams that have done so much more, like what the Bears have done. Like if the Bears do what Walchuk says they're going to do, they're going to, because look at all the talent they've brought in. You know, like the Cowboys, they've made 2 moves. They made 2 moves.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, they did not have nearly the cap space, though, of the Bears.
I'll be interested.
For sure, yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't think they could have made some of those moves.
100%,
but I hear what you're saying. They didn't win the offseason. There's other teams that probably did more.
I'll be real interested to see when they get to that draft pick at 26, and if Bijan Robinson's sitting on that board, because Jerry Jones last year was the one that talked them into drafting Sam Williams in the 2nd round.
Really?
Everybody in that room wanted to take Tolbert. And they ended up taking
good for
Tolbert.
Jerry.
Jerry's the one that stood up and said, no, we're taking Sam Williams here, boys.
Nice.
You know,
yeah,
so
Jerry.
I mean, but we'll see if that works out. But I'm interested to see if we get that Jerry Jones in the War Room, especially on these early picks.
A lot of news percolating around the NFL and around the sports world in general. We'll get you the top headlines and hit the expressway. Bobby Belt will join you. Then you'll get some LA Live coming up before the hour is out next here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's talk Frankels, though. Oh, because